The whole nation enters the world of cold weapons. When everyone can only draw a small dagger when facing ferocious beasts, I, on the other hand, wield an AK in my left hand and a Gatling gun in my right to open fire. When the primordial demon god descends, everyone trembles in fear. I directly face the Annihilation Star cannon head-on. It turns out this is a world rampant with alien beasts. Everyone will awaken their destined divine weapon to combat the ferocious beasts, be it a sword or a blade, or an axe or a staff. Destined divine weapons vary in quality. But what I awakened is the lowest tier armory. In the armory, there is only a desert eagle. Yet, I discovered that the armory can be endlessly upgraded, and the higher the level, the more powerful weapons can be unlocked. However, I quickly snapped out of my excitement because upgrading the armory requires hunting ferocious beasts to obtain materials. And in 30 days, a wave of waterlogged creatures will appear. If one's strength is insufficient, they will become mere food. So the priority is to find ferocious beasts. Soon, I found the first target, which was just a palm-sized rat. Then, I took out the desert eagle and fired a shot at it. The bullet hit, but the rat did not die. Subsequently, the rat, realizing the situation, charged towards me, prompting me to quickly fire 2 more shots. Finally, the rat let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, only to yield a piece of rat meat even dogs wouldn't eat. Just as I looked displeased, my watch suddenly emitted a light, revealing it was a public chat channel. Yet, everyone in the channel was still discussing awakened weapons. Some awakened a rusty iron sword, while others awakened a wooden sword without a sharp edge. There were even those who awakened a broken piece of wood. As everyone was complaining about their trash weapons, a system notification suddenly appeared in the hall, congratulating someone on the world's first kill achievement. This caused a commotion in the channel, with everyone asking who the expert was and requesting guidance. As the person involved, I ignored it, knowing the importance of being low-key. I turned my head to continue searching for the culprit. I quickly killed 2 iron palm rats, gaining 20 experience points. I was 70 experience points away from leveling up to level 2. It turns out that both people and beasts have attributes, with higher levels corresponding to higher attributes. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a multicolored snake crawled up behind me and bit my leg. Fortunately, it was only a level 1 beast, so the damage was minimal, and I only lost 1/5 of my health. However, even after firing 3 shots, I missed. It turned out the poison from the multicolored snake was affecting me, causing my vision to blur. So I decided to use the melee weapon I started with, a wooden dagger. Seizing the opportunity during the 5-flower snake's attack, I grabbed it, pierced its vital point, and finished it off. Unexpectedly, as I was about to search the 5-flower snake for goods, a voice behind me said, "Brother, not bad, you actually killed the 5-flower snake with 1 stroke." Hearing this, I turned to look and saw a bald man, but I didn't have time to deal with him. Unexpectedly, he then said, "Stop. I chased this snake all the way, only for you to kill it. How do you plan to compensate me?" Seeing the malice in his eyes, I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. I was sure he didn't know I had a gun, or else he wouldn't have stood outside the cover threatening me. But outwardly, I pretended to look terrified. "Don't hurt me. How do you want me to compensate you?" Seeing how readily I agreed, the bald man immediately started to raise the price. "How about this? I'm just 1 fierce beast away from reaching level 2. Later, you'll follow me as bait to lure the beast, then I'll kill it. And at night, you'll be my servant, massaging my back and washing my feet." Seeing him getting ahead of himself, I cut him off. "Brother, listen to me and leave. My strength is too much for you to handle. He's already within my killing range. After all, within 10 meters, the gun is fast and accurate." Unexpectedly, the bald man sneered and said, "Just now, there was another person who talked big, but I've already chopped him into pieces to attract the fierce beast." Hearing this, I no longer held back, watching him approach me relentlessly. I pulled out my gun and fired directly at his thigh. The bald man hadn't even seen what I had in my hand clearly. He let out a scream, but then he raised his axe and charged at me again. Seeing this, I felt no psychological pressure, so I aimed at his head and fired directly. Afterward, I searched the bald man's belongings, but only found some pieces of meat and materials. The sun was almost setting at this time, and it would be even more dangerous in the forest at night. However, I didn't return to the novice area because I only needed 3 more pieces of wood for my arsenal upgrade. So I picked up the wooden dagger and started chopping trees. Even though it was wooden, it was very sharp. After chopping for half an hour, I finally cut down a tree as thick as a thigh and quickly obtained 4 pieces of wood. After that, I quickly rushed back to the cabin, and once there, I didn't waste any time. Instead, I immediately opened my tactical watch and started upgrading my main weapon. With a flash of golden light, the panel showed that my arsenal had been upgraded from a lower F grade to a middle F grade. At the same time, the Desert Eagle's attack power increased by 50%, and each attack now only consumed 4 mana points. It turns out that in this world, everyone has a health bar and a mana bar. Using weapons consumes mana, while getting injured consumes health. And the small cabin is like a spring, where you can slowly recover as long as you're injured. However, at this moment, I faced a problem having food but lacking tools for survival. So I fired a shot at the wood with the Desert Eagle, then quickly gathered some wood chips. Only then did I manage to start the fire. Looking at the rat meat, snake meat, and rabbit meat in my backpack, I chose the rabbit meat without hesitation. After all, bunnies are so cute, how could I not eat it? While roasting the meat, I opened the chat channel. However, I found that the number of online players around me dropped from 1,000 to 600, indicating that 400 people died in this area in one day. At this time, everyone in the channel was complaining one after another. I'm so hungry, I only killed a rat today, can't even eat enough. You upstairs are lucky to have something to eat, I don't even have anything. Stop talking upstairs, I still haven't lit the fire. Is this fire-making method really effective? Suddenly, the system popped up a notification, detecting that a chosen one had upgraded the wooden house to level 1. The system will open the trading system in 5 minutes. As soon as this news came out, the channel exploded, and I was equally shocked. Because upgrading a small wooden house requires 100 pieces of wood, which is impossible to obtain by chopping trees normally in one day. Suddenly, I remembered the demolition permit dropped when killing the bald guy. With the permit, I could directly demolish other people's small wooden houses and then recover the wood. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, the chosen one who upgraded the wooden house to level 1 must have killed many other people. At this moment, the cold moonlight seeped through the cracks of the wooden house, making me sigh involuntarily. It seems that this is not just a world rampant with ferocious beasts, it's still a dog-eat-dog world. At this moment, the rabbit meat in front of me was sizzling with oil and emitting a faint aroma, so I immediately began to feast on it. However, I soon realized there was no fresh water, but luckily the trading system had opened. So I started searching in the trading hall, but couldn't find any trades for fresh water. Instead, another trade request caught my attention. 10 pieces of wood for 1 portion of food. Obviously, wood was crucial for me, so without hesitation, I clicked to make the exchange. Then I took out a piece of rat meat from my backpack. After all, I had so much meat in my backpack that I couldn't finish it. Besides, it was also the material needed for the arsenal. Unexpectedly, the other party not only didn't accept but also added me as a friend, and I immediately accepted Lu Daxiang's friend request. Soon, Lu Daxiang messaged me, "Bro, this rat meat is a bit small. I'll give you 2 pieces of rat meat for 15 pieces of wood. Can we do this?" I cautiously asked, "Where did you get so much wood?" "There are trees all around my small wooden house, so I dare not go out and only chop wood at home." I also felt relieved and immediately offered to send another piece of rat meat over, with the condition that wood was a priority in our trade. The other party readily agreed. However, after looking around and not finding any water, I suddenly remembered someone I had seen in the channel before. The area around his spawn point had a small stream, but I was surprised to find out that he didn't have a container to hold the stream water. So we made a deal where I carved a container with a wooden sword to sell in water, and we split the profits 50-50. Soon we will make a fortune. Everyone is nearly dying of thirst. Even if we raise the price, it will still be snatched up. After that, I bought a bottle and started drinking it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a sudden roar of fierce beasts outside the wooden house. The sound was continuous and unending. So I opened a crack in the door to look outside, vaguely seeing many ferocious beasts running in the woods. However, at that moment, my watch started vibrating like crazy. It turned out to be my partner Huang Yuanming sending a message, asking me to quickly bring him a few cups. Many ferocious beasts have suddenly appeared around here, and he needs to hide back in his small wooden house. I immediately understood his intention, so without hesitation, I traded all the 8 cups I had made. Soon, another message came from Huang Yuanming, who directly gave me the 8 portions of fresh water he had collected, saying that I could keep half of the profit after selling. After putting up the fresh water, it was quickly snatched up again, but everyone began trading with wood and stones. However, a girl named Yuran took out an herb, so I received a herb called Great Strength Pill, which permanently increases attack power by 2 points when used. Later, I found that the number of wood and stones in my backpack was sufficient, so I directly upgraded the arsenal to level F, which only added a few attributes this time, but upgrading to level 1 next time can indeed unlock new weapons. However, the upgrade material requires 10 iron blocks, so my next task is to find iron blocks. Upgrade the arsenal. Shaking his head, Nanshin didn't hesitate for too long and directly opened the equipment menu to check the changes in his equipment. Desert Eagle, current grade, F grade upper, increases with the upgrade of the shabby arsenal, type, weapon, attributes, strength plus 12, energy plus 8. Each attack consumes 4 mana points, dealing 100% of attack damage to the hit enemy. Equipment from the shabby arsenal. Wooden dagger, current grade, F grade upper, increases with the upgrade of the shabby arsenal, type, weapon, attributes, strength plus 14, agility plus 3, stamina plus 3. Each attack can deal 90% 110% of attack damage to enemies. Slightly enhances bleeding effect. Equipment from the shabby arsenal. After checking the equipment attributes, Nanshan nodded in satisfaction. Upgrading his main weapon this time was a significant improvement for Nanshan. Just the Desert Eagle alone provided Nanshan with 20 attribute points. Considering Nanshan only gains 25 attribute points per level up, equipping the Desert Eagle led to a substantial increase in his attributes. Name, Nanshan, level 2, 47/400, health, 130/130, stamina *10, mana, 190/190, energy *10, attack, 140, strength *5, defense, 48, stamina plus energy, *1. 5, strength, 28, agility, 17, stamina, 13, energy, 19, main weapon, shabby arsenal, skills, none, equipment, Desert Eagle, tattered shirt, tattered jeans, worn out sneakers, novice tactical watch, backpack, 8/30ths. With his current attributes, Nanshan's strength reached 28 points, and his attack power had already reached 140 points. If he encounters a level 2 ferocious beast again, Nanshan will definitely not be as embarrassed as he was during the day. Tomorrow, I can go further and hunt more ferocious beasts to level up as much as possible. My little cabin also needs to be upgraded to grade E soon. Looking at it this way, I still lack some wood and stones. Nanshan looked at the food in his backpack and suddenly slapped his head. I almost forgot, I can also exchange these extra food for materials. Nanshan still had a lot of food in his backpack, with the most being iron claw rat meat and cluck bird meat. With the presence of red-eyed rabbit meat, Nanshan temporarily wouldn't consider these two types of food, and using them to exchange for resources was a good choice. After some thought, Nanshan directly put these two types of food on the trading channel. Iron claw rat meat *1, in exchange for any materials *8. Cluck bird meat *1, in exchange for any materials *8. Nanshan had a total of 21 portions of iron claw rat meat and 13 portions of cluck bird meat, and he put all the food up at once. A large part of these were obtained by selling freshwater. Nanshan didn't raise the prices too high because most people couldn't offer many materials at the moment. In the chat channel, someone quickly noticed the food Nanshan had put up for sale. After all, the trading channel had just opened on the first day, and there weren't many items inside. Nanshan put up 34 portions of food at once, causing a flood of messages. Wow, where did Nanshan get so much food from? Mad, starving to death, can't he share some of this food with us? We are all compatriots, can't even spare a bit of rat meat for us, and we have to exchange materials? If this was before the crossover, Nanshan would have been walking 500,000. Profiteering, disgusting. Can you make it cheaper, Nanshan? We can't afford so many materials. Nanshan silently looked at the chat channel without replying. It couldn't get any cheaper. Compared to hunting fierce beasts, cutting trees and picking up stones were much safer. As for sharing with others, that was even more impossible. Nanshan was not a saint, nor were they their father. In this primitive world where people died easily, a saint's heart would only die faster than others. At this moment, Lu Daxiang also spoke in the chat channel. Lu Daxiang, to be fair, 8 units of materials can be exchanged for 1 portion of food, which is very cost-effective. If you think it's not worth it, you can go hunt fierce beasts yourselves. Huang Yuan Ming, exactly, I suspect this Nanshan guy is doing charity work. Tian Jiping, but where do we get so many materials now? This expensive food, everyone can't afford to exchange, isn't this disgusting? Bao Jian, if you can't afford it, what does it have to do with others? Lu Daxiang, exactly, if you can't afford it tonight, you can collect some materials tomorrow, can't you? Wu Yuancheng, for friends who are not good at fighting, this is at least a source of food, and it only requires 8 units of materials, which is really not expensive. Nanshan didn't speak, but many people were speaking up for Nanshan. After a moment of thought, Nanshan understood the situation. In the eyes of others, being able to produce so much food on the first day, Nanshan was definitely a super big shot. Building a good relationship with such a big shot would also benefit them. Of course, Huang Yuanming knew how Nanshan got the food, but he didn't say it. After all, the two had just collaborated once, and there was some fragile friendship between them. At this time, with the support of Huang Yuanming, Lu Daxiang, and others, the tone in the chat channel began to change. That's right, at least this is a source of food. I don't have to fight fierce beasts. Yeah, I've never even killed a chicken in my life, how could I hunt fierce beasts? It's safer to pick up stones and cut trees. Exactly. Tomorrow morning, I'll go cut trees and try to exchange for a portion of food before noon. I only have a total of 34 portions of food, it's not enough to share. No, I need to sleep early and wake up early to cut trees tomorrow. Alright, let's call it a night then. Goodbye. For a while, there were fewer people talking in the chat channel. Nanshan closed the panel and looked at the campfire in front of him. This unit of wood can burn for quite a while. After making sure he wouldn't freeze to death at night, Nanshan yawned and lay down on the wooden floor, falling asleep. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Nanshan woke up. He had to admit, he didn't sleep well last night. It's not quite the same without a bed. Stretching lazily, Nanshan took a short break before slowly opening the door of the small wooden house. The sun was shining outside, very calm, with occasional insect chirps. The fierce beasts that rampaged last night were all gone. Should be safe now, right? Nanshan cautiously stepped out of the small wooden house, observed around for a while, and didn't see any fierce beasts nearby. But a faint smell of blood drifted over, causing Nanshan to furrow his brow. What's that? Nanshan turned his head and looked in the direction of Huang Peng's body from yesterday. The body was gone, leaving only a pool of blood, proving its existence. Eaten so cleanly? Nanshan shook his head and didn't look any further. Today's goals: reach at least level 3, upgrade the small wooden house, preferably find the whereabouts of the iron blocks. Oh, and look for any water sources nearby. Lack of edible fresh water should be the biggest issue for Nanshan at the moment. It's too extravagant to spend 20 units of materials each time to exchange for fresh water from Huang Yuanming, right? I am currently in a primitive forest with many ferocious beasts, there must be a water source nearby. Nanshan decided to first look for a water source, hunt down ferocious beasts along the way, and pick up some stones. Choosing a direction at random, Nanshan moved forward, and after about 5 minutes, finally encountered the first ferocious beast, Jungle Mountain Chicken. Jungle Mountain Chicken, level 1, health, 120/120, mana, 15/15, attack, 35, defense, 20 using, insightful eye. To check the attributes of the Jungle Mountain Chicken, Nanshan raised his hand and shot. -132. With 140 attack power, Nanshan easily killed the Jungle Mountain Chicken with one shot. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Putting away the Desert Eagle, Nanshan also heard the notification sound from the Creation God system. Ding! You have killed a level 1 common ferocious beast, Jungle Mountain Chicken, and gained 5 experience points. Ding! You obtained chicken meat, *1, chicken meat? It should taste good, I can try it for lunch. Today is the second day since crossing over, and many chosen ones have not even successfully hunted down the first ferocious beast. But Nanshan can easily kill a level 1 ferocious beast now. Now, one food item costs 8 units of materials, isn't this easier than chopping trees? Nanshan continued on, soon being attracted by a buzzing sound. Not far away, a fist-sized bee was collecting nectar on a flower. Arrow bee, level 2, health, 380/380, mana, 60/60, attack, 95, defense, 25, skill, arrow shot. This was a level 2 ferocious beast. Taking advantage of the arrow bee not noticing him yet, Nanshan slowly raised the Desert Eagle and aimed at it. Boom! The gunshot rang out. -115. With the target stationary, Nanshan's accuracy was good. This shot hit the arrow bee precisely, causing 115 points of damage. It would only take 4 shots for Nanshan to kill it. However, the injured arrow bee started flying around erratically, making it difficult for Nanshan to aim. Swish! Suddenly, the stinger at the end of the arrow bee shot out and hit Nanshan in the abdomen. -47. This was the arrow bee's skill arrow shot. Hit by the arrow from the arrow bee's stinger, Nanshan lost 47 health points directly. Damn! Nanshan grunted and quickly hid behind a large tree. With only 130 health points, the arrow bee could kill Nanshan in 3 attacks. Buzzing! The arrow bee flapped its wings, trying to circle around and continue attacking Nanshan. But Nanshan was cunning, circling around the big tree, occasionally poking his head out to shoot at the arrow bee. This arrow bee wasn't very intelligent and was quickly killed by Nanshan. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common ferocious beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Thank goodness, that was close. Seeing the arrow bee dead, Nanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The attack power of this arrow bee was as high as 95 points, and if Nanshan had been a little careless just now, he might have been done for. It might not be that the arrow bee's attack power is high, but rather that my health points are too low. Nanshan's basic attributes were poor, even though he was already at level 2. he only had 130 health points. Some chosen ones had higher health points at level 1 than Nanshan. I still have 5 free attribute points, should I add them to stamina? Health points are affected by stamina, with each point of stamina providing 10 points of health points. But compared to that, Nanshan prefers to add the free attribute points to strength. Buzz Nanshan, lost in thought, heard the buzzing of bees again. There are arrow bees nearby. Nanshan held his breath, cautiously moving towards the direction of the sound. After about 20 meters, Nanshan found a huge beehive on a large tree ahead. The dense arrow bees were flying around, very intimidating. So many. Nanshan swallowed, slowly retreating until he couldn't hear the buzzing anymore, then ran in the opposite direction. Fortunately, those arrow bees did not notice Nanshan. There are so many arrow bees, aren't there? And this beehive is so close to my little wooden house. Nanshan's expression became serious, fearing that one morning he would find his little wooden house surrounded by arrow bees. With Nanshan's current strength, he could barely deal with a single arrow bee. But facing such a large group of arrow bees, Nanshan didn't dare to take another look. So much experience, but I can't beat them. Nanshan sighed, stopped thinking about it, and cautiously explored in another direction. As for this beehive, Nanshan believed he would come back to deal with it soon. Along the way, Nanshan occasionally encountered some fierce beasts, but most of them were level 1 beasts, occasionally 1 or 2 level 2 beasts, all of which were slowly killed by Nanshan. It must be said that with the Desert Eagle, a long-range attack artifact, Nanshan's efficiency in hunting beasts has indeed increased significantly. Ding! As a chosen one in this area has reached level 3, the Leaderboard system is officially activated. Someone has already reached level 3. Nanshan was secretly surprised, then opened the panel to check the leaderboard. Leaderboard, first place, Xiaoluo, level 3, second place, Wu Yuanshine, level 2, third place, Su Zuran, level 2, fourth place, Xinpan, level 2, fifth place, Yuran, level 2. 23rd place, Nanshan, level 2. Nanshan thought he was leveling up fast enough, but he was only ranked 23rd. Nanshan had never heard the first place Xiaoluo speak in the chat channel. Indeed, true experts do not chat casually. What slightly surprised Nanshan was a girl named Yuran. As the only girl to make it into the top 10 of the leaderboard, Yuran's strength was not to be underestimated. In the chat channel, a group of chosen ones were already chatting enthusiastically. What the heck? I just woke up, and the system tells me someone has reached level 3 already? Is this a joke? Oh my god, I've only hunted one fierce beast in total, still far from level 2, and now there are already experts at level 3. People are really making quick progress. Enough talk, I'm going out to hunt fierce beasts too. Brother upstairs, I believe you'll be back in 6 minutes. Nanshan didn't linger and quickly closed the chat channel. He needed to continue hunting fierce beasts to level up. Ding! Your Iron Claw rat meat has been successfully sold, you received 8 stones, ding. Your Cuckoo bird meat has been successfully sold, you received 8 wood. Just as Nanshan was about to set off, he suddenly heard a series of system notification sounds. It turned out that the food he had put up for sale last night sold several portions at once, earning him a large amount of materials. Nanshan glanced at the panel casually, then frowned. The person who bought these foods turned out to be the first place Xiaoluo on the leaderboard. Strange. He's already level 3, he should have killed many fierce beasts. Why would he need food? What does he need so much food for? Nanshan couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and continued on the path of upgrading. Along the way, Nanshan tried to move towards low-lying areas and valleys because these places were more likely to have water sources. From waking up in the morning until now, Nanshan hadn't drunk a drop of water. If he couldn't find a water source by noon, he would have to buy some fresh water from Huang Yuanming. Croak! Croak! Just then, Nanshan heard the sound of a frog. The presence of a frog meant that there was likely a water source nearby. Nanshan followed the direction of the sound and quickly found a pond, about the size of a basketball court. Unfortunately, the water in the pond showed no signs of flowing. This was stagnant water. This pond is probably formed by rainwater accumulation. I wonder if drinking it will cause stomach issues. Nanshan was not very satisfied with this water source, as drinking stagnant water was harmful to the body. But in this magical world, there was a more direct way to determine if the water was drinkable using the skill, Insightful Eye, to check. I have to say, this skill rewarded for the first kill is really practical. Nanshan walked to the edge of the pond and activated the skill, Insightful Eye. Contaminated pond, accumulated rainwater has formed this pond, containing excrement from various ferocious beasts. Please refrain from drinking. Indeed, the result obtained from Insightful Eye was similar to Nanshan's guess. The water in this pond was undrinkable. Too bad, got excited for nothing. Nanshan looked a bit disappointed, but quickly regained his composure. At the very least, Nanchan's approach to finding a water source was not wrong. Finding one water source meant finding a second one, just taking a bit more time. Croak, croak. At that moment, Nanchan heard the frogs call again. Nanchan looked around and soon spotted the frog lurking in the pond. Its eyes were as big as ping-pong balls. The frog's round eyes stared fixedly at Nanchan, startling him. Insightful Eye. Nanchan once again activated the Insightful Eye to check the frog's attributes. Toxic Marsh Toad, Level 2, Elite Ferocious Beast, Health, 500/500, Mana, 160/160, Attack, 135, Defense, 80, Skills, Poison Arrow Spray, Toxic Mist. Looking at the attributes of the toad, Nanchan's face changed. This was an elite monster. The attributes of this toxic marsh toad were terrifyingly high. With a full 500 health points and an attack power of 135, the toxic marsh toad could easily kill Nanchan in minutes. Although Nanchan had not encountered a level 3 ferocious beast yet, he estimated that this level 2 elite ferocious beast was definitely not weaker than a normal level 3 beast. Nanchan cautiously retreated, but kept his eyes fixed on the toxic marsh toad, afraid that it might suddenly jump out and attack him. With only 140 health points, Nanchan couldn't withstand the toad's attacks. After retreating a few steps, Nanchan reached a large tree. The tree was next to the pond, about 5 to 6 meters high and as thick as a person's embrace. An idea flashed through Nanchan's mind. If he climbed the tree and attacked from above, could he kill this toxic marsh toad? This was an elite ferocious beast. Maybe he could even get some equipment drops. With this thought, Nanchan quickly opened his panel and glanced at his status bar. Along the way, Nanchan had hunted many ferocious beasts, and now he only had 90 mana points left. Each attack by the desert eagle consumes 4 mana points, which means I can still attack 22 times. It should be enough to kill this level 2 elite ferocious beast. As the saying goes, money is the root of all evil. Nanchan took a glance at the motionless toxic marsh toad, gritted his teeth, and climbed up the tree directly. Being a child who grew up in the countryside, Nanchan was quite skilled at climbing trees, and he quickly ascended. Standing on a branch as thick as an arm, Nanchan looked down at the water where the toxic marsh toad remained still, only occasionally croaking. Lifting the desert eagle, Nanchan aimed slowly at the toxic marsh toad. Boom! -60. Nanchan's first shot hit the target, dealing 60 points of damage. Darn, missed a bit. Nanchan's shot was originally aimed at the toad's eye, but perhaps due to nervousness, his hand trembled at the critical moment, causing the shot to hit the toad's body instead. Nevertheless, the shot dealt a significant 60 points of damage, boosting Nanchan's confidence. If every shot could hit the target, Nanchan only needed 9 shots to kill the toad, with plenty of mana left. Taking a deep breath, Nanchan quickly adjusted his emotions and aimed again at the toxic marsh toad below. After being hit by Nanchan's shot, the toad croaked in pain and submerged its entire body in the water, thrashing around. Soon, the water calmed down, but Nanchan had lost track of the toad. Oh no, this Lake Abayo can hide. This was not good news for Nanchan. Nanchan was in the light, the toad was in the dark, and now he was stuck in a tree. Phew! Stay calm, don't move until the enemy does. Nanchan stood on the tree trunk, keeping a close eye on the movements below, his mind tense. Before long, Nanchan noticed a small bubble emerging from the water. Nanchan's eyes lit up. This was likely the toad breathing. Boom! Nanchan aimed the desert eagle at the spot where the bubble emerged and fired decisively. -60. Faint red numbers appeared from the bottom of the water, bringing a smile to Nanchan's face. Hit! Croak! Another shot hit, and the toad seemed annoyed, quickly emerging from the water. Thinking with its limited intelligence that hiding underwater would still result in being hit, it decided to face Nanchan head-on. Seeing the target no longer hiding, Nanchan was thrilled and fired a 3-round burst. -60. Miss! Weakness attack, -90. 2 shots hit out of 3, with 1 triggering a weakness attack. It still has 230 health points. Nanchan quickly calculated the toad's remaining health, feeling confident. The opponent's health had been halved. Croak! At that moment, the toad leaped fiercely from the water. Its body was as big as a basketball, covered in numerous small bumps, making Nanchan feel disgusted. The toad leaped over 2 meters high and spat out a dark green thick liquid towards Nanchan. No, it wasn't just liquid, it was the toad's skilled poison arrow spray. Nanchan was prepared and quickly grabbed another branch, swinging like a monkey to dodge. However, he was a bit slow, and the poison arrow successfully hit Nanchan's left calf. -87. Poisoned, -5. Poisoned, -3. The poison arrow pierced a small hole in Nanchan's calf, and the venom had entered his bloodstream. Soon, Nanchan's calf began to darken and decay, causing him intense pain. What's more, Nanshan was now in a poisoned state, losing health every few seconds. It's over. Nanshan tightly gripped his calf with his left hand, trying to slow down the blood flow as much as possible. Later, Nanshan looked at the poisonous swamp toad under the tree and found that its chin was bulging, as if it was gathering strength, preparing for a second attack. Seeing this, Nanshan's face changed, and he quickly climbed higher. It wasn't until he was almost at the top of the tree that Nanshan stopped. Through the cracks in the leaves, Nanshan saw the poisonous swamp toad jumping around under the tree, seemingly unable to attack Nanshan at the treetop. Temporarily safe. Nanshan didn't hesitate, quickly took off his tattered shirt and tightly tied it around his leg. This move did have some effect. Although Nanshan was still in a poisoned state, the rate at which he was losing health had significantly decreased, losing 3 health points every 10 seconds. But the terrifying part was that Nanshan now only had 35 health points left. If he couldn't remove the poison status, he would be poisoned to death in 2 minutes. After reaching this conclusion, Nanshan unusually calmed down. His brain spun quickly, and he soon made a decision to kill the poisonous swamp toad first. Even if he had to die, he would take one down with him. Raising the desert eagle, Nanshan, who was in a commanding position, fired several shots. The distance between them was only a few meters, and combined with the toad's basketball-sized body, Nanshan's accuracy was very high. Weakness attack, -90, -60, miss, -60, -60. In just 10 seconds, Nanshan fired 6 shots, hitting the target with 4 of them. Croak! The poisonous swamp toad let out a final scream, losing its life. Ding! You have killed a level 2 elite beast, poisonous swamp toad, and gained 40 experience points. Hearing the system prompt, Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. At this moment, a gray light orb floated out of the toad's body, dropping onto the nearby muddy ground. Subsequently, the small light orb transformed into the shape of a treasure chest. Equipment drop. Nanshan glanced at his health, which was now at 29 points, barely enough to last about 100 seconds. I hope there's something detoxifying in this treasure chest. Time is life, and Nanshan didn't hesitate, quickly jumping down from the tree. Swish! Nanshan swiftly jumped down from the tree, landing steadily on the ground. In front of him was a gray, ancient-looking treasure chest. I wonder what's inside the chest. Without hesitation, Nanshan decisively opened the chest. Ding! You have opened an F-grade gray treasure chest and obtained Fine Water Purification Device Blueprint, *1, Water Purification Device. Nanshan felt disappointed. If he had obtained this blueprint a few minutes ago, he would probably have been ecstatic. But now, with his health below 30 points and poisoned, he could only survive for a little over a minute. If he was going to die, what use was this water purification device? Nanshan's peripheral vision glanced at the toad's body beside him. He hadn't searched the body yet. This sneaky toad might drop an antidote. With this thought, Nanshan tentatively reached out and touched the toad. Ding! You obtained Poisonous Swamp Toad's Poison Gland, *1, ding. You obtained Poisonous Swamp Toad's Meat, *1, Poisonous Swamp Toad's Poison Gland? Nanshan immediately used Insightful Eye to check the properties of this item. Poisonous Swamp Toad's Poison Gland. This is the organ where the poisonous swamp toad stores its venom, highly toxic. Note, if consumed directly, there may be unexpected effects. Consuming it directly. Nanshan hesitated. This thing clearly contained a potent toxin, and eating it might lead to instant death. But as his health continued to drop, Nanshan's face turned pale, and specks of blood flowed from his nostrils, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Even if I don't eat it, I won't live much longer. A few more seconds won't make a difference. Once he made up his mind, Nanshan decided to take a gamble. He bet that directly consuming the poison gland would have unexpected effects. Gulp! He swallowed it in one gulp. The bitter and astringent taste on his tongue made Nanshan furrow his brow. But the good news was that Nanshan's poison status was lifted. Ding! You have consumed the poison gland of the poisonous marsh toad, poison resistance plus 5%, and the poison effect is removed. Damn, awesome! Is this the legendary fighting poison with poison? Nanshan was so happy he almost jumped up. He now only had 11 points of health left. It was a close call. That was close, so close, I almost didn't make it. Leaning against a tree, Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of fear. Too reckless. Faced with a level 2 elite beast, Nanshan launched an attack so recklessly, showing great courage. I must be more cautious in the future. This world is very dangerous. Nanshan stood up, warning himself once again. This was probably the umpteenth time in the past few days that he had reminded himself to be careful. Cluck cluck cluck. A series of chicken calls made Nanshan's nerves tense. With only 11 points of health left, even a level 1 beast could potentially kill him. Climb the tree. Without hesitation, Nanshan quickly climbed up the nearby tall tree to observe the situation. Nearby, a jungle chicken hopped to the edge of the pond and bent down to drink water. Nanshan took out the desert eagle, aimed slowly at the jungle chicken, but hesitated and did not shoot. He had very little magic power left. It's not close to the small cabin here, and I don't know if the remaining magic power is enough for me to go back. If the magic power was barely enough, Nanshan's health was definitely not enough. With only 11 points of health left, Nanshan could easily die if touched by any beast. Damn, the poison status is gone, the wound has scabbed over, why can't I heal myself? Nanshan was very frustrated. This is so unreasonable. Sighing, Nanshan opened the chat channel, ready to ask for help and see if he could find a way out of this predicament. This is outrageous, it's not even noon yet, and Nanshan's 30+ portions of food in the trading system are all sold out. I chopped trees all morning, and it was all for nothing. Hey, brother, you're too slow. I've already exchanged for a portion of iron claw rat meat, it's delicious. Nanshan raised an eyebrow, not expecting to see someone talking about him as soon as he entered the chat channel. All the food is sold out. Nanshan had set up the option for automatic trading of materials, so selling these foods did not require Nanshan to confirm each trade one by one, which would be a waste of time. At this moment, Nanshan looked into his backpack and found that there were indeed many more materials. Wood *231, stone *171. Wow, there are enough upgrade materials for the small cabin, and even more. But I dare not go back now. Earning money with one's life and not spending it. Once again sighing, Nanshan looked at the trading log and found that the first-ranked Xiao Luo had actually bought 12 portions of food from him. No wonder the food sold out so quickly. Why did this big shot buy so much food? Where did he get so much wood and stone? Nanshan shook his head, not thinking too much, and browsed the trading system to see if there were any good items to buy. In fact, Nanshan's main goal was to see if there were any items for sale that could restore health. Besides some food and fresh water trades, a few items caught Nanshan's attention. Strong grass, after taking it, you can increase your constitution by 2 points, in exchange for 5 cups of drinkable fresh water. Yuran? It's her again? Last night, Nanshan just exchanged for a large force grass at Yuran's place, and today Yuran is selling strong grass again. It seems that there are many herbs near this girl's birthplace. Nanshan envied a group. Flame fruit, after eating, increases fire resistance by 5%, in exchange for any material *40. Who needs this little fire resistance in the early stage? Who exchanges who is a loser? Isn't 40 units of material fragrant? What can you do with that 5% fire resistance? Drink lava? Shaking his head, Nanshan continued to look at other items. Fragrant bird meat, after eating, can restore 5 health points /minute, lasting 10 minutes. Damn, this thing regenerates health. Nanshan was ecstatic, almost laughing out loud. This is simply a life-saving treasure for him. Let me see. Exchange for any material *50? Is this so expensive? Restoring 5 health points per minute, lasting 10 minutes, means it can restore 50 health points. With these 50 health points, Nanshan should be able to return to the small wooden house more carefully. Compared to life, 50 units of material is nothing, right? Besides, Nanshan doesn't have much now, just a lot of materials. Exchanged. Nanshan decisively chose to trade. The other party obviously also set up automatic trading, and Nanshan immediately got this piece of fragrant bird meat. Ha! Is the other party Xiao Luo? It wasn't until this moment that Nanshan finally discovered that the person selling this food was Xiao Luo, the first on the leaderboard. Wait, Xiao Luo has sold me a lot of food, including cluck bird meat. Damn, could this bird meat be the one I sold to him? At this point, Nanshan finally realized what Xiao Luo was doing with so much food. Xiao Luo probably got some good stuff, which can process the food into high-end food that can restore health points. I exchange 1 food for 8 units of material. Xiao Luo exchanges 1 high-end food for 50 units of material. In this way, he earned 42 units. Indeed, only the black-hearted can get rich. Nanshan couldn't help but sigh. After eating fragrant bird meat, Nanshan's health points finally began to slowly recover. The crisis was temporarily averted. Nanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, ready to chat for a while longer, and then immediately returned to the small wooden house after 10 minutes. The chat channel was as lively as ever, with many chosen ones not even going out, but chatting in the small wooden house all the time. Ling Chi, is there any pigeon to come and save me? Bao Jian, can this chat channel block others? The girl upstairs is like a banshee, calling nonstop every day. My own, it's good to call, hee hee. Huang Yuanming, damn, can you guys stop messing around? The price of fresh water has dropped to 4 units of material per cup. Tian Jiping, you sold so many cups of fresh water last night, you must have made a fortune, right? Let us make some money too. What's wrong with that? Nanshan raised an eyebrow, then glanced at the trading system again. Sure enough, besides Huang Yuan Ming, several chosen ones were also selling fresh water. It seems that many people have found fresh water resources. In this way, the price of fresh water will only get lower and lower. However, Nanshan didn't care. He made a big profit last night, so if the price of fresh water drops, so be it. And I just obtained a fine purification device blueprint. With the drop in fresh water prices, it's actually beneficial to me. With this in mind, Nanshan no longer cared about the water price and continued to chat. Although it was called chatting, Nanshan was mainly peeking at the screen to see if they would chat about any useful information. Wu Yuansheng, is there anyone in the group whose birthplace is on the plain? Wu Yuansheng, I just saw a person from afar, not sure if they are indigenous or chosen ones. Bao Jian, I Jiao, are there natives in this world? Isn't this a primitive world? Qiu Feihong, maybe there are primitive people, the kind that goes wawa, comical. Su Ming, boss, I'm just on a plane. At Wu Yuansheng, were you just standing on a giant rock peeing? Su Ming, damn, you saw that? Wu Yuansheng, bro, stay put, I'll buy some oranges and come find you. Huang Yuan Ming, buying some oranges sounds good. Nan Chen, are you guys meeting up? Be safe. Ling Qi, brothers, after you meet up, can you come save me first? I'm so hungry. Two people are about to meet, and the chat channel becomes more lively. This indicates that the distance between everyone is not very far. In this unfamiliar world, being able to gather with others of the same kind is good news for many people. But Nan Shen does not have this thought. As early as yesterday evening, he had already met other chosen ones and even killed them. Some humans are more terrifying than ferocious beasts, especially in this lawless world. After silently peeking at the screen for a while, Nanshan glanced at his status and found that his health had recovered to 61 points. I can go back now. Untying the shirt wrapped around his thigh, Nanshan put the shirt back on and jumped down from the tree. The jungle fowl that had been drinking by the pond earlier was nowhere to be seen. Nanshan didn't go looking for it but instead hurried back to the small wooden house. The journey back was relatively safe, encountering only 3 level 1 ferocious beasts, all of which Nanshan quickly dispatched with 2 shots each. When Nanshan returned to the small wooden house, he had 39 health points left and only 18 magic points. Luckily I had a serving of fragrant grilled meat, or I would have died outside. Finally back in his safe haven, Nanshan completely relaxed. After resting for 2 minutes, Nanshan got up again and started upgrading the small wooden house. Upgrading the small wooden house requires 100 asterisk wood and 60 asterisk stone, which was not a lot of materials for Nanshan. Upgrade. Dilapidated small wooden house, level E level, health points, 20,000, defense, 300, specialty, plus 15 health/minute, plus 15 magic/minute, materials needed for upgrade, wood asterisk 300, stone asterisk 200, iron asterisk 20. After the upgrade, the attributes of the small wooden house instantly soared. Health points increased from the original 5,000 points to 20,000 points, defense also increased from 100 points to 300 points, and even the recovery speed of health and magic points saw significant improvement. Unfortunately, upgrading the small wooden house did not bring any attribute improvements to Nanshan himself. Not bad. A total of 20,000 health points, 300 defense points, enough to withstand the attacks of many ferocious beasts. Not only did the attributes improve, but the interior of the small wooden house also changed. The original small wooden house was less than 5 square meters, barely enough to sleep in. The current small wooden house has expanded to about 20 square meters. Inside, there is an additional old small bed and a simple campfire setup. Not only is there a place to sleep, but also a place to grill meat. Perfect. Oh, I also have a blueprint for a water purification device. Nanshan opened his backpack and took out the blueprint. Fine water purification device blueprint can produce a fine water purification device. Materials required: wood asterisk 10, crushed stone asterisk 20, fine sand asterisk 200, charcoal asterisk 5. Nanshan looked at the required materials and furrowed his brow. I have the wood, crushed stone. Is it the same as stone? And where do I get fine sand and charcoal? After some contemplation, Nanshan glanced at the bonfire from last night. There were many charcoal pieces inside, and Nanshan picked one up and indeed received a prompt for obtaining charcoal asterisk 1. Okay, charcoal issue solved. Gravel. Nanshan took out 2 stones from his backpack and smashed them, quickly producing a pile of gravel. The gravel issue was also resolved. Only fine sand left. Nanshan saw that his health points had almost recovered, decisively walked out of the small wooden house, took a stroll around, and grabbed 2 handfuls of sand. All set. Nanshan couldn't help but praise his own wit. With the high-quality water purification device, production could begin. Returning to the small wooden house, Nanshan took out the blueprint again and confirmed the production. After a flash of light, a water purification device appeared in Nanshan's small wooden house. High-quality water purification device. Pour slightly contaminated water sources into this device, and it will automatically purify them. Let's buy a cup of water first to test the effectiveness of this purified water. Nanshan opened the trade channel and spent 4 units of materials to exchange for a cup of fresh water. Subsequently, Nanshan poured the fresh water into the high-quality water purification device and patiently waited for it to complete the purification process. After about 10 minutes, a cup of clean fresh water appeared in the collector under the device. Nanshan took out the collector and used insightful eye to examine it. Clean fresh water. This is a very clean fresh water. In this crisis-filled world, finding such a clean water source is extremely rare. After consumption, it restores 5 mana points per minute for 10 minutes. Nanshan was delighted. Wow, this is like a mana potion. The water purified by the water purification device can restore mana. This is a good thing. Through peeking at the chat channel for the past 2 days, Nanshan learned that at this stage, most long-range weapons require mana consumption. For example, bows and arrows, crossbows, slingshots, and Nanshan's Desert Eagle. Even weapons like javelins require 5 mana points to be thrown. This is normal because in this early stage, the chosen ones using melee weapons face much greater dangers. If there were no restrictions on long-range weapons, it would be too unbalanced. But this is not a game, why should it be balanced? Nanshan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He planned to purify more fresh water and sell it in the trade system. As for the price, it would be the same as Shelua's food, 1 portion for every 50 units of materials. 1 for health, 1 for mana, that's reasonable. However, Nanshan's target audience would be relatively smaller. Currently, only the chosen ones with long-range weapons as their main weapons might buy Nanshan's mana potions. He bought 10 cups of fresh water from the trade system, spending a total of 40 units of materials. Afterwards, Nanshan poured all this slightly contaminated fresh water into the water purification device. It took about 10 minutes to purify 200 milliliters of water. So, it can purify about 1,000 milliliters in an hour, not bad. Nanshan thought for a moment, then took out several empty wooden cups and conducted a few experiments. Later, Nanshan found that at least 100 milliliters of clean fresh water were needed to have the mana restoration effect. Less than 100 milliliters would just be considered drinking water. Not bad. If 100 milliliters can be exchanged for 50 units of materials, then I just bought nearly 2,000 milliliters. Damn, doesn't that mean I can exchange it for 1,000 units of materials? This is too profitable. Huge profits. This is ridiculously profitable. Nanshan happily patted his belly. Unfortunately, the mana potions were not selling as well as expected. At this point, it was close to noon. Nanshan had been out all morning and his stomach was growling with hunger. Let's eat something first, then go out to hunt fierce beasts in the afternoon. Now that I have water to restore magic, I don't have to go back to the cabin all the time. He started a fire to cook. Nanshan took out a piece of red-eyed rabbit meat and slowly began roasting it. The meat smelled delicious, but the smoke was thick, making Nanshan squint. Fortunately, after the upgrade of the cabin, there was an extra window, so Nanshan could open it for ventilation. The water purification device was still working non-stop. Nanshan took a few sips of the purified water and found it much tastier. Plus, this water restored mana. Drip, drip, drip. While waiting for the rabbit meat to cook, Nanshan's tactical watch beeped. He checked and saw a message from Lu Daxiang. Lu Daxiang, Nanshan, I chopped 30 units of wood this morning, do you want them? Nanshan, I'll take them. Nanshan checked the trading system and found that 1 portion of food was still valued at 8 units of materials. Yesterday, Nanshan promised to buy Lu Daxiang's wood at a slightly higher price than the market rate, provided that Lu Daxiang sold the wood to him first. Nanshan, how about this? I'll give you 5 portions of food for your 30 units of wood, okay? Lu Daxiang, sure, boss, you're generous. Normally, 30 units of wood couldn't even be exchanged for 4 portions of food. Nanshan was already giving a lot. But wood was in high demand in the early stages, so Nanshan didn't mind getting more. After all, he needed 300 units of wood to upgrade the cabin to the next level. Nanshan, let's trade. Lu Daxiang, alright. Nanshan checked his backpack, took out Iron Claw Rat Meat X2, and 5 Flower Snake Meat X3, and traded them to Lu Daxiang. As for the red-eyed rabbit meat and jungle mountain chicken meat in his backpack, Nanshan decided to keep them for himself. Lu Daxiang, thanks, boss, may you make a fortune. Nanshan, you're welcome, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Chopping 30 units of wood in the morning, Lu Daxiang was quite efficient. He might become a wood tycoon in the future. Nanshan decided to build a good relationship with him first. The food soon emitted a delicious aroma, and Nanshan couldn't resist and started eating heartily. This rabbit meat is so chewy, I'll try the mountain chicken meat tonight to see how it tastes. Halfway through the meal, Nanshan took 2 more sips of purified fresh water, feeling comfortable and content. Drinking a mana-restoring potion worth 50 units as water, the joy of the wealthy was so simple. After finishing lunch, Nanshan closed his eyes to rest for a while. When the water purification device had purified all water sources, he got up. Nanshan first put up 10 portions of mana-restoring potions for sale, then went to the chat system to promote trading. Nanshan, don't miss out, freshly brewed mana-restoring potions, a must-have for monster hunting. Nanshan, only 10 portions left, once they're gone, you won't find them anywhere else. Nanshan, with 50 units of materials, you won't be cheated or deceived, but you can taste a mana-restoring potion. Bao Jian, oh my, who can afford 50 units of materials? I don't even have that much in my coffin. Wu Yuansheng, this is a good item, brother, can you make it cheaper? Lu Daqian, boss, how's your face-to-face situation? At Wu Yuansheng Qiu Feihong, what's the use of mana-restoring potions? I haven't used any mana from yesterday till today. You ran, brother upstairs, you don't understand the pain of us ranged weapon users. Mayon, don't show off with ranged weapons, it's us melee weapon users who suffer the most. Mayon, do you know how terrifying it is to let those fierce beasts get close? The chat channel was still lively, discussing all sorts of topics, but there were only a few people who wanted to buy blue potions. This was normal, as mana could be restored in the small wooden house, but once the materials were gone, they were really gone. After some contemplation, Nanshan felt that he had set his price a bit high. But it didn't matter, as Nanshan wasn't in a hurry to sell. If he could sell it, that would be great, if not, he would keep it for himself. After all, Nanshan's Desert Eagle was a big consumer of mana. Pack up and get ready to go out. Nanshan put out the fire and walked out of the small wooden house. The small wooden house had been upgraded and a water source had been found. Nanshan's goals for today were still 2, reach level 3 and find iron ore. Upgrading the small wooden house also requires iron ore. I wonder if there is an iron mine nearby. If I can find iron ore before others, I can make a big profit. But this idea was not very realistic, so Nanshan decided to upgrade first. In the morning, he found a nest of arrow bees to the south of the small wooden house. Nanshan was now considering how to deal with this group of arrow bees. If I kill such a large group of fierce beasts, I might be able to reach level 4. Although it's a bit dangerous, it's worth a try. Nanshan decided to take a risk. But having learned from the morning's lesson, this time Nanshan decided to plan carefully. An ordinary arrow bee has 95 attack points. It can cause me 47 points of damage each time, not considering critical hits for now. I currently have 130 health points, so I will die after 3 hits. Why is my health so low? This is really bad. On the way to the arrow bee nest, Nanshan kept thinking about strategies to wipe out this nest of arrow bees. I now have 140 attack points, causing 115 points of damage to arrow bees each time. But arrow bees have 380 health points, so I need 4 shots to kill one. Damn, why does a small bee have more health points than me? And so much more? Is this fair? Looking at the data alone, Nanshan was having some difficulty dealing with a single arrow bee. But arrow bees were only level 2 beasts, and in terms of intelligence, they couldn't be compared to humans at all. Nanshan could outsmart them. As long as this group of arrow bees doesn't notice me, everything will be fine, right? When he was grilling meat earlier, Nanshan's eyes were smoked by the smoke, which gave him an idea. He could create smoke. I'll make a smoke bomb, cover the entire beehive with smoke, and then ambush them from the outside. Isn't that satisfying? And the beehive is not far from the small wooden house. If the arrow bees really find me, I can just hide back in the small wooden house. It's a safe plan. Without further ado, Nanshan carefully approached the arrow bee nest, identified the wind direction, and then found a good spot to start a fire. The fire gradually grew, and the smoke drifted with the wind, slowly reaching the arrow bee nest. However, just to be safe, the place where the fire was lit was still a considerable distance from the arrow bee nest. By the time the smoke drifted over, it had mostly dissipated. No, I need to move forward a bit. Covered in smoke, Nanshan slowly moved forward with the source of fire. The arrow bees nearby started flying up and down, clearly not liking the smell of the smoke. By the way, since I've already started a fire, why not just burn down the beehive with a torch? After some thought, Nanshan gave up on the idea of using fire attacks. Using fire would at most burn down the beehive, but arrow bees could fly, and Nanshan estimated that they wouldn't die with the hive. That's too stupid. The arrow bee is not a moth, it will fly up when it sees fire. Another point is whether Nanshan will gain experience from burning the arrow bee. If there is no experience value, then it's pointless. After moving forward a few meters, Nanshan felt it was almost time, and if he moved forward again, he might be discovered. Under the cover of smoke, Nanshan carefully retreated, quietly waiting for the light wind to carry the smoke into the arrow bee nest. After a while, the entire arrow bee nest was enveloped in smoke. Nanshan hid behind a tree and could faintly see a dozen arrow bees flying around, seeming a bit confused, not knowing where the smoke came from. Almost there. Nanshan, standing behind the tree, raised the desert eagle. There was about 30 meters between Nanshan and the arrow bee nest, and with Nanshan's poor marksmanship, it was difficult to hit the fist-sized arrow bee. But it didn't matter, there were at least 70 to 80 arrow bees near the nest, so as long as Nanshan shot in that direction, he could hit a few shots. Swish! Nanshan fired 3 shots in a row, then quickly hid behind the tree, regardless of whether he hit or not. After waiting for 7 or 8 seconds, Nanshan cautiously peeked out and saw that the arrow bees did not fly over, giving himself a thumbs up. This method works. Swish! Another 3 shots were fired, and this time, Nanshan saw a light red number floating in the direction of the nest, -115. Only 1 shot hit, and Nanshan didn't know which one he hit, let alone whether the next shot would hit the same one again. At this rate, even if I use up all my magic power, I won't be able to kill many arrow bees. It's not cost-effective. Nanshan looked at the remaining 5 free attribute points and decisively added them all to strength. Mad, who needs health? I, Nanshan, will output violence. After adding the points, Nanshan's strength had reached 33 points, and his attack power had reached 165 points. With this shot, he could cause 140 points of damage. It may not seem like a big increase, but in Nanshan's current situation, it was a huge boost. Before adding the points, Nanshan needed 4 shots to kill an arrow bee. But now he only needed 3 shots. I'm basically gambling now. In this smoke, there are dozens of arrow bees. I need to hit the same one 3 times to gain experience. Nanshan took out a mana potion from his backpack, swallowed it in one gulp, slowly regaining mana, preparing for a prolonged battle. In his backpack, he had 1,000 milliliters of mana potion, which could restore a full 500 points of mana. In other words, this was equivalent to 125 shots. Then, Nanshan began to shoot one by one, making sure each shot hit around the nest, not too far off target. Of course, to be on the safe side, Nanshan always kept his mana above 50 points to prevent any sudden situations. Fortunately, these arrow bees were not very smart, allowing Nanshan to enter a bug spawning mode. Swish! 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 Shot after shot. Finally, after firing countless shots, Nanshan heard the long-awaited sound. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Nice. This method really works. Nanshan happily clenched his fist and continued to attack. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Nanshan killed 11 arrow bees in a row, and then faced a new problem: running out of mana quickly. It shouldn't be. How come I ran out of mana after only killing 11 of them? I clearly hit them with over 80 shots. Nanshan roughly calculated the number of hits based on the light red numbers that occasionally appeared in the distance. Could it be that most of them were injured by me? Just not killed? Due to the thick smoke, Nanshan couldn't see clearly near the arrow beehive. Glancing at his status bar, Nanshan felt a bit speechless. Level 2, 387/400, health, 130/130 mana, 48/190. Killing one more will get me to level 3. I still have 48 mana, should I shoot 2 more times? This remaining mana was originally meant for emergencies by Nanshan. But now, with only 13 experience points left to level up, Nanshan couldn't resist the temptation. Is going back to replenish mana something a real man should do? A real man should fight to the end, leaving nothing behind. With this thought, Nanshan raised the Desert Eagle once again. Last 2 shots. No, 3 shots. I'll save the remaining mana, in case I encounter danger on the way back. Swish. First shot. -140. Hit. But not dead. Without hesitation, Nanshan fired another shot. Weakness attack, -280. Hit again. But still not dead. The distant swarm of arrow bees seemed to be going crazy, flying around in anger. Nanshan paid no attention and aimed at the beehive's weak spot by instinct, firing another shot. Weakness attack, -280. Ding! You have killed the level 2 Lord Beast, Arrow Bee Queen, and gained 80 experience points. Nanshan was stunned. Ding! You have killed the level 2 Lord Beast, Arrow Bee Queen, and gained 80 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 3. Ding. Your strength plus 5 points. Ding. Your agility plus 5 points. Ding. Your stamina plus 5 points. Ding. Your energy plus 5 points. Ding. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Announcement. The Chosen One Nanshan has successfully killed the level 2 Lord Beast, Arrow Bee Queen. As the first Chosen One in this area to kill a level 2 Lord Beast, rewards, reputation plus 1, stamina plus. For the sudden series of announcements left Nanshan bewildered for a moment. Inside this beehive, there was a Lord level beast, and I managed to kill it? Nanshan quickly realized the truth of the matter. This Lord level, Arrow Bee Queen, was probably the type of special beast that lacked combat power and only gave birth to offspring. Under normal circumstances, with the protection of a large group of arrow bees, the Arrow Bee Queen wouldn't have died so easily. Nanshan estimated that he would need to be at least level 4 or 5 before he could handle such a large beehive alone. But this time, Nanshan encountered a bug, utilizing the low intelligence of the arrow bees and the method of smoke sealing, triggering a monster spawning mode, and successfully wore down the Arrow Bee Queen. This could be considered a stroke of luck. I don't know if I stepped on dog poop when I left. My luck is unexpectedly good. Nanshan almost laughed out loud. But when he looked in the direction of the beehive, he quickly stopped smiling. After the death of the Arrow Bee Queen, the swarm of arrow bees, without a leader, circled around the beehive for a while before dispersing. Among them, over a dozen flew towards Nanshan's direction. Damn it! Oh crap! Nanshan was lost in thought just now, and now the arrow bees had flown within 10 meters of him, already spotting him. Buzzing! The arrow bees found the culprit, flapping their wings and buzzing. Soon, all the arrow bees that were originally flying in other directions turned towards Nanshan. Gotta run! Nanshan didn't dare to hesitate and ran for his life. So many arrow bees, one shot from one arrow was enough to turn Nanshan into a hedgehog. Nanshan was once again chased back to the small wooden house by a large group of fierce beasts. Hoo! That was close. After returning to the small wooden house, Nanshan quickly pulled out the bee sting stuck in his back and glanced at the status bar. Level 3, 67/800, health points, 62/220 mana points, 86/240 with only 62 health points left. A few more stings and Nanshan would be dead outside. Fortunately, the bee nest was not far from the small wooden house, and after leveling up, Nanshan's agility increased by 5 points, making him much faster. Otherwise, Nanshan would have had a hard time coming back. Buzzing! Outside the small wooden house, dozens of arrow bees surrounded the house, constantly circling around, occasionally shooting out a few bee stings. Nanshan had a feeling of reliving yesterday's dream. Only this time, the iron claw rats chasing him had been replaced by arrow bees. Too bad, I'm feeling dizzy now, can't even stand properly. Otherwise, I could have gained a wave of experience. The bee stings of the arrow bees had a confusion effect, causing Nanshan to see multiple illusions, making it difficult for him to hit the arrow bees flying in the air. Instead of wasting mana, it was better to take a rest first. After upgrading, the small wooden house could restore 15 health and mana points per minute. In just over 10 minutes, Nanshan was back to full health and status. Grinding monsters. By now, the confusion effect had worn off, and Nanshan picked up the Desert Eagle, opening the broken door of the small wooden house. Outside the house, most of the arrow bees that had lost their target had dispersed, which made Nanshan a little unhappy. What a pity, lost a lot of experience. Nanshan sighed and killed the remaining 10 or so arrow bees one by one. After reaching level 3, Nanshan could now deal 182 damage with one shot to the arrow bees. But it wasn't very useful. Because the arrow bees had 380 health points, Nanshan still needed 3 shots to kill one. The arrow bee I just killed was a Lord level fierce beast. It's highly likely to drop equipment. I need to check the body. After dealing with the arrow bees around the small wooden house, Nanshan didn't hesitate and quickly ran towards the direction of the bee nest. Looks like there's something. Another treasure chest. From a distance, Nanshan saw the body behind the arrow bee, so big, next to it was a gray treasure chest, shimmering with light. After the death of the arrow bee, all the arrow bees guarding it scattered, leaving only a few, unable to stop Nanshan's determination to loot the body. Swish! Nanshan quickly dealt with the few remaining arrow bees around and then swiftly opened the treasure chest. Ding! You have opened an F-grade gray treasure chest and obtained a tattered beast skin shirt. *1 Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Nanshan couldn't help but feel happy. Equipment drop. Tattered beast skin shirt, grade, F-grade low type, shirt attribute, stamina +2 made from the skin of a red-eyed rabbit, a unique product of the primitive world. Looking at the brief attributes, Nanshan's face darkened. Is that it? This equipment has only these attributes? Even a dog would shake its head at this. Nanshan grumbled as he put on the beast skin shirt. Surprisingly, it fit well. 2 stamina, better than nothing. Anyway, this beast skin shirt had attributes, much better than the shirt Nanshan was wearing. 2 stamina was equivalent to 20 health points, which was quite good. After opening the chest, Nanshan cleaned up the battlefield. Arrow bees didn't drop anything, not even meat, but Nanshan managed to find 5 units of honey from the body of the arrow bee. Ding! You obtained honey *5 honey, mix with water to increase the energy of the chosen one by +2. 0/1, this honey is only effective for the first time consumed, drinking it again will not boost energy. Nanshan decided to keep one for himself and sell the rest in the trading system. Of course, it would be even better if he could exchange it for a portion of great strength grass with Uran. After organizing his backpack, Nanshan contemplated for a moment and decided to continue hunting and leveling up by killing fierce beasts. It's still early before dark. I'll take a stroll nearby, familiarize myself with the terrain around the small wooden house, and kill monsters to level up. This morning, Nanshan set 4 small goals for himself: reach level 3, upgrade the small wooden house, find a water source, and find an iron mine. Nanshan has already completed 3 of these goals, with only the iron mine search remaining unresolved. However, Nanshan was not in a hurry, as iron mines are not as easily found as wood and stone. If Nanshan couldn't find it, other chosen ones might not find it so quickly either. During this afternoon, Nanshan walked through the territory within 500 meters of the small wooden house, cleared many fierce beasts, and his experience points had reached level 3, 352/800. Nanshan is now ranked 9th on the level leaderboard, just entering the top 10. The wave of exploiting bugs to kill arrow bees allowed Nanshan to gain a lot of experience, rapidly climbing up the rankings. My leveling efficiency is not bad. Currently, there are no chosen ones who have reached level 4 on the leaderboard, indicating that Nanshan's experience gap with the top few is not significant. Of course, unless encountering another wave of arrow bees, it won't be easy for Nanshan to catch up with the leaders. It's getting dark, I should head back to the small wooden house. Nanshan was about to return when he suddenly got surprised. Not far ahead, between 2 large trees, there was a small wooden house. The distance from Nanshan's current location to his small wooden house was not more than 500 meters. This indicated that the distance between chosen ones was not that far. In a while, as everyone's levels increased, the chosen ones would eventually meet. In Nanshan's view, the intrigue among humans was much more terrifying than hunting fierce beasts. The small wooden house should belong to Huangpeng, right? Yesterday evening, a bald murderer wanted to kill Nanshan but was killed by Nanshan instead. Huangpeng was only at level 1 at that time, yet he managed to cross over 500 meters in this forest without being bitten by fierce beasts. Nanshan didn't think much about it and carefully moved towards the direction of the small wooden house after observing the area for a while. After getting closer to the small wooden house, Nanshan looked inside through the cracks. No one was there. No one is here yet. This should be Huangpeng's small wooden house. Nanshan took out the demolition permit, Huangpeng, from his backpack and pasted it on the small wooden house, but there was no response. Is this how it's supposed to be used? After contemplating for a moment, Nanshan suddenly remembered he had another demolition permit, Chenping, in his backpack. This unlucky guy was a chosen one killed by Huangpeng. Taking out the demolition permit, Chenping, this time, Nanshan heard a prompt from the system. Ding! Do you want to demolish this building? Nanshan didn't hesitate. Yes. Clatter. The small wooden house in front of him began to collapse, and in 5 seconds, it turned into a neat pile of wood and a neat pile of stone. These 2 materials are currently the most needed by the chosen ones. Nice! Nanshan was delighted and quickly stored the materials in his backpack. Ding! You obtained wood *50, ding! You obtained stone *30, a total of 80 units of materials, not too many, not too few. After all, this is just a grade F small wooden house, the requirements cannot be too high. Nanshan took a look at the sky and happily went home. Today's harvest was not small. Nanshan needs to tidy up, sell the things that need to be sold, and also go to the trading channel to buy some things to further enhance his strength. While in the wilderness, Nanshan's spirit was always in a tense state, always on guard against any movement around him, afraid that a fierce beast might suddenly rush out and give him a slip. After returning to the small wooden house, Nanshan could finally relax. Making a fire, roasting meat. Nanshan quickly set up a bonfire and started roasting a piece of Jungle Mountain chicken meat. During the roasting, he also opened the chat channel to chat with online friends. Shen Pan. It's better late than never. At this critical moment, I directly unleashed my potential, a glorious fist of autisticism, hitting the bloodthirsty wolf on the nose. Shin Pan, as everyone knows, the nose is a very fragile organ. Even though the bloodthirsty wolf is a level 5 fierce beast, it was still forced back several steps by my punch, howling in pain. Shin Pan, with such a good opportunity, how could I let it go? Shin Pan, I immediately followed up with a Lagrange flying kick, a fatal slip, and then an A+E outer ring scrape. As soon as he opened the chat channel, Nanshan saw a chosen one named Shin Pan writing a short essay. He was dominating the entire chat channel. Wow, a level 5 fierce beast, the bloodthirsty wolf? Nanshan was secretly surprised. This Shin Pan killed a level 5 fierce beast? Impressive. In the chat channel, Shin Pan, I battled the bloodthirsty wolf for 300 rounds, victory was in sight, but it unexpectedly summoned more wolves. Shin Pan, I saw it howl to the sky, calling a group of wolf friends. Shin Pan, a hero doesn't suffer losses, so I had to give it a way out, and return triumphantly. After a moment of silence in the chat channel, other chosen ones finally spoke up. Bao Jian, returned triumphantly? I think you just barely made it back to your small wooden house in a sorry state, right? Wu Yuansheng, wow, I thought you really hunted down a level 5 fierce beast. I didn't even dare to breathe, afraid of affecting your actions. You ran. Being able to battle a level 5 fierce beast for 300 rounds, Shin Pan is really amazing. Tian Jiping, do you guys really believe this nonsense? What autisticism, glorious fist, Lagrange flying kick. It's obviously made up, isn't it? Shin Pan, don't worry about these details, the key is that I really encountered a bloodthirsty wolf today, almost killed it, so do you think I'm awesome or not? Nanshan, great job, boss. Nanshan replied in a very cooperative manner. Just now, Nanshan took a look at the ranking list and found that this Shin Pan was ranked 3rd, so his strength should not be weak, and he really might have encountered a level 5 fierce beast, the bloodthirsty wolf. But whether he killed the bloodthirsty wolf or the wolf killed him, that remains to be discussed. Lu Daxian, wow, Nanshan boss is finally online. Huang Yuan Ming, at Nanshan, brother, I heard you killed a level 2 lord level fierce beast, did you get any divine equipment? Wu Yuansheng, how strong is a lord level fierce beast? Also, what is the reputation you gained used for? You ran, at Nanshan, boss, can you make your magic potion cheaper? As soon as Nanshan said a word, a bunch of people immediately mentioned him, asking all sorts of questions. What's going on? How do they know I killed a lord-level fierce beast? Nanshan remembered after a while. When he killed the Arrow Bee Queen earlier, the system issued a regional announcement, and all chosen ones in the area heard it. The chat channel exploded at that time, with a large group of people mentioning Nanshan, but unfortunately, Nanshan didn't see it at all. Oops, at that time I was only focused on killing monsters and leveling up, didn't even look at the chat channel, missed a chance to show off. Nanshan scratched his head in regret, then started replying to other chosen ones' questions. Nanshan, at Huang Yuan Ming, got a dragon-slaying sword, one hit 999, feeling great. Nanshan, at Wu Yuansheng, lord-level fierce beasts are very strong, suggest everyone not to provoke, save them for me to kill, joking. Don't know what reputation is for, will research when I have time. Nanshan, at Yuran, good sister, let's chat privately. Nanshan, bosses, I've restocked a lot of food, fair prices, no deception, hurry and grab them. Also, honey that can increase energy by 2 points, only one available, message me if interested, highest bidder gets it. Just 2 seconds after sending the messages, Nanshan received a bunch of private messages. Lu Daxian, Nanshan, need more wood? I chopped a lot this afternoon. Nanshan, yes, unlimited supply. Huang Yuan Ming, bro, save me a portion of honey, I know you definitely have more than one. Nanshan, you caught on to that. Huang Yuan Ming, can you make it cheaper? I'm really broke right now. Nanshan, let me see what others are offering, then I'll give you a 9.8% discount. Huang Yuan Ming, Wu Yuansheng, bro, can you sell 50 portions of honey materials? Nanshan, boss, deal now. Nanshan glanced at the other private messages, 50 portions of materials were the highest price, so he decisively chose to trade. Today was the second day since they crossed over, and the chosen ones had stored a lot of materials in their backpacks, but most of them wanted to save the materials to upgrade their divine weapons, upgrade their small wooden houses, or exchange for food. Not many chosen ones chose to use materials to exchange for honey. After all, honey mainly boosted energy, not strength. In this early stage, energy was definitely more important than strength. Yuran, good brother, want to trade big power grass for honey? Nanshan was delighted, thinking this girl still had big power grass. Big power grass was a good item that could increase strength by 2 points, much more valuable than honey. Nanshan, good sister, even if others offered 100 portions of materials, I wouldn't trade, saving it for you. Yuran, a man's words are like a ghost's deception. Yuran, Wu Yuancheng is showing off in the chat channel. He bought the only portion of honey for 50 portions of materials. Nanchen felt a bit embarrassed and touched his nose. Nanchen, don't mind these details, good sister, let's trade. The trade was quickly completed. Ding! You obtained big power grass *1. Nanchen didn't hesitate, he directly stuffed the big power grass into his mouth and swallowed it. Ding! Successfully consumed big power grass, your strength +2. You have developed resistance to big power grass. Further consumption will not increase attributes. Too bad, this thing has resistance. Otherwise, I would eat it every day and become a god directly. Nanchen unrealistically fantasized. Yuran, good brother, can you make your magic potion cheaper? 50 portions of materials are too expensive. Nanchen looked at the trade channel and found that of the 10 portions of clean freshwater he put up for sale in the afternoon, only 5 were sold. Among them, Xin Pan bought 1 portion, Wu Yuancheng bought 1 portion, and Yuran bought 3 portions. Wow, this girl is a big spender. Such expensive mana potions, Yuran bought 3 in one afternoon, equivalent to 150 units of materials. Definitely a rich lady. Seeing Nanchen not replying, Yuran sent a few more messages. Yuran, at this stage, most chosen ones don't consume much mana, it's hard to sell your mana potions. Yuran, instead of leaving them unsold, why not make them cheaper and sell them to me in bulk? Nanchen, call me brother. Yorin, good brother Nanchen, 5 bottles of magic potion, in exchange for 2 strong grass from you. Yorin seemed a bit surprised, not understanding how Nanchen knew she had strong grass. After a long silence, Yorin replied, okay. Nanchen decisively took down 5 bottles of clean fresh water and completed the trade with Yorin. 2 strong grass in hand. Strong grass, consuming it can increase the physical strength of the chosen one by +2. Note, each chosen one has a limit of 2 grass, eating more is ineffective. After the trade, Yorin curiously asked, how did you know I had strong grass? Nanchen chuckled, I installed surveillance in your little wooden house. Yorin, is that so? Do you want me to perform a striptease for you? Nanchen, that won't be necessary, but when we meet in the future, you can perform it in person. Yorin, ugh, disgusting. Chatting with the young lady can make one's mood pleasant. Nanchen happily ended the conversation with Yorin and continued to respond to messages from other chosen ones. 5 minutes later, Nanchen sold 2 portions of honey, exchanged for a flame fruit and 40 units of materials. Arrowbee Queen exploded a total of 5 portions of honey, Nanchen sold 4, keeping 1 for himself. In the trading channel, the food Nanchen put up for sale was also traded. Nanchen glanced at his backpack. Wood *396, stone *414, hallucinogenic poison fang *3, honey *1, strong grass *2, flame fruit *1, and various meats of fierce beasts. The total of wood and stone added up to 810 units, making Nanchen quite wealthy now. Upgrading the small wooden house requires wood *300, stone *200, iron *20. Upgrading the divine weapon requires wood *50, stone *100, iron *10. My wood and stone are temporarily sufficient, but I have no clue about iron yet. Let's think of a solution tomorrow. Nanchen closed the attribute panel. The roasted meat in front was sizzling with oil, emitting a charming aroma. Let's eat. Nanchen ate heartily, finishing the roasted meat and drinking the last portion of honey mixed with water, gaining 2 energy points. After eating, Nanchen took out the recently traded flame fruit and happily ate it. And some fruits after the meal, refreshing. The flame fruit can increase fire resistance by 5%, temporarily not very useful for Nanchen, but it will be in the future. After being full and satisfied, Nanchen chatted with online friends in the chat channel for a while, then purchased 1,000 milliliters of fresh water in the trading system, purified it in the fine purification device, and began planning for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the 3rd day of crossing over. In the area where I am, there are still 613 people left, and 387 have died. Today, only dozens have died. It seems everyone has become much more cautious. Nanchen took out a wooden dagger and started drawing on the ground. In the level rankings, the top 10 chosen ones need special attention, especially this Yorin girl. Yorin has a high demand for magic potions, indicating that she is definitely going far from the small wooden house to hunt fierce beasts in a distant place. And that place must also be rich in herbs. Yorin can easily trade so many attribute-enhancing herbs, indicating that she has already developed resistance to them. The great strength grass increases strength, the strong grass increases physical strength. I wonder if there is an herb that increases agility? I'll ask her tomorrow. Apart from Yorin, the number 1 on the level rankings, Xiaoluo, is also worth paying attention to. This big shot can make healing food, which is a life-saving item. Find an opportunity to build a good relationship with him and engage in some PY transactions. By the way, did Wu Yuancheng meet up with an online friend today? I haven't really been paying attention. And that Shinpan, I wonder if the short essay he wrote is true? Being able to exchange blows with a level 5 ferocious beast, his strength should be quite strong. Well, the main task for tomorrow is to find the iron blocks. We can't keep getting stuck here. After organizing his thoughts, Nanshan planned out his day for tomorrow. Outside, the roar of ferocious beasts rang out again, continuous and unending. It's starting again. Nanshan looked outside through the window. In the pitch-black forest, shadows occasionally passed by, and the terrifying aura of the ferocious beasts made Nanshan feel a bit breathless. The nights in the primitive world were so frightening. Nanshan closed the window, accompanied by the howls of the ferocious beasts, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Nanshan got up to eat something and set out on his journey once again. Before leaving, he placed 5 portions of purified, clean freshwater that he had prepared last night on the shelf and put them up for trade in the trading system, carrying 5 portions with him as well. Nanshan had already explored the area around the small wooden house yesterday, so today he was definitely going to head to a more distant place, carrying some magic potions with him, feeling more confident. Let's go check out the place where I found the beehive yesterday. I wonder if these ferocious beasts will respawn. Nanshan eagerly arrived at the spot where he had been grinding monsters yesterday. It was empty here, not even the corpses of the arrow bees that died yesterday were left. It seems that the wild monsters won't respawn, what a pity. Nanshan shook his head and continued to explore in that direction. As he walked further, Nanshan hunted down 5 or 6 level 1 or 2 ferocious beasts along the way, gradually reaching deep into the jungle. Suddenly, Nanshan felt the urge to urinate. With no one around, Nanshan found a relatively safe and open area, and began to relieve himself. As he urinated, Nanshan sensed that something was not quite right about the atmosphere here. The surrounding trees were very tall, each averaging the thickness of 2 people hugging, with lush foliage blocking out the sun almost entirely. But that wasn't the key issue. The key was that Nanshan noticed many ferocious beast bones around. There is a very powerful ferocious beast nearby. This is its territory. Nanshan quickly made a judgment in his mind, immediately shook his body, pulled up his pants, and ran. Just as Nanshan was about to escape from this area, the vines hidden under the fallen leaves suddenly began to contract, attempting to entangle Nanshan. Tree spirit? Nanshan was startled, quickly made a big jump to dodge several vines trying to strangle him. Swish! 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 Nanshan fired wildly around him, magical bullets bursting out of the barrel. About 40 to 50 meters away from Nanshan, a pale red -1 floated out from a giant tree and was hit. Insightful Eye. From a distance, Nanshan tentatively released Insightful Eye, unexpectedly succeeding. Jungle Tree Spirit? Jungle Tree Spirit? Level? Health? Magic power? Skills? A series of question marks left Nanshan dumbfounded. Damn, encountering a ferocious beast full of question marks right after leaving home, how can this be played? Fortunately, Nanshan's reaction speed was fast enough just now. He slipped away in advance, otherwise he would have been fertilizer by now. Even so, Nanshan was slapped hard by one of the vines, losing 185 health points. It hurt so much. Nanshan covered his bloody face with one hand, running frantically with his head down. The vines of the jungle tree spirit were only about 50 to 60 meters long, and Nanshan quickly escaped its attack range. The vines behind Nanshan danced wildly in the air, making a series of breaking sounds. The duck that almost reached the mouth flew away, and the jungle tree spirit was very angry. I curse you, you monkey. Nanshan turned around and cursed at the jungle tree spirit with a raised middle finger. Sensing Nanshan's curse, the branches of the jungle tree spirit kept shaking, and a thick tree trunk slowly crawled out of the soil. Damn, it can move on its own. Nanshan dared not stay any longer and quickly fled. Running all the way back to the small wooden house, Nanshan hid behind the window and observed for a while. After realizing that the jungle tree spirit did not chase after him, he breathed a sigh of relief. This jungle tree spirit is less than 2 kilometers away from my small wooden house, too close. Nanshan felt that there were dangers everywhere around his house. I wonder if other chosen ones are the same. I can't go east, so when my status is full, I'll go south. The south is where Nanshan previously encountered the poison swamp toad. Nanshan decided to explore this direction to see if he could find anything. During the break, Nanshan opened the chat channel. At this time, the chosen ones were either hunting fierce beasts or cutting trees and picking up stones. There were not many people in the chat channel. Ling Chi, is there a kind pigeon to come and save me? I'm so hungry, whimpered this girl named Ling Chi had been calling for help in the chat channel for 3 days. Nanshan couldn't help but admire her perseverance. She really knows how to call for help. After resting for another 10 minutes, Nanshan's facial wounds had completely healed, leaving no scars. It's time to go out. On the level leaderboard, Nanshan had been pushed out of the top 10, dropping to 12th place, which made him feel a strong sense of urgency. He must upgrade quickly. This time, Nanshan changed direction and headed south, quickly arriving at the small pond where the poisoned swamp toad lived. After clearing the fierce beasts around the pond, Nanshan's experience points had reached 455/800. Most of the creatures around here are level 1 or 2, giving too little experience. I need to go to a more distant place. After walking a distance, Nanshan heard a system notification sound in his ear. Announcement: Chosen One Xiao Luo is the first to reach level 4, gaining +1 reputation. Ding! A Chosen One has reached level 4 in this area, and the map function is now open to all Chosen Ones in this area. Map function? Nanshan opened the panel and indeed found a new map panel. Opening the map, most areas were pitch black, with only the areas explored by Nanshan being lit up. In the chat channel, Zhou Fei Hong, wow, Big Brother Xiao Luo is already level 4? His leveling speed is too fast, isn't it? Bao Jian, I refuse to accept it. I want to level up too. Wu Yuancheng, what's the use of reputation? Big Brother, please explain. This sudden announcement livened up the chat channel. But after waiting for a long time without seeing Xiao Luo come out to speak, and no one kept asking, everyone went about their own business. The first to reach level 4 even has a reward. Nanshan muttered, then I have to hurry up and try to be the first to reach level 5. Nanshan continued forward, hunting all the way, and finally encountered a fierce beast he had never seen before. Heavy armor beetle, level 3, health, 430/430, mana, 150/150, attack, 110, defense, 120, skills, bite, super defense level 3 fierce beast heavy armor beetle. This heavy armor beetle was about the size of 2 fists, with a mysterious pattern carved on its back. Its sharp pincers were extremely sharp, and if bitten, even fingers would be severed. This little thing has quite high defense. This is the first level 3 fierce beast encountered by Nanshan. Compared to the previous level 2 elite poisonous marsh toad, that heavy armor beetle has slightly higher defense, but its attack power and health points are not as good as the poisonous marsh toad. This fierce beast poses little threat to Nanshan. With this in mind, Nanshan decisively opened fire. Swish! Super defense, -40. Nanshan's shot hit the shell of the heavy armor beetle, and the magical bullet sparked on the shell, deflecting to the side. This shot only caused 40 points of damage. So low? Nanshan was secretly surprised. At this rate, he would need 11 shots to kill a heavy armor beetle, which was too inefficient. Swish! The heavy armor beetle was hit by a shot and immediately spread its wings to pounce on Nanshan. Most beetles can fly, so Nanshan, seeing this, did not panic but decisively fired 2 more shots. Miss! Miss! Both shots missed. However, this was within Nanshan's expectations. He knew his marksmanship well, he was good at hitting stationary targets but struggled with moving ones, relying on luck. The heavy armor beetle lunged at Nanshan's arm, and its 2 large pincers fiercely bit down. Bite! -29. This attack by the heavy armor beetle only caused 29 points of damage to Nanshan, which was not significant. My defense is now as high as 81 points. I'm pretty tough. Strength and energy affect the attribute defense. Yesterday, Nanshan had eaten strong grass, drank honey, leveled up, and gained 4 points of strength from killing the Araby Queen, which all contributed to a significant increase in his defense. Putting away the desert eagle, Nanshan propped the heavy armor beetle against a nearby tree trunk, then pulled out a wooden dagger and stabbed it into the gap in the beetle's shell. Weak point attack, -150. Seeing the light red -150 floating up, Nanshan was delighted. As expected, the heavy armor beetle had extremely high defense on its back shell and had a super defense effect that halved damage. However, the body without the back shell protection was the beetle's weak point. Nanshan stabbed twice more, triggering a weak point attack each time, easily defeating the heavy armor beetle. Ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary fierce beast heavy armor beetle and gained 30 experience points. In this battle, Nanshan lost 29 health points and 12 mana points. The cost is a bit high, but the experience is worth it. Nanshan needed to hunt down 3 level 2 fierce beasts to gain 30 experience points. Experience gained from killing lower level fierce beasts equals fierce beast level *10 /1 plus level difference. Checking his own health points, which were at 208, Nanshan gritted his teeth and decided to level up to level 4 right here. The further from the cabin, the more dangerous it is. It's definitely right to level up first. Without further ado, Nanshan used his left arm as bait to attract the heavy armor beetle to bite him, then took the opportunity to stab it to death with the wooden dagger. My dear left hand, you're going to work hard today. Nanshan looked at his left arm covered in wounds and thought so. Although the heavy armor beetle was a level 3 fierce beast, its size was not large, and Nanshan could easily press it against a tree trunk, rendering it immobile. The price Nanshan had to pay was a loss of 29 health points and the painful sensation of being pinched by the pincers. I need to kill 9 more heavy armor beetles to level up, but I can't hold on with my health points. I need to buy some snacks online. After killing another heavy armor beetle in the same way, Nanshan opened the trading system and looked at the fragrant roast meat. 50 units of materials were needed to purchase such a portion of roast meat. The effect is to restore 5 health points per minute, lasting 10 minutes, which is 50 health points in total. Schemer. Nanshan spat, did not buy directly, but chose to add Xiao Luo as a friend first, to try bargaining. When Nanshan was young, he often followed his mother to the market to buy groceries. His mother's bargaining skills were extremely profound, known as the king of bargaining kings, and all the vendors in the market were no match for her. Nanshan had been watching for so many years and had some insights into bargaining. Although he never bargained when buying things. Logically, who bargains when buying things nowadays? The friend request was quickly accepted. Before Nanshan could speak, Xiao Luo sent a message first. Xiao Luo? Nanshan thought to himself, this old brother looks like a cold boy, let me use my 36 skills to flatter him. After a second of contemplation, Nanshan sent a message, big brother, please help Xiao Luo, what's up? Damn, so cold. Nanshan was surprised, he didn't expect Xiao Luo to be indifferent to his flattery, he was definitely a tough character. Nanshan gave up the idea of flattering the other party and went straight to the point. Big brother, I want to buy some fragrant grilled meat, can you make it cheaper? Xiao Luo, how much? Nanshan, 5 portions. Nanshan, I'll use 200 units of materials to buy 5 portions of grilled meat, how about that? Xiao Luo, no, I want 100 units of materials, and 3 portions of clean fresh water. Xiao Luo decisively rejected Nanshan's bargaining and then offered his own price. Nanshan calculated, damn, he didn't even haggle a penny off. However, Nanshan's mana potion didn't sell as well as Xiao Luo's grilled meat, so he didn't lose out on the deal. But Nanshan felt frustrated, as the son of the king of bargaining kings, he didn't even haggle a penny off when buying things, could he bear this humiliation? Look down on who? Nanshan, I tried to bargain, but didn't even get a penny off, this makes me, Nanshan, lose face. Xiao Luo was silent for a few seconds, then replied, how about 8% off? Nanshan, big brother, deal. Nanshan used 95 units of materials, plus, clean fresh water, *3, in exchange for, fragrant grilled meat, *5. After some bargaining, Nanshan was left with only 5 units of materials, which seemed not very useful. 5 portions of grilled meat can restore 250 health points, enough for me to level up to 4. Nanshan ate a portion of grilled meat, slowly regaining health, and then continued to look for heavy armored beetles. There were few level 1 and 2 beasts in this area, but level 3 heavy armored beetles were everywhere, a good place to level up. Unfortunately, the desert eagle was weak against the shell of the heavy armored beetle, so Nanshan could only use a wooden dagger to kill them, which greatly reduced his efficiency. This is the territory of the heavy armored beetle. I wonder if I will encounter the beetle king? While hunting the heavy armored beetles, Nanshan also kept an eye on his surroundings, to avoid elite or lord level beasts suddenly appearing and attacking him. However, Nanshan's worries seemed somewhat unnecessary. In half an hour, Nanshan killed 7 heavy armored beetles in a row, without seeing any sign of the beetle king. Level 755/800. After killing 2 more, Nanshan would be able to level up to 4. To be safe, let's heal up first before continuing. Nanshan didn't rush, but found a relatively safe place to quietly wait for his health to recover. He only had 153 health points now, which was still quite dangerous. While waiting, Nanshan glanced at the ranking list and found that his ranking had returned to the top 10, reaching 8th place. First place, Xiao Luo, level 4, second place, Wu Yuanshang, level 4, third place, Shinpan, level 4, fourth place, Suihan, level 4, fifth place, Su Zuran, level 3, sixth place, Su Ming, level 3, seventh place, Yuran, level 3, eighth place, Nanshan, level 3. The top 5 on the leaderboard are all at level 4. Who are the 4th and 6th places? I haven't seen them before. Nanshan recalled for a while, not having much of an impression. Nanshan didn't spend much time in the water group, so it was normal not to know some people. These 2 people leveled up really fast, surpassing me. They probably found the nest of some fierce beast. Nanshan had previously found a nest of arrow bees, hunted many of them, and gained a lot of experience. These 2 people probably did the same. However, Nanshan was not worried. He was hunting heavy armor beetles here and leveling up at a decent speed, gaining 210 experience points in half an hour. It was just a bit dangerous. After a few more minutes, Nanshan checked his health points and saw that it had already recovered to 203 points. Kill 2 more to reach level 4, then I'll move to another place to level up. Nanshan made up his mind in his heart. Fighting fierce beasts up close was too risky. Nanshan preferred to keep his distance and used the desert eagle for output. Moving forward, Nanshan continued to search for the presence of heavy armor beetles. Boom! Suddenly, Nanshan felt the ground slightly vibrating, as if some fierce beast was running wild in the forest. A fierce beast that could cause such a commotion must be a big one. Without hesitation, Nanshan climbed up a large tree and covered himself with leaves to conceal his presence. The ground continued to shake, and Nanshan held his breath, peering through the cracks in the leaves to search for the location of the fierce beast. At the same time, Nanshan quickly bought 2 portions of fragrant grilled meat to replenish his health points, preparing to face any potential crisis. I really can't eat anymore. In the past half an hour, Nanshan had already eaten 5 pieces of grilled meat and now felt a bit nauseous at the sight of it. If it weren't for its healing properties. Nanshan frowned, stuffing the grilled meat into his mouth in big bites, savoring its taste. The vibrations grew more intense, and even the large tree where Nanshan was perched began to sway slightly. Buzz! Upon hearing this sound, Nanshan's spirits lifted, and he quickly looked down. A basketball-sized heavy armor beetle flew over from a distance and landed on the tree trunk right where Nanshan was. Insightful gaze. Nanshan's mind moved, quickly releasing the skill. Iron Armor Beetle Level 4, Elite Fierce Beast, Health Points, 260/980 Mana Points, 190/250 Attack Power, 190 Defense Power, 180 Skills, Bite, Super Defense A Level 4 Elite Fierce Beast. Wow, 180 Defense Power, 980 Health Points? Even 10 of me couldn't beat it. Wait a minute? Nanshan suddenly paused, looking at the attributes of the Iron Armor Beetle again. It only has 260 health points left? There are other fierce beasts here. Nanshan quickly realized. Yes, the Iron Armor Beetle was only the size of a basketball and couldn't possibly cause the ground to shake. The only possibility was that the Iron Armor Beetle was in a battle with another fierce beast. The cracks covering the Iron Armor Beetle's shell also confirmed this. Boom! Nanshan's speculation was soon confirmed. A giant wild boar over 3 meters long charged over, covered in bloody wounds, running and spraying blood, looking very frightening. These wounds were all caused by the Iron Armor Beetle's large pincers. Oink oink! The giant wild boar spotted the Iron Armor Beetle on the tree trunk, its eyes turning red as it exerted all its strength to charge towards it. Savage collision. Boom! The big tree shook violently. The pig hit the tree. The giant wild boar slammed into the trunk, causing the entire tree to tremble. Nanshan held onto the branches tightly to avoid being shaken off. Such great strength. Nanshan roughly estimated that this giant wild boar weighed at least a ton. If hit by it, it would be unbearable. Insightful eyes. Nanshan looked at the wild boar under the tree and quickly activated a skill. Bloodfang Wild Boar Level 5 Health Points, 365/900 Mana Points, 60/180 Attack Power, 210 Defense Power, 160 Skills, Wild Boar Charge. Bite. This is a level 5 fierce beast, but the attributes of Bloodfang Wild Boar are not even higher than a level 4 Iron Beetle. This Iron Beetle is indeed an elite level fierce beast, capable of challenging higher levels. Yesterday, Nanshan encountered a level 2 elite fierce beast, the Toxic Marsh Toad, by the pond, and its attributes were equivalent to a level 3 fierce beast, very powerful. By the way, where is that Iron Beetle? Nanshan quickly focused his attention on the battle below. The Bloodfang Wild Boar had just slammed into the tree, and now it was dizzy and unsteady, unable to stand properly. Meanwhile, the Iron Beetle had already opened its large pincers and fiercely clamped down. Gnashing! Roar! The Bloodfang Wild Boar let out a pig-like scream, thrashing around like a headless fly. Dust flew, and leaves danced in the air. The Iron Beetle firmly bit the neck of the Bloodfang Wild Boar, tearing the wound open, causing pig's blood to flow out. The Bloodfang Wild Boar entered a bleeding state. This wild boar is done for. The Iron Beetle is amazing. It can really challenge higher levels? In the tree, Nanshan took out the Desert Eagle, contemplating whether to snatch the boar's head. The Iron Beetle still has over 200 health points, high attack and defense. I don't think I can defeat it. If I snatch this boar's head, I might end up dying here too. It was too dangerous. Nanshan didn't want to risk it for a bit of experience points. Unless this Bloodfang Wild Boar drops equipment. Nanshan lay on a branch as thick as an arm, watching the battle below intently. The duel between the fierce beasts was about to come to an end. The Bloodfang wild boar was completely helpless against the iron beetle on its neck, only able to thrash around in anger, rolling in place. But at that moment, the situation suddenly took a turn. The Bloodfang wild boar frantically rubbed against the ground, actually managing to dislodge the iron beetle. The iron beetle's large pincers still held a big piece of meat, torn from the neck of the Bloodfang wild boar. Snort, snort! The Bloodfang wild boar reacted quickly, immediately opening its pig mouth and fiercely biting down on the iron beetle with its blood-red fangs. Bite! This was the skill of the Bloodfang wild boar. Nanshan in the tree heard a crisp sound. The sturdy shell of the iron beetle shattered. Nanshan was stunned. What? Turn around? The iron beetle already had low health, and the bite from the Bloodfang wild boar triggered a critical hit, directly taking its life. Ding! A gray treasure chest appeared next to the body of the iron beetle. In the tree, Nanshan's eyes lit up as he raised the desert eagle. Facing the iron beetle, Nanshan was submissive, but against the Bloodfang wild boar, he dared to strike with full force. Because the shell of the iron beetle had a super defense effect, reducing damage by 50%, Nanshan's current attack power couldn't break through it. Of course, Nanshan could use a wooden dagger to stab the unprotected parts of the iron beetle, but that would require getting up close, which was too risky. Nanshan didn't want to experience being caught by those large pincers. The Bloodfang wild boar is relatively easy to deal with. First of all, its size is large enough that Nanshan can easily hit it at such a close distance. Secondly, this Bloodfang wild boar has very little remaining health and is also in a bleeding state, with almost no strength left. Lastly, Nanshan is up in a tree. As everyone knows, pigs don't climb trees, so Nanshan is very safe. With this in mind, Nanshan no longer hesitates and quickly fires 3 shots in a row. -13, -14, -14. All 3 shots hit. Although the damage is low, it doesn't matter, as Nanshan still has plenty of mana and remains calm. Roar! The sudden attack makes the Bloodfang wild boar furious. It quickly spots Nanshan and charges towards him again with full force. Boom! The Bloodfang wild boar crashes into the tree a second time, the tremendous impact causing its wounds to burst open, blood flowing continuously. As stupid as a pig. Nanshan is delighted, as he didn't expect the wild boar to not run away but instead cooperate. Health, 125/900. Nanshan glances at the Bloodfang wild boar's health, which is now just over 100 points. Keep shooting. -14. Weak point attack, -21. Weak point attack, -21. The wounds on the Bloodfang wild boar are too severe, allowing Nanshan to hit weak points with his eyes closed. Thud! Thud! The Bloodfang wild boar still doesn't give up, crazily ramming into the tree, trying to break it and bite Nanshan. But its health is too low to sustain the effort. Swish! -14. As Nanshan fires his final shot, the Bloodfang wild boar lets out a final roar of defiance before falling cold. Ding! You have killed a level 5 common ferocious beast Bloodfang wild boar and gained 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 4. Ding! Your strength has increased by +5 points. Ding! Your agility has increased by +5 points. Ding! Your stamina has increased by +5 points. Ding! Your energy has increased by +5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. Finally level 4. Hearing the system notification, Nanshan breathes a sigh of relief. The tree he is on has started to shake, and if the Bloodfang wild boar were to ram it a few more times, it would surely fall. Luckily, all's well that ends well. Nanshan jumps down from the tree and immediately goes to search the corpse. Ding! You obtained wild boar meat *5. Ding! You obtained tattered beast skin leggings *1. Ding! You obtained broken iron shell *1, a level 3 heavy armor beetle wouldn't drop items, but a level 4 iron armor beetle unexpectedly yielded an equipment piece for Nanshan. Indeed, elite level ferocious beasts are impressive and profitable. Tattered beast skin leggings, grade, F grade low tier, type, pants, attribute, stamina +2. This attribute is exactly the same as the tattered beast skin shirt Nanshan is wearing, indicating they are part of a set. Nanshan quickly puts on the beast skin leggings, giving him the appearance of a wild man from a distance. Limited edition costume, Wildman Nanshan. With an additional 2 points in stamina, Nanshan nods in satisfaction and then turns his attention to the treasure chest dropped by the iron armor beetle. Let's open the chest. Searching the corpse is one thing, but true fun comes from opening treasure chests. Nanshan rubs his hands together and approaches the chest, emitting a faint gray light. Open the chest. Ding! You have opened an F-grade gray treasure chest and obtained inferior decomposition machine *1. Huh? A decomposition machine? Nanshan looks at the device in his backpack, his eyes lighting up. This little gadget is quite interesting. Inferior decomposition machine, place any item into it to decompose and obtain corresponding materials. Note, this low-quality decomposition machine has a resource conversion rate of is almost equal to 10%. This gadget can break down items. Nanshan looked at the freshly burst broken iron shell of the iron beetle, and a bold idea came to mind. Can this disassembler break down into iron blocks? Nanshan took out the disassembler from his backpack, placed the broken iron shell inside, and the machine quickly started vibrating non-stop, making a creaking sound. Startled, Nanshan immediately gripped the desert eagle and hid behind a tree. Such a loud noise could easily attract nearby ferocious beasts, and if another iron beetle or blood-fawn wild boar were to come, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, the disassembler quickly completed the breakdown of the broken iron shell without any further noise. Is it done? Nanshan hurried over and found a large pile of thumb-thick small iron blocks in the box under the disassembler, the product of breaking down the broken iron shell. Small iron blocks, as long as there are enough, they can also be used as iron blocks. It really works. Nanshan was overjoyed, as now he had a chance to upgrade his divine weapon. Taking out all the small iron blocks, Nanshan realized that these small iron blocks were only equivalent to 3 iron blocks. Upgrading the divine weapon requires 10 iron blocks, which is quite a shortfall. Do I have to go hunt iron beetles? Iron beetles are elite-level ferocious beasts with high attributes and are very effective against Nanshan's attack methods. Nanshan really didn't want to provoke such a ferocious beast. In comparison, a level 5 blood-fawn wild boar is easier to deal with than an iron beetle. At least Nanshan can break through its defense. Right, I remember there's something else that contains iron elements. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Nanshan's mind, thinking of an item. That thing might also be able to break down into iron blocks. Nanshan eagerly packed up the disassembler and hummed a tune as he ran back to the small wooden house. At the edge of the forest where Nanshan was, there was a large mountain. At the foot of this mountain, there was a natural cave surrounded by cave spiders, each the size of a piglet. Not far from the cave, a man and a woman, both chosen ones, were patiently luring the spiders over and then hunting them down. These 2 chosen ones were Suihan, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, and Suzuran, ranked 5th. Suihan had a cold complexion, her eyes like ice mirrors that could see through people's hearts. Her figure was alluring, with curves that enticed. Any man who had seen Suihan would instinctively shout in his heart, "Wow, she's huge." At this moment, Suihan waved the staff in her hand and directly knocked the cave spider that was approaching her. Swish! The cave spider flew through the air in an arc and landed in front of Suzuran. With a deadpan expression, Suzuran calmly stabbed the cave spider to death. Bro, it's almost noon. Suihan breathed slightly, her chest rising and falling attractively. Our condition isn't very good. Let's go back and eat something to replenish our energy. Suzuran looked at the nearby cave and said coldly, there must be a lot of iron ore in this cave, and it's likely the only iron ore point in this area. This was not a random guess by Suzuran. He had already picked up several iron blocks nearby. This cave is occupied by level 4 cave spiders, and there are at least 200 of them. Suihan shook her head slightly. To clean them out, it will take at least several days. The cave spiders were very strong, and the Su siblings needed 3 to 5 minutes to deal with just one. If they were surrounded by 3 cave spiders at the same time, they would only have a chance to escape. If they were surrounded by 5 or more cave spiders at the same time, they would undoubtedly die. Suzuran pondered for a moment and made a decision. After we go back, contact the top 20 ranked chosen ones and have them come together to explore this cave. What? Suihan looked somewhat surprised at his older brother's indifferent expression. Iron ore is a crucial resource. Aren't you just giving it away to them? We cannot monopolize this iron mine. Suzuran was not swayed by the huge profits in front of him. By appropriately sharing some of the profits, we can earn more. And, there is another very important thing. On the first day we crossed over here, the creation god system mentioned that the first wave of beasts will arrive in 30 days, and now there are 27 days left. Beast wave, just hearing the name tells us that this is definitely not something 1 or 2 people can handle. If the overall strength of the chosen ones in our area is not strong enough, we may very well be wiped out. Quickly let those strong ones obtain the iron ore, upgrade their divine weapons, in order to kill stronger beasts and enhance their strength faster. Only when the overall strength of this area becomes strong can we have a chance to survive under the beast wave. Suzuran said a lot in one breath, and Suihan nodded somewhat understandingly. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Suihan knew that his brother had a strong sense of the big picture, so he didn't say much more, just followed his lead. Suzuran nodded. Let's go, I'll take you back first, then I'll go back. Suihan, okay. The two turned and left. In the chat channel, Shinpan, what? You found a cave with iron ore in it? Tianjiping, if there's iron ore, why wouldn't you mine it yourself? There must be a catch. Huang Yuan Ming, charge, we'll go mine tomorrow. What? Someone found iron ore. Just as Nanshan returned to the small cabin and hadn't even sat down yet, he saw this astonishing news in the chat channel. The low-quality disassembler in his hand suddenly didn't seem so appealing. In the chat channel, Su Zuran, that cave is occupied by hundreds of cave spiders, it's not easy to kill them all. Bao Jian, cave spiders? What level of beast is that? Zhou Feihong, this cave is great. You can level up by killing monsters in mine, isn't that great? Suihan, cave spiders are level 4 beasts, with an attack power of 150 points, and their attacks come with a poisoning effect. They are difficult to deal with. Su Zuran, brothers in the top 20 of the rankings, interested in cooperating on this? Su Zuran, clearing out these cave spiders will allow everyone's divine weapons to level up, making it much more efficient to hunt and kill beasts. Wu Yuansheng, sounds tempting. Nanshan, being too trusting of others will get you killed quickly. Nanshan, I suspect he wants to trick us into going there, then cut us down. You ran, at Su Zuran, what do you mean by brothers in the top 20 rankings? Are you looking down on us girls? You ran, when will women be able to stand up? So angry. Nanshan, the sister upstairs is throwing a tantrum, noted. You ran, get lost, jerk. Ning Wu, those of us beyond the top 20 handsome guys and beautiful girls, don't we deserve to have names? So angry. Nanshan, exactly, so angry. It's nearing noon now, most of the chosen ones have returned to their small cabins to rest, and with the heavy news released by Su Zuran, the chat channel suddenly became lively. Nanshan was chatting enthusiastically in the chat channel when Su Zuran suddenly sent a friend request. Accepted. Su Zuran immediately sent a private message, brother, are you coming? I'll send you the coordinates of the cave. Nanshan raised an eyebrow, did you really find an iron mine? Su Zuran replied, I can't be 100% sure yet, but I've picked up several iron blocks around the cave. Saying that, Su Zuran showed Nanshan the attributes of the iron blocks. Wow, there really are iron blocks. Nanshan pondered for a moment and responded, where is the cave? If it's too far from me, then forget it. Su Zuran said, at the border between the plain and the forest, there is a large mountain range. The iron mine is at the foot of one of the mountains. The coordinates are 275:713. At the border between the plain and the forest. Nanshan opened the map and found that the coordinates of his small wooden house were 388:511. The iron mine is in the northwest direction from Nanshan. It doesn't seem too far. Nanshan nodded and replied, let me take a look. If there are no dangers on the way, I will go. Su Zuran said, I'll wait for you. After ending the conversation with Su Zuran, Nanshan closed the panel, took out a disassembler from his backpack, and placed it in a corner of the small wooden house. Now, Nanshan wanted to test his idea. He took out a pile of items from his backpack, iron claw rat claws, very hard claws containing trace amounts of iron elements. Nanshan had 40 iron claw rat claws, which he didn't know the use of before, but now the use has come, right? 40 claws, I wonder how many small iron blocks I can break down? Nanshan licked his lips and activated the disassembler. Inside Nanshan's small wooden house, the poor quality disassembler started to shake slightly, making a dragging sound like a tractor. The 40 iron claw rat claws were quickly disassembled. The good news is that these iron claw rat claws can indeed break down into iron elements. The bad news is that the product of the breakdown is neither iron blocks nor small iron blocks, but a new item called iron sand. Iron sand, as long as the quantity is sufficient, iron sand can also be used as small iron blocks. Well, this thing is even lower in grade than small iron blocks. Nanshan couldn't help but frown. It probably takes 50 portions of iron sand to synthesize a small iron block. 10 small iron blocks are needed to synthesize an iron block. Nanshan quickly calculated in his mind and realized that he still needed 3,460 iron claw rat claws to gather 10 iron blocks to upgrade his main divine weapon. This is so frustrating. Nanshan was suddenly in a dilemma. If one iron claw rat yields 2 iron claw rat claws, Nanshan would have to kill 1730 of them. Wouldn't that take forever? It's better to go mining with them. Wait, these ferocious beasts, iron claw rats, seem to be everywhere. Other chosen ones must have iron claw rat claws in their backpacks too. They don't have a disassembler, so iron claw rat claws are useless to them. I might be able to exchange a small amount of materials for a large quantity. With this thought, Nanshan quickly opened the trading channel. Indeed, there were many iron claw rat claws listed in the trading section. Someone was offering iron claw rat claws *50 in exchange for freshwater *1. Another person was offering iron claw rat claws *10 in exchange for wood *1. There was also someone offering iron claw rat claws *20 in exchange for any food *1. These iron claw rat claws were dirt cheap, and no one seemed interested. After all, everyone didn't know the use of iron claw rat claws, and they took up space in the backpack. It was better to list them in the trading channel to see if they could be exchanged for something useful. Nanshin couldn't help but smile, directly entering a shopping spree mode and buying most of the iron claw rat claws. A total of 306 iron claw rat claws. And Nanshan only paid wood *8, stone *14, mountain chicken meat *2, slightly dirty freshwater *1. What a great deal! But this amount is still too small, not enough for Nanshan to use. In the chat channel, Nanshan's crazy shopping has attracted the attention of other chosen ones. Ma Yong, huh? My 50 iron claw rat claws were actually sold? Does anyone really want this thing? Su Ming, mine was sold too, exchanged for 2 stone blocks, good profit. Ning Wu, mine was sold too. Wu Yuansheng, is someone collecting iron claw rat claws? Is this thing useful? Bao Jian, it seems like it was bought by Nanshan. At Nanshan seeing this, Nanshan quickly edited a message and sent it out. Nanshan, buying a large quantity of iron claw rat claws, exchange any material *1 for 10 iron claw rat claws, fast exchange. At a price of 10:1 for rat claws and materials, Nanshan considered it reasonable. After all, others had no use for the rat claws. Huang Yuan Ming, at Nanshan, brother, tell me secretly, what is the use of iron claw rat claws? Nanshan, I can tell you, I plan to forge a dragon-slaying sword. Huang Yuan Ming, haha, I don't believe you. Tianjiping, at Nanshan, since you know the use of iron claw rat claws, you should share it with everyone for free. Nanshan? Nanshan, when I slowly type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that you have a problem. Tianjiping, what problem do I have? Am I not right? Tianjiping, iron claw rat claws must have a great use, we just don't know it yet. As the first person to know, not telling everyone is one thing, but secretly buying all the iron claw rat claws in the trading channel, you are so selfish. Tianjiping, I think you should share the use of iron claw rat claws for free, and then return all the ones you just bought to others. Nanshan couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Tianjiping might have a problem with his brain. Nanshan, the buyers didn't say anything, the sellers didn't say anything, and you, this idiot, keep talking. Nanshan, if you're not selfish, then please give me all the items in your backpack, okay? You fool. Tianjiping didn't respond to Nanshan and instead went to persuade other chosen ones. Everyone, don't trade with him. Iron claw rat claws must have a great use, we just don't know it yet. Even if you want to sell, the price should be increased tenfold. Lu Daxiang, you make a good point. Can I sell my iron claw rat claws to you at 10 times the price? Bao Jian, 10 times? At Tianjiping, if you want to buy at 10 times the price, I'll go out and kill now. How many do you want me to kill? Nanshan, 10 times, I'll sell you all the ones I just bought. Huang Yuan Ming, 10 times, I'll exterminate the iron claw rats today. Seeing himself becoming the target of ridicule, Tianjiping could only leave in disappointment. I haven't even started yet, and he's already gone. Nanshan shook his head in disappointment, feeling that Tianjiping was a bit weak. As a former canyon pianist and zon hunter, Nanshan hadn't even used 1% of his strength, and his opponents were already falling, making him somewhat unsatisfied. Nanshan, my friends, iron claw rat claws are indeed useful, but the conditions for use are very strict. You probably won't need them. Nanshan, keeping them in your backpack is a waste. Why not exchange them for some materials with me, right? The other chosen ones thought about it and realized that this made sense. After all, iron claw rat claws are not needed now, so it's better to exchange them for materials, upgrade their divine weapons, upgrade their cabins, and improve their combat power. After all, staying alive is the most important thing. And even if they find out later that iron claw rat claws are very useful, it doesn't matter, isn't it just killing level 1 and level 2 iron claw rats? There are as many iron claw rat claws as needed, there is no shortage at all. In this world where death could happen at any time, immediate benefits are the most important. As for the future? Let's talk about it if we can live to see it. Zhou Feihong, I'm about to reach level 3 this afternoon, so I'll go kill the iron claw rats. Bao Jian, the iron claw rats are weak, killing them is easy. I've been hunting them for the past 2 days. Ma Yong, both rat meat and rat claws are abundant, it makes me tempted. Many chosen ones who are still at level 1 or 2 have set their sights on hunting the iron claw rats. This is the effect we want. Nanshan nodded in satisfaction, closed the chat channel, and listed 200 units of materials on the trading channel. Exchange any material *1 for 10 iron claw rat claws. After doing all this, Nanshan started preparing food. It's mealtime. Nanshan roasted a piece of wild boar meat for lunch, his mouth full of oil. But he noticed a problem. Eating roasted meat every day will definitely cause health issues. I need to find some fruits and vegetables to supplement my vitamins A, B, C, D, F, G. But my body is already half digitized. Do I still need to supplement these trace elements? Is he a virtual creature or a real being? Nanshan himself is not sure. Shaking his head, Nanshan stopped thinking further. Well, as long as my health points are full, there shouldn't be any problems. After lunch, Nanshan bought some water for purification. The large purchase of iron claw rat claws this time made Nanshan's wood and stone materials a bit tight. He needed to sell more to buy mana potions. Lower the price of mana potions to 30 units of materials per portion, small profits but quick turnover. The current chosen ones do not consume much mana. Lowering the price a bit can earn more. After doing all this, Nanshan looked at his backpack, which already had 1084 iron claw rat claws. During lunchtime, Nanshan harvested over 700 iron claw rat claws. Indeed, the power of the masses is infinite. In the area where Nanshan is located, there are still 591 chosen ones. On average, as long as each chosen one kills 3 iron claw rats, Nanshan can gather 10 iron blocks. This way, it's quite fast. Wiping his mouth, Nanshan left the small wooden house. In the afternoon, Nanshan prepared to explore the northwest direction to see if he could reach the iron mine mentioned by Suzuran. This iron blocks will definitely be needed in the future. Nanshan can't always rely on decomposing iron claw rat claws, right? And Nanshan also wants to meet other chosen ones, maybe get to know some pretty girls, crossed out, or make some like-minded teammates. In this perilous world, having one more teammate increases the hope of survival a little more, provided that this teammate doesn't betray. Leaving the small wooden house, Nanshan headed west. Along the way he easily dealt with 7 or 8 iron claw rats, harvesting some rat claws. Soon, Nanshan arrived at Chenping's small wooden house, which had been dismantled by Nanshan yesterday. I wonder if Huangpeng's small wooden house is also in this direction. Continuing forward, Nanshan found that the surrounding beasts were mostly low-level, mostly level 1 or 2, with very few level 3 beasts. This direction is quite safe, but not a good place for leveling up. Nanshan is now at level 4, killing level 2 beasts only gives him 7 experience points, which is pitifully low. Opening the map, Nanshan saw that his current coordinates were 321:528. At this speed, I should reach the iron mine location in a little over an hour. In order to return to the small wooden house before dark, Nanshan quickened his pace. At the border between the plains and the forest, Suzuran pointed to the distant cave and said lightly, I named this place Iron Mine, what do you think? Behind him, 2 chosen ones shrugged indifferently. Wu Yuanqing said, it's not like she's my wife, call it whatever you want. Su Ming asked, is there really an iron mine here? Don't lie to me, we're not easy to bully. Su Ming held a shield half his height, carefully watching Suzuran. It was a wooden shield with obvious signs of being worm-eaten, pockmarked. Suzuran's expression was cold, of course there is an iron mine, but if you want to share, you must first prove your strength. Behind Su Ming, Wu Yuancheng raised his longbow and shot an arrow into the distance. Swish! -115. This arrow hit a lone cave spider in the distance, causing 115 points of damage. The 8 eyes of the cave spider all turned towards Wu Yuancheng and swiftly approached him. Wu Yuancheng remained calm, bent his bow and shot a second arrow. -115. The cave spider was hit by 2 magic arrows on its head, but it did not affect its speed at all, quickly closing in on Wu Yuancheng. Ha! Su Ming shouted lowly. As the cave spider approached, he thrust his shield forward forcefully. Shield bash. -65. The cave spider stood still, falling into a stunned state. Swish! Wu Yuancheng calmly shot a third arrow, easily dealing with the cave spider. Su Ming looked proudly at Suzuran. How about that? Isn't our combination awesome? Suzuran nodded slightly, but the mana consumption is quite high, right? Su Ming's smile froze slightly. Suzuran was right in his guess. His mana was only enough to cast Shield Bash 5 times, and each arrow from Wu Yuancheng required 5 mana points, often leaving him without mana. They couldn't sustain a prolonged battle. Su Ming said, let's put aside the facts and just say if it's awesome or not. Suzuran replied, awesome. Suzuran acknowledged the strength of Wu Yuancheng in himself. Alright, let's wait on the side for now, someone should be coming soon. Suzuran found a shady spot to sit and rest. By the way, you guys came too quickly. Our little wooden house is on the plain, very close to here, so we came early to take a look. Wu Yuancheng and Su Ming also found a place to sit and rest, but kept a certain distance from Suzuran. By the way, brother, what's your main divine weapon? How strong are you? What skills do you have? I use a short knife, no skills. Suzuran waved the somewhat rotten wooden knife in his hand. As for strength, without returning to the little wooden house for supplies, my sister and I can cooperate to kill 7 to 10 cave spiders in one round. When Su Zurin mentioned 7 to 10, it didn't mean facing 7 to 10 cave spiders simultaneously, but hunting them one by one without supplies. They could hunt 7 to 10. Wu Yuanqing thought to himself, Su Ming can use shield bash 5 times, and together we can kill 5 cave spiders without injury, then we'll start losing health. We can only kill about 10 in one round. Comparing this way, the efficiency of hunting cave spiders was similar between Wu Yuanqing's group and Su Zurin's group. Su Ming didn't think so much. His attention was drawn by the word sister. You have a sister? Oh, I remember now. You mean Sui-han, right? Su Ming looked around but didn't see other chosen ones. Where is she? Why haven't I seen her? Su Zurin glanced at the chat information on the panel. She's coming soon. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Sui-han walked slowly with her long legs. When Sui-han walked up, Wu Yuanqing and Su Ming were both mesmerized. The two looked at each other and shouted in their hearts, "Wow, it's huge!" Sui-han coldly glanced at the two lechers, then turned to Su Zurin and asked, "Brother, only 2 have arrived? Where are the others?" Su Zurin replied indifferently, "They are still on their way. Once about 10 people arrive, we can start." For the top 20 chosen ones on the leaderboard, the temptation of the iron mine was very strong. Su Zurin believed that few would give up the opportunity to obtain iron blocks. As expected, over the next hour, chosen ones arrived one after another. These were all strong individuals in the top 20 of the leaderboard, and only the top 20 would be given the coordinates by Su Zurin. Nanchen was the 9th to arrive. Hey, hello everyone, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. As soon as Nanchen arrived, he greeted everyone with a smile, while secretly sizing them up. The one with the bow is Wu Yuanqing. The one with the shield is Su Ming. Why is there someone without a weapon? Oh, there's even a young lady. Nanchen's gaze fell on Sui-han's chest, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's huge." Sui-han blushed slightly, her eyes coldly staring at Nanchen. The other chosen ones couldn't help but give Nanchen a thumbs up. Daring to say it out loud, "He's a tough one." Nanchen awkwardly touched his nose and looked away. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Wu Yuanqing quickly spoke up to change the subject. "Most people have arrived. Shall we get started?" A young man with a long stick and a handsome face agreed, "Yes, my little wooden house is far from here. Let's finish early so I can get back soon." This person was Huang Yuanming, who had cooperated with Nanchen several times and was considered a familiar face. "That's right, let's pair up, kill about 30 to 50 cave spiders today, and do it again tomorrow. That should be enough." A chubby man with a machete, smiling, squatted down and arranged the tactics. This person was Wooly, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, specializing in machetes. Nanchen glanced at the chubby man and noted his information. Sensing Nanchen's gaze, the chubby man turned and jokingly said, "Brother, why are you staring at me? Do you like me?" He even puffed up his chest, saying, "I'm quite big too." Nanchen. Nanchen rolled his eyes and discreetly took 2 steps back. This chubby man might be a pervert. Nanchen thought to himself and decided to stay away from him later. Pairing up is too inefficient. Su Zurin disagreed with Wooly's opinion. There aren't that many cave spiders at the entrance. We can have melee fighters at the front, rotating to tank damage, while ranged attackers provide support from behind, pushing forward directly. Let's kill our way into the cave and see what's inside. Su Ming immediately objected, "Damn, I'm the only tank here, just say you want me to tank." Huang Yuanming added, "Cave spiders have high attack power. Once surrounded by 5 or more, even a tank would be in trouble." "I disagree with this plan." Nanchen also shook his head, "I disagree too." To conceal his strength, Nanchen did not reveal his desert eagle and instead used a wooden dagger. A dagger was also a melee weapon, so according to Su Zurin's tactics, Nanchen would have to be at the front to tank damage. This was very dangerous, and Nanchen naturally disagreed. Su Zurin seemed to anticipate opposition and calmly said, "I can't be 100% sure if there is an iron mine in this cave. So what we need to do now is to push in, check the situation inside. If there is no iron ore, then everyone should go their separate ways and find their own paths. Don't waste time gathering here." A slightly thin young man spoke up, "So, are you trying to trick us into working for you?" With a dark complexion and a slight build, this person seemed to be called Yun Fei, ranked 17th on the leaderboard. What is his main weapon? Why can't I see it? This time, Nanchen behaved himself and didn't stare directly at the other party, but instead assessed the thin young man with his peripheral vision. Su Zurin said, "I already mentioned at the beginning that we cannot be 100% sure there is iron ore here, so how can you say it's a trick?" Yun Fei looked at Su Zurin with a cold gaze. "Are you saying I'm accusing you wrongly?" The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Let's fight. Nanchen took a few steps back, goading in his mind. "Let's talk things out nicely." Huang Yuanming stepped forward as a peacemaker. it's said that fate brings people together from afar. Since we all have this fate, there's no need to argue over trivial matters, right? Seeing someone offering a way out, both Su Zurin and Yun Fei took a step back and stopped arguing. That's right, what Su Boss said makes sense. The chubby warrior stood up. First, we need to confirm if there is iron ore here before deciding how to occupy it. He patted his round belly. I'm melee, I agree to take the front line. What about you guys? Wu Yuansheng shrugged. I use a bow. I don't mind, you melee guys decide. Su Ming glanced at the chubby warrior and reluctantly nodded. If the brothers with short knives agree, who am I, with a large shield, to refuse? Huang Yuanming and Nanchen exchanged glances, feeling a bit troubled. Huang Yuanming asked, Brother, what do you say? Nanchen replied, What can I say? I play with a dagger, what can I handle? The other melee chosen ones could rely on the length of their weapons to resist the attacks of the cave spiders. But Nanchen couldn't, his dagger was too short. By the time he could stab the cave spider, it could also bite him. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Su Zurin pondered for a moment. How about this? The 5 melee chosen ones form a fan shape at the front, slowly advancing. Let the few ranged brothers behind focus on output. Are we really going to be safe behind? Nanchen felt something was off about this. But this tactic was still feasible and worth a try. The group quickly reached a consensus. Frontline, Su Zurin, short knife, Huang Yuanming, wooden stick, Su Ming, large shield, Nanchen, dagger, Wu Li, short knife. The 5 melee fighters formed a fan shape to provide a good output environment for the ranged professions behind them. Backline, Wu Yuansheng, longbow, Suihan, staff, Yunfei, slingshot, Wu Chenin, short bow. Nanchen hadn't seen Yunfei's main weapon before because he had it in his pocket. As for Wu Chenin, he was a quiet young man. Nanchen had been here for so long and hadn't heard him speak a word, just quietly listening to others. With the formation set, the group slowly advanced towards the direction of the cave. When they were 50 meters away from the cave, the first cave spider noticed this team and rushed towards them with its 8 legs. Let's go! Wu Yuansheng ordered, raising his hand to shoot an arrow. On the side, Yunfei and Wu Chunin didn't hesitate and launched their attacks. 2 magical feather arrows hit the cave spider's big butt, while Yunfei's magical bead hit one of the cave spider's eyes. So accurate, Yunfei's slingshot skills are impressive. Nanchen was secretly amazed. At a distance of over 10 meters, with the spider moving quickly, Yunfei managed to hit the spider's eye with one shot. If this wasn't just luck, then it was truly impressive. Nanchen felt that he couldn't be so precise. Why can't I see the damage they dealt, and I don't know how strong their attacks are? There were no light red numbers floating above the head of the cave spider, which made Nanchen somewhat regretful. But the 3 of them did not kill the cave spider with their simultaneous shots this round. Seeing this, Su Zurin quickly stepped forward and delivered the final blow, killing it. Wu Yuansheng curled his lips and said, Only 10 points of experience, so low. Su Ming chuckled, Oh, come on, we didn't even attack, so we didn't get any experience. Nanchen exclaimed, Damn, you guys snatched all the experience, this is a loss. Alright, let's keep moving forward. Su Zurin commanded the team to continue. There will be many more cave spiders ahead, plenty of experience to gain. Suihan, who had been silent all along, coldly added, If your health is too low, retreat, I can heal you. Ha! Miss, you can talk, I thought you were a mute bride. This was the first time Nanchen heard Suihan's voice, and it sounded quite nice. You're the mute one, Suihan glared at Nanchen and decided not to heal him later. Wait, healing. Except for Su Zurin, the other chosen one suddenly reacted, looking at Suihan in surprise. You're a healer. Everyone looked at Suihan in surprise. You're a healer. No wonder she's so powerful. Suihan glanced at them and said, I just learned a healing skill from my divine weapon. Nanchen was even more surprised. What? You actually have a skill? Why don't I have one? It's normal, I don't have one either, Wu Yuansheng explained. It seems that some special divine weapons come with skills. For example, Su Ming's wooden shield comes with a shield strike. Suihan nodded and said coldly, My rapid healing is also a skill that comes with my divine weapon. Nanchen exclaimed that it was unfair. Why didn't he have any skills? There must be a conspiracy. Wu Chenin, who had been silent, asked, Rapid healing? What does this skill do? Suihan hesitated slightly, then said, It restores 5 health points per second, lasts for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Awesome, Xiao Luo's grilled meat won't be as good anymore. Nanchen gave a thumbs up. This skill is like a plate of delicious grilled meat, and it heals faster than it. Using rapid healing once saves 50 units of materials, it's truly a divine skill. Nanchen expressed his envy. Su Zurin said, Alright, let's not chat, everyone continue to push forward. With a priest in the team for support, everyone felt much safer, and the pace of advancement increased significantly. 20 meters from the entrance of the cave, The number of cave spiders here had increased, but Nanchen and the other 9 people were not to be trifled with, easily killing the spiders that approached. Nanchen took this opportunity to hone his melee skills. Then he was bitten twice by the cave spider, grimacing in pain. -69. -69. With 2 bites, Nanchen's health was halved. Huang Yuanming and Wooly reacted quickly, standing in front of Nanchen and dealing with the spider. Wooly shook his fat body and looked at Nanchen with some surprise. "Brother, your combat power is a bit weak. No, your tactics are a bit lacking. Where's your positioning? Counterattack? Why are you just standing there letting the cave spider bite you?" Usually I just bully little rabbits. Rarely do I fight against such fierce beasts." Nanchen casually made up an excuse and passed it off. If it is not necessary, Nanchen does not want to expose his desert eagle in front of everyone. That is Nanchen's trump card. It must be kept hidden. Rapid healing. Suddenly, Nanchen heard Suihan's cold voice in his ear. Nanchen saw a faint green light emanating from his calf. The wound that was just bitten by the abyss spider was rapidly healing, and his health points were steadily increasing. Wow, so comfortable. Nanchen felt warm all over his body, turned to Suihan, and said, "Thank you, miss." Suihan's cold face revealed a professional fake smile. "Compensate me with 2 bottles of mana potions later." "Damn, profiteer," Nanchen muttered. Making a profit of 2 mana potions with just 1 word, this money is really easy to earn. The others continued forward, with several of them intentionally or unintentionally blocking Nanchen from behind to prevent him from being attacked by the abyss spider. Seeing this, Nanchen couldn't help but feel that there are still many good people in the world. However, in reality, they just wanted to gain more experience points. After about half an hour, the group finally cleared all the abyss spiders near the cave entrance. Poor Nanchen only gained 40 experience points. Everyone's health is still good, let's go in. With Su Zuren's words, Su Ming led the way into the cave with a large shield. Su Zuren and Wooly followed closely, while Nanchen and Huang Yuanming followed behind them, with the 4 long-range professionals at the back. Huang Yuanming looked around and noticed that there were fewer abyss spiders in the cave. "Nanchen, why are there fewer spiders in this cave?" "How would I know? Maybe it's too stuffy in here." So they all went out for some fresh air. Nanchen also surveyed the cave. The cave was deep but not wide, occasionally encountering 1 or 2 abyss spiders, which were quickly dealt with by the group. It seemed relatively safe. But Nanchen didn't think so. Based on his experience over the past 3 days, it was very likely that elite or lord-level beasts would appear in such a place. In such a narrow space, the group would not be able to maneuver properly, and there was a high risk of being wiped out here. This cave was very dangerous. "Brother, why do you look like that?" Huang Yuanming, seeing Nanchen's serious expression, curiously asked. "By the way, why are you wearing animal skins? You look like a savage." Nanchen sneered. "What do you know? This is a limited edition savage costume, with all attributes plus 99, the only set in the entire region, understand?" Huang Yuanming raised his middle finger. "I don't believe you." As the two chatted, the group advanced another 20 meters. The light from outside the cave could no longer reach this point, and it was pitch black in front of them. Su Zuren in front of the team extended a hand, signaling everyone to stop. "It's too dangerous to move forward in the dark, let's light a fire first." "I'll do it." The silent Wu Chunin took out a match from his backpack and quickly made a torch. Soon, each of the 5 melee chosen ones had a torch to light the way ahead. The cave was very quiet, with occasional dripping water sounds. The group advanced another dozen meters and encountered a fork in the road ahead. 1 left and 1 right, 2 paths. Su Ming turned back to look at the others behind him. "What do you say? Which way should we go?" Wu Yuansheng shrugged. "I don't mind, you guys decide." Huang Yuanming said, "Men go left, women go right, I think we should go left." Suihan snorted, "Then where should I go?" Su Zuren squatted down, observing the traces around him, trying to find some useful information. Nanchen also looked around the environment, suddenly noticing something shiny under his foot. It seemed to be a metal block. Nanchen discreetly stepped on the reflective object, while observing the others' reactions from the corner of his eye. Fortunately, no one noticed his small movement. At this moment, Su Zuren had already inspected the surrounding traces and said lightly, "Let's go left. There are fewer spider-crawling traces on the left side, so it should be safer." "Ahem." Nanchen coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed, and said, You guys go ahead, I need to pee, I'll catch up after I'm done." The crowd was speechless, but they didn't say much. They formed up and moved to the left. Suihan, who was walking at the back of the team, gave Nanchen a disdainful look as he passed by him. Seeing that everyone had already gone far, Nanchen quickly bent down, picked up the reflective object, and put it in his backpack. Ding! You obtained Iron Block, *1. Hearing the system prompt, Nanchan's face showed no expression, but he was smiling inside. He didn't even have to dig, and he picked up an iron block for free. Nice. It seems that there may really be an iron mine in this cave. Hurry up and catch up, there must be more iron blocks ahead. Nanchan clapped his hands, raised the torch, and prepared to catch up with the companions ahead. Just then, a slight noise suddenly came from the right side of the road. Nanchan was startled and immediately turned to look, only to see 8 basketball-sized eyes staring at him intently. Creepy. Nanchan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, activated the skill, Insightful Eye. Cave Spider King, level 6, Lord level Fierce Beast, health, 2800/2800, mana, 540/900, skills, Venom Spray, Web Spitting, spawn level 6 Lord level Fierce Beast. Level 6 Lord level Fierce Beast. These basketball-sized eyes, plus 2,800 health points, made Nanchan's scalp tingle. At this moment, Nanchan could only think of 4 words, terrifying. The Cave Spider King and Nanchan stared at each other for a second, then suddenly let out a piercing scream. Squeak! Nanchan then realized that spiders could also make sounds. Retreat, draw the gun. Nanchan held the Desert Eagle, took a precise 3-shot, hitting the Cave Spider King. With such a huge beast, it was hard not to hit. -1, -1, -1. 3 shots, the Cave Spider King lost 3 health points. Nanchan's 200 attack power didn't break through the defense. Run! Nanchan shouted loudly towards the left passage, then turned and ran towards the cave entrance. In this situation, Nanchan wouldn't care about anyone else. Save your own life first. In the left passage, the remaining 8 chosen ones heard Nanchan shout and quickly turned around. At the same time, the 8 basketball-sized eyes of the Cave Spider King also looked at them. Wu Yuanshang was stunned. What is this? A boss? Huang Yuanming took a few steps back, his scalp tingling. I used Insightful Eye to see. This is the Cave Spider King, a level 6 Lord level Fierce Beast. It has 420 attack power. Su Ming was shocked. Wow, 420 attack power? Can't it kill me in one hit? Bro, what should we do now? Suihan's delicate face revealed fear, hiding behind Su Zuran. Among the 8 people, only Su Zuran remained calm. Don't be afraid, it's too big to get through. Just now at the fork in the road, Su Zuran had noticed traces of a large fierce beast activity on the right, but not on the left passage. Combined with the fact that the left passage was narrower, Su Zuran immediately judged that the large fierce beast could not pass through the left passage, so he led the team to the left. Sure enough, the Cave Spider King did not attack the crowd, but instead turned its eyes a few times and slowly retreated. This Lord-level fierce beast retreated. Huang Yuanming still couldn't believe it. It left? It's not going to kill us? Su Zuran frowned, suddenly realizing something. Quick, let's take this opportunity to break out. Yun Fei was taken aback. Breakout? The Spider King of the Abyss definitely hasn't gone far. Isn't breaking out now like seeking death? Su Zuran didn't waste any words, grabbed his sister Suihan's hand and ran outside. If you don't want to die, follow me. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. The others hesitated a bit, mainly because of the fear brought by the Spider King of the Abyss just now. That's 420 attack power. Even the toughest Su Ming here would shatter with just one touch. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Su Zuran had already rushed to the fork in the road with Suihan. But suddenly, a dense swarm of spiders surged out of the right passage, driving the 2 back. It's over. A rare look of panic appeared on Su Zuran's face. Brother, what should we do? Suihan beside her had already turned pale with fear. Su Zuran took a deep breath to calm himself, and made a decision in an instant. Don't be afraid, let's retreat. Under the pressure of the spiders, the 2 returned to the left passage. Seeing the dense swarm of spiders, the rest of the group also panicked. Su Ming even cursed directly. Damn it, are we all going to die? The silly smile on Pang Dun's face disappeared. What should we do? Su Zuran and his sister ran back, not stopping their feet. Keep running forward, there might still be a chance. The others didn't dare to hesitate, and followed the siblings deeper into the cave. Behind them, the spider army followed. After running for who knows how long, Su Zuran suddenly stopped, illuminating the nearby stone wall with a torch. There's a hole here, the entrance is narrow, 2 people can guard it. Su Zuran rushed into the cave to check, finding that apart from a large amount of spider webs, there were no ferocious beasts inside. This cave was safe. Su Zuran immediately arranged tactics. 45 ranged go inside, melee guard the entrance. Su Ming and Huang Yuanming in one group, me and Wooly in another group, will take turns to withstand the damage. Sister, make sure to heal everyone. Don't skimp on everyone's supplies. Buy all the grilled meat and mana potions from the trade channel. If we hold on, there's still a chance. If we can't hold on, we'll all die together. The group immediately followed suzerain's tactical instructions. Time was running out, the spider army was about to catch up, and no one had time to think about whether suzerain's tactics would work. At least at first glance, this tactic seemed quite feasible. Maybe there was a chance to survive. Rustling sounds came from not far away, the sound of the spider army advancing. They're coming, get ready to fight. Su Ming gritted his teeth, half kneeling at the front, holding his large shield firmly at the entrance. The rest of the group also held their breath, ready for battle. The first spider crawled up, and Huang Yuanming quickly stepped forward, knocking it away with a stick. Suzerain looked at the knocked-away spider, slightly stunned, and immediately released, Insightful Eye. Spider hatchling, level 2, health, 150 out of 280, mana, 110 out of 110, attack, 90, defense, 65. Seeing the attributes of this spider, Suzerain breathed a sigh of relief. This isn't the abyssal spider, it's a level 2 spider hatchling, we still have hope. This was good news, but there was also bad news. The good news was that the spider hatchling was very weak, and the group could easily kill it. The bad news was that there were a lot of spider hatchlings, and their relatively small size made it even more difficult for the group to guard the entrance. Suzerain looked at the 4 long-range professional chosen ones behind him, Wu Yuanqing and Wu Chunin. Focus on attacking the spiders outside the cave to help relieve the pressure on the frontline melee fighters. Yunfei, you are responsible for dealing with any stragglers that break through. Don't let these beasts attack you. The 3 nodded simultaneously and began to counterattack according to the plan. Pang Dun wielded his short knives forcefully, cutting a spider hatchling in half. Brother Su Ming, if you can't hold on, just say so, I'll take over for a while. Su Ming huddled behind a large shield, grinning. Don't worry, these little spiders don't have high attack power, plus we have a healer to keep us going. I can hold out for about 10 minutes without a problem. As he spoke, Su Ming took out a piece of fragrant roast meat from his backpack and started eating it hungrily. Suzerain observed the situation with a serious expression. With their good coordination, they managed to temporarily hold off the spiders in the cave. But as time passed and their supplies ran out, their time of death would come. The spider hatchlings kept coming, and Suzerain didn't believe they could kill them all. They needed to find a way to break the deadlock. Suzerain's brain quickly went into overdrive, trying to grasp onto any hope of survival. Just then, he received a private message. Nanchen, brothers, are you still alive? Need any help? Nanchen had already escaped from the cave and found a safe place to observe the situation at the cave entrance. Not seeing the cave spider king chasing them out, and Suzerain's group not coming out either, he sent a message to check if they were alive. Suzerain quickly replied, Brother, we are surrounded by spiders now, we urgently need a lot of mana potions. Huh, they're still alive. Nanchen was somewhat surprised. With the terrifying attack power of the cave spider king, these people couldn't possibly hold out. There was only one possibility: the cave spider king hadn't personally attacked, but had summoned a group of minions. Nanchen nodded in understanding, initiated a trade, and exchanged 10 units of clean freshwater with Suzerain, without taking any money. This was all the stock Nanchen had in his backpack. Suzerain, is there more? This won't last long. Nanchen, no, if I need to make more, I have to go back to the cabin, it will take over an hour. Nanchen had left the water purification device in the small cabin and didn't carry it with him. If he went back to purify more water, these people would probably be wiped out by then. Suzerain fell silent for a long time and replied with 2 words, thank you. Hang in there, deleted, I can help you, deleted. Nanchen wrote many words, but deleted them all in the end, not knowing what to say for a moment. These teammates they had just met today might die in the cave soon, which made Nanchen feel a bit melancholic. This cannibalistic world was really messed up. That bigwave sister was so nice, Nanchen hadn't even had a chance to talk to her, and now she might be gone. But Nanchen had no way to save these people, and he might even end up getting himself killed. Wait, do I still have a chance to do something? Nanchen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and opened his backpack. Ironclaw Ratclaw * 2481. Nanchen had exchanged all the materials in the trading channel for Ironclaw Ratclaws. Decompose. Nanchen had the inferior decomposition device in his backpack, and it was just the right time to use it. With the 40 Ironclaw Ratclaws I decomposed earlier, this is equivalent to having 5 iron blocks. The broken iron shell decomposed into a pile of small iron blocks, roughly equivalent to 3 iron blocks. I just picked up another iron block in the cave. Only one more iron block, and Nanchen could upgrade his main weapon. Damn it, let's take a gamble. Nanchen immediately sent a message to Suzerain, brother, give me 1 iron block. Suzerain had found an iron block before, and he had mentioned it to Nanchen. Without hesitation, Suzerain initiated the trade. Ding! You obtained Iron Block *1. The electronic synthesis sound rang in Nanshan's ear, and he now had 10 iron blocks. Nanshan directly chose to upgrade his Lifeblood Divine Weapon. Lifeblood Divine Weapon, Weapon Name, Shabby Arsenal Current Grade, F Peak Type, Backpack Attribute, Backpack Slots plus 20 Upgrade Materials, Wood *200, Stone *300, Iron Block *100, Copper Block *1 Unlocked Equipment in Arsenal, Desert Eagle, Wooden Dagger. As the grade of the Lifeblood Divine Weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked. Ding! With the growth of the Lifeblood Divine Weapon, you have gained a new skill, Penetrating Bullet. Nanshan exclaimed in joy, I finally have a skill too. Penetrating Bullet, consumes 20 mana points, fires a penetrating magic bullet that can deal 150% of attack damage to multiple targets, with damage decreasing based on distance and number of targets hit, cooldown, 10 seconds. Note, can only be used when equipped with firearms. I finally have a skill too. Nanshan was overjoyed, feeling like he had received a pillow when he was about to fall asleep. This Penetrating Bullet could be considered a group attack skill, greatly improving Nanshan's efficiency in hunting fierce beasts. Excitedly rubbing his hands, Nanshan looked at the weapons in his hands. His Desert Eagle and Wooden Dagger could also be upgraded along with the Lifeblood Divine Weapon. Desert Eagle, Current Grade, F Peak, upgrades with Shabby Arsenal, Type, Weapon Attribute, Strength plus 20, Energy plus 16. Each attack consumes 3 mana points, dealing 120% of attack damage to hit enemies. Equipment from the Shabby Arsenal. Wooden Dagger, Current Grade, F Peak, upgrades with Shabby Arsenal, Type, Weapon Attribute, Strength plus 24, Agility plus 6, Stamina plus 6. Each attack can deal 110% to 130% of attack damage to enemies. Slightly enhances bleeding effect. Equipment from the Shabby Arsenal. These two pieces of equipment did not undergo significant changes, just some basic attribute improvements. However, it is worth mentioning that the normal attack damage of the Desert Eagle has been increased to 120%, which means each of Nanshan's attacks now deals 1.2 times the previous damage, and only consumes 3 mana points per attack. This is a significant improvement. Feels good. Nanshan looked at his attributes and nodded in satisfaction. His strength had reached 48 points, his attack power was at 240 points, which was quite terrifying. Name, Nanshan Level, 4, 162/1800, Health, 280/280 Mana, 340/340 Attack, 240 Defense, 93 Strength, 48 Agility, 22 Stamina, 28 Energy, 34. Except for slightly low health, his other attributes were quite high. I still have 10 free attribute points, should I just add them all to Strength? When Nanshan leveled up from 2 to 3, and from 3 to 4, he received 5 free attribute points each time, which he had been saving. Now, Nanshan decided to allocate all points to Strength, maximizing his output. Strength, 58. Attack Power, 290. Spending 10 free attribute points, Nanshan's attack power instantly reached 290 points. Nice, Nanshan, am going all out with this move. Taking off. Nanshan had just used the insightful eye to see the attributes of the Cave Spider King. This big spider had 210 defense points, so Nanshan couldn't even touch it before. But now Nanshan's attack power is enough to break through. He can take a risk and go back. Retrieving the inferior disassembler back into his backpack, Nanshan carefully walked towards the cave. At the entrance of the cave, Nanshan peeked around for a while and didn't find any trace of the Cave Spider King. Instead, there were many small spiders crawling out slowly. Spider hatchlings. Nanshan activated the insightful eye and obtained the attributes of these small spiders. Level 3, 280 health points, 65 defense points. Nanshan quickly calculated in his mind, 290 by 1.2-65 equals 283. Nanshan could kill a spider hatchling with one shot. In that moment, the spider hatchlings turned into cuties in Nanshan's eyes. This is all valuable experience. Swish. Nanshan no longer hesitated and raised his hand for a shot. -311. Ding. You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast spider hatchling, gaining 15 experience points. Nanshan was surprised. Huh? Why is the damage so high? It was different from what Nanshan had calculated. Nanshan recalled the previous battles and realized that when hunting beasts lower level than himself, the damage indeed increased. About a 10% increase in damage? Shaking his head, Nanshan no longer dwelled on these details and focused on hunting the spider hatchlings. He still had over 300 mana points, enough to kill at least 100 spider hatchlings, equivalent to over 1,500 experience points. Nanshan even felt hopeful about reaching level 5 today. Let's get to work. Swish, swish, swish. Nanshan raised the Desert Eagle and killed the spider hatchlings one by one. Occasionally, a shot missed, but it didn't affect much. Ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast spider hatchling, gaining 15 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast spider hatchling, gaining 15 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast spider hatchling, gaining 15 experience points. While killing monsters, Nanchan pushed forward and soon approached the previous fork in the road. Nanchan cautiously looked at the right passage and didn't see any trace of the cave spider king, feeling relieved. If the cave spider king was still guarding here, he would have to retreat. Opening the panel, Nanchan sent a message to Suzuran, "Brother, how's the situation on your end? Can you hold on?" After a while, Suzuran replied, "At most half an hour. There are too many spiders, we can't kill them all, and our mana points are not recovering. It takes 10 minutes to recover 50 mana points with a mana potion. In such a tense battle, 50 mana points would probably be used up in 30 seconds, not enough." Now Wu Yuanshang and others have started melee combat. Nanchan looked at the left passage. Indeed, there were many spider hatchlings, densely packed. Perfect time to try out my new skill. Nanchan lay on the ground, raising the desert eagle about 5 centimeters off the ground. Pulling the trigger. Swish! 20 mana points surged from Nanchan's body to the desert eagle, and a 8 centimeter long, spiral-shaped magic bullet was fired. Penetrating bullet. The penetrating bullet whistled along the ground, piercing through 17 spider hatchlings before stopping. Awesome! The power of this penetrating bullet far exceeded Nanchan's imagination. Especially in such a dense gathering of ferocious beasts, the penetrating bullet can be called a divine skill. It just costs a bit of mana. Nanchan looked at his status bar and saw that he had 127 points of mana left, enough for 6 more shots. Besides mana, Nanchan also noticed his experience points, 1092/1800. I still need 708 more experience points to level up, which means I need to kill 48 spider hatchlings. For Nanchan, who has the penetrating bullet, killing 48 spider hatchlings is not a difficult task. Nanchan immediately fired another penetrating bullet. This time, luck was not on his side as he only killed 9 spider hatchlings before the bullet got stuck in the wall and disappeared. 39 more to go. After killing 39 more spider hatchlings, Nanchan will reach level 5. Swish! Other spider hatchlings saw their companions mercilessly killed and became enraged, rushing towards Nanchan with their 8 spider legs. At least 50 to 60 spider hatchlings surrounded Nanchan. Relying on his high attributes, Nanchan did not escape immediately but waited for the cooldown of the penetrating bullet before firing at the spider group again. This shot killed 13 spider hatchlings. Run! Nanchan stood up, brushed off the spiders crawling on him, and quickly retreated. The situation had changed, and he could not stay in place to continue pushing for level 5. In just a short while, his health had already dropped by half. If he waited a few more seconds, Nanchan would become dinner for this group of small spiders, with nothing left. Seeing Nanchan running away, more small spiders turned and chased after him. A dark mass of spider hatchlings chased Nanchan out of the cave. Nanchan glanced back and realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Bursting out of the cave, Nanchan opened the chat channel and quickly sent a message to Suzuran. "I've led away a large group of spider hatchlings, the rest is up to you guys." Whether to stay and defend or risk their lives to break out, Nanchan could not make the decision for them. The decision was in their hands. Deep in the cave, Suzuran saw the message from Nanchan and decisively said, "Everyone, get ready, we're breaking out." Wu Yuanshang was surprised. "How can we break out with so many spiders? This is like sending ourselves to death." Huang Yuanming looked at the densely packed spiders around them and said firmly, "Staying here is a slow death. Breaking out gives us a chance." Wooly slashed a spider hatchling and said with determination, "Let's charge." Leading the way, Pang Dunhua charged out like a tank, killing his way through. "Sister, heal him once, then charge with me." Suzuran stood in front of Suihan, clearing the path for her. "The rest of you, hurry up." "Okay." Suihan nervously held her staff and followed Suzuran quickly. With 3 already charging out, the remaining people dared not stay in place and wait for death. "Old Wu, stand behind me." Su Ming gritted his teeth, shielded himself, and charged out with Pang Dunwo. Swish! Spider hatchlings surrounded them from all sides, launching a fierce attack. But these people were not to be underestimated. All of them were already at level 4, killing the spider hatchlings quickly and efficiently, resulting in a large number of spider deaths. However, their health points were dropping rapidly, showing signs of weakness and exhaustion, negative effects caused by low health points. Su Ming felt a bit desperate. "We can't break out." Seeing the countless small spiders around them, Yunfei slowly lowered his slingshot. "This won't work, next time." Wu Yuansheng also felt discouraged. "Sigh, it's over." Suihan's cold eyes looked a bit lonely as she murmured, I haven't even been in love yet, and I'm going to die here? What a pity. Among the few people, only Su Zuran and Wu Chenan had not given up, still desperately pushing forward. Suddenly, Su Zuran looked ahead and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, I think we can still salvage this. Hearing Su Zuran's words, everyone looked ahead in the dim light of the fire. The number of spider hatchlings ahead had drastically decreased, not enough to stop this small team. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, Damn, is this the legendary flowers in the dark? Suihan looked at him puzzled. Are you trying to say bright flowers in the dark, another village? Huang Yuanming nodded repeatedly, yes, that's it. Seeing a glimmer of hope, everyone was revitalized and broke through the encirclement in one go. The path ahead was clear. Su Zuran turned around and silently went to the back of the team. Wu Yuansheng gave him a thumbs up, bro, you're awesome, I've made a friend in you. There was still a large group of spider hatchlings chasing after them from behind, posing a significant threat to the 4 long-range chosen ones. However, Su Zuran's defense had reached 82 points, and this group of spider hatchlings could only cause single-digit damage to him. As long as he wasn't surrounded, it wasn't fatal. Moreover, there were no more spider hatchlings blocking their path ahead, and it was difficult for the spiders behind to catch up with them. The group quickly arrived at a fork in the road, surrounded by the corpses of spider hatchlings, which shocked everyone. At least 100 spider hatchlings died here. Who did this, so fierce? No wonder there are so few spiders here, they were all killed by someone? Have other chosen ones come over? Suddenly, everyone thought of a missing person, Nanshan. The battle just now was too intense and everyone almost forgot about Nanshan. Now, looking at the ground full of spider hatchling corpses, everyone immediately guessed what had happened. Bro, are these spiders killed by Nanshan? Suihan's cold face showed a hint of disbelief. Most likely, Su Zuran nodded. Nanshan just messaged me saying he led a large group of spider hatchlings away, so I decided to break out. After a pause, Su Zuran added somewhat surprised, I didn't expect him to kill so many. Did he hide his strength before? In the time it took to say these few words, everyone had rushed out of the cave. The warm sunlight bathed them, giving them a sense of rebirth. Damn, almost died. Su Ming put down his shield, panting heavily. His defense had exceeded 90 points, and the attacks from the spider hatchlings only deducted 1 point of his health, so Su Ming was the most resistant to damage, with his body covered in bite marks from the spiders. Suihan looked worriedly at the cave behind her. Let's stay away from the cave, there's still an abyssal spider king inside. Everyone quickly moved away from the cave. What do we do next? Wu Yuanqing took out a piece of fragrant roast meat and started eating. I found a lot of iron blocks just now, but they're all in the mountain wall, we need to dig to get them. Pang Dun treated his wounds and said, we can't dig until we deal with the abyssal spider king. Su Zuran nodded calmly, at least everyone needs to be level 6 before we have a chance to hunt down this lord-level beast. Shall we disband then? Yunfei shrugged. Let's come back to raid this dungeon after we're all level 6, how about that? Sounds good. No problem. Let's go, let's each go our separate ways. The group dispersed, ready to leave. Suihan stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance. Wait, isn't that Nanshan over there? Everyone followed Suihan's gaze and saw Nanshan running towards them with his feet spread out. Nanshan's eyes lit up when he saw Suihan, and he shouted loudly, Good nanny, nurse me quickly. Behind Nanshan were hundreds of spider hatchlings. Quick, nurse me. Nanshan held a wooden dagger, running and shouting at the same time. The spider hatchlings behind him chased him closely, and Nanshan couldn't shake them off. Quick heal. Suihan murmured softly, using up the last of his magic power to nurse Nanshan. Su Zuran said, Kite them. The terrain here was open, no longer the narrow environment of the cave, allowing everyone to fight and retreat slowly to wear down this batch of spider hatchlings. With the help of Su Zuran and others, Nanshan finally caught his breath. He had just led this group of baby spiders in a big circle, finding that they were relentless in chasing him, unable to shake them off. The key was that Nanshan dared not venture into the forest for fear of encountering other fierce beasts and being ambushed. Helpless, Nanshan could only circle around in this open area, and he happened to see Su Zuran and others rushing out of the cave, so he hurried over for help. Nanny, you are my savior. Nanshan nodded gratefully to Suihan. His health had dropped to below 50 points, which was very dangerous. But Suihan's healing instantly revitalized Nanshan, allowing him to even turn around and kill a few, gaining some experience. Hearing the term nanny, Suihan blushed slightly and retorted, Can you be more civilized? Call me a priest. Okay, nanny. Nanshan chuckled and turned to kill the spider hatchlings. He only needed to kill 21 more baby spiders to reach level 5, and he couldn't let the other bastards steal his experience. Swish! Nanshan approached a spider hatchling, and the wooden dagger stabbed down heavily. -371. One-hit kill. The wooden dagger had a 24-point strength bonus, 4 points higher than the desert eagle, making it more powerful. The spider hatchlings couldn't withstand even one hit from the desert eagle, let alone a hit from the wooden dagger. The others were surprised to see this. The attributes of these spider hatchlings were not high, both in defense and health. They were considered below average among level 3 beasts. Even the highest attacker among them, Yuancheng, had to trigger a weak point strike to kill a spider hatchling in one hit. Was Nanshan's attack power too high? Nanshan didn't notice the expressions of the others. He was solely focused on killing all the spiders, reaching level 5, and had no time to care about others. After spending more than 10 minutes, everyone finally killed the group of spider hatchlings cleanly, without losing too much health. Damn, still 28 points of experience left. These bastards stole my experience. Nanshan was somewhat annoyed and cursed silently in his heart. It was a pity, he was just one step away from level 5. As the battle ended, everyone slowly gathered together. Pang Dun, who was very familiar with martial arts, stood beside Nanshan and patted his shoulder. Brother, thank you so much today. Huang Yuanming also approached. Yes, if it weren't for you, we might not have been able to break out. The others also thanked Nanshan one after another. Everyone now knew that it was Nanshan who led a large number of spider hatchlings away, allowing them to escape from the cave. In retrospect, Nanshan could be said to be the savior of everyone. Nanshan waved his hand and said, "You guys are too polite. What more do you want? We are all friends. Isn't it just a matter of saving lives? How can I accept your reward?" The few people looked at each other. It seemed that they hadn't even mentioned this. Nanshan licked his lips and continued, "Well, what's there to feel guilty about? Isn't it just a matter of saving lives? Of course, if you really want to give, then 100 units of materials will do, just as a token of appreciation." Nanshan emphasized the life-saving grace twice with a lot of cunning. Put. Seeing Nanshan performing a solo skit, Soyeon covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Saizran said lightly, "Exchanging 100 units of materials for a life, I think there's nothing wrong with that." Exactly, my brother Nanshan is a sincere person, he won't deceive anyone. Huang Yuanming had collaborated with Nanshan a few times, and at this moment, he also stepped forward to support Nanshan. "Come on, brother, let's make the deal first." In front of everyone, Huang Yuanming directly gave Nanshan 100 units of materials. Nanshan reluctantly accepted it. Of course, Nanshan didn't forget to send a private message to Huang Yuanming. Private message, "Nanshan, good brother, I'll return it all to you later." Private message, Huang Yuanming, hee, pleasant cooperation. Handshake, the two glanced at each other, revealing a sly smile. Soon, the others also gave Nanshan 100 units of materials. These people here are all top 20 strong players on the leaderboard, so 100 units of materials are really nothing to them. Nanshan's price was very reasonable. After all, Nanshan risked his life to save them. Soon, Nanshan received 800 units of materials, the result of his afternoon's work. Nanshan looked at the sky contentedly. "The sun is about to set, I still have over an hour's journey back, so I'll leave now." Nanshan was afraid that someone might get greedy and try to harm him if he stayed here. Although the likelihood of this was small, after all, they had just gone through a life and death test, and these people had good character. "I'm about to head back too." Huang Yuanming looked at Nanshan. "I'm heading east, how about you?" "Nanshan, I'm heading southeast, we can walk together for a while." Suming carried the large shield on his shoulder. "Then let's all leave, and come back to explore this cave later." Yunfei, "Alright, let's make plans for next time. Be careful, don't get killed by fierce beasts." Wu Yuancheng, "Stop talking nonsense, Lao Su, let's go." Everyone was straightforward, so they left separately. Before parting, Nanshan smiled at Soyeon. "Good nanny, see you next time." Soyeon spat, "Get lost." "Ha, bye." Nanshan waved goodbye and set off home with Huang Yuanming. On the way, Huang Yuanming smirked. "Brother, what do you think of Soyeon?" Nanshan remembered her voluptuous figure and commented, "She's well endowed." Huang Yuanming, "Your comment is really spot on." Nanshan, "What are you thinking?" "I meant her rapid healing skill, she's well endowed." Huang Yuanming, "That's what I meant too." The two walked east for a while and arrived at a stream. Huang Yuanming could follow this stream back, while Nanshan had to walk south for another half an hour. Nanshan looked at the stream and brightened up. "Huang, can you get me 2 buckets of water tonight?" Huang Yuanming was surprised. "Damn, how did you know I've been working on making wooden barrels recently?" "I don't know anything, I just said it casually." Nanshan was a bit speechless at Huang Yuanming's surprise. "I was working on making wooden barrels last night, they're taking shape now, I'll bring you 2 barrels tonight." Huang Yuanming chuckled, "Are you using them to make mana potions? Give me some then." Of course. The two chatted for a bit more and then went their separate ways. Once in the forest, Nanshan became cautious, as there were many fierce beasts in the forest. Most of them were tough to deal with. Nanshan now has less than 20 magic points and just over 100 health points, which is not healthy. Fortunately, Nanshan had good luck tonight and did not encounter high-level fierce beasts on the way back. Occasionally, 1 or 2 level 1 or level 2 fierce beasts appeared, but Nanshan easily killed them. Ding! You killed a level 2 fierce beast, Big Squirrel, and gained 7 experience points, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 5. Ding! Nanshan is the first in this area to reach level 5, gaining +1 reputation. Ding! It has been detected that a chosen one in this area has reached level 5, and now the cross-area chat channel is open to all chosen ones in this area. Nanshan was stunned. Another new feature has been activated? Cross-area chat channel, activated. Nanshan curiously opened the panel and looked at this new feature. Ding! Successfully entered the cross-area chat channel. Ding! Chosen ones above level 5 can speak in the cross-area chat channel, with a minimum interval of 30 seconds between each message. Ding! The area you are in is the 527th area on this planet to have chosen ones at level 5, and this area is officially designated as Primitive World 527 Area. Primitive World 527 Area? Nanshan listened to the voice of the creation god system and couldn't help but be surprised. Before him, at least 526 chosen ones had reached level 5? Isn't that too fast? Shaking his head, Nanshan looked at the cross-area chat channel again. District 132, Sakura Shinkiro, another newcomer, took almost 3 days to reach level 5. This strength is really rubbish. District 288, Emilia, this should be the last newcomer today, right? District 17, Xiaoang Ran, at Nanshan, brother, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Nanshan glanced at Xiaoang Ran's avatar, and from the appearance alone, the other party should also be from the Dragon Kingdom. This cross-area chat channel should have a built-in translation function because Nanshan found that many other countries' chosen ones were sending messages in the Dragon Kingdom language. District 527, Nanshan, at Xiaoang Ran, yes, I am from the Dragon Kingdom. What's the situation with this cross-area chat channel? Why are there so many weird friends? District 132, Sakura Shinkiro, who is your friend? You Dragon Kingdom people are all rubbish, and you are the rubbish among rubbish. The warriors of my great Sakura Empire never befriend rubbish. Xiaoang Ran had not replied yet, but a netizen named Sakura Shinkiro spoke first. Nanshan was confused, inexplicably scolded, who could stand it? The key is that Nanshan didn't do anything. Licking his lips, Nanshan started to write a short essay. District 527, Nanshan, at Sakura Shinkiro, San-like thing, did your mother die today, lacking maternal love, so your mouth is so foul? I'm sorry, I can't help you with that, I can only give you paternal love, because I am your real father. Omitting 2,000 words, send. Cross-area chat channel, can only send one message every 30 seconds, the interval is too long, Nanshan can't write and send one sentence at a time, and the other party can't experience the true power of the Canyon pianist, which makes Nanshan somewhat regretful. But fortunately, this short essay did not deviate from the theme of parents, and its killing power was not weak. As a sword genius of the Sakura family, Sakura Shinkiro had never been scolded like this before, and was suddenly angered. District 132, Sakura Shinkiro, Nanshan, you're dead. District 527, Nanshan, are you really coming to hit me through the network cable? District 132, Sakura Shinkiro, as you wish. Nanshan was stunned, feeling a bit uneasy. This guy wouldn't really be able to come and hit me through the network cable. Nanshan cautiously looked around, no one, fortunately. Oops, it's getting dark, and I'm still here venting. The sun was about to set, and Nanshan was still a short distance away from the cabin. He didn't want to spend the night outdoors, as it was as good as seeking death. Turning off the panel, Nanshan hurried back to the cabin. Nanshan was unaware of the impact his rant against Sakura Kojiro in the cross-regional chat channel would have on the entire 527 area. Just before it got completely dark, Nanshan finally made it back to the cabin. Phew, I can finally take a break. In the cabin, Nanshan could finally relax. The exploration of the mine this afternoon was very dangerous, but the rewards were huge. Nanshan directly leveled up from level 4 to level 5, becoming the number 1 on the level ranking list. He also received 1 reputation point as a reward, although Nanshan didn't know the purpose of reputation yet. In addition, Nanshan's main god weapon also upgraded again, reaching the peak of F level. The improvement was significant. After resting for a while, Nanshan lit a campfire and started roasting meat. While roasting meat, Nanchen also took out the desert eagle, aimed at a large tree more than 40 meters away from the cabin, and began practicing marksmanship. After firing more than 200 rounds, Nanchen felt that his marksmanship had improved. I will practice for half an hour every night to improve my accuracy. After setting a small goal, Nanchen put away the desert eagle and closed the cabin door. Based on the experience of the past 2 days, in a little over half an hour, a large number of ferocious beasts would start roaming at night, and Nanchen didn't want to provoke these terrifying creatures. The aroma of roasting meat lingered in the cabin. But after eating roasted meat for 3 days in a row, Nanchen was starting to get tired of it, feeling a bit nauseous at the sight of it now. However, in this primitive world, various kinds of meat were easy to obtain, but fruits and vegetables were hard to come by. Even if he felt nauseous, Nanchen had to eat, because not eating for too long would result in a weakness debuff, reducing all attributes by 5% to 50%, which was very serious. This was the information Nanchen received in the chat channel, although he had never experienced hunger so far. Dinner's ready. Taking a deep breath, Nanchen started eating the roasted meat and opened the panel to check on the group for a while. As soon as he opened the panel, Nanchen saw a lot of private messages, and the chat channel was already buzzing. Chat channel, Bao Jian, Nanchen, why are you still lurking? Come out and say a few words. At Nanchen Huang Yuan Ming, don't rush, he should have just returned to the cabin and may not have seen the messages yet. Tian Jiping, humph, in my opinion, he's just scared and hiding. Nanchen caused trouble on his own, yet now the whole area has to bear the consequences. Why? Wooly, alright, it's useless to talk so much now, let's think about what to do. Nanchen was puzzled, not understanding what was happening. What's going on here? Opening the private messages sent by other friends, Nanchen gradually understood the situation. It turned out that after Nanchen ranted against Sakura Kojiro in the cross-regional chat channel, Sakura Kojiro was furious and directly announced a cross-regional challenge to the 527 area. This so-called cross-regional challenge was actually an item. Cross-regional challenge order, designate an area and engage in a fair 1v1 duel with the highest level chosen one in that area. The winner's area will have all resources increased by 10%. The loser's area will have all resources decreased by 10%. Note, when one of the chosen one's health drops to 1 point, it is considered a failure. With this cross-regional challenge order, Sakura Kojiro could directly challenge Nanchen, and if victorious, could plunder 10% of the resources in the 527 area. This is a big deal that affects the entire region, so the chat channel exploded. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, Nanchen took a deep breath. Damn, that Sanbi really can come over and hit me along the network cable. Nanchen was shocked that such an operation existed in this primitive world. How can keyboard warriors survive? Too unfriendly. At this moment, a new message suddenly popped up on Nanchen's panel. Suzerain invites you to join the Handsome Guys group, do you agree? Ah, how can you still join a group? When did this new feature come out? Nanchen scratched his head and clicked agree. Ding! Nanchen has joined the group chat. Nanchen glanced at the group members in this group, all of whom were the people who participated in the mine exploration this afternoon. Huang Yuan Ming, at Nanchen, bro, you finally came, I thought you died on the way. Nanchen, pa, you're the one who died on the way. Huang Yuan Ming, you didn't say a word for half a day, I sent you a private message and you didn't reply. Nanchen, I just got home, my butt hasn't even warmed up yet. Nanchen, what's the situation now? Who can tell me? I'm a bit confused. Suzerain, let me explain. Nanchen ate a few bites of the barbecue in his hand and looked seriously at the information in the group. Suzerain, Sakura Kojiro wants to challenge you, do you know? Nanchen, I roughly know. By the way, how did you guys know that I criticized him? Don't you need to be level 5 to enter the cross-regional chat channel? Wu Yuanqing, you need to be level 5 to speak, but we can still go in and see what others are chatting about. So that's how it is. Nanchen suddenly realized. Suzerain, I heard from a Dragon Country person named Cheng Mo in District 68 that each region has a cross-regional challenge order, but you have to kill a Lord-level beast above level 5 to get it. Suzerain, Sakura Kojiro just happened to get a cross-regional challenge order today and spent the whole afternoon looking for an easy target. You criticized him just now, so he targeted you. Nanchen, damn, am I that unlucky? Suzerain, actually, criticizing him is not the main reason. According to the chosen ones from other regions, whether we provoke him or not, Sakura Kojiro will challenge the last region of the day. Suzerain, because the last region basically represents the weakest strength, he is more likely to win the challenge and get resources. Nanchen understood that it was not very fortunate for him to reach level 5 before dark. If he waited until tomorrow to reach level 5, Sakura Kojiro would go challenge District 526 tonight. Su Ming, I was lurking in the cross-regional chat channel just now and got some useful information. 1. Sakura Kojiro's District 132 entered the cross-region yesterday afternoon, a day earlier than us. Su Ming. 2. Sakura Kojiro himself is already level 6, his sacred weapon is a katana, should have a very powerful output skill, but no one knows what it is. Su Ming. 3. This morning, Sakura Kojiro single-handedly killed a level 5 Lord-level beast. Seeing these 3 pieces of information, Nanshin frowned. Sakura Kojiro's strength is quite strong. He can actually single-handedly kill a level 5 Lord-level beast. Although Nanshin has not seen a level 5 Lord-level beast, he has seen a level 6 Lord-level beast, the Abyssal Spider King. With its 420 attack power and 2,800 health points, Nanshin is currently unable to defeat it. Although a level 5 Lord-level beast is not as strong as the Abyssal Spider King, it is not far off. In this comparison, Nanshin seems to have no chance of winning. Taking a deep breath, Nanshin sent a message. When is he going to challenge me? Suzerain, cross-regional challenge order, can only be used during the day. He should challenge you early tomorrow morning. Early tomorrow morning. This means that Nanshin has no time to improve his strength. He can only face Sakura Shinkiro in his current state. Suihan, Nanshin, do you have confidence? Nanshin, huh? Nanny, you're here too. Isn't this the handsome guys group? What are you doing here? Suihan, don't call me Nanny. Nanshin, then. Daddy? Suihan, get lost. Nanshin did not directly answer Suihan's question but chatted with her for a while. Nanshin does have some confidence, but not much. In the battle with Sakura Shinkiro tomorrow, Nanshin's only advantage is the Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle's long attack range is the key to Nanshin's victory. The first shot is crucial, it must hit. After thinking about tomorrow's battle plan, Nanshin felt more confident. In the handsome guys group, Nanshin, rest assured, everyone, I will do my best tomorrow. Wooly, go for it, damn it. Wayuanshing, that's right, crush that little Sakura's head. Suihan, go for it. The people in the group cheered Nanshin on and did not complain about him for this matter, because they all knew that it was not Nanshin's fault. Anyone who reached level 5 today would be challenged by Sakura Shinkiro. Instead of complaining, they chose to support him. Nanshin closed the handsome guys group and checked the chat channel. It was chaotic, with some people supporting Nanshin and others cursing him. Most of the blame was on Nanshin, as they believed it was because of his personal reasons that things turned out this way. Those who could see through the surface to the essence were indeed few. Nanshin ignored them, closed the chat channel, and checked all his private messages. Among them, Xiaoluo sent Nanshin 5 portions of fragrant grilled meat, along with a message. Xiaoluo, sent this to you. Nanshin accepted the grilled meat and replied, thank you. In addition, there was also a giant strength grass sent by Yuran. Yuran, I'll trade you 1 giant strength grass for 10 bottles of mana potion, you can owe me first. Yuran, still a little dog. This is like a forced transaction. So rogue. Nanshin chuckled and accepted the giant strength grass sent by Yuran. After some thought, Nanshin replied with a message, watch me tomorrow, I'll knock that guy's head crooked. Yuran replied instantly, go for it, carrot for all carrot, she's a girl who likes to use emoticons, cute. Nanshin replied to all the other friends' messages and then decisively closed the panel, taking out the giant strength grass he had just obtained. Giant strength grass, eating it will increase the strength of the chosen one by +4. Note, each chosen one can only eat up to 2, eating more is ineffective. Wow, this is the father of great strength grass. Nanshin directly ate the giant strength grass, increasing his strength by another 4 points. After some thought, Nanshin allocated all 5 free attribute points he received upon reaching level 5 to strength. What he wanted was pure power output. Looking at his attributes, Nanshin's strength had reached 77 points, attack power 385 points, almost catching up to the Abyssal Spider King. As long as Nanshin hits the first 1 to 2 shots, even if Sakura Shinkiro is level 6, it won't matter, he will still lose. This high attack power gave Nanshin a few more points of confidence. Roar! Howl! Just like the previous 2 nights, the roar of the fierce beasts outside the cabin arrived as expected. Nanshin walked to the window and carefully observed for a while. Outside, shadows were wandering everywhere, moving as fast as ghosts, and Nanshin couldn't see clearly what kind of fierce beasts they were. He retracted his head, not daring to observe for too long, afraid of drawing the hatred of the fierce beasts outside. The small wooden house was not invincible, it also had its own health points. Nanshin had no doubt that the fierce beasts outside had the ability to tear down his small wooden house. Closing the windows, Nanshan poured the 2 large buckets of fresh water brought by Huang Yuanming into the purification device, letting it slowly purify. As night fell, Nanshan fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the roaring outside. Tomorrow, another fierce battle awaited him. Morning. Nanshan suddenly opened his eyes, and a carp flopped on the ground. Glancing at the tactical watch on his wrist, the time displayed was 6:10 in the morning. Has Sakurako not woken up yet? Nanshan had not received any challenge information yet. That was good, he still had time to prepare. After hastily eating something, Nanshan pushed open the door of the small wooden house. Outside the small wooden house was a dense forest, with sunlight filtering through the leaves and dappling the ground. The fierce beasts that had rampaged all night were nowhere to be seen at this moment. Nanshan stood at the door of the small wooden house and began practicing his marksmanship. He wanted to improve his accuracy during this precious time. Swish, swish, swish. Nanshan specifically targeted the iron claw rats around the small wooden house for hunting, as they were small in size, good for marksmanship practice, and would drop iron claw rat claws as materials for upgrades. 3 birds with 1 stone, why not? Of course, to be prepared for any challenges that might arise, Nanshan always kept his magic points above 80%, not daring to consume too much. After practicing for over 2 hours, just as Nanshan was starting to get impatient, he finally received a system notification sound. Ding! Chosen one of the Primitive World District 132 Sakurako has challenged you to a cross-district challenge, please prepare. Announcement: District 132 of the Primitive World has initiated a cross-district challenge to District 527 of the Primitive World. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes, so both participating chosen ones should prepare. 2 system notifications, one was a district announcement, and the other was Nanshan's personal information. Nanshan opened his panel, where a countdown had already appeared, along with detailed information about the cross-district challenge. Cross-district challenge: after the countdown ends, both chosen ones will be randomly transported to an uninhabited area within the primitive world, where they will duel within a 100-meter radius. During this time, both chosen ones will receive the Indomitable Will buff. The chosen one whose health points drop to 1 first will be deemed the loser. Indomitable Will: during the challenge, you will not die. Your health points will drop to a minimum of 1. Seeing this, Nanshan raised an eyebrow. So this challenge wouldn't result in death, but the losing side's district would lose 10% of its resources. This relieved Nanshan of any worries. With over 9 minutes left until the challenge began, Nanshan returned to the small wooden house to restore his magic points, then entered the cross-district chat channel. District 132, Sakurako, is that Nanshan guy chickening out? He hasn't made a peep since last night? District 132, Yudo Dodo, he must be scared silly by now, trembling somewhere not knowing where to hide. District 132, Mayue Dahue, daring to insult the warriors of our great Sakura Empire, this is his fate. Will gladly accept the resources of District 527. Upon entering the cross-district chat channel, Nanshan saw the chosen ones from District 132 boasting arrogantly. These 3 chosen ones were all above level 5, and the overall strength of District 132 was considerably stronger than District 527. District 527, Suzerain, 3 losers. District 527, Xiao Luo, upstairs +1. Nanshan was stunned. Are they both level 5 now? Looking at the level ranking list, Nanshan found that Suzerain and Xiao Luo had indeed reached level 5. It is estimated that they got up early this morning to kill monsters and level up. At this time, these 2 are in the cross-district chat channel, exchanging words with the Tian Xuanzi from District 132. However, their combat power is obviously weaker, and their words have little effect on the other side. District 132, Mayudahue, the Nanshan from your District 527, is now hiding like a turtle, letting you 2 useless people take the lead? Wasn't he very arrogant yesterday? District 132, Dong Dao Shong Tai, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are all cowards, truly garbage, they can't compare to the warriors of our great Sakura Empire. District 132, Sakura Shinkajiro, challenging someone like this turtle is an insult to my katana. District 68, Changamo, mumbling about what? Using the map cannon, right? If you speak like this, then I will use this cross-district challenge token on your District 132. District 17, Shaoong Ran, unfortunately, our district's challenge token has been used up, otherwise, I would also challenge District 132. District 113, Yipiaoling, our district's challenge token has not been used, so I will also challenge District 132. District 381, Lintianchi, this group of little Sakura flowers really think highly of themselves, they don't even realize how many Dragon Kingdom districts are here. District 68, Changmo, when you catch a sheep, everyone goes together, let's strip District 132 bare first. Because of Dong Dao Xiong Tai's words, many lurking Dragon Kingdom Tian Xuanzi came out one after another. District 132 has already aroused the anger of all Dragon Kingdom districts. The Tian Xuanzi from other countries choose to watch from the sidelines and do not intervene. This is a matter between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. Other countries are eager for the two countries to fight fiercely. Sensing that things seem to be getting out of control, District 132 panicked and quickly apologized. District 132, Sakura Shinkajiro, I'm sorry, I did not mean to offend the Dragon Kingdom. The above remarks are only directed at your Nanshan from the Dragon Kingdom. But in reality, Sakura Shinkajiro had already greeted all the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Nanshan saw this and coldly chuckled. District 527, Nanshan, my remarks yesterday were not directed at you. I was referring to your entire Sakura Kingdom, all garbage. District 132, Sakura Shinkajiro, Baga, Nanshan, you finally came out. In 5 minutes it will be your time to die. District 527, Nanshan, idiot, cross-district challenges won't kill anyone. Is your culture too low to understand the hint? Could it be? Are all of you from the Sakura Kingdom illiterate? How pitiful. Nanshan is skilled at using the map cannon. He has no good feelings towards the Sakura Kingdom, so he insults them as he pleases. Sakura Shinkajiro's mouth twisted in anger. District 132, Sakura Shinkajiro, let you be arrogant for a while. When the challenge starts, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. District 527, Nanshan, the son wants to fight the father? This is unreasonable. Is this how you Sakura people talk to your fathers? Oh, blame me for not teaching you well when you were young, only caring about the grass mud horse. District 132, Sakura Shinkajiro, Baga, I will kill you. District 68, Changmo, it seems like a leakage of national essence. District 17, Shaoang Ran, this is intangible cultural heritage. District 381, Lin Tianchi, coach, I also want to learn how to insult people. Nanshan had not spoken before, and the Tian Xuanzi from other Dragon Kingdom districts looked down on him. They thought Nanshan was scared, hesitating, and wanted to hide like a turtle. But now it seems that Nanshan is not hesitating, and has not embarrassed the Dragon Kingdom. 39th District, Sakura Ikijian, foolish people of the Dragon Kingdom, your arrogance won't last long. At Sakura Shiro, get ready to fight me later. 132nd District, Sakura Shiro, big sister. Someone from the 39th District arrived. Are these two brothers? Why is he called Sakura Ikijian and not Sakura Daisuke? Nanshan was somewhat surprised. This Sakura Ikijian is actually from the 39th District. His strength must be even more terrifying. The higher the ranking in the battle district, the stronger the power. This Sakura Ikijian might already be at level 7, or even level 8 by now. It's unexpected that Sakura country actually has so many experts. Fortunately, our Dragon Kingdom is not lacking either. That guy named Shaoan Ran is from the 17th District, definitely much stronger than Sakura Ikijian. Only 1 minute left. Nanshan began to stretch his muscles, preparing to face this battle in the best condition. At this moment, Sakura Shiro mentioned Nanshan again in the cross-district chat channel. 132nd District, Sakura Shiro, at Nanshan, the challenge is about to begin. How about we make it more interesting? If you lose, you have to call me Dad 3 times in this chat channel, and if I lose, I will also call you Dad 3 times. What do you say? Dare to bet? Nanshan sneered. Does this Sakura Shiro really think he's guaranteed to win? 527th District, Nanshan, a son delivered to my doorstep, can't let it go to waste. I'm in. 132nd District, Sakura Shiro, don't try to back out later. 527th District, Nanshan, do you think I'm like you Sakura people, all talk and no action? 132nd District, Sakura Shiro, Baga. 10 seconds countdown. Both of them fell silent. Inside the small cabin, a silver-white teleportation array slowly lit up under Nanshan's feet. Seeing this, Nanshan quickly ate a serving of fragrant grilled meat and drank a cup of clean fresh water. Take medicine before the fight. 3, 2, 1. Nanshan's figure gradually faded, then disappeared in the small cabin. In the original world, in a deserted area, Nanshan and Sakura Shiro were simultaneously teleported here. Hey, isn't this a bit unstable? Nanshan looked at Sakura Shiro 50 meters away, grinning. At this distance, even Sakura Daisuke would kneel down. The location of this cross-district challenge was in a valley. The vegetation in the valley was lush, but there were no particularly tall trees. In other words, there weren't many obstacles here, allowing Nanshan to fully unleash his abilities. Not far away, Sakura Shiro, wearing tattered shirt and jeans, was slowly approaching Nanchin. Sakura Shiro's eyes were fierce. "Nanchin, today I will make you realize that talking big comes with a price." Nanchin raised the wooden dagger high and pointed it at Sakura Shiro in the distance. "Son, watch how Dad teaches you a lesson today." He. Sakura Shiro sneered. After seeing that Nanchin's main weapon was a dagger, Sakura Shiro relaxed his last bit of vigilance. Actually, before the challenge began, Sakura Shiro was still a bit worried. If Nanchin's main weapon was a long-range weapon, it wouldn't be so easy for Sakura Shiro to win. Because in the early stages, the range advantage was huge, enough to compensate for the level difference between the two. Although Sakura Shiro was confident that he could get close to Nanchin's face and kill him, there was still a risk. Now that he saw Nanchin was also a melee chosen one, and his main weapon was the shortest range dagger, Sakura Shiro immediately felt more confident. "Nanchin, how about you kneel down and call me Dad now?" Sakura Shiro held a wooden samurai sword in one hand and walked leisurely towards Nanchin. "If you call now, you won't have to call me Dad in the cross-district channel later. Think about it, calling me Dad in front of everyone, how embarrassing for you. There's no one else here, even if you called someone else, no one would know, isn't that the case?" Nanchin silently calculated the distance between the two in his heart, but his face showed a confused expression. "What did you just call me?" "Sakura Hana Shiro, Dad." "Nanchin, hey, good son." Sakura Hana Shiro's face darkened, he glared fiercely at Nanchin. "Alright, let's see how long you can keep up the tough act." Sakura Hana Shiro quickened his pace and charged towards Nanchin. 40 meters. 35 meters. 35 meters. Nanchin hid his hands behind his back, quickly put away the wooden dagger, and took out the Desert Eagle. In Sakura Hana Shiro's eyes, the current Nanchin appeared calm, standing with hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of a master. "Humph, pretending? Do you think you're a grandmaster?" Sakura Hana Shiro snorted coldly. "You have weaknesses all over your body, you don't look like you're pretending at all." On this point, Sakura Hana Shiro had the right to speak. The Sakura Hana family was a prestigious family of swordsmanship, with a long lineage of swordmasters in the land of Sakura Hana. There was no clear distinction between swords and knives, so the techniques displayed with the Sakura Hana sword or samurai sword could all be collectively referred to as swordsmanship. As for Sakura Hana Shiro himself, he was a genius of the Sakura Hana family of this generation. He had been fond of the samurai sword since childhood. His swordsmanship was superb, second only to his brother, Sakura Hana Nikijian. After crossing into the primitive world, Sakura Hana Shiro obtained a samurai sword as his divine weapon. Having practiced swordsmanship for many years on the path of the sword, on the first day of his arrival, Sakura Hana Shiro comprehended a powerful offensive skill, the draw sword slash. With this skill, Sakura Hana Shiro's leveling speed was rapid, killing rats, chickens, leaving the other chosen ones of District 132 far behind. Just yesterday, Sakura Hana Shiro even single-handedly killed a level 5 Lord-level ferocious beast. With this kind of strength, not to mention that Nanchin didn't look like he was pretending, even if Nanchin was truly a grandmaster, Sakura Hana Shiro was confident he could defeat Nanchin. "He seems to be underestimating me more." Nanchin keenly sensed Sakura Hana Shiro's change in attitude, somewhat puzzled. But it didn't matter, this was a good thing for Nanchin. The more the opponent underestimated him, the greater Nanchin's chances of winning. The distance between the two was 20 meters. At this distance, Nanchin's accuracy could reach over 90%. Almost there. Penetrating bullet. Nanchin quickly raised the Desert Eagle, not aiming with his eyes, but fired a shot at Sakura Hana Shiro based on instinct. After days of intense battles, Nanchin had gained a sense of marksmanship. At the moment the bullet was fired, Nanchin had a premonition that this shot would hit. The penetrating bullet, formed by 20 points of magic power, whistled towards Sakura Hana Shiro. At the moment the bullet was fired, Sakura Hana Shiro was dumbfounded. "We're fighting hand-to-hand, why pull out a gun? Everyone uses cold weapons, and you bring out a Desert Eagle, is that appropriate?" Shocked as he was, Sakura Hana Shiro's reaction was not slow. He raised his samurai sword and made a horizontal slash. Draw sword slash. Clang! The magical bullet and the wooden samurai sword collided, emitting a crisp sound of impact. Nanchin's penetrating bullet was blocked by Sakura Hana Shiro's sword. A trivial skill. Sakura Hana Shiro sneered, feeling proud of his swordsmanship, but his joy lasted less than 0.1 seconds. A penetrating bullet pierced through the samurai sword and shot into Sakura Hana Shiro's left shoulder. -158. How is this possible? It's not scientific. Sakura Hana Shiro looked incredulous. "We've all crossed over, and you're talking to me about science? Are you kidding me?" Nanchin's face was calm, but his heart was anything but calm. Nanchin's 385 attack power, plus the 150% damage bonus from penetrating bullet, only caused 158 points of damage? This is not scientific. Could it be that Sakurako has over 300 defense? That's too exaggerated. What's even more exaggerated is that this Sakurako can actually cut bullets with a single slash. Is this a movie scene? Nanshin suspects that the opponent is cheating. Seeing Nanshin's expression, Sakurako sneered, "Don't you know? Low-level attacks against high-level opponents will greatly reduce damage. This is also..." Before finishing the sentence, Sakurako had already dragged his sword forward, instantly accelerating to the extreme speed. Instant slash. Few people know that Sakurako has actually mastered a skill called instant slash. This is Sakurako's trump card, not even afraid of facing ranged chosen ones. This is where my confidence lies. Sakurako smirked, instantly rushing within 10 meters of Nanshin. "At this close range, my sword is faster than your gun." Nanshin remained calm, as he had already anticipated the possibility of the opponent getting close last night. But what does it matter if Sakurako gets close? Nanshin's weapon is not a bow and arrow, slingshot, or dart. These weapons need a certain distance to accelerate to have greater kinetic energy and cause more damage. Nanshin's weapon is a gun, and his muzzle velocity is already fast enough. Being close has no effect on Nanshin, and can even improve his accuracy. The gun is fast at 10 meters, and within 10 meters, the gun is both accurate and fast. Swish, swish, swish. Nanshin calmly retreated, raising his hand for a 3-round burst. With the increase in level, Nanshin's agility has also improved, with a slight increase in attack speed and movement speed. This 10-meter distance is enough for Nanshin to attack 4 to 5 times. Miss. Minus 158. Minus 158. 2 out of 3 shots hit, 1 in the abdomen and 1 in the calf. Not bad. But what puzzled Nanshin was, how come the normal attack damage is the same as the damage caused by penetrating bullet? How is this damage calculated? On the other side, Sakurako cursed in his heart. Why does he have such high attack power? Why? After the 3 shots, Sakurako was left with less than 50 health points, and he was still bleeding, losing 5 to 8 health points per second. But he did not give up because the distance between him and Nanshin was less than 2 meters. Draw the sword. Yukusu. Sakurako gripped the handle of the samurai sword with both hands and made a horizontal slash. 1 slash, just 1 slash. With all his strength points added, Sakurako was confident he could one-shot Nanshin. This slash was so fast that Nanshin couldn't dodge it at all. But he had already planned a countermeasure, and in that instant before Sakurako's slash, he plunged into the opponent's arms. Secret technique, stick. In close contact, the 90 centimeters long samurai sword was useless. Sakurako's lightning-fast slash missed. "Want to get close to me? Are you close enough now?" In Sakurako's shocked gaze, Nanshin had already taken out a wooden dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it into Sakurako's heart. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the opponent Sakurako and becoming the winner of this cross-regional challenge. Ding! All resources in your area, Primitive World Zone 527, increased by 10%. With the sound of 2 system prompts, the challenge came to an end. From the first shot fired by Nanshin, the entire challenge lasted less than 10 seconds, and Nanshin didn't even use the second, penetrating bullet. Damn it! Sakura Shiro, whose life points were forcibly locked at 1, glared angrily at Nanshin. He never expected to lose. Nanshin chuckled, "Remember to call me daddy later, my good boy." Sakura Shiro wanted to say something, but the scenery in front of them suddenly changed, and they were back in their respective areas in an instant. Nanshin returned to his small wooden house, less than a minute from when he left. "I won." Nanshin breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing his tense heart. The challenge ended quickly, but only Nanshin knew the danger involved. The final blow from Sakura Shiro gave Nanshin a chilling feeling. Nanshin had no doubt that he would be cut in 2 with 1 blow, losing the match directly. Fortunately, Nanshin was prepared, having thought about the possibility of close combat last night, allowing him to react quickly and dodge that fatal blow. After briefly reviewing the entire battle, Nanshin identified his shortcomings, then opened the panel and entered the chat channel. Now it's time to boast. Other chosen ones also received the system announcement of Nanshin's victory, and the chat channel was already buzzing with excitement. Luda Shun, at Nanshin, you're awesome. Huang Yuan Ming, it's like a dream, it's only been a minute, and he already won? Su Zurin, impressive. I heard that Sakura Shiro's attack power is as high as 410 points, combined with his skills and level advantage, it's very likely he could have defeated Nanshin in 1 blow. Su Zurin, I'm curious how you won? At Nanshin you ran, carrot, suddenly a lot of herbs grew next to my small wooden house, is this the effect of a 10% increase in resources? Why you watching? I also feel that there seem to be more fierce beasts around. Lu Daxiang, there are more trees too. The trees I cut down yesterday just grew back out of nowhere. Nanchen had previously wondered what the 10% increase in resources actually meant. Now it seems that all resources in the entire area have increased, including but not limited to trees, stones, fierce beasts, various ores, etc. This is an overall enhancement of the area's strength. But for Nanchen personally, the gains were not that great. He didn't even receive attribute points as a reward, not as rewarding as killing a lord-level fierce beast. After waiting for a while, seeing more and more people mentioning him in the chat channel, Nanchen stopped lurking. Nanchen, with a loud bang in the sky, a handsome guy shines on stage. Applause. Tian Jiping, hee hee, so childish. Yuran, elementary school students might find it a bit childish, but college students think it's just right. Su Ming, clap clap clap. Lu Daxiang, you're awesome. Crackling voice, Huang Yuan Ming, at Nanchen, big brother, from now on I'll be your little brother. Bao Jian, big brother. Please take me with you, big brother. A group of chosen ones turned into Nanchen's bootlickers, showering him with praise. Nanchen expressed his happiness, but also didn't forget to advertise. Nanchen, dear family members, to celebrate today's victory, I just put 50 cups of clean fresh water on the shelf again. Not 98, not 88, special price clearance sale, only 28. Nanchen, with 28 units of materials, you can't be cheated, you can't be fooled, but you can buy a cup of clean fresh water to take home and taste. Nanchen, clean fresh water, can replenish mana, quench thirst. It's truly an essential item for home and travel. Are you sure you don't want to try some? Yuran, it's on sale? Let's go. Why you watching? Sister upstairs, save me some. Suihan, I want some too. For long-range chosen ones, a high consumption of mana has always been a big problem. Previously, Nanchen sold a bottle of mana potion for 50 units of materials, and others were reluctant to buy. But now, with only 28 units of materials needed, everyone will still buy some more or less. After all, it's already the 4th day, who doesn't have some savings on them? And the area around the log cabin has been explored almost completely. It's time to venture further away. With some mana potions prepared in their backpacks, they feel reassured. The 50 portions of clean fresh water quickly sold out, and many people were privately messaging Nanchen, asking if there were any left. Of course, there were, as Huang Yuan Ming had given Nanchen 2 large buckets of stream water last night, which hadn't been purified yet. Making a fortune, Nanchen smiled. In just a minute, he earned over 1,000 units of materials. Even if he had to share some with Huang Yuan Ming, Nanchen still made a lot. This was also the reason Nanchen lowered the price for sale, small profits but quick turnover. While waiting for the fresh water to be purified, Nanchen opened the cross-regional chat channel again. He had another important task, to avoid exposing his ultimate weapon. Sakura Shinkiro already knew that Nanchen's ultimate weapon was a handgun, but other than him, no one else had seen it with their own eyes, so Nanchen still had room to maneuver. He didn't need to fool everyone. As long as most people didn't believe what Sakura Shinkiro said, it would be enough for Nanchen. In the cross-regional chat channel, District 39, Sakura Ajian, hee hee, what are you still daydreaming about? Do you really think your Dragon Kingdom's trash can win? Although Sakura Shinkiro's strength is not as good as mine, it's still easy to deal with you cowards from the Dragon Kingdom. District 17, Xiaoong Ran, what are you barking about? Wasn't the beating I gave you last time painful enough? District 381, Lin Tanchi, oh? Xiaoong Ran, have you beaten Sakura Ajian before? District 68, Changyamo, at Lin Tanchi, you came late, so you don't know. The day before yesterday, this Sakura Ajian was so arrogant, so Xiaoong Ran directly initiated a cross-regional challenge, caught Sakura Ajian and beat him up. After that, he didn't talk much. District 39, Sakura Ajian, I was afraid Xiaoong Ran would lose too badly, so I showed mercy. Who knew you people from the Dragon Kingdom are all ungrateful? Not only did you not appreciate it, you even ambushed me. It's truly shameful. District 17, Xiaoong Ran, the story sounds quite real, I almost believed it. I wonder which dog I almost beat to the ground back then. District 39, when Bantakuto, you people from the Dragon Kingdom are all rubbish, lacking the spirit of a warrior, only knowing how to ambush. District 68, Changyamo, NMSL, WSND. In the cross-regional chat channel, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom and the chosen ones of Sakura Country started arguing again. This was already the norm for this channel. Both sides felt uncomfortable if they didn't argue for a day. As one of the 4 major trash talkers in the national server, how could Nanchen miss such a good opportunity? He immediately joined the group chat. District 527, Nanchen, looking for my son, my silly son got lost, can you all help me find him? District 39, Sakura Aegean? District 527, Nanshan, looking for my son, my silly son got lost, can you all help me find him? District 39, Sakura Aegean? Nanshan's sudden statement instantly attracted the attention of the entire channel. District 68, Chungyamo, at Nanshan, bro, did you win? District 381, Lin Tanchi, already finished so quickly? It's only been a few minutes? District 17, Shaoeng Ran, oh, it looks like some little Sakura ghost is going to be disappointed? District 527, Nanshan, at Chungyamo, of course I won, wasn't it easy? How could my son possibly beat me? Right? By the way, have you seen my son? Why hasn't he called dad yet? At Sakura Shinkiro with Nanshan's affirmative answer, the entire, cross-regional chat channel, instantly exploded. 288th District, Emilia, oh my god, is this true? District 527 actually defeated District 132? 8th District, Mike, Sakura Country is really a pile of dog shit, losing even with level suppression, useless. 3rd District, Andre, challenging a higher level? Impressive. 39th District, Sakura Ichiban, impossible, absolutely impossible. This kid must be talking nonsense. 39th District, Fumio Sakata, Baga, the people of Dragon Country are all liars, their words are not to be trusted. 381st District, Lin Tianchi, where are the people from District 132? Why isn't anyone speaking up? Did they lose their voice? 17th District, Shaoeng Ran, it seems that this Sakura Shinkiro is not that good, can't beat a level 5 with level 6, what's the point? Hurry up and go home to raise pigs. At this moment, all the chosen ones of Sakura Country had a gloomy expression. They never expected that Sakura Shinkiro, whom they had high hopes for, would actually lose to a level 5 chosen one from Dragon Country. If it were to lose to another country, it would be fine, but it had to be Dragon Country. This made the chosen ones of Sakura Country completely unable to accept it, feeling as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. 113th District, Yipyeling, attackers level defenders level, damage equals, attack power, defense power, /1 plus level difference. With a 1 level difference, damage will be halved. At Nanshan, you still won even with half damage, isn't Sakura Shinkiro very weak? Looking at the formula Yipyeling posted, Nanshan suddenly realized. So attacking a higher level with a lower level will result in such a significant damage reduction. With a 1 level difference, damage is halved, with a 2 level difference, damage is reduced to 1/3, and if the level difference is 9 levels, the damage is only 1/10 of the original. Fortunately, Nanshan had all his points in strength, his attack power was high, and coupled with Sakura Shinkiro being a fragile character, even with half damage, Nanshan could still inflict 150 plus damage on him. Otherwise, Nanshan would really not have one. It was precisely because of this damage reduction mechanism that challenging higher levels had become almost impossible. No wonder others found Nanshan's victory so incredible. Coming back to his senses, Nanshan answered Yipyeoling's question. 527th District, Nanshan, well, let me tell you guys, I didn't lose a drop of blood. 527th District, Suzerain, I remember your main divine weapon is a dagger. A dagger against a katana, and you came out unscathed? Nanshan mentally praised Suzerain, this was truly a divine assist. This way, everyone would assume that Nanshan's main divine weapon was a dagger. This gave Nanshan more room to maneuver. 3rd District, Andre, challenging higher levels unscathed, and still using close combat weapons? I don't think I could do that. 288th District, Emilia, I heard that all of you in Dragon Country are skilled in martial arts, is that true? You can actually challenge higher levels unscathed. Nanshan, your agility must be amazing, right? 8th District, Mike, agility? In the face of absolute strength, it's meaningless. 78th District, Kim Hyun-suk, perhaps it's not that Nanshan is too strong, but that Sakura Shinkiro is too weak. No one wanted to admit that the chosen ones from other countries were strong, but everyone was willing to admit that the chosen ones from other countries were weak. Kim Hyun-suk's words immediately garnered the agreement of most chosen ones. 8th District, Mike, you're right, Sakura Shinkiro is just too useless. 502nd District, Savani, Sakura Shinkiro can't even beat District 527, then he definitely can't beat me. 132nd District, Sakura Shinkiro, you're talking nonsense. I can kill you with 1 slash. Finally, the long-diving Sakura Shiro couldn't help but speak. Nanshan immediately perked up. He had been waiting for a long time and thought Sakura Shiro wouldn't dare to show up. District 527, Nanshan, good son, where did you just run off to? Dad has been looking for you for a long time. District 39, Sakura Aegean, at Nanshan, watch your mouth. District 527, Nanshan, I'm talking to my son, what's it to you? Wait, you are my son's brother, which means, you are also my son? District 132, Sakura Shiro, Baga. How dare you insult my brother, you're dead. District 527, Nanshin, at Sakura Shiro, good son, you promised to call me dad earlier, why haven't you called me yet? Where is the warrior spirit of your Sakura country? District 39, Sakura Ikijian, Shiro, did you really lose? The chat channel suddenly quieted down, everyone waiting for Sakura Shiro to respond to this question. Sakura Shiro remains silent for a long time. District 132, Sakura Shiro, yes, Onie-san. Nanshin's main weapon is a pistol with a very long range. I haven't even gotten close to him and my health is already low. District 39, Sakura Ikijian, what? A pistol? District 68, Changmo, what is this? Can a main weapon awaken into a pistol? I'm envious. District 8, Mike, this is impossible. District 288, Emilia, oh my goodness, is this for real? Nanshin took a deep breath, thinking about how to navigate this topic while still making most of the chosen ones not believe what Sakura Shiro said. After some consideration, Nanshin edited a message and sent it. District 527, Nanshin, wow, my main weapon is actually a pistol, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't reminded me. Thanks for the heads up, my big son. District 132, Sakura Shiro, stop pretending, if it wasn't for the pistol, how could you have beaten me? District 527, Suzuran, Sakura Shiro, it seems like you feel embarrassed after losing, so you came up with this excuse, right? District 68, Changmo, such a lame excuse, even my grandma would shake her head. District 381, Lin Tianchi, everyone's main weapons are cold weapons, how could a pistol, a hot weapon, awaken? Can we have some credibility before boasting? Nanshin saw that the chosen ones from the dragon country were all speaking up for him. After thinking for 2 seconds, Nanshin understood the reason behind it. If Nanshin's main weapon was indeed a pistol, then it must be one of Nanshin's most powerful cards, and his fellow dragon country people, how could they easily expose a compatriot's trump card? They naturally had to refute Sakura Shiro. If Nanshin's main weapon wasn't a pistol, then they should refute it even more. Who would respect someone who fabricates such a poor excuse? Do they think everyone is a fool? District 132, Sakura Shiro, the warriors of the great Sakura Empire never lie. Nanshin's main weapon is indeed a pistol, I swear on my katana. The katana is the most important thing to Sakura warriors, so if Sakura Shiro dares to swear on his katana, then his words are likely true. 7 out of 10 chosen ones from other countries believed him. District 527, Nanshin, ah yes, my main weapon is indeed a pistol. So what? When will you call me dad? Seeing Nanshin not refuting, this made other chosen ones start to doubt again. Admitting his trump card so easily? This shouldn't be the case. District 132, Sakura Shiro, you finally admit it, right? If you didn't have a gun, you couldn't have beaten me at all. District 527, Nanshin, ah yes, I do have a gun. So what? When will you call me dad? You're samurai from the great Sakura Empire, how can you be so unwilling to admit defeat? District 68, Changmo, I don't believe a single punctuation mark of what the little Sakura ghost says. Anyone who believes him is a fool. Upon hearing this, the chosen ones from other countries nodded in agreement. This Sakura Kojiro indeed lacks credibility, his words cannot be fully trusted. District 132, Sakura Kojiro, Heiga, you Dragon Kingdom cheated to win against me, and now you want me to admit defeat? Dream on. District 527, Nanshin, how did it become my cheating again? Didn't I stab you to death with a dagger? Where did I cheat? District 132, Sakura Kojiro, if my health wasn't so low, how could you have stabbed me to death with just one dagger? As soon as this statement was made, Sakura Kojiro immediately sensed trouble. Nanshin smirked, this little brat fell into the trap. Nanshin smirked, this little brat fell into the trap. District 39, Sakura Ajian, Kojiro, what exactly is Nanshin's weapon? How come it's a dagger one moment and a pistol the next? District 381, Lin Tianchi, not good, the cat's out of the bag. Comical. District 68, Changmo, it said that Sakura people are full of lies, and yet some of you still believe them? District 8, Mike, if you lost, you lost. Finding excuses for yourself, what a waste. District 78, Jin Xianshu, so it turns out Sakura Kojiro was really just too weak. Sakura Kojiro was anxious, wanting to explain, but the cross-district chat channel had a 30-second interval between messages, and with the Dragon Kingdom chosen ones setting the pace, everyone had already made their judgments one by one. They concluded that Sakura Kojiro not only lost to Nanshin but did so in a humiliating manner. In order to save face, Sakura Kojiro came up with an excuse to deceive everyone. Of course, there were still some skeptical chosen ones who held doubts about what Nanshan's true weapon was. Nanshan couldn't dispel everyone's doubts, but as long as the majority didn't believe, it was enough. District 132, Sakura Kojiro, no. Nanshan has two true weapons. One is a dagger, and the other is a pistol. Everyone needs to be careful of him. District 3, Andre, the more he talks, the more absurd it gets. District 288, Emilia, in over 500 districts with more than 500,000 chosen ones, I've never heard of anyone awakening two true weapons. District 527, Nanshan, yes, I have two true weapons. So what? When are you going to call me Dad? District 68, Changmo, stop thinking about it, can you really believe what these Sakura people say? Let's disperse, it's time to level up and grind monsters. District 381, Lintianchi, let's retreat. District 132, Sakura Kojiro, Heiga. You Dragon Kingdom trash, only know how to deceive people? What I said was clearly true. Trash. Useless. If there's another chance, I will definitely defeat you cowards from the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that no one believed his words, Sakura Kojiro became furious and started cursing in the channel. But it was just a few words repeated over and over, either trash or useless, with no real impact, like a fishwife scolding. Nanshan didn't even bother to respond. But not everyone was like Nanshan, some chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't stand by and watch. District 68, Changmo, at Sakura Kojiro, shut up and get ready to take a beating. Announcement, District 68 of the Primitive World, has initiated a cross-district challenge against District 132 of the Primitive World. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes, so both sides should prepare their participating chosen ones. Damn, exciting. Changmo is also a tough one, ready to fight without giving Sakura Kojiro any face. District 132, Sakura Kojiro, damn it. You people from the Dragon Kingdom, do you really think I'm easy to bully? What about your 68th district? I can still challenge you and defeat you. District 68, Changmo, come and try. District 527, Nanshan, at Changmo, Sakuragi has two skills, one is, draw sword slash, and the other is, instant slash. Instant slash is a dashing skill, you need to be careful. His defense is probably between 130 to 160, and his health is between 450 to 600. His favorite divine weapon is a samurai sword, about 90 centimeters in length. Nanshan listed out the data of Sakuragi like a treasure, starting to reveal information about Sakuragi. If possible, Nanshan even wanted to mention the color of Sakuragi's underwear, but unfortunately, Nanshan didn't know. District 68, Changmo, thanks bro. With this information, my winning rate will increase by at least 30%. District 132, Sakuragi, Baga. You Dragon Country people are too shameless. District 113, Yipyeling, if Sakuragi only has this level of strength, then I can also defeat him and plunder some resources. District 527, Nanshan, that's right, let's all attack together and directly reduce the resources of District 132 to negative. District 39, Sakura Ikejian, you Dragon Country people, don't be too arrogant, do you really think our Sakura country has no one? District 17, Xiaoang Ran, you're awesome, come and fight me. The chosen ones of the two countries started arguing again, and people from other countries couldn't get a word in. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the challenge between District 68 and District 132 began. Nanshan looked at the time, it was not even 9 o'clock yet, still early. After they finish fighting, I'll go out to hunt and level up. There was no choice, watching the excitement was really interesting. 30 seconds later, Changmo spoke first in the cross-district channel. District 68, Changmo, I killed him with one sword, he's really weak. District 527, Nanshan, boss is awesome. Just from this sentence, Nanshan could tell that Changmo's level must be at least 7. Changmo had the confidence to win, that's why he initiated the challenge. The information Nanshan provided earlier was just the icing on the cake, it didn't really matter. District 132, Sakuragi, damn it. Dragon Country plundered 20% of our resources in the war zone, I will remember this grudge. You Dragon Country war zones at the bottom of the ranking, just wait for me. District 113, Yipyeling, don't worry, I still have a challenge token. Announcement, Primitive World District 113, has initiated a cross-district challenge against Primitive World District 132, the challenge will begin in 10 minutes, please prepare the chosen ones from both sides. Nanshan almost laughed out loud, the Sakuragi was still boasting here. Doesn't he see how many war zones Dragon Country has? At this moment, inside District 132, nearly 100 chosen ones from Sakura Country all had a gloomy expression. What's wrong with this Sakuragi? Why can't anyone defeat him? Damn it, he caused our war zone to lose 20% of resources. How are we supposed to develop? I need to walk for 7 or 8 minutes now just to find a level 3 beast. In the internal chat channel of District 132, there was already a lot of cursing going on. All of it was directed at Sakuragi. Yuki Michitake, everyone, this is Dragon Country being too much, don't blame Sakuragi. Mayuatai, don't panic, as long as Sakuragi wins this round, we can regain 10% of the resources. Yuki Michitake, that's right, this is just a temporary setback, victory will ultimately belong to our great Sakura Empire. Under the persuasion of Yuki Michitake and Mayuatai, the chosen ones of District 132 calmed down a bit, waiting for the victory of this battle. Seeing this, Sakuragi also breathed a sigh of relief. Being constantly cursed by hundreds of people, the pressure on him was also immense. Humph, they are all a bunch of ignorant fools. Sooner or later, I will train them to be obedient. Sakuraba Shojiro snorted coldly, jotting down the names of the most abusive ones, ready to check their water meters whenever he had the chance. As soon as 10 minutes passed, a silver-white teleportation array appeared under Sakuraba Shojiro's feet. This was the third time today. This time, Sakuraba Shojiro teleported to a lonely island, surrounded by endless vast ocean. Across from Sakuraba Shojiro was a petite girl. Yi Piaoling tilted her head, her eyes lifeless, her delicate face resembling a doll. Such a beautiful girl. Sakuraba Shojiro's eyes were filled with evil thoughts, his breathing becoming rapid. Such a delicate doll, he wanted to dominate her under him. Suddenly, Yi Piaoling smiled. Her mouth split open to her ears, and blood tears began to flow from her eyes. In just a few seconds, Yi Piaoling transformed from a doll-like figure into a terrifying ghost doll from a horror movie. Ah! Sakuraba Shojiro was shocked and frightened, backing away in fear. But he suddenly found that he had lost control of his body. His right hand held a samurai sword, and he slashed at his abdomen, committing seppuku. Midway through, Sakuraba Shojiro finally regained control of his body, quickly pulling out the samurai sword and covering his wound. But his life points had already dropped by half. Sakuraba Shojiro looked at Yi Piaoling in horror. Yi Piaoling smiled faintly, very sinisterly. Don't be afraid, it's just a control skill. Her voice entered Sakuraba Shojiro's ears like an enchanting melody, making him dizzy. When Sakuraba Shojiro came to his senses, the samurai sword in his hand was already aimed at his own neck. No! Before Sakuraba Shojiro could finish his sentence, Yi Piaoling grabbed his hand and plunged the samurai sword into his windpipe. End. Announcement, Primitive World Zone 132, 3 consecutive cross-zone challenge failures, all attributes of Zone 132's chosen ones reduced by 10 points. Nan Chen, who was waiting for the results, suddenly received a system announcement, which surprised him. Losing 3 rounds would result in all the chosen ones in the entire zone having their attributes reduced by 10 points? Isn't this punishment too harsh? Zone 68, Chang'emo, Yi Piaoling 1-2. Now I wonder if the Sakura Kingdom will still be arrogant? Zone 381, Lin Tianchi, reducing all attributes by 10 points? Isn't that equivalent to dropping 2 levels? Can I bully him too? Zone 17, Xiaoang Ran, I suggest challenging Sakuraba Shojiro after reaching level 6, so your chances of winning will be higher. Zone 527, Nanchen, Tisk TSK, Sakuraba Shojiro's strength has plummeted. Everyone, hurry to plunder the resources of Zone 132. Nanchen's proposal immediately stirred many chosen ones in various zones. There are quite a few regions that currently have the cross-zone challenge order, but many people are holding on to them without using them. Apart from considering the overall strength of other countries, a major reason for this is not knowing whom to challenge. What if they challenge a tough opponent like Nanchen? Losing would be embarrassing, and they would have to give up 10% of their resources, which no one could bear. But now it's different, with Sakuraba Shojiro's attributes reduced by 10 points, which is a terrifying weakening. Remember, leveling up only adds 5 to all attributes. Even with the additional 5 free attribute points from leveling up, that's only 25 points. This reduction directly caused Sakuraba Shojiro to drop by 1.5 levels. Against a level 5 opponent, Sakuraba Shojiro might still struggle, but against a level 6 opponent, he would undoubtedly lose. Are there few level 6 chosen ones now? Not at all. The first 200 districts basically have level 6 strong individuals, and there are quite a few level 7 strong individuals as well. Things like kicking someone when they're down and attacking the weak are common occurrences, and many people will do it without hesitation. After all, winning a challenge can increase resources by 10%. Nanchin could sense that in the next day or two, many people would definitely go challenge District 132 to claim this resource bounty. District 132, Sakura Kojiro, everyone, please don't challenge our district anymore. I know I was wrong, please spare me. District 132, Furyukido Yuta, we can't even defeat beasts of the same level now. In just a few minutes, dozens of our compatriots have been killed by these beasts. The chosen ones of District 132 are afraid of being challenged again, so they quickly come out to plead for mercy. Nanshan smiled, showing no sympathy for the chosen ones of Sakura country. If Nanshan didn't win today, it would be their district that's in a sorry state now. No more idling, time to level up. Nanshan didn't look any further, but closed the panel and walked out of the wooden house. The situation in District 132 served as a wake-up call for Nanshan. It was necessary to quickly increase strength to prepare for possible cross-district challenges in the future. Because if he loses 3 times in a row, Nanshan wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Today's mission, reach level 6. Nanshan set a small goal for himself and headed northwest with big strides. The cave from yesterday, densely packed with spiders, was a good place to level up, so Nanshan decided to go there again. He also wanted to see if he could take down the Cave Spider King and conquer the cave. After some thought, Nanshan opened the panel, entered the Handsome Guys group, and sent a message. Nanshan, anyone want to team up for leveling? Huang Yuan Ming, hey, big bro, are you taking me to level up? Where are we leveling? Nanshan, the cave from yesterday, so many spiders, isn't that all experience? Su Zuran, my sister and I are already here. Wu Yuansheng, wow, it's true that proximity to water brings early moonlight. Su Ming and I are coming over too. Wooly, I won't come, there are more beasts around my wooden house, I need to clean up a bit. More beasts. Nanshan looked around and indeed found traces of iron claw rats and red-eyed rabbits. More beasts meant more experience, which would increase everyone's leveling efficiency, a good news. Nanshan, today, let's try to see if we can kill the Cave Spider King. Nanshan, I found out yesterday that the Cave Spider King is too big, seems stuck in the right passage. Su Zuran, in that case, we have more room to maneuver. Wu Yuansheng, you guys lure the Cave Spider King to the entrance, I'll shoot it with arrows. After discussing in the group for a while, everyone felt it was worth a try. Even if they couldn't kill the Cave Spider King, killing some small spiders would also be fine. No harm done. After the chat, Nanshan glanced at the rankings. First place, Xiaoluo, level 5, second place, Su Zuran, level 5, third place, Suihan, level 5, fourth place, Nanshan, level 5. These guys, they probably started leveling up at 6 in the morning, right? Nanshan was a bit speechless, the first place hadn't even warmed the seat yet, and it had changed so quickly. Fortunately, when Sakura Kojiro initiated the challenge, Nanshan was still in first place. If the challenge had come a bit later, it would have been Xiaoluo and Sakura Kojiro fighting. Nanshan didn't know Xiaoluo's strength, but facing Sakura Kojiro, Nanshan felt Xiaoluo didn't have a high chance of winning. That was close. Closing the panel, Nanshan put away the Desert Eagle and switched to a wooden dagger, quickly heading towards the cave. The wooden dagger increased agility by 6 points, allowing Nanshan to move faster. Along the way, Nanshan casually cleared some obstructive beasts and safely arrived at the entrance of the mine. Suzuran saw Nanshan's arrival and nodded slightly, you're here. Nanshan also nodded, then turned to Suihan with a smile, good morning. Nanny Suihan's cold face blushed slightly, glaring at Nanshan, go away, don't talk to me. Alright. Nanshan didn't complain and quickly ran to Su Ming and Wu Yuansheng's side to start hunting spiders and leveling up. Seeing this, Suihan rolled her eyes, excited about killing a spider? Such a typical guy. Killing spiders is quite interesting. Suzuran waved the short knife in his hand and joined the spider hunting army. Suihan was speechless. Yesterday, there were many spiderlings in the cave, but today they had all turned into cave spiders. In just one night, they had grown much stronger. But this was exactly what Nanshan wanted. Level 4 cave spiders could provide Nanshan with 20 experience points, while level 3 spiderlings could only provide 10 experience points. Of course, hunting cave spiders was more cost-effective. After more than 2 hours, they finally cleared out all the cave spiders outside the cave. During these 2 hours, Nanshan had been using his dagger to train his close combat skills. Suzuran pointed to the cave and asked the others, what do you say, should we go in and take a look? Let's go, little brother has cleared them out, of course we should go in and see the boss. Nanshan, relying on his healthy health points, took the lead towards the cave. The others quickly followed. It wasn't until they were close to a fork in the road that Nanshan slowed down and cautiously looked towards the right passage. The right passage was pitch black, making it impossible to see what was inside. Nanshan threw the torch into the passage. Whoosh! 8 basketball-sized eyes instantly opened and all looked at Nanshan. It was the Cave Spider King. Inside the right passage, the Cave Spider King opened its 8 big eyes and stared at Nanshan intently. Wow, this one's been waiting here all alone? Nanshan took 2 steps back in fright. The others panicked even more and started running. Nanshan quickly stopped them, Don't be afraid, brothers, it can't come over. The group then realized that the cave spider king was too large to fit through the right passage, blocking it completely. It couldn't get out. Wu Yuanqing's face lit up. It's stuck here. Doesn't that mean we have a chance to kill it? Suzerain furrowed his brow and observed for a while. It's not stuck. Although it can't come out, it can still retreat. The space inside this passage must be quite large. Wu Yuanqing shrugged. Then we can take this opportunity to chip away at its health. If it retreats, we can figure out a way to lure it out, right? Su Ming nodded. Old Wu makes sense. Nonsense. Nanshan checked the cave spider king's attributes again and stepped back. It can spray venom, so let's move further away. Nanshan wasn't sure how far the cave spider king's venom could reach, but it was safer to stay as far away as possible. The group retreated to the entrance of the cave, where they could see the cave spider king still motionless. Suihan was puzzled. What is it doing? It's giving birth. Nanshan deduced something based on yesterday's experience. Yesterday was the same. When we killed all the outside cave spiders, the cave spider king would crawl out from the depths of the cave and give birth to a large group of spiderlings. These spiderlings will then evolve into cave spiders after some time and continue to guard the cave. After listening to Nanshan's explanation, everyone finally understood. Suzerain, so, this is a natural monster spawning point? If we keep this cave spider king, we will have a steady supply of spiders to hunt. That's right, Nanshan nodded, then shook his head. But don't forget, the passage on the right likely has iron ore, maybe even copper ore. If we don't kill the cave spider king, it will be hard for us to obtain these materials. Wu Yuansheng, fierce beasts are everywhere, but iron and copper ore are not so easy to find. Su Ming, yes, I think we should kill it. Suihan, brother, I think Nanshan makes sense. Everyone agreed more to kill this cave spider king and obtain rare materials like iron ore and copper ore. Just then, the cave spider king finally finished giving birth and scurried into the depths of the cave. Afterwards, they saw the ground filled with spider hatchlings rushing towards them. Here they come again. The plot was similar to yesterday, the only difference being that no one was trapped in the left passage today. More experience points again. Compared to the cave spiders, the spider hatchlings were easier to kill, although the experience points were lower. It didn't affect the leveling efficiency too much. Without further ado, everyone directly entered monster spawning mode. If only we could use the desert eagle owl, one shot of penetrating bullet could kill a dozen of them. Nanshan sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, as his last resort for survival, Nanshan didn't want too many people to know about it. Half an hour later, they had killed hundreds of spider hatchlings, and their own condition was not very good. Suihan breathed slightly, her chest heaving up and down. I'm out of mana, I can't heal you guys. What? I gave you 20 bottles of mana potions, did you drink them all? Nanshan was surprised, this healer consumed so much mana? The clean fresh water purified by Nanshan's water purifier had the effect of restoring mana, so everyone habitually called it mana potion. Suihan tidied her hair. What else? If it weren't for me healing you guys, you would have had to go back for supplies long ago. That was true. Thanks to Suihan, they hadn't eaten any barbecue during the 2-hour battle, saving a lot of money. Let's go back and rest for a bit, and come back in the afternoon. Nanshan suggested. I also need to make more mana potions. Okay, we've already hunted many beasts this morning. It's time to rest. Then let's go. Everyone was not the type to dawdle. They left, leaving behind a mess of spider hatchlings crawling around outside the cave, searching for traces of enemies. It took Nanshan more than 40 minutes to return to the small wooden house, which was much faster than yesterday. After all, his agility had improved after leveling up. After resting for a few minutes, Nanshan started a fire and grilled some meat. Eating this every day, I might throw up. Nanshan opened the trading channel, hoping to find something else to eat. Then he saw a chosen one named Wang Jiyang selling an apple for 30 materials. Damn, 30 materials for an apple. Why don't you just rob someone? Nanshan cursed and glanced at his backpack, with a total of 1,768 units of wood plus stone. That was fine. Nanshan decisively bought the apple, rewarding himself with a fruit for lunch today, to calm his nerves. Ding ding ding. A private message popped up. Nanshan opened it and saw that it was a message from Yuran, the girl. Yuran, big brother, why didn't you restock the mana potions today? Nanshan, little sister, even big brother doesn't have enough for himself. Yuran, what should I do? Without mana potions, how can I survive? Sobbed Nanshan, If you kiss me, I'll sell you 10 bottles. Yuran, Mua, 3, Red Heart Nanshan. Nanshan, come, let's make a deal. Nanshan originally wanted to tease Yuran a bit, but unexpectedly, the other party was not shy at all and was willing to kiss, although it wasn't a real kiss. It seems that Yuran is quite bold. She even calls everyone brother. Uran's rank is too high, I, a pure and innocent virgin, can't handle her. It's better to have a wet nurse, more innocent and easier to seduce. After some wild thoughts, Nanshan's meat was also grilled. Taking out an apple he had just bought from his backpack, Nanshan enjoyed a bite of meat followed by a bite of apple, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Ding ding ding. Halfway through his meal, Nanshan's private message notification rang again. Opening it, it was from Uran. Why does this girl keep looking for me? Could it be that she likes me? Nanshan thought to himself as he opened the message. Uran, I found a level 5 Lord level fierce beast. Do you have any thoughts? Damn, a level 5 Lord level fierce beast. Killing this thing would reward attribute points. The 6th level Lord level fierce beast, the Abyssal Spider King, Nanshan wasn't confident he could kill. But a level 5 Lord level fierce beast, Nanshan believed he had a chance to hunt it down. Wiping the oil off his mouth, Nanshan hurriedly replied. Nanshan, good sister, send me the coordinates, I'll be there right away. Lord level fierce beasts are very rare. Today was already the 4th day, and the entire area only had Nanshan killing a level 2 Lord level fierce beast, the Arrow Bee Queen. Killing a Lord level fierce beast would grant additional attribute points, which excited Nanshan greatly. So when Uran mentioned a Lord level fierce beast, Nanshan immediately became restless. Uran, coordinates are 410:483, I'm waiting for you here. Looking at these coordinates, Nanshan realized, wow, it's so close to the cabin? It was less than a 20-minute journey. Quickly finishing the last few bites of grilled meat, Nanshan grabbed 20 bottles of mana potions and set out. Let me see, I should head southeast, right in the opposite direction of the mine. Nanshan switched to a wooden dagger and walked briskly. But as he walked, he suddenly realized something was off. This direction seemed familiar. Wasn't this the direction where he found the jungle treant yesterday? Could the Lord level fierce beast Uran mentioned be that 3 to 4 meters thick treant? Nanshan's memory of the jungle treant was still fresh. A fierce beast full of question marks, hard to forget. No, the inside I can view the attributes of fierce beasts within 3 levels, so the jungle treant's level must be at least 6 or above. The Lord level fierce beast Uran found is level 5, so it definitely isn't the jungle treant. Understanding this, Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. When passing through the area of the jungle treant, Nanshan cautiously circled a large loop to avoid being ambushed by the treant. Its vines were 50 to 60 meters long, and one misstep could be fatal. After bypassing this area, Nanshan's field of vision suddenly widened. The towering trees blocking the sky had decreased significantly, replaced by layers of small mountains. Continuing in the direction of the coordinates, Nanshan noticed an increase in low-level fierce beasts around him. In addition to common fierce beasts like iron claw rats and red-eyed rabbits, there were some plant-type fierce beasts that Nanshan had never seen before. Among them was a pea shooter that spat seeds, leaving Nanshan speechless. Why are there pea shooters here? Are they here to shoot zombies? In front of Nanshan, a level 5, these 2 or 3 level fierce beasts were no match. After easily dealing with them, Nanshan arrived at a valley. On the rocks beside the valley, Uran, dressed in a robe, smiled and looked at Nanshan. You came pretty quickly. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised, the eyes are curved like crescent moons, even the eyes are smiling. A girl who loves to smile can't be too bad. Nanshan looked up and down at Uran, and found that her figure was also excellent, with a slim waist, long legs, fair skin, and a beautiful appearance, like a charming little fairy. LSP, why are you staring at me? Uran gave Nanshan a glance. Looking once is instinct, looking twice is LSP. Nanshan justified, I didn't blink just now, so it's instinct. Uran chuckled lightly, alright, let's talk business. Yes, business. After carefully observing the surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, Nanshan slowly approached Uran. There's no way around it, one must be cautious. What if this Uran is a bad person and wants to cut Nanshan's waist? With one less waist, Nanshan's future happiness index would be halved, so caution is necessary. Alright, this distance is fine. Seeing Nanshan approaching slowly, Uran also cautiously maintained a certain distance from Nanshan. There wasn't much trust between the two. It's too sad, you don't trust me at all. Nanshan lamented, I'm your good brother. Ignoring Nanshan's pretense, Uran began to talk about the matter at hand. In the depths of this valley, there is a group of bloodthirsty wolves, around 40 of them, all level 5 ferocious beasts. Among them is a bloodthirsty wolf leader, a lord-level ferocious beast. Nanshan was surprised, so many? I can't handle this. If there was only one lord-level ferocious beast, Nanshan would try to kite it. But with over 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves, Nanshan wouldn't stand a chance. Uran waved her hand, indicating Nanshan not to speak yet. There is also a mirage grass in this valley. Eating it can increase energy by 10 points. This mirage grass is about to mature, so the bloodthirsty wolf leader has been guarding it and has no intention of leaving. This creates an opportunity for us. We can first kill the bloodthirsty wolves, then deal with the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Nan Chen nodded. If the bloodthirsty wolf leader didn't act, Nan Chen was confident he could handle the remaining bloodthirsty wolves unless they ganged up on him. After briefly introducing the situation here, Yuran turned to Nan Chen. You get the kill reward for this lord, but the mirage grass belongs to me, how about it? Nan Chen, fair. Last time, Nan Chen killed a level 2 lord, the Arrowbee Queen, and received 1 reputation and 4 stamina as a reward. This bloodthirsty wolf leader is a level 5 ferocious beast. The reward would definitely be higher, and there might even be a strength reward. For Nan Chen, the kill reward would definitely be much better than the 10 energy points provided by the mirage grass. Seeing Nan Chen agree, Yuran smiled slightly. Alright, follow me. I know a good place. Yuran led Nan Chen to a protruding rock wall, and the two of them climbed up with great effort. From this angle, they could see the bloodthirsty wolf pack in the distance. Yuran smiled and said, below us is a 90-degree rock wall. The bloodthirsty wolves can't climb up. Nan Chen looked and indeed saw that it was true. This small hill was easy to defend but hard to attack. The bloodthirsty wolves couldn't climb up and could only be attacked from below. Nan Chen sighed, this is like a tower defense game. And Nan Chen and Yuran were the 2 defense towers. On the side, Yuran took out a wooden magic wand, with vines entwined on it. These vines seemed to grow out of the wand. I can release fireballs to lure the bloodthirsty wolves over. So envious, to have fireball magic. Nan Chen's childhood dream was to be a mage. Yuran looked at the wooden dagger in Nan Chen's hand. What about you? Don't you take out your gun? Nan Chen was stunned for a moment, then chuckled twice. Hee, do you believe in the nonsense of Sakura Kojiro? Looking at Nan Chen with a smile, there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Then all the experience of these bloodthirsty wolves will belong to me, right? With that, a fireball condensed on Yuran's wand, drawing a perfect parabola in the air and smashing towards the bloodthirsty wolf not far away. Right on target. Oh whoa! Under the pain, the bloodthirsty wolf got up and began to howl. Soon, more than 40 bloodthirsty wolves discovered Nan Chen and Yuran, roaring as they charged towards them. Roar! Just as the wolf pack ran a few steps, the bloodthirsty wolf leader roared, and immediately half of the bloodthirsty wolves stopped and returned to the leader's side, guarding the mature illusion grass. Nan Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh? Is this leader afraid that we will lure it away from the mountain? Yuran nodded. Its intelligence is not low, so be careful when dealing with it. Swish! Yuran waved his wand again, and another fireball flew out, hitting a bloodthirsty wolf. Nan Chen felt a bit itchy watching. This is power leveling without taking damage. A level 5 bloodthirsty wolf can provide Nan Chen with 50 experience points, much higher than the dungeon spiders. Should I take out the desert eagle, then silence Yuran and enjoy this wave of experience alone? An evil thought crossed Nan Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Nan Chen couldn't bring himself to do such a despicable thing. Beep beep beep. While hesitating, Nan Chen suddenly received a private message. He opened it and was shocked. Oh my god. What's wrong? Yuran was startled by Nan Chen's reaction. Nan Chen's face turned serious as he looked at the message. The message was from Su Zurin. It was short but contained a lot of information. Su Zurin, Sakura Ekijian is preparing to challenge our 527th district. The 39th district's Sakura Ekijian is preparing to challenge the 527th district. Nan Chen looked at the information sent by Su Zurin and combined it with the discussions in the chat channel, and he roughly understood what had happened. Since this morning, after the 3 consecutive defeats of the 132nd district of the Sakura country by the 3 Dragon Country war zones, the 132nd district was completely abandoned. In just one morning, countless war zones challenged Sakura Kojiro, including the Monkey Country war zone, Kangaroo Country war zone, Cold Country war zone, and All Country war zone. These war zones saw that Sakura Kojiro was weakening and were ready to seize some resources. Sakura Kojiro was still somewhat spirited, winning a battle against the Cold Country war zone and boasting in the cross-regional chat channel for a while. The 78th district's Jin Xianshu couldn't stand it. How dare you, a mere Sakura Kojiro, mock our Cold Country? Take this! Jin Xianshu took out the cross-regional challenge order and beat Sakura Kojiro mercilessly. Subsequently, the strong players from the Eagle Country and Kangaroo Country each won a battle against the 132nd district. This was a disaster, with the 132nd district losing a total of 6 battles, and all chosen ones had their attributes reduced by 20 points. Sakura Kojiro's strength plummeted, as if he had been weakened and no one could defeat him. Therefore, the 132nd District became a newbie gift pack, and most war zones with cross-regional challenge orders would choose to bully the 132nd District to increase their resources. It was said that by lunchtime, the trees in the 132nd District had been stripped bare, and the fierce beasts were pitifully few. If nothing unexpected happened, the chosen ones of the 132nd District would definitely not survive the beast tide after 26 days. Upon hearing this news, Sakura Ikijian was furious. His younger brother, who had grown up with him, was bullied to this extent? How could he explain this to his father? Cherry Blossom Sword decided to challenge District 527 right away. He believed that Nanchan was the mastermind behind all this. He issued a challenge to District 527 in the cross-district chat channel, saying he wanted to defeat Nanchan fiercely and avenge his younger brother. If it were just that, Nanchan wouldn't mind. After all, they had won before. Even if they lost to Cherry Blossom Sword, it would just mean returning 10% of the resources. Overall, it wouldn't be a big loss. The problem wasn't significant. But Cherry Blossom Sword obviously didn't want Nanchan to have it easy, or didn't want District 527 to have it easy. He rallied several war zones in the cross-district chat channel, preparing to make District 527 lose 3 games in a row. This made the chosen ones of District 527 who were peeking at the cross-district chat channel a bit panicked, quickly returning to inform others. A 10% reduction in all attributes was too severe a punishment, something no one could bear. In the chat channel, Bao Jian, what should we do? Cherry Blossom Sword has rallied 7 war zones and is ready to challenge our District 527 in turns. How can we fight back? Huang Yuan Ming, mad, Cherry Blossom Country is bullying us, Ascent Country and Beautiful Country are also joining in the fun. Let's fight. Ma Yon, fight? How do we fight? Cherry Blossom Sword said he could reach level 8 before nightfall, and only after reaching level 8 would he come to challenge our war zone. He's as steady as a dog. Tian Jiping, the highest level in our district is only 5, how can we win? It's all because of Nanchan, had to provoke Cherry Blossom Country, now what? All the chosen ones in the district have to suffer together. By gee, why not let Nanchan apologize to Cherry Blossom Country? Maybe they will let us off. Nanchan sneered. Apologizing would not only be useless, but would also be humiliated by Cherry Blossom Country. Nanchan wouldn't do such a foolish thing. At this time, Suzuran sent another private message, Nanchan, come chat in the small group. Nanchan didn't rush to join the group, but first looked around. He and Yuran were on a high cliff. The bloodthirsty wolves couldn't climb up, they could only rage helplessly below, so it was still safe here for the time being. The group shouldn't have any problems for a while. Yuran seemed to have received a message too, her expression somewhat serious. Cherry Blossom Sword is about to reach level 8, at level 5 fighting level 8, the damage will be reduced to 25% of the original. How can we win? Indeed, Nanchan couldn't think of a way to win either. Even with the Desert Eagle in hand, Nanchan couldn't find a way to turn the tables. Yuran put away her wand and sat cross-legged. Let's discuss in the group quickly. Let's not worry about these bloodthirsty wolves for now. In the group? You're also in the group? Nanchan casually sat down next to Yuran, able to smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. Must be the scent of the cosmetics she used. Yuran didn't know what Nanchan was thinking, nodded, and said, Suzuran just added me. Nanchan opened the panel, looked at the handsome guy group, and saw that the top 20 chosen ones were all in there. Yuran, at Suzuran, I suggest changing the group name to Handsome Guy and Beautiful Girl Dating Group. Shenpan, shocked, what's this performance? You can actually create a group? Who can teach me how to do it? I want to create a blind date group. Suzuran, we'll talk about these little things later, let's discuss the main issue first. Is Nanchan here? Nanchan, I'm here. Seeing Nanchan enter the group chat, the other chosen ones in the group stopped chatting and became serious. Suzuran briefly explained the situation and then threw the question to Xiaoluo. Suzuran, at Xiaoluo, you have the highest level now, do you have the confidence to defeat Cherry Blossom Sword? Xiaoluo was a leveling maniac, never stopping even when hunting fierce beasts, always ranking among the top few levels. If it weren't for the abundance of spiders in the mine, Nanchan's level would definitely have been far ahead of Xiaoluo's. Xiaoluo pondered for a moment and replied, not sure. Suzuran, where is Nanchan? Nanchan thought for a moment, then shook his head. I can still fight him at level 7, but not at level 8. The level suppression is too strong. This answer was expected by everyone and not surprising. Suzuran, Sakura Sword will reach level 8 before dark. He will definitely challenge our war zone today. You two are currently the highest level. Can you reach level 6 before dark? Xiaoluo, I can. Nanchan looked at his level 5, 1268/3200. There are more than 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves here. If they are all killed, Nanchen can also reach level 6. With this in mind, Nanchen replied, I can too. Suzerain, alright, hurry up and level up. The challenger will be the highest level in the designated area. It will definitely be one of you two who will participate in the battle. Wu Yuansheng, even reaching level 6 won't work. The gap between level 6 and level 8 is still too big. Huang Yuanming, I have an equipment, beast skin cap, which can increase 2 points of stamina. I can lend it to you first, and you can return it to me after the battle. Do any of you have equipment that can increase attributes? You can support us first. Wang Jiang, well, let's forget about that. What if they take the equipment and don't return it? Nanchen raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Jiang's profile picture. He is currently ranked 17th on the level leaderboard, probably just recently climbed up. Nanchen is not very familiar with this person, but he remembers buying an apple from him at noon. It is worth mentioning that Wang Jiang is actually a woman. Just by the name, Nanchen always thought she was a man. Yuran, at this time, we still need to unite. This challenge is very important. If we can't defeat Sakura Sword, the Asen Country Warzone and the Beautiful Country Warzone will come to challenge us until we are killed. Sakura Sword has gathered several warzones including Asen Country and Beautiful Country, wanting to completely defeat Zone 527 in one go. Other warzones also do not want to see Longwa so dominant, so they have all agreed to Sakura Sword's proposal. But they have one condition, that is, let Sakura Sword be the first to challenge, to test Nanchen's strength and see how strong he really is. After all, Nanchen has challenged Sakura Kojiro across levels. If he doesn't have some strength or cards up his sleeve, who would believe it? So this battle with Sakura Sword is crucial. If Zone 527 wins, the other war zones will definitely not dare to challenge Zone 527 again. They are not stupid, why would they want to pick on Zone 527, a tough nut to crack? Isn't it more fun to bully Zone 132? If this battle cannot defeat Sakura Sword and Sakura Sword also figures out their cards, then Zone 527 will be in trouble. The outcome will probably be as miserable as Zone 132. In the handsome guys group, Suzerain said, Huang Yuanming makes sense. Let's gather our equipment, even a little increase in attributes can improve our chances of winning. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine, we won't force it. I have a beast bone ring, plus 2 energy, that I can contribute. Wooly, we are all in the same boat. Losing is not good for anyone. What's there to be unwilling about? I also have a beast bone ring, I'll contribute it too. Su Ming, I have a belt. It's only the 4th day since they crossed over, time is short, and the drop rate of equipment is very low. Even if everyone pools their resources, they can't come up with many items to increase attributes. This kind of improvement is clearly not enough to fight Sakura Sword. The group fell silent, everyone was thinking of a solution. Nanchen frowned and pondered for a long time, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At Suzerain, did you find any iron ore on the left side of the mine yesterday? Suzerain, we found some, but we need to dig. What do you mean? Nanchen, if my main divine weapon can be upgraded to E rank, I am confident I can defeat the Sakura Sword. The crowd was energized, as if they saw hope. Suihan, Nanchen, what rank is your main divine weapon now? Nanchen, F peak rank, about to reach E rank soon. Suzerain, what about the materials? What materials do you need? Besides, iron ore, is there anything else? Nanchen also forgot and immediately looked at his main divine weapon. Nanchen, I need 200 wood, 300 stones, 100 iron ore, 1 copper ore. I have wood and stones, just lacking iron ore and copper ore. Huang Yuanming, we know where to get iron ore, but what about copper ore? Wu Yuansheng, everyone, think quickly, where can we get copper ore? Suzerain, today, I asked other Dragon Kingdom warzones in the cross-regional chat channel, they said their warzone's iron mine is guarded by a level 4 lord, unlike our warzone where a level 6, Cave Spider King, guards it. Su Ming, and then? What does this mean? Suzerain, this means that the iron mine in our warzone is too difficult. Everyone's main divine weapons are stuck at F rank, so our combat power has not been able to increase, and our level is far behind others. Nanchen seemed to guess something. Are you saying there is copper ore in that mine? Suzerain, exactly, copper ore and iron ore may coexist. Suzerain, and don't you find it strange, why is there a Cave Spider King guarding the right passage of the mine, but there is not even a fierce beast on the left passage? Suzerain, I suspect that deep in the left passage is the iron ore. There should have been a level 4 lord guarding it, but it was eaten by the Cave Spider King. Suzerain, and deep in the right passage is the copper ore. Suzerain gave out a lot of information in a row, providing his own speculation. Some people who had not been to the mine, such as Yuran and Xiaoluo, were a bit confused, but those who had been to the mine all felt that Su Ziren's speculation made sense. Wu Yuanshang, damn, this is really possible. So, there is a place to get copper ore, too? Su Ming, but there is a cave spider king on the right side. We can't defeat it. How do we get the copper ore? Wu Yuanshang, use the method I mentioned in the morning. Bring in more long-range chosen ones, wear it down. Su Ziren, not appropriate. This way is too time-consuming, and it's not certain that we can kill it. Wu Yuanshang, then what do you suggest? Su Ziren, our goal today is not to kill the cave spider king, but to mine one copper ore. Su Ziren, in this way, all of you come to the mine. We will first mine iron ore, and then based on the actual situation, figure out how to get copper ore. After some thought, everyone agreed to Su Ziren's approach. Su Ming, okay, I and Old Wu will come over immediately. Huang Yuan Ming, I'm coming too. Nanshan, I won't come for now, I have many fierce beasts here, I will come after reaching level 6. Shaluo, at Nanshan, you level up, I will go to the mine. Shaluo gave up the idea of participating in the challenge and decided to help Nanshan mine. He felt that he couldn't win against the Sakura sword, so participating in the challenge would only result in being defeated. Su Ziren, okay, everyone take action, let's all work together to help Nanshan defeat the Sakura sword. Yuran, go. This is how Dragon Kingdom's education is. Even if they collectively cross over to this dangerous world, most Dragon Kingdom people will unite to help their companions, rather than act as a lone ranger. Of course, there are exceptions, like Wang Jiang. She sneered at everyone's actions. Do you all have a problem with your brains? Spending a whole afternoon upgrading isn't good enough? You have to waste time helping others improve their strength? You're really being fooled and even helping others count money. That Nanshan is probably laughing at how silly you all are. Nanshan, loser. Nanshan couldn't be bothered with people like Wang Jiang. She was a refined egoist, putting her own interests above all else. But it couldn't be said that her way of thinking was wrong. In this world, perhaps people like her can live longer. Nanshan left the group chat and closed the panel. Beside him, Yuran also closed the panel at the same time, smiling and looking at Nanshan. Let me see, are you laughing at us behind our backs? Nanshan remained calm. I have received professional training, so I generally don't laugh out loud. So you're laughing in your mind? Yuran stood up, dusted off the dust on her perky butt, and looked down with beautiful eyes. What's the matter? Do these bloodthirsty wolves need my help? No, if you take action, you'll get half of my experience. Nanshan decisively rejected Yuran's offer. Jokingly, he was about to reach level 6. Putting away the wooden dagger, Nanshan took out the desert eagle from his backpack. Seeing this, Yuran had a knowing expression. I knew it. By the way, you're not going to kill and silence anyone, right? Not to that extent, Nanshan shook his head. After the battle with Sakura Shinkiro, the desert eagle had already been exposed. Even though Nanshan had manipulated the cross-district channel before, it could only deceive some less intelligent people. For smart people, it was impossible to hide. For example, Su Ziren should have long identified Nanshan's main divine weapon as a pistol, which is why he helped Nanshan in the cross-district channel. For example, Yuran, she was not surprised at all when she saw Nanshan take out the desert eagle. Nanshan thought to himself, but it doesn't matter, what can you do once you know? My main divine weapon is about to be upgraded, and new equipment will be unlocked soon. The desert eagle will no longer be my trump card. Thinking of this, Nanshan smiled, walked to the edge of the rock wall, and looked down at the more than 20 bloodthirsty wolves in impotent rage. Good sister, step back. Let me enjoy the experience alone. Good sister, step back. Let me enjoy the experience alone. These bloodthirsty wolves were fierce beasts that Nanshan had to take on alone, or he might not be able to reach level 6. Yuran also understood the seriousness of the situation and did not compete with Nanshan for experience, silently retreating to the side. Nanshan found a good angle and fired a penetrating bullet. Swish! -427. -389. -350. This shot penetrated 3 bloodthirsty wolves, and 3 different light red numbers slowly floated out. Due to the penetrating bullet's damage attenuation property, the more beasts it penetrated, the lower the damage. But even so, Nanshan's shot still dealt over 1000 DPS. Level 5 bloodthirsty wolves only had 720 health points, so Nanshan could take down one with an average of 2 to 3 shots. This was the advantage of going all in on strength. Of course, the cost was that Nanshan's health was very low, only 400 points, and he could easily become food for the beasts if he wasn't careful. After all, not every time could be like now, finding a good place to grind without taking damage. Swish! -350. Nanshan fired another shot, hitting another bloodthirsty wolf. This time it was a normal attack, as the penetrating bullet was still on cooldown. But Nanchan's normal attack damage was also not low, equivalent to 130% of his attack power, quite substantial. Ding! You have killed a level 5 ordinary beast bloodthirsty wolf, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 5 ordinary ferocious beast, bloodthirsty wolf, and gained 50 experience points. Nanchan's efficiency in killing monsters is extremely high, and the level 5, bloodthirsty wolf, is as weak as a baby in front of him. Howl after killing 7 or 8 in a row. The bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance couldn't bear it anymore and howled towards the sky. The bloodthirsty wolves that were originally guarding around the leader also rushed over. For a moment, more than 30 bloodthirsty wolves actually started to stack on top of each other. Yuan couldn't help but gasp at the sight, her face looking a bit ugly. They can even stack on top of each other. These bloodthirsty wolves are quite intelligent. Fortunately, I am cautious and didn't act on my own. Yuan was somewhat relieved that she had brought Nanchan as a helper. Otherwise, today would have been her death sentence. Nanchan chuckled, stacking on top of each other. Huh? That's just what I need. With the bloodthirsty wolves stacked together, wouldn't it provide a perfect opportunity for Nanchan's penetrating shot to take effect? Swish! Nanchan shot and immediately killed 2 more bloodthirsty wolves. Your attack power is really high. Yuan noticed that Nanchan could take down a bloodthirsty wolf with just 2 to 3 shots, which surprised her. With this efficiency, these 40 bloodthirsty wolves were simply not enough to kill. Nanchan didn't reply, focusing intently on his output. The bloodthirsty wolves were climbing desperately, and once more than 3 climbed up, Nanchan would be in danger. Yuan, this girl, seemed fragile, and Nanchan didn't expect her to withstand damage. Swish swish swish. Precise shots one after another. Nanchan found that his marksmanship had improved, occasionally triggering a weak point attack. Under Nanchan's firepower suppression, even if these bloodthirsty wolves stacked on top of each other, they couldn't climb up, making it easier for Nanchan to kill them. After killing more than 20 bloodthirsty wolves in a row, the bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance finally couldn't sit still, growling lowly and staring fiercely at Nanchan. This bloodthirsty wolf leader was over 3 meters long, taller than Nanchan when standing up, exuding a strong sense of intimidation. Nanchan took a moment to use insightful eye. Bloodthirsty wolf leader, level 5, lord level ferocious beast, health 1850/1850, mana 550/550, attack 350, defense 190, skills bite, pounce, call wolfpack. This bloodthirsty wolf leader had an attack power of 350, which startled Nanchan. With only 400 health points, he couldn't even withstand a second hit. Darn, I should have called Su Ming too. Nanchan was starting to miss Su Ming, who used to shield the team with a large shield at the front. No wonder Wu Yuancheng always teamed up with Su Ming to hunt ferocious beasts. Having such a meat shield provided a sense of security. Seeing that the bloodthirsty wolf leader didn't charge over, Nanchan shook his head, stopped thinking too much, and continued to kill the bloodthirsty wolves below. These bloodthirsty wolves had some intelligence, but not high enough to run away from Nanchan's slaughter, still trying to climb up. Perhaps it was the command of the bloodthirsty wolf leader that made them not dare to escape. 25, 30, 35. When Nanchan killed the 39th bloodthirsty wolf, he finally heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 6. Ding! Your strength plus 5 points. Ding! Your agility plus 5 points. Ding! Your stamina plus 5 points. Ding! Your energy plus 5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. Finally leveled up. It had been less than an hour since the discussion meeting ended. The leveling efficiency was terrifying. It was a pity that there were only this many bloodthirsty wolves here. Once they were all killed, there would be none left. Otherwise, before nightfall, Nanchan might have had a chance to reach level 7. Yuan, I left a few for you. Since he had already reached level 6, Nanchan didn't lack the experience of these few fierce beasts. Anyway, this was the leveling treasure land discovered by Yuan, so he had to leave some soup for him. Yuan pouted and hummed, this place was clearly found by me. But you make it sound like you're giving it to me. If it weren't for giving you a chance to win the challenge, I wouldn't have given you so much experience. Indeed, thank you for this. Nanchan took out a mana potion from his backpack and drank 5 cups in a row to quickly restore his mana. The previous battle had depleted Nanchan's mana, and he still had to hunt the bloodthirsty wolf leader later, so he needed enough mana. On the side, Yuan quickly waved his wand to clear the remaining few bloodthirsty wolves. Roar! In the distance, the bloodthirsty wolf leader, seeing all his minions dead, let out a low growl from his throat. But it was already guarding the mirage grass and had no intention of moving. Is it that stubborn? Nanchan was a bit speechless. Why would a perfectly fine wolf be so fixated on a grass? Is this a wolf in sheep's clothing? But it was good that the bloodthirsty wolf leader didn't charge over, making them safer. Nanchen estimated the distance, about 80 meters away from the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Nanchen turned to Yuan, "Can your fireball reach that far?" Yuan shook his head, "Too far, it's all about luck." 80 meters was within the range of the desert eagle. But at this distance, Nanchen's accuracy would sharply decrease. Whether he could hit the target would depend partly on luck, mostly on strength, and Nanchen had no control over the rest. "Let's give it a try." Nanchen glanced at his mana, which had already recovered to 310 points, enough for the task. He allocated the 5 free attribute points from reaching level 6 all to strength. Nanchen's strength had now reached 87 points, and his attack power had surpassed 400, reaching 435 points. With such high attack power, he posed a significant threat to the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Nanchen raised the Desert Eagle, closed one eye, aimed at the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader, and fired a penetrating bullet. The penetrating bullet whistled out and flew towards the bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance. The bloodthirsty wolf leader showed a hint of disdain in its eyes, slightly moved aside, and dodged Nanchen's shot. Nanchen's face looked a bit grim. He had discovered a serious issue: the bullet fired by the Desert Eagle was not fast enough. According to the firearms parameters of Blue Star, the muzzle velocity of a typical handgun could reach over 400 meters per second, while a rifle could reach speeds of 600 to 1000 meters per second, at least supersonic speeds. However, in this primitive world, the Desert Eagle in Nanchen's hand hadn't even reached the speed of sound. When hunting fierce beasts a few days ago, Nanchen had fired at close range and hadn't noticed this issue. But now, at a distance, the flaw of the slow bullet speed was exposed. The bloodthirsty wolf leader could even leisurely dodge after the bullet was fired. At this distance, it was almost impossible for Nanchen to hit the target. "Do I have to leave this feng shui treasure land and shoot at close range?" Nanchen quickly dismissed this idea. Once they left this rock wall, they would definitely be approached by the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Nanchen and Yuan, these two fragile individuals, couldn't withstand even 5 claws. "It's too far, what should we do?" Yuan also found the problem. Some worried, if we can't kill the bloodthirsty wolf leader before the illusion grass matures, then we are in danger. "Don't worry, I have a way." Nanchen raised his gun again. But this time, he didn't aim at the bloodthirsty wolf leader, but at the illusion grass. Swish! The bullet flew out, heading straight for the illusion grass. Roar! The bloodthirsty wolf leader roared, as if cursing Nanchen as a despicable person. But there was no way. The illusion grass had greatly enhanced it, and the bloodthirsty wolf leader couldn't just watch the illusion grass being destroyed by Nanchen. Minus 332. The bloodthirsty wolf leader blocked the shot with its own body. A shot of 332 damage, extremely painful. Nice! Seeing this shot hit the target successfully, Nanchen clenched his fist and immediately fired another shot. Minus 332. Roar! Another shot hit, causing the bloodthirsty wolf leader to roar in pain. With these two shots, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had already lost about 1/3 of its health. This is the terror of full strength points. Be careful, it's coming. Just as the two were not happy for long, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had already given up guarding the illusion grass and was running towards Nanchen. It knew that if it continued to guard the illusion grass, it would definitely be killed by this despicable two-legged creature. Swish swish swish. Nanchen was mentally tense, firing several shots at the bloodthirsty wolf leader. But the bloodthirsty wolf leader was extremely fast, dodging left and right without a pattern, and Nanchen didn't hit a single shot. With a distance of 80 meters between them, the bloodthirsty wolf leader quickly ran over half the distance. Damn! Nanchen didn't have time to aim, so he could only rely on his gun sense to shoot quickly. Even if he couldn't hit, he could make the bloodthirsty wolf leader keep dodging, slowing down its speed. On the side, Yoren's hair fluttered in the wind as she waved her staff to release a firewall. Yoren unexpectedly had two skills. A 3-meter firewall suddenly appeared in front of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Instead of going around, the bloodthirsty wolf leader leaped high and crossed over the firewall. But this also created an opportunity for Nanchen. In the air, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had no place to borrow force, becoming a sitting duck for Nanchen. Penetrating bullet. Minus 462. The penetrating bullet blasted a large hole in the front limb of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Roar! Roaring in pain, the bloodthirsty wolf leader continued to charge towards Nanchen after landing. But its speed had already decreased significantly. Still 674 health points left. Nanchen quickly calculated the remaining health of the bloodthirsty wolf leader and felt confident. With this health, Nanchen could take it down with 2 shots. And for the bloodthirsty wolf leader to reach Nanchen, it still needed to cross over 30 meters and climb up a very high 90-degree cliff. Nanchen breathed a sigh of relief. 91 open, this is stable. Yoren raised an eyebrow. 91? What are you up to? Nanchen was speechless, this old CG. Raising his gun, Nanchen aimed at the bloodthirsty wolf leader whose speed had greatly decreased. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The bloodthirsty wolf leader, more than 20 meters away, pounced directly towards Nanchen. Fierce pounce. This was the bloodthirsty wolf leader's skill. With this pounce, the bloodthirsty wolf leader crossed over more than 20 meters and leaped directly onto a stone wall over 10 meters high. With a foul breath and a wide-open mouth, it instantly appeared in front of Nanchen. Not only that, the bloodthirsty wolf leader's huge claws were already raised high, ready to strike down. Minus 384. Damn! Nanchen's health instantly bottomed out, his face turning pale. At this critical moment, Nanchen directly shoved the desert eagle into the mouth of the bloodthirsty wolf leader and fired 3 shots in a row. Bang bang bang! Weakness attack, minus 593. Fatal blow, minus 1800. Minus 0. These 3 shots directly pierced the wolf head of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. One of the shots even triggered a fatal blow, causing 1,800 points of damage. Unfortunately, at this point, the bloodthirsty wolf leader's health was already running low, making this fatal blow seem somewhat redundant. If the first shot had triggered the fatal blow, Nanchen wouldn't have been in such danger. The bloodthirsty wolf leader glared angrily at Nanchen. However, its 3-meter-long body had already collapsed limply on the ground. Narrow victory. Ding! You have killed the level 5 Lord Beast bloodthirsty wolf leader and gained 200 experience points. Announcement. The chosen one Nanchen successfully killed the level 5 Lord Beast bloodthirsty wolf leader. As the first chosen one in this area to kill a level 5 Lord Beast, rewards, Reputation +1, Strength +10. Strength +10. Strength is an attribute that directly affects attack power. 10 points of strength is equivalent to 50 points of attack power. This is a significant boost. Nanchen suppressed his joy and casually glanced at Yuran beside him. Yuran had already put away her staff, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and stood gracefully on the side. Good, this girl is sensible. Seeing that Yuran did not make any suspicious moves, Nanchen took out some roasted meat and started eating to restore his health. Of course, Nanchen's right hand always held the desert eagle, wary of Yuran's every move. Quick, search the body, see if this big gray wolf dropped any equipment? Yuran didn't pay attention to Nanchen's caution, took a few steps back naturally, indicating that she had no ulterior motives. Nanchen nodded, gently touched the body of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Ding! You obtained wolfskin *1 ding. You obtained wolf meat *5. Is that all? That can't be right? Nanchen was a bit incredulous and turned over the bloodthirsty wolf leader's body. Sure enough, there was a chest under the body, and it was a chest shining with a milky white light. Nanchen had encountered chests before, but they were all gray. This white chest was obviously of higher quality. Jackpot! Killing the bloodthirsty wolf leader dropped a white chest. This is a chest 1 level higher than the gray chest. Nanchen didn't hesitate and opened it. Ding! You obtained wolf tooth necklace *1 wolf tooth necklace. Grade, F grade superior type, necklace attribute, agility +6. In this white chest, a piece of equipment was obtained. Unfortunately, it didn't add strength, which left Nanchen somewhat disappointed. However, agility can provide attack speed and movement speed bonuses, and can also enhance Nanchen's reaction speed, which is still good. With the wolf tooth necklace equipped, Nanchen's agility reached 43 points. However, Nanchen's agility was still the lowest of the 4 attributes, with stamina being 2 points higher than agility. Improving agility is relatively difficult. Got some equipment, not bad. Yuran walked over with a smile. How are the attributes? Nanchen chuckled, not bad, gained a few points in agility. Nanchen glanced at the time. It was now past 2 in the afternoon, with several hours left until dark. But no one knew exactly when Sakura's sword would reach level 8, so Nanchen had to quickly improve his strength. Opening the panel, Nanchen checked his level 6, 268/4500. He was still 4,000 plus experience points away from level 7. Unless he could find another area with a concentration of beasts and a safe spot to grind without taking damage, it would be impossible for Nanchen to reach level 7 before nightfall. Abandoning the plan to continue leveling up, Nanchen decided to go to the mine to see if he could solve the issue of upgrading his divine weapon. If possible, it's best to deal with the Spider King of the Abyss as well. Nanchen looked at Yuran and said, "Good sister, I'm going to the mine. Do you want to come with me?" Yuran bit her lip and thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm not going. I want to stay here and wait for this illusion grass to mature. In the mine, there are iron blocks which are very tempting, but the illusion grass can increase energy by 10 points, which is also important for Uran who plays with fireballs. After some deliberation, Uran decided to stay here to prevent the illusion grass from being snatched by other fierce beasts. Alright, then I'll go first. After putting on the wolf tooth necklace, Nanchan felt much more agile and easily climbed down the 90 degrees cliff. Uran, however, was not as agile, stuck in the middle of the cliff, unable to go up or down, feeling very embarrassed. Nanchan urged her, just jump down, it's only 5 or 6 meters high. You'll be fine. Uran shook her head vigorously, looking scared. I can't do it. You jump down, I'll use the Qiankuan teleportation to catch you. Nanchan raised his hands, standing below Uran. You better catch me properly. Uran frowned slightly, gritted her teeth, and jumped down. Nanchan easily caught her, even spun around a bit, looking more suave. She has a slim waist, feels just right. Nanchan thought to himself. Uran glared at Nanchan with her beautiful eyes. That's enough, let go quickly. All right. Nanchan let go, dusted himself off, and said, I'll leave now, you handle the battlefield here. There is still a large group of bloodthirsty wolves' corpses here that Nanchan hasn't touched yet, probably able to get a lot of wolf meat which can be exchanged for resources. Nanchan has already gained a lot today, so he should leave some for others, right? Anyway, this is where Uran discovered. You go quickly, I'll take care of things here. Uran took on the task of cleaning up the battlefield without any politeness. Seeing that there were no more fierce beasts nearby, Nanchan didn't linger and ran towards the direction of the small wooden house. Passing through the area of the jungle tree spirits, Nanchan cautiously took a detour, as he didn't have much health left and couldn't withstand the lashings of the jungle tree spirits. This little tree spirit, next time I'll burn it with fire, wonder if that'll work? Nanchan suddenly had this thought in his mind. Regardless of whether it works or not, Nanchan will definitely try it when he has the chance, just not today. Along the way, he killed a few more reckless fierce beasts and smoothly returned to the small wooden house, ready to go to the mine once his status was fully restored. During his rest time, Nanchan opened the chat channel to study the situation and see if there were any new developments. In the chat channel, Lu Dashan, Nanchan is really amazing, he actually killed another level 5 lord level fierce beast, I can't even beat a level 3 fierce beast. My own, Nanchan is already level 6, I think he might not necessarily lose to Sakura One Sword. Tian Shiping, can you stop dreaming? So what if Nanchan is level 6? Sakura One Sword is about to reach level 8. Bao Jian, are you from Manhwa? Why do you always speak up for outsiders? Tian Shiping, I'm not speaking up for outsiders, I'm just stating the facts. Is what I said unreasonable? Zhou Feihong, even if the chances are slim, we should support our own people. If Nanchan loses, we will all suffer losses. Wang Jiang, I'll be fair, we don't really have deep enmity with Sakura country. If Nanchan apologizes to Sakura with a sincere attitude, maybe Sakura won't challenge our war zone. Wang Jiang, you may not know, but Sakura and Xiaoang ran from District 17 have a grudge. If Nanchan apologizes sincerely, Sakura might really challenge District 17. Huang Yuan Ming, when someone says I'm not lying, they usually are, when someone says I'll be fair, they usually aren't. Wang Jiang, at Huang Yuan Ming, what do you mean? Huang Yuan Ming, nothing, if you want to be Sakura's lapdog, go apologize yourself. Oh, forgot you're not even level 5 yet, too weak to speak in cross-zone channels. Wang Jiang, you're the dog. The two started arguing. Soon, other chosen ones joined the flame war, dividing into two camps and hurling insults. Nanchan, the original topic, was forgotten. TSK, keyboard warriors or something. Behind screens, no one feared anyone, even level 2 dared to challenge level 5. But in reality, would a level 2 be so arrogant? Nanchan closed the chat channel and glanced at the Handsome Guys group, where everyone was silent, probably strategizing how to defeat the Abyssal Spider King in the mine. Nanchan checked the cross-zone chat channel, also silent. It was normal, the top players were busy leveling up and hunting beasts, no time for idle chat. When Nanchan's status was full, he messaged the Handsome Guys group. Nanchan, brothers, I'm coming over, how's it going there? After 2 seconds, Huang Yuanming replied, progress is good, we found an iron mine deep in the left passage, I'm mining iron blocks now, we'll give you 100 first. Nanchan, thanks, bro. Weren't you flaming in the chat channel? Huang Yuanming, doesn't matter. Back on Blue Star, I could flirt in a dozen QQ groups at once. Nanchan, impressive. Nanchan continued, what about the others? Huang Yuanming, they're trying to find copper blocks, probably blocked by the Abyssal Spider King, no progress. Huang Yuanming, I'll focus on mining iron blocks faster, can't delay. This Huang Yuanming was mining, flaming, and answering Nanshan simultaneously. Truly impressive. Nanshan was about to close the panel when a system notification sounded. Ding! Chosen 1 Sakura Sword from Primitive World Zone 39 has challenged you to a cross-zone battle. Prepare. Announcement: Primitive World Zone 39 has challenged Primitive World Zone 527 to a cross-zone battle. Starting in 10 minutes, prepare your chosen ones. Nanshan was shocked. So soon? What about before nightfall? It really was before nightfall. Nanshan's face darkened. Everyone thought Sakura Sword meant evening when he said before nightfall. Everyone was misled by Sakura Sword. All chosen ones in Zone 527 received the system announcement. In the chat channel, the two groups stopped flaming and began cursing Sakura Sword. Damn, this little Sakura actually challenged us. Ugh, that guy, if I see him, I'll at least give him a couple punches. Hee hee, didn't the person upstairs just suggest apologizing? Why the sudden change? He's already shitting on my head, and I'm supposed to apologize to him? I'll smash his head in. So true. At this point, apologizing is useless. Let's hope Nanshan can win. Inside the cabin, Nanshan sighed. He wanted to win, but in the current situation, it was difficult. Sakura Sword was definitely at level 8 now, a gap in strength that was almost insurmountable. Unless Nanshan's main divine weapon could level up again. Opening the handsome guys group, no one was talking. Nanshan wondered about the situation with Suzuran and if they found the copper blocks. With over 9 minutes left, Nanshan had nowhere to go and could only wait in the cabin, feeling anxious. This jerk Sakura Sword, I'll definitely challenge you once I get the cross-regional challenge token. The 527th district had not yet released the cross-regional challenge token, which Nanshan suspected was with the Cave Spider King. Nanshan decided to wait until later to defeat the Cave Spider King. At level 6 now, with caution, he had a good chance of killing the Cave Spider King. After waiting for 3 more minutes, Nanshan's mood calmed down as he prepared for the upcoming challenge. Despite the huge gap in strength, Nanshan would give it his all. In the cross-regional chat channel, the chosen one from Sakura country was mocking Nanshan with pre-match trash talk. Nanshan ignored them to avoid affecting his mindset. Already at a disadvantage, any further mental disruption would make it impossible to win. Sakura Sword understood this and kept tagging Nanshan to disrupt his focus. To win, Sakura Sword used all means, showing extreme caution. However, he didn't expect Nanshan to block the cross-regional chat channel. Countdown, 5 minutes. At that moment, Uran sent a message: the illusion grass is ready. Here, take it. It can boost your energy by 10 points, though it's not very useful. Nanshan, no need. We agreed earlier that the bloodthirsty wolf leader belongs to me, and the illusion grass belongs to you. Nanshan needed strength, not energy. Energy affected magic power and defense. Nanshan's current magic power limit was 490 points, not suitable for a prolonged battle but enough for a one-on-one fight. As for defense, facing Sakura Sword at level 8, a slight increase in defense wouldn't withstand his attack, so it was not very useful. Uran, I left the roots of the illusion grass for cultivation. It will mature in 3 to 5 days. You need to enhance your strength more than I do now. The future of our battle zone depends on you. Eat it quickly. Without giving Nanshan time to hesitate, Uran traded the illusion grass to him. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Nanshan accepted it. What if he had to engage in a prolonged battle with Sakura Sword? This energy would come in handy. Illusion grass, consuming it increases the chosen one's energy by 10 points. Note, each chosen one can only consume 1, multiple consumption is ineffective. Each person could only eat 1 illusion grass, a bit of a drawback. Nanshan was happy to hear about cultivation from Uran and was ready to eat more. After swallowing the illusion grass, Nanshan felt a bit dizzy and saw double momentarily. Poisoned? Just as Nanshan thought so, the double vision disappeared, and he felt energized. It seemed it wasn't poison but the natural effect of the illusion grass. After being dizzy for about 5 to 10 seconds, Nanshan wondered if the fierce beasts would experience the same condition. In the future, maybe I can use illusion grass as a control skill. Nanshan shook his head, dismissing this idea for now and deciding to verify it later when he has time. Uran, illusion grass in exchange for 20 cups of mana potions. Remember to give them to me. Nanshan? This girl is trying to strong-arm me again. It's too much. But it's also good this way, clear pricing, no need to owe any favors. After all, favors are the hardest thing to repay in this world. And Nanshan's cost of making mana potions is extremely low, so exchanging 20 cups of mana potions for an illusion grass doesn't make him lose out. 3-minute countdown. Huang Yuanming sent a message: brother, quickly, collect 100 iron blocks. Nanshan was delighted to see the 100 iron blocks that Huang Yuanming traded over. Nanshan, wow, brother, you dug up 100 so quickly. Huang Yuan Ming, damn, my hands are almost broken, we didn't keep a single one, all given to you. Huang Yuan Ming, they seem to have found copper blocks, wait a bit, they'll definitely get them for you before the fight starts. Nanshan knew that the outcome of this challenge was related to all the chosen ones in the entire war zone, so helping Nanshan improve his strength was reasonable, as it was related to their own interests. But Nanshan was still touched. 1 minute countdown. Suzerain didn't say anything, directly trading a copper block. The moment Nanshan received the copper block, he immediately clicked to upgrade his main weapon. The attributes of the main weapon underwent a huge change instantly. Main weapon, weapon name, ordinary arsenal, current grade, A rank lower, type, backpack, attributes, backpack slots plus 50, materials needed for upgrade, wood asterisk 300, stone asterisk 500, iron block asterisk 200, copper block asterisk 20, unlocked equipment in the arsenal, Desert Eagle, stone dagger, 98k sniper rifle, red dot sight. As the grade of the main weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked, ding. With the growth of the main weapon, you have unlocked a new weapon, 98k sniper rifle, ding. With the growth of the main weapon, you have unlocked a new accessory, red dot sight, ding. With the growth of the main weapon, you have mastered a new skill, power shot. 3 consecutive system notification sounds made Nanshan ecstatic. A new weapon, and a new skill. Nanshan immediately opened his backpack and looked at the ancient-looking 98k sniper rifle. 98k sniper rifle, current grade, A rank lower, upgraded with ordinary arsenal, type, weapon, attributes, strength plus 50, energy plus 10. Each attack consumes 30 mana points and can deal 150% of attack damage to enemies. Equipment from the ordinary arsenal. Strength plus 50. Nanshan was shocked. Before the upgrade, the F-rank Peak Desert Eagle only had a 20-point strength bonus. This 98k has directly increased it by 5 times. This is so cool. Wait, my Desert Eagle has also been upgraded to E rank lower, so its attributes should have improved too. Nanshan looked back at the Desert Eagle and the wooden. No, it should be called Stone Dagger now, a bit of a weird name. Desert Eagle, current grade, A rank lower, upgraded with ordinary arsenal, type, weapon, attributes, strength plus 40, energy plus 20. Each attack consumes 3 mana points, dealing 130% of attack damage to hit enemies. Equipment from the ordinary arsenal. Stone Dagger, current grade, E grade inferior, improves with the upgrade of the ordinary arsenal, type, weapon attributes, strength plus 30, agility plus 20, stamina plus 10. Each attack can cause 120% 150% of the attack power and damage to enemies. Moderate increase in bleeding effect. Equipment from the ordinary arsenal. The attributes of Desert Eagle and Stone Dagger have also been improved. Among them, the strength bonus of Desert Eagle has also reached 40 points. In comparison, the attributes of 98k are not exaggerated. Moreover, 98k consumes a lot of mana, making it suitable for fighting bosses, while Desert Eagle is more reliable for clearing small monsters. Oh, I also obtained a new skill. Nanshan looked at his personal panel and found the new skill in the skill bar, Charged Shot. Charged Shot, infuse magic into the firearm, condensing into a powerful magic bullet. For every additional 5 mana points consumed, damage can be increased by 1%, up to a maximum of 100% damage increase, which can be used in conjunction with other skills. Wow, this skill is awesome. Nanshan was delighted. Isn't this skill prepared for the Cherry Blossom Sword? Who can withstand the combination of the 98k sniper rifle and the Charged Shot? Inside the small wooden house, Nanshan's feet once again lit up with a familiar silver-white teleportation array. The challenge is about to begin. Nanshan held the 98k sniper rifle in his hands and sneered twice. Cherry Blossom Sword, get ready to take a shot from me, Nanshan. As the silver-white teleportation array lit up, Nanshan's figure in the center of the teleportation array slowly faded and finally disappeared in the small wooden house. When he reappeared, Nanshan had arrived in a vast grassland. The grass here reached Nanshan's knees, a lush green expanse. Nanshan quickly looked around and found the Cherry Blossom Sword's position behind him, also facing away from him. This time they were teleported back to back, about 50 meters apart. Seeing the Cherry Blossom Sword about to turn around, Nanshan immediately lay down in the grass. Camouflage. This 4 to 5 decimeter high wild grass became Nanshan's perfect cover. That summer, Nanshan was ambushed by the camouflage for the 216th time in a chicken dinner match, which made him realize that one cannot defeat the camouflage. Today's environment happened to allow Nanshan to be a camouflage once again. He took out a red dot sight from his backpack and carefully mounted it on the 98k. It's a pity there's no 8x scope, it's a bit lacking. Nanshin closed one eye and looked through the red dot sight towards the direction of the cherry blossom sword. The wild grass obstructed the view of the cherry blossom sword, as well as Nanshin's view. Through the sight, Nanshin could only see grass and nothing else. This is different from playing in the game. Nanshin gritted his teeth, propped himself up with his elbows, and carefully raised the 98K. Now, Nanshin could barely see the figure of the cherry blossom sword through the grass. The opponent was cautiously looking around, searching for Nanshin's position. At the same time, he was quickly and irregularly evading in a small area. Nanshin knew he was trying to avoid being targeted. But in this environment, it was almost impossible for the cherry blossom sword to spot a person lying in the grass 50 meters away. Hey, you can't see me. Nanshin chuckled lightly and directly activated his skills. Charged shot. Penetrating bullet. Releasing both skills together, Nanshin prepared to take down the cherry blossom sword with one shot. A large amount of magic surged from Nanshin's arms into the 98K sniper rifle, forming a delicate magic bullet in the magazine. Nanshin estimated that the skill power strike would consume about 10 points of mana per second, and every 5 points of mana could increase damage by 1%. In other words, damage could be increased by 2% per second. The maximum increase for power strike is 100% damage, and Nanshin only needed to charge for 50 seconds to maximize the damage. This skill wastes mana. Nanshin sighed. Consuming 500 points of mana to increase damage by 100%, this skill is simply useless. You should know that these 500 points of mana are enough for Nanshin to fire hundreds of shots. Is this more powerful than a 100% damage boost for a single shot? But even thinking about this, Nanshin still decided to fully charge Power Strike. The reason is simple. Sakura Ekijian is the older brother of Sakura Kojiru. If others don't believe what Sakura Kojiru says, would Sakura Ekijian also not believe it? Sakura Ekijian must have confirmed that Nanshin's favorite weapon is a gun, which can be seen from his constant evasions. But he still dares to challenge Nanshin. Besides the level suppression, there must be other reasons. For example, a skill that can instantly close the distance. If Sakura Kojiru can comprehend the powerful rushing skill Instant Slash, how could his brother Sakura Ekijian be inferior to him? Nanshin vaguely felt that in this battle, he only had one shot. As long as Sakura Ekijian found his position, Nanshin would be instantly closed in and killed with one slash. As for whether this shot can hit, Nanshin is not worried. Previously, with the Desert Eagle, Nanshin aimed with his eyes, so it was normal for the hit rate to be slightly lower. But now with a red dot sight, at a distance of 50 meters, Nanshin is confident of achieving an 80% hit rate. As long as Nanshin is not jinxed today, this shot will basically not miss. 20 seconds passed. Mana continued to flow into the 98K sniper rifle. Nanshin held his breath, not daring to make any sound, afraid of being discovered by Sakura Ekijian. 50 meters away, Sakura Ekijian still couldn't find Nanshin's position, sneering and saying, "Ha, is this the strongest in District 527? Turns out to be a coward." The breeze blew Sakura Ekijian's words to Nanshin's ears, making them barely audible. Through the real-time translation of the Genesis God system, Nanshin barely heard a few words clearly. "Ha? The strongest in District 527? Do you think I will come out if you praise me? That's too naive." Nanshin sneered, feeling somewhat disdainful, and continued to charge. Seeing that Nanshin did not respond, Sakura Ekijian continued to mutter to himself, "It's useless for you to keep hiding. As long as I find you, you can wait to die. I only need one slash to kill you. What about you? Don't you have a gun? Let me see if your gun is faster or my agility is faster. Are you trying to delay time? Then let me see how long you can delay." Sakura Ekijian no longer searched for Nanshin's position, but sat on the ground, facing Nanshin's direction, and began to wipe his stone sword. This is the new appearance of the rotten wooden samurai sword after upgrading to E rank, the not very sharp stone samurai sword. Sakura Ekijian is revealing a flaw. Heh, he thinks I can't kill him with one shot, so he's preparing to let me make a move. If before the challenge started, Nanshin's favorite weapon had not been upgraded, then indeed he could not kill Sakura Ekijian with one shot. But now it's different. Nanshin not only has a new weapon but also has learned a new skill. Sakura Ekijian's move is a gift. A hard gift. Nanshin did not expect that Sakura Ekijian, who had been steady for so long, would make such a big mistake at the last moment. 35 seconds, 40 seconds, 45 seconds. When 50 seconds arrived, the damage of Power Strike was already maximized. Nanshin's eyes narrowed, and he pulled the trigger directly. Swish! The penetrating bullet that is nearly 10 centimeters long whistled out, shooting towards Sakurahana with the grass skin attached. At the moment when Nanshin fired, Sakurahana had already reacted, reflexively drawing his sword for a horizontal slash. Like his younger brother Sakura Hanashiro, Sakura Hana's sword could also cut a bullet in half. Even before his gaze turned towards Nanshin, the sword in his hand had already been released. This swordsmanship was simply terrifying. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Nanshin's magic bullets did not have a fast enough muzzle velocity. If it were the supersonic bullets like those from Blue Star, even with 10 samurai swords in Sakura Hana's hands, he would not be able to cut them. Clang! The magic bullet collided with the samurai sword, making a crisp sound. This scene almost completely replicated the battle with Sakura Hanashiro in the morning. Similarly, Nanshin's penetrating bullet mysteriously pierced through the samurai sword, hitting Sakura Hana's shoulder. Indeed, his bullets had a penetrating effect. Sakura Hana was not surprised. He had long known this information from Sakura Hanashiro. The reason he still used the samurai sword to cut the bullet was not because Sakura Hana doubted his brother's words, but to make the bullet deviate from its original trajectory. This shot was originally aimed at Sakura Hana's head. Hitting the head easily triggered a weak point attack, and Sakura Hana did not want to lose too much blood even if he let Nanshin make a move. "I've found you, hee." Sakura Hana sneered, preparing to stand up and launch his own skill at Nanshin, but suddenly felt very weak, his limbs becoming weak. A sense of foreboding enveloped Sakura Hana. He glanced at his status bar, which showed, health, 33/690, abnormal status, bleeding. Nanshin's shot just now had dealt 657 damage to him. Sakura Hana's face turned pale. What kind of terrifying output was this? A level 6 attacking a level 8, with only 1/3 of the original damage and still such high output? If they were at the same level, what would happen? What was this, such a powerful shot, triggering a weak point hit, and still not taking down Sakura Hana in one shot? Nanshin was dumbfounded. This level suppression was too strong, right? After equipping the 98K sniper rifle, Nanshin now had 635 attack points. With various bonuses like penetrating bullet, charged shot, and weak point attack, he could only deal 657 damage? What a letdown, right? This shot left both of them stunned. Bleeding, -13. Suddenly, Sakura Hana's health dropped again. The bleeding effect was triggered. Previously, Sakura Hana had been facing Nanshin sideways, so Nanshin's penetrating bullet had pierced from Sakura Hana's right shoulder to his left shoulder, causing massive damage that could not be stopped. Sakura Hana also understood this. Looking at the remaining 20 health points, he did not try to stop the bleeding but instead drew his sword to strike at Nanshin. Bleeding, -14. Only 6 health points left. Sakura Hana's samurai sword slashed through the air. The 50-meter distance between them did not give Nanshin any sense of security. Air slash. This slash could hit the enemy from a distance. The farther the distance, the greater the magic power consumption for the user, and the lower the damage. This 50-meter distance almost depleted Sakura Hana's magic power, but he still managed to strike. Death approached. Nanshin felt completely enveloped by this strike and could not escape, only able to lie on the ground helplessly. Bleeding, -5. Suddenly, a light red number appeared above Sakura Hana's head. Sakura Hana's sword hung over Nanshin's head, but ultimately did not fall. His health points were forcibly locked at 1 drop of blood. The indomitable will buff was triggered. Sakura Hana lost. Ding! Congratulations on defeating your opponent Sakura One Sword and becoming the winner of this cross-regional challenge. Ding! All resources in your area, Original World Zone 527, have increased by 10%. The challenge ended, and Nanshin instantly returned to the small wooden house, with the sound of the Creation God Systems prompt in his ears. He won again, unscathed. Nanshin took a deep breath and sprawled in the small wooden house. The final blow from Sakura One Sword just now was too terrifying. Even though he knew he wouldn't die during the challenge, Nanshin still had a creepy feeling. Is this the pressure brought by a master swordsman? I wonder if the sword masters in Dragon Country are also so formidable. In the chat channel, the chosen ones from Zone 527 were ecstatic. They never expected Nanshin to actually win, and win so decisively. In the Handsome Guy group, everyone was cheering and almost ready to have a celebration party. Huang Yuan Ming, bro, you're awesome. From today on, you are my god. Wu Yuan Shang, damn, you actually won, amazing. Su Ming, impressive, impressive. Nanshin, just kidding, just kidding. If it weren't for you helping me upgrade my divine weapon, I wouldn't have one. Su Zurin, it seems our efforts were not in vain. Nanshin wasn't being modest, he was speaking the truth. Without the 98K sniper rifle and the new skill, Power Strike, how could Nanshin have won against Sakura One Sword? With just one sword strike from a distance, Nanshin would have been down. What a joke. Huang Yuan Ming, bro, how did you win? Tell us. Wooly, yeah, it must have been dangerous, right? Nanchen, it was quite dangerous. His sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from my scalp, but in the end, my skills were superior, and I killed him. Wu Yuancheng, everyone, quickly go to the cross-regional chat channel and see, Sakura One Sword is claiming victory over there. What? Nanchen, looking puzzled, left the handsome guy group and went to the cross-regional chat channel, Zone 39, Sakura One Sword, Nanchen's strength is average, he has no skills, I could easily defeat him with both hands tied. It's your turn, everyone. Zone 68, Cheng Mo, an 8th level challenging a 5th level, you Sakura people have no shame. Cheng Mo from Zone 68 still didn't know that Nanchen had already reached level 6. Zone 17, Xiaoang Ran, you dare to fight my dragon country brothers? Sakura One Sword, you wait for me. Zone 162, Martin, can't even beat with both hands? It seems Nanchen is nothing special, let me challenge him next. Zone 105, Naru Singh, hurry, finish your challenge so I can take over. I got the challenge token this morning and can't wait to plunder Zone 527's resources. Zone 491, Salman, please defeat Zone 527 3 times as soon as possible, so we can also challenge him in the future. Asangwo and Pialiangwo responded to Sakura One Sword's call and prepared to challenge Zone 527. What does this mean? Are they trying to trick others into sending us resources? Nanchen was a bit confused for a moment, not understanding the purpose of Sakura One Sword's actions. But after thinking for a moment, Nanchen understood Sakura One Sword's intentions. His Zone 39 had been defeated once by Zone 17's Xiaoang Ran before, and now by Nanchen, that's already 2 losses. If he loses one more time, he will face a penalty of -10 to all attributes, which is too heavy, and Sakura One Sword can't afford it. So he wants to publicly claim victory in this challenge to avoid other war zones targeting him. Besides this reason, Nanchen also thought of another reason. Cherry Blossom Country is suffering heavy losses now. Not to mention District 132, even the grass in the area has been almost completely plucked. District 39 has also lost 2 matches and is on the edge of a cliff. In this situation, Cherry Blossom Sword naturally wants to provoke and instigate conflicts between other countries' war zones to prevent the fighting from spreading to its own District 39. It's truly cunning and malicious. In the Handsome Guys group, Suzuran and others also realized what Cherry Blossom Sword was planning. Suzuran, interesting, Cherry Blossom Sword wants to use us from District 527 to balance the strength of various countries by borrowing our hands to kill. Xiao Luo, stupid. Wu Yuan Shang, the strongest in the beautiful countries District 162 and the Azura countries District 105 are at most level 7. Even Cherry Blossom Sword, an 8th level from Nanchen, was defeated. Are we afraid of them? Su Ming, brothers, isn't he here to bring us resources? Huang Yuan Ming, wow, Cherry Blossom Sword turns out to be a foreign friend? I didn't expect him to be this kind of Cherry Blossom Sword. You ran, this is taking off. I just found a lot of herbs growing next to the cabin. Does anyone want to buy? Selling cheap woolly, envious of the upstairs. Nanchen also envied a bit. Yuran's birthplace is really something, surrounded by herbs. Isn't she a rich lady? Suzuran, I received a message in the cross-district channel at noon. District 132 has lost 11 matches, but their war zone resources have not completely disappeared. Su Ming, so what? What does this indicate? Suzuran, this indicates that the increase and decrease of resources are not additive, but multiplicative. Suzuran, the first time they lost a challenge, their war zone resources were still 90%, the second time, their remaining resources were not 80%, but 81%. Suihan, my brother means that the second loss didn't lose 10% of all resources, but 10% of the remaining 90% resources, which is 9% of all resources. Nanchen, little nanny, the more you talk, the more confusing it gets. Just don't say it. Suihan, fierce and evil. JPG Nanchen, I understand Suzuran's meaning now. It means that even though we have won 2 matches, our resources are not 120% of the original, but 121% of the initial resources? Suzuran, yes, everyone can also understand it as compound interest. This is great, so if Nanchen wins another match, it's like a 1% increase in resources. Isn't that satisfying? While discussing the issue of resources, the system announcement rang in everyone's ears again. Ding! Primitive World District 162, Chosen One Martin, has challenged you to a cross-district challenge, please prepare. Announcement, Primitive World District 162, has challenged Primitive World District 527 to a cross-district challenge. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes, please have the participating chosen ones ready. Great, the resource provider has arrived. Nanchen grinned and opened the cross-district chat channel, sending a message. District 527, Nanshan, Cherry Blossom Sword, you're going too far. If you win against me, that's fine, but to bring others to fight me together? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Playing the whole act, Cherry Blossom Sword was so straightforward, offering up resources, so Nanshan naturally had to cooperate. In the cross-district channel, Cherry Blossom Sword hadn't spoken yet, but Cherry Blossom Kojiro spoke first. District 132, Cherry Blossom Kojiro, ha, Nanshan, you have your day too. Soon you will be like District 132. We are not the same, not the same. Nanshan hummed a song, looking somewhat amused at Cherry Blossom Kojiro's avatar. When he learns the truth of the matter, I wonder if he can still maintain such a good attitude. Seeing Nanshan speaking in the cross-district channel, some lurking Dragon Country chosen ones began to speak up. 17th District, Xiaoang ran, at Nanshan, brother, don't panic, fight well, Martin from District 162 is only level 6, you may not necessarily lose. 162nd District, Martin, even though I am only level 6, my main divine weapon is a long-range weapon, with a natural advantage. Even you 7th or 8th levels in close combat are not my match. 68th District, Chang Mo, a frog at the bottom of a well, I see you haven't experienced the harsh realities of society. 8th District, Mike, what? Did Martin say something wrong? I am also a long-range weapon user, do you have the guts to challenge me? At Chanyamo this Mike, like Martin, is also a chosen one of the beautiful country. As the 8th to join the inter-district channel, Mike's strength is definitely formidable, at least level 8, possibly even level 9. Chanyamo from District 68 is probably not his match. 68th District, Changmo, do you have another challenge token? Are you challenging me? Come on, watch me slash your dog head with one sword? Changmo knew the opponent had no more challenge tokens, so he was not afraid at all and directly confronted Mike. 8th District, Mike, just wait until I issue another challenge token, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Hey, everyone, we are now in District 527's time. Nanshan was a bit speechless. The downside of a crowded group chat is that everyone has their own thoughts, and the conversation can easily go off track and turn into mutual criticism. 527th District, Suzerain, please stop challenging our District 527, if we keep losing, our comrades in the war zone will be done for. 527th District, Wu Yuansheng, yes, please, big brothers, I'm kneeling to you. In the inter-district channel, Su Zuran and Wu Yuansheng suddenly started a duet. Nanshan glanced at the handsome guys group and realized this was Su Zuran's strategy, the more they appeared weak, the more people would challenge them. Nanshan immediately cooperated. 527th District, Nanshan, at Wu Yuansheng, at Su Zuran, you two trash, can't you have some backbone? Do you think I can't win? 527th District, Su Zuran, you don't even have level 6, what makes you think you can win? Martin is not only level 6, but also has a long-range divine weapon. 527th District, Wu Yuansheng, exactly, Nanshan, you just have slightly more experience than us? What qualifications do you have to represent our entire war zone in battle? 105th District, Neru Singh, oh, these foolish Dragon Country people, they are starting to fight among themselves. 162nd District, Martin, Nanshan is only level 5? No wonder the Cherry Blossom Sword can win with both hands, then I'm sure to win. 381st District, Lin Tianchi, why are they fighting among themselves? Sigh. Other Dragon Country war zones, seeing the internal strife in District 527, shook their heads in helplessness, stopped talking, and continued hunting fierce beasts to level up. War zones from other countries began to mock District 527. In District 39, Cherry Blossom Sword sat in a small wooden house with a gloomy expression, with only one thought in mind, these cunning Dragon Country people are too crafty. But it doesn't matter, the ones who suffer are the third country in the beautiful country, it has nothing to do with Cherry Blossom Country, and even less to do with District 39. After this wave, District 527 is probably going to take off. On the other side, Nanshan saw the message sent by Martin and smiled crookedly. What a naive little fool, believing their nonsense. There are 3 minutes left before the challenge begins, Nanshan chatted in the handsome guys group, waiting for the challenge to start. Su Zuran, we have now occupied the iron mine, and there is a daily output of iron blocks. Su Zuran, regarding the distribution of iron blocks, this is what I think. In our group, let's first divide equally, everyone upgrade their main divine weapon to increase combat power. Su Zuran, afterwards, everyone needs to level up, definitely no time to mine in the mine every day, so I plan to find a few trustworthy people to come and mine. Part of it we digest internally, the rest we sell at a unified price, net profits are divided equally, it's like everyone is a shareholder, any opinions? Wu Yuancheng, I have no objections. Su Ming, I have no objections either. Mining is not as interesting as hunting fierce beasts. Nanchen, I have no objections either. Yuran, oh, I have never been to the mine, can I still become a shareholder? Really, Godfather? Su Zurin, oh, I almost forgot about you, you don't have a share. Yuran, oh, Su Zurin glanced at the members in the group, and that Wang Jiang, you also did not participate in the mine raid activity, you also don't have a share. Wang Jiang, why, you said everyone in the group has a share. Ding! Wang Jiang has been kicked out of the group chat. Su Zurin, this person is too selfish, self-centered, not suitable to be a teammate, let her go solo. Huang Yuanming, good kick, I've been wanting to kick her for a long time. Nanchen, at Su Zurin, she's cursing you in the chat channel. Su Zurin, let her curse, it's not like I'll lose a piece of meat. After discussing the iron mine, everyone began to discuss the copper mine. Su Zurin, it's confirmed now, the copper mine is on the right side of the mine, but there's a cave spider king guarding it, it's hard for us to break through. Nanchen, don't worry, after I plunder 2 more resources, I'll come help you guys. Huang Yuanming, great, come and let us see the big shots output. Nanchen looked at the countdown, there were 30 seconds left before the challenge began. Nanchen, brothers, pour me a glass of warm wine, Nanchen, will be right back. Turning off the panel, Nanchen held the 98K in front of him, aimed at the big tree outside the small wooden house, and began to charge up for a strike. He wanted to teleport directly to the battlefield in a combat stance. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and a silver-white teleportation array lit up under Nanchen's feet again. The next second, the scenery in front of him flashed, and he arrived in a plane. Good place. No obstructions. Nanchen looked around with the 98K in hand and instantly spotted Martin's figure on the left. The distance between the two was still about 50 meters. Martin, over 8 meters tall, held a long bow in his right hand, with his left hand on the string, ready to attack at any moment. At this moment, Martin also turned his head and saw Nanchen. His confident smile turned into a look of horror in an instant. What's wrong? Turn around and see someone aiming a sniper rifle at you? Where's the primitive world we agreed on? Is this primitive? Without giving Martin a chance to react, Nanchen shot directly. The damage bonus of charge up for a strike had reached 82%, which was enough. Nanchen and Martin were both level 6, there was no level suppression, and the damage would not be weakened. This shot was enough to kill Martin in one hit. Swish! Fatal strike, minus 509. This shot directly pierced Martin's head, triggering the effect of fatal strike. The reason why it only caused 509 points of damage was not because Nanchen's attack power was too low, but because Martin only had 510 points of health. If it weren't for the indomitable will buff, which forcibly locked his health at one point, Martin would have been a corpse by now. Job done. Nanchen propped the 98K on his shoulder, waved to the terrified Martin, and his figure slowly disappeared. One shot, how do you say? Ding! Congratulations on defeating opponent Martin and becoming the winner of this cross-regional challenge competition. Ding! The area you are in, Primitive World Zone 527, has increased all resources by 10%. When Nanchen returned to the small wooden house, the members of the Handsome Guy group were all stunned. You may not believe it when I say this, but I just wanted to say go Nanchen, and then he won. Huang Yuanming, instant kill? Nanchen is simply terrifying. Wu Yuancheng, isn't this too fast? Yunfei, if the opponent teleports over, their neck will be at your throat? Nanchen smiled and didn't say anything. He won another round. Despite the system prompt showing a 10% increase in resources, this time the increase was actually 1% of the initial resources. The resources in Zone 527 have now reached 1% of the initial amount, which is very impressive. And it's not over yet, as 2 more system prompts sound off. Announcement: Primitive World Zone 527 has won 3 consecutive interzone challenge matches, and all chosen ones in Zone 527 have their attributes increased by 10 points. Ding! Congratulations on winning 3 consecutive interzone challenge matches, your overall attributes increase by an additional 10 points. Oh my goodness, what is this? This sudden prompt made Nanchen gasp in surprise. 3 consecutive victories, and all chosen ones in the battle zone have their attributes increased by 10 points. This was within Nanchen's expectations, as losing 3 consecutive matches would reduce all attributes by 10 points, so it's not surprising to have rewards for consecutive wins. But what Nanchen didn't expect was that as a participant, he would receive additional attribute rewards. This instantly increased all attributes by 20 points. It's simply amazing. It's like leveling up by 4 levels. Nanshan sat in the small wooden house, grinning foolishly. This wave is taking off directly. In the chat channel, the chosen ones in Zone 527 were also cheering. Lu Daxiang, what did I say before? Nanshan is amazing. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Bao Jian, damn, 3 consecutive wins, plus 10 to all attributes, I wouldn't dare to dream of that. My own, this is great, even beasts of the same level can be easily killed, right? Zhou Fei Hong, same level? I would even dare to go stab a beast 1 level higher than me. Huang Yuan Ming, what about those who didn't believe in Nanshan before? Come out for a walk, why so quiet now? Tian Shiping, head, what's there to say? Nanshan cheated to win the challenge, do you feel proud? Bao Jian, cheating? How do you know Nanshan cheated? Tian Shiping, didn't you see the Interzone chat channel? Martin from Zone 162 has already said that Nanshan is cheating. Lu Daxiang, nonsense, this isn't a game, cheating? Are you out of your mind? Wang Jiang, don't you think this world is very similar to a game? Who knows if Nanshan has found some loophole? People who exploit bugs like this will definitely be wiped out by the creator system, so stop licking up to him. Being accused of using cheats should be the highest form of respect. Nanshan chuckled and opened the Interzone chat channel. In the Interzone chat channel, Martin was angrily writing a short essay. Zone 162, Martin, cheating. Definitely cheating. This Nanshan actually brought a blue star sniper rifle to this world. This behavior is too despicable. Zone 105, Naru Singh, what's going on, Martin? Why did you lose? Also, the system announcement just said that Zone 527 has won 3 consecutive matches, what's going on? Zone 288, Emilia, what else could it be? Surely it's just Sakura Sword lying. People from Sakura never speak the truth. Zone 381, Lin Tianchi, what does this mean? What's happening now? Why can't I understand? Zone 68, Chengmo Wasam, Zone 527 actually won 3 in a row. That means Sakura Sword just lost 2. District 162, Martin, those dogs from the Sakura country, Nanshan has a sniper rifle in hand, such important information and they actually kept it secret, too much. District 105, Naru Singh, what? Sniper rifle? Are you kidding me? District 527, Nanshan, he's slandering me. He's slandering me. District 132, Sakura Bashiro, sniper rifle? Are you mistaken? His main weapons are clearly a pistol and a dagger. District 8, Mike, you lost and that's fine. But how can you not even figure out the opponent's main weapons? What a bunch of useless people. District 3, Andre, interesting, can this Nanshan freely change his main weapons? District 162, Martin, I know the truth now, his main weapons are a dagger, a pistol, and a sniper rifle, all brought from the Blue Star. District 491, Salman, no way, when I crossed over, my lighter and keys in my pocket were gone, how did he bring a sniper rifle? District 105, Naru Singh, this Nanshan from District 527 has issues, I've decided not to challenge him, let's go bully District 132 instead. District 132, Sakura Bashiro, Baga, you're really something. Ah, how come District 105 is backing down? Nanshan still wants to plunder more resources. But just now, the announcement of 3 consecutive victories was received by all war zones. Now everyone knows that District 527 is not to be messed with. It's not surprising that District 105 dares not challenge Nanshan. Oh well, let's pack up and go out to hunt down the beasts. The shot that attacked Martin just now consumed a lot of Nanshan's magic power. When the magic power is fully restored, Nanshan walked out of the cabin and headed towards the mine. Nanshan has just received a 20-point all-attribute reward, with a significant increase in all 4 basic attributes. Among them, Nanshan's agility has reached 63 points, running as fast as flying, now it only takes half an hour from the cabin to the mine. Outside the mine, Su Zuran and others are resting, waiting for Nanshan to arrive. Wooly squatted on the ground playing with mud, saying, with Nanshan's current strength, plus our cooperation with a dozen people, we should be able to deal with this, Cave Spider King, right? Huang Yuanming nodded, yes, I feel he can handle it alone. The others also nodded at the words. Suihan hugged his chest with both hands, leaning against a big tree, and calmly said, the weakness of the Cave Spider King is obvious, its size is too large to come out from the right passage. As long as we control the distance well, killing it is not difficult. This posture makes Suihan's bear look even bigger. Su Zuran looked to the southeast and said calmly, he's here. In the distance, Nanshan in a full leather suit was running over. Oh, quite a crowd today. Nanshan waved his hand and greeted everyone. Most of the top 20 on the leaderboard are here, some of whom Nanshan hadn't seen before, but they had chatted in the group and were not strangers. This is a large-scale online friends meeting. Huang Yuanming bounced over, naturally put his arm around Nanshan's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother, why are you still holding a dagger? Come on, let everyone see your sniper rifle." Sniper rifle? That's Martin's mistake. Nanshan chuckled and took out the Desert Eagle from his backpack. "Here, this is actually my main weapon, Desert Eagle. Cool, right? Ha! Tactical backflip." JPG, Huang Yuanming was surprised. "Damn, you really have a gun. Tell me, are you cheating? Is it really a Desert Eagle? Does this thing use bullets? Awesome, this design, this exquisite level, it's simply top-notch." Everyone gathered around, pointing and discussing the Desert Eagle in South Chen's hand, looking like they had never seen one before. South Chen easily made everyone selectively forget about the sniper rifle incident. That was the trump card among his trump cards. How could it be easily exposed? Of course, it should be hidden if possible. Alright, stop looking, we might have accidental discharge later. South Chen put away the Desert Eagle and pointed towards the mine. "Let's go, let's take care of the Cave Spider King. I'll go first." "Oh, Su Ming, you go first." Su Ming, holding a large shield, looked mournful. "Why is it always me who gets injured?" Outside the mine, a group of 17 or 18 people walked towards the depths of the mine in a grand manner. The cave spiders here had already been cleared by Su Zurin and others before, leaving only a dozen or so, easily dealt with by everyone. According to past experience, after all the cave spiders are killed, the Cave Spider King will come out to give birth. Su Zurin said calmly, "The Cave Spider King has high attack power, so everyone be careful and try to stand behind Su Ming." Su Ming rolled his eyes. "Fine, I'm just a tool." The Cave Spider King had an attack power of 420 points, defense of 210 points, and a high health value of 2,800 points. Before today, South Chen also found the strength of the Cave Spider King terrifying. But after 3 challenges, South Chen's attack power had reached a terrifying 735 points, making the Cave Spider King no longer a threat. "I have a question." South Chen suddenly thought of a very important question. The Cave Spider King is a Lord-level beast, killing it can get additional rewards. So, who will kill this Cave Spider King? Obviously, everyone also wanted to know how to distribute the rewards. Su Zurin pondered for a moment. "It's up to each person's ability, whoever grabs it first gets it." "Fair enough." South Chen agreed. With his attack power definitely the highest in the group, who would disagree with him? "Damn, does that mean I have no chance? My attack power is only 125 points. Su Ming looked aggrieved. With an attack power of 125, he couldn't even break through the Cave Spider King's defense, let alone grab the kill. As our team's main tank, shouldn't you guys compensate him? He has to be at the front line, facing the Cave Spider King's attacks. Wu Yuanqing couldn't bear it and spoke up for his good buddy. Everyone agreed that the resources dug out from the mine could give Su Ming an extra 1%. Su Ming smiled, holding his shield high and charging forward. "Brothers, follow me." The group entered the mine in an orderly manner. The passage on the right was empty, the Cave Spider King was not there. "Let's go in." South Chan raised the Desert Eagle and followed Su Ming, slowly advancing behind him in close combat. After about 20 meters, the healer Suihan pointed to a small pit on the wall. "We just dug up a copper ore here." South Chen was surprised. "You guys had already gone this deep before?" Suihan nodded. "Yes, as long as the cave spiders outside are not all dead, the Cave Spider King won't come out, so we didn't encounter much danger." "I see." South Chen nodded in understanding. This passage was very deep, with more space the further in they went. Not good, the space is too large, giving the Cave Spider King room to maneuver. De Pongduan's expression slightly furrowed. "Indeed." Su Zurin also noticed this issue. "When we encounter the Cave Spider King, later, we'll fight and retreat, returning to narrow spaces to face it." South Chen waved the Desert Eagle in his hand. "No need for that, with so many of us, one person can take it head on, and it will be done." Just now on the road, Nanshan roughly calculated that he could deal 500 to 700 damage with one shot to the Cave Spider King, which has 2,800 health points, and couldn't withstand a few hits. Clatter! The sound of falling gravel rang out. Everyone tensed up, preparing for battle. Su Zurin spoke up. "Su Ming, Wooly, you two throw the torches ahead and see what's going on." The two swung their arms and threw the torches heavily. The torches fell to the ground, and by the faint light, everyone saw the huge body of the Cave Spider King. Su Zurin shouted sharply, "Attack!" Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Nanshan raised his hand and fired a shot. Penetrating bullet. -892. With one shot, he directly took out nearly 1/3 of the Cave Spider King's health. "Damn, am I so awesome?" Nanshan was surprised himself. The shot was so painful? This is a Desert Eagle, not a 98K. Under the pain, the cave spider king let out an indescribable piercing scream, then began to scramble around the mine. So fast! The cave spider king quickly climbed to the top of the mine, with its spider butt facing everyone. The next moment, densely packed baby spiders were born. Skill, spawn. Nanshan looked at this scene, his body instantly covered in goosebumps. If someone with arachnophobia saw this, they might drop dead on the spot. Swish! Nanshan took another shot, but this shot didn't hit the cave spider king, it hit the baby spiders that came out. Swish swish swish. Others also reacted quickly and launched an attack. Yuanqing's arrow pierced the spider leg of the cave spider king very accurately. Yunfei was even more impressive, he shot a magic bead with a slingshot, accurately hitting the cave spider king's butt. The cave spider king was going crazy, crawling around in pain. Brothers in melee, clear out these baby spiders. Su Ziren, Wooly, and Huang Yuanming took the lead and began to kill the group of only level 3 spider hatchlings. These spider hatchlings had very low damage, so everyone wasn't afraid and started killing them randomly. Seeing their offspring dying in large numbers, the cave spider king angrily rushed towards everyone and spat out a pool of venom. Be careful! Su Ming roared, charging forward with a large shield and directly stuffing it into the mouth of the cave spider king. Most of the venom was blocked by Su Ming's shield, and the rest that wasn't blocked was dodged by everyone. Yuanqing was shocked, old Su. Su Ming's whole body was now green, if he were a bit stronger, he would be a green giant. Damn, my health is dropping so fast. Su Ming looked terrified, kept retreating, and kept shouting, help me, help me, help me. Rapid healing. Suihan, who was already prepared, cast a healing spell on Su Ming. Great healer. Su Ming dragged back with his shield, and several melee chosen ones quickly stepped forward, each slashing at the cave spider king. Their attack power was not high, each slash only caused 100 to 200 damage, and the most powerful Xiaoluo also only dealt 225 points of damage with one slash. But with many people, the cave spider king's health was instantly suppressed. Nanshan raised the desert eagle, preparing for a charged shot. When the cave spider king had less than 1,000 health points, Nanshan immediately pulled the trigger. Swish! Minus 987. This shot hit one of the cave spider king's eyes, piercing through to the brain before stopping. Boom! The huge body of the cave spider king fell to the ground, lifeless. Ding! You have killed the level 6 Lord Beast Cave Spider King and gained 24 experience points. Announcement. The chosen one, Nanshan, successfully killed a level 6 Lord level Ferocious Beast, Cave Spider King. As the first chosen one in this area to kill a level 6 Lord level Ferocious Beast, the reward is Reputation +1, Energy +12. The system's prompt sounded, and Nanshan couldn't help but smirk. Why is the reward this time energy? Strength would have been better for me, but energy can increase the maximum magic value. Nanshan now uses Power Strike, which consumes a lot of magic, so adding energy is not bad, better than nothing. The main issue is the experience, only 24 points, which made Nanshan very speechless. This should have been evenly distributed among all the chosen ones who participated in the kill, otherwise the experience given by the level 6 Lord level Ferocious Beast wouldn't be so little. What? It was killed so quickly? Huang Yuanming was a bit incredulous. This thing has 2,800 health points, how did it not last even a minute? De Pangdun poked the corpse of the cave spider king with a short knife, somewhat surprised. Wow, it's really dead, I only struck it once. Everyone looked towards Nanshan. Needless to say, being able to kill the cave spider king so quickly is definitely because Nanshan's damage is too high. My current attack power is 385 points, I feel like it's already quite high, Wu Yuanqing said, but compared to you, it's completely different. Nanshan, how much attack power do you have now? Not much, just a little more than you. Nanshan waved his hand. Mainly because my main weapon has been upgraded to E rank lower, the bonus is quite high. When your main weapon is also upgraded, the attack power won't be much different. That's true. The others had just upgraded their main weapons to F rank peak in the afternoon, still far from E rank lower. The cave spider king has been dealt with, now we can safely mine. In this mine, there is only a group of small spiders crawling around, posing almost zero threat to everyone. The copper and iron mines have already been occupied by everyone. No more chit-chat, I'm going to mine now, aiming to dig out 100 iron blocks before tonight to upgrade my main weapon. Huang Yuanming has fallen in love with the feeling of mining, carrying his stick and running towards the left passage of the mine. Wait for me, I'll go with you. For a moment, everyone ran in a grand manner towards the left mine. Compared to copper blocks, the demand for iron blocks is greater now, so everyone chose to mine iron blocks first. Nanshan stayed behind, preparing to clean up the battlefield. He touched the corpse of the cave spider king and obtained 2 fangs. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spider Fangs, *2 Spider Fangs. The teeth contain a little venom. When applied to a weapon, it can cause a poison effect. Nanshin had previously killed a ferocious beast called Five-Color Snake, which dropped hallucinogenic fangs, similar to these spider fangs, except one causes hallucination and the other causes poison. After storing the fangs in his backpack, Nanshin opened the corpse of the cave spider king again. Sure enough, there was a chest emitting a milky white halo under its body. Opening the chest, Nanshin heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Spider Necklace, *1 Spider Necklace, grade, F rank upper, type, necklace, attribute, strength +6 another necklace? Nanshin was a bit speechless. He hadn't dropped many pieces of equipment in total. How did he encounter duplicates so quickly? The bloodthirsty wolf leader he killed a few hours ago also dropped a necklace. Comparing the attributes of the two necklaces, the wolf tooth necklace added 6 points of agility, and the spider necklace added 6 points of strength. Both of these attributes are quite good for Nanshin. Nanshin tried to wear both necklaces around his neck, but only the first one with the necklace could increase attributes. This made Nanshin feel very frustrated. What a fat thing. Can't the rich guy wear another necklace? Forget it, leave the spider necklace, sell the wolf tooth necklace later. For Nanshin, the strength attribute is more important at this stage. When he can kill a beast of the same level with one shot, agility seems redundant. After clearing the battlefield, Nanshin took out a stone dagger and prepared to dig for copper ore nearby. To upgrade his favorite weapon to a middle grade E rank, he needs 20 copper ores and 200 iron ores. Nanshin planned to spend the afternoon mining here to upgrade his favorite weapon one more level. But he obviously overestimated, as it wasn't until evening that Nanshin dug out 11 copper ores. This is frustrating. How long will it take to upgrade my favorite weapon? At the entrance of the mine, a group of more than 10 people gathered. The left passage has a lot of iron ores. If we keep digging all day, we can at least mine 300 to 400. Huang Yuanming looked at his backpack full of iron ores and said with a smile, as for copper ores, we probably need to go deeper to find more. Nanshin shook his head. This will delay the upgrade too much. To upgrade his favorite weapon from a low-grade E rank to a middle grade, Nanshin would need to mine for at least half a day. With this time, Nanshin estimates he could have reached level 7 by hunting beasts. The resources in Area 527 are very abundant now. Beasts are everywhere, and you can encounter one by just walking a few steps. If it were a few days ago, such a dense population of beasts would have surely led to many chosen ones dying in their mouths. But things are different now. Nanshin's 3 consecutive wins in challenge matches have increased all chosen ones' attributes in Area 527 by +10, equivalent to a 2-level increase. Not to mention hunting beasts above their level. Dealing with beasts of the same level is now a breeze for the chosen ones in Area 527. The efficiency of everyone's upgrades has significantly improved this afternoon. In the chat channel, many chosen ones are expressing their gratitude to Nanshin. But unfortunately, Nanshin spent the whole afternoon mining seriously and didn't find a single one. Mining is indeed a waste of time. Suzuran agreed with Nanshin. We are the top fighters in Area 527, we must not fall behind in levels, or we will be bullied by other battle zones. The current cross-zone challenge only involves battles between the top-ranked zones. But who knows if there will be team challenges in the future, or even zone challenges? Therefore, upgrading is an urgent matter for everyone. We not only need to guard against other battle zones, but also be cautious about the beast tide in 26 days. Suzuran's face turned serious. The beast tide will surely bring a flood of beasts, densely packed. No matter how strong an individual is, it's impossible to kill all the beasts in the beast tide. It will definitely require a team effort to defend against it. So, we not only need to quickly enhance our own strength but also help others improve. Only when the average strength of our battle zone rises, can we stand firm in the beast tide and survive. Everyone fell silent, pondering Suzuran's words. Yunfei sneered and said, "Brother, can you stop being so self-righteous? Helping others improve their strength. If I have that time, why wouldn't I kill a few more beasts to enhance my own strength?" Suzuran explained seriously, "I'm not being self-righteous, I just want to survive." Seeing the two about to argue again, Nanshin quickly intervened. "Regardless, our priority now is to improve our own strength. We can't help others anyway." Suzuran said, "We can. We will sell the iron block at a lower price so that other chosen ones can also upgrade their own divine weapons, which can be considered as helping." After all the fuss, it turned out that what Suzuran wanted to say was this matter. As the discoverer of iron ore and copper ore, Suzuran is willing to reveal this place, perhaps with the idea of helping everyone improve their strength. After all, if Suzuran keeps it a secret, everyone's own divine weapons will be stuck at F level for a long time. If the grade of the divine weapon cannot be improved, then the efficiency of upgrading naturally cannot be increased. Everyone had their own considerations regarding Su Zuren's statement. Some people wanted to profit from this iron ore, while others didn't care. Nanshan was one of those who didn't care. You guys discuss slowly, I'll go back first. Nanshan looked at the sky, which was already dark. You guys should go home soon too, don't wait and die outside later. Nanshan put on the wolf tooth necklace and stone dagger, and his agility instantly reached 83 points, running very fast. The remaining people glanced at the sky and also left one after another, preparing to continue discussing in the group at night. Half an hour later, Nanshan successfully returned to the small wooden house, making fire, roasting meat, purifying fresh water. This is what Nanshan does every day, very boring, but Nanshan is used to it. During the time of roasting meat, Nanshan came to the door of the small wooden house and raised the desert eagle to practice marksmanship. Practice for 1 hour every day, aiming to hit a stationary target at 50 meters with 100 shots. As for moving targets, let's take it as it comes. First, improve the hit rate on stationary targets. Nanshan's hit rate is okay at 50 meters. If the distance is a bit further, Nanshan's hit rate will drop sharply. This is not entirely because Nanshan's marksmanship is bad, but because the speed of the magic bullets is not enough, and at a greater distance, the bullets will fall in a parabolic trajectory. Moreover, the chances of enemies beyond 50 meters dodging are high, so there is not much need for practice. Being able to accurately hit enemies within 50 meters is already good. After finishing the practice, Nanshan frowned and finished eating the roasted meat, then began to take stock of today's gains. 1. Leveled up to level 6. 2. Upgraded own divine weapon to a lower E level. 3. Killed 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts, namely the level 5 bloodthirsty wolf leader and the level 6 cave spider king, receiving 2 pieces of equipment, 10 strength, 12 energy, and 2 reputation points as rewards. 4. Won 3 consecutive victories in the cross-regional challenge, gaining a 20-point all-attribute bonus, a huge improvement. 5. Mined some ore. Overall, Nanshan had a very fulfilling day today, with plenty of gains. It's just that both pieces of equipment obtained were necklaces, which made Nanshan feel a bit regretful. Looking at the wolf tooth necklace hanging on his neck, Nanshan decided to keep it for now. The wolf tooth necklace provides 6 agility, which is very useful for traveling, so this necklace is still very practical. Nanshan sent 20 bottles of mana potion to Uran, and then sold some mana potions in the trade channel, concluding the day. Before going to bed, Nanshan opened the chat channel to chat for a while in the group and see if there was any fresh news. The chat channel was full of people chatting, some boasting about their abilities, some discussing serious matters like where a large number of ferocious beasts were found and needed teammates, where a large amount of herbs were discovered, or where Ultraman was found, and so on. Among them, one message caught Nanshan's attention, which was about a middle-aged man named Wang Laosan who claimed to have found a level 1 Lord-level ferocious beast. There were many minions around this Lord-level ferocious beast, and he couldn't handle it alone, so he wanted to find 2 teammates to hunt together. Killing a Lord-level ferocious beast will grant additional attribute rewards, which intrigued Nanshan. Based on Nanshan's experience today, these extra attribute rewards should be related to the level of the Lord-level ferocious beast. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolf leader gave Nanshan 10 points of strength, the level 6 cave spider king gave Nanshan 12 points of agility, and the previous level 2 arrow bee queen gave Nanshan 4 points of stamina. So the rewarded attributes should be the level of the ferocious beast *2. Therefore, this level 1 Lord-level ferocious beast can only provide 2 points of additional attribute rewards, which is too little. Moreover, this place is too far from Nanshan, requiring over 2 hours for a round trip, so it is really unnecessary to go for just 2 points of attributes. It's better to spend this time on leveling up. Let others hunt down this level 1 lord. In the Handsome Guys group, they were discussing the distribution of mine profits, but Nanshan did not participate. He just waited for his share of the profits. Even if the share is a bit less, it doesn't matter because he achieved the first kill of the Cave Spider King today, gaining 12 points of agility. Isn't that better than those copper ore and iron ore? After idling in the group for a while and finding nothing new, Nanshan closed the panel and fell into a deep sleep. Today really wore Nanshan out. Early the next morning, Nanshan was awakened by a system announcement. In the Primitive World Zone 1, the Chosen One Catherine Vina has reached level 10, triggering a Small Beast Tide event. The Small Beast Tide will attack major war zones in 5 days, so all Chosen Ones should prepare. Note, the highest level ferocious beast in this tide is level 15. What, a beast tide? Nanshan, still half asleep, was instantly startled. He opened the panel and read the information from beginning to end again. Primitive World Zone 1. The first level 10. Catherine Vina. Small beast tied. In 5 days. The highest level ferocious beast is level 15. This announcement contained too much information, and Nanchan was momentarily overwhelmed. This Catherine Vina is leveling up so fast, I've just reached level 6. Nanchan rubbed his eyes with a wry smile, rubbing out 2 eye boogers. Looking through the wooden house, Nanchan glanced outside and saw that the sky was just starting to brighten. It was only 5:30 in the morning. Nanchan was surprised. Catherine Vina is already up and leveling so early? No wonder she's in Zone 1, with that hardcore attitude, it's no wonder she's high level. Nanchan opened the panel, and there were a few people discussing this in the chat channel, but the enthusiasm was not high. Most people were still asleep, and an announcement wouldn't wake them up. However, in the Handsome Guys group, many people were discussing it. Suzuran, the small beast tied in 5 days is a huge crisis for our war zone. Wu Yuansheng, damn, the highest level ferocious beast is level 15, and I'm only level 5, I can't even break its defense. Huang Yuanming, in 5 days, we might not even reach level 10, how can we kill a level 15 ferocious beast? Nanchan, and our small wooden houses are scattered in different places, which means we can only defend alone and cannot cooperate as a team. Yuran, actually, we can cooperate, but we have to give up our own small wooden houses. Nanchan, sister upstairs, I shelter heartbroken girls aged 18 to 24 here, do you want to consider squeezing in with me? Yuran, if we can't hold it, I will consider. Huang Yuanming, at Nanchan, good brother, do you shelter heartbroken boys? I can warm the bed. Nanchan, get lost, Omega. This sudden announcement made all the chosen ones in Zone 527 feel a sense of urgency. Not only in Zone 527, but in fact, all major zones and all chosen ones felt a sense of urgency, including Zone 1. The highest level 15 beast tide is no joke. Suzuran, everyone, hurry up and level up. Over at the mine, I will find some people to come mine, prioritizing supplying you with copper ore and iron ore. Nanchan nodded. This way is also good. No need to waste time mining, the time saved can be used for leveling up. Nanchan stretched lazily, not chatting much in the group, he had to go out to level up. After buying and eating 2 apples at the auction house to solve the breakfast problem, Nanchan walked out of the small wooden house. Speaking of which, my small wooden house can also be upgraded. The materials needed for upgrading the small wooden house are very few, only requiring 300 wood, 200 stone, and 20 iron ore. Nanchan still has plenty of wood and stone, but no iron ore, but it doesn't matter, once the mine gets on track, iron ore will continuously enter Nanchan's pockets. The most urgent task now is to level up first. If the level is not high enough, everything is meaningless. Can I hunt down that jungle tree spirit now? The first time Nanchan encountered the Yi jungle tree spirit, he was only level 3, unable to see the attributes of the Yi jungle tree spirit, all were question marks. But now Nanchan is over level 6, with an attack power reaching 765 points after equipping the 98k. A slow-moving, jungle tree spirit, isn't it easy to kill? With this thought, Nanchan decisively headed southeast, the direction where the jungle tree spirit was. In less than 20 minutes, Nanchan arrived at the destination. Here, towering trees covered the sky, lush branches and leaves blocking the sunlight. For a moment, Nanchan couldn't distinguish which tree was ordinary and which was the jungle tree spirit. But Nanchan had a way, he kept throwing insightful eyes at the surrounding big trees. This skill does not consume mana and can be used freely. Soon, Nanchan found the target, that the jungle tree spirit was just over 30 meters to his right front. Jungle tree spirit, level 7, health 3500/3500, mana 1200/1200, attack 215, defense 680, skills entangle, whip, slow movement. Wow, this jungle tree spirit is a big meat shield. Low attack, high defense, high health, isn't it just a living target for Nanchan? This also reminded Nanchan of the last time he encountered the Yi jungle tree spirit. He was only level 3 at that time, with a defense of only 81 points, but after being whipped by the Yi jungle tree spirit, he only lost 185 health points. At that time, he didn't realize there was a problem, but now looking back, not being whipped to death was really lucky. With any other 7th level beast, Nanchan would have died beyond death. Nanchan sighed, indeed, the goddess of luck is watching over me. On the ground, the vines of the Yi jungle tree spirit were slowly moving, trying to surround Nanchan. The position Nanchan was in now was within the attack range of the jungle tree spirit. It moved very slowly, with little movement, but Nanchan had already discovered it. After all, he had just been hit not long ago, how could he not be on guard? With your attack power, you can only tickle me. Nanchan's defense had reached 207 points, the jungle tree spirit, S215 attack power could only cause single-digit damage. Even if it broke through, it would only be double digits. Nanshan was not flustered at all. Taking out the desert eagle, Nanshan aimed at the nearby jungle tree spirit and fired a shot. With a distance of over 30 meters, Nanshan could now hit the target almost every time. Swish! Minus 125. A shot of 125. Nanshan calculated and came up with an answer. It would take 28 shots to hunt down this jungle tree spirit without using charged shot and penetrating bullets. 28 shots, the attack power is still not high enough. Nanshan shook his head. If other chosen ones from District 527 heard Nanshan's thoughts, they would probably be infuriated. As the highest attack power in the entire district, Nanshan actually found fault with his own attack power? What about those chosen ones with only 200 or 300 attack power? Nanshan didn't know what others would think, he just wanted to quickly deal with this jungle tree spirit. Swish! Several shots hit in a row, and the jungle tree spirit finally stopped hiding itself, its dozens of meters long vines quickly moving and attacking Nanshan. Relying on his high agility, Nanshan dodged back and forth among the dense vines, while continuously attacking. Crack! Minus 32. One of the vines hit Nanshan's thigh, causing 32 points of damage. This surprised Nanshan. The damage actually exceeded 2 digits? It seems that level suppression is still powerful. However, this amount of damage didn't have much impact on Nanshan. After all, he now had 650 health points, no longer the fragile one from a few days ago. Penetrating bullet. Minus 196. Nanshan fired a penetrating bullet, then rolled on the ground to dodge several vine attacks and ran away. The attack range of the jungle tree spirit was about 50 meters. As long as Nanshan ran beyond this distance, he could hunt it down without injury. Just as Nanshan was about to run out of the attack range, the jungle tree spirit suddenly became furious, and 4 or 5 dozen vines directly attacked Nanshan. So many! Nanshan couldn't dodge in time and was entangled by one of the vines on his left arm. Entangle! Minus 56. Minus 56. Minus 56. A series of damage figures appeared, surprising Nanshan. This skill is so fierce, and it's still continuous damage? Nanshan's health instantly dropped by more than 200. Without time to hesitate, Nanshan decisively put away the desert eagle, replaced it with a stone dagger, and heavily chopped at the vine. Swish! The vine broke with a sound. Nanshan rushed out of the encirclement, avoiding the attacks of other vines. Truly a level 7 fierce beast, still has some strength. Removing the vine entangled on his left arm, Nanshan re-aimed at the jungle tree spirit in the distance. This time, the jungle tree spirit was like a living target, standing still for Nanshan to attack. Its movement speed was too slow, unable to dodge Nanshan's magical bullets. Soon, the trunk of the jungle tree spirit was riddled with holes. The vines that previously attacked Nanshan had all fallen to the ground. With the final shot fired, Nanshan heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! You have killed a level 7 ordinary fierce beast jungle tree spirit, gaining 105 experience points. The experience points were quite high, but it was too difficult to kill. Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief, walked towards the corpse of the jungle tree spirit, to see if there were any drops. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 20 units of fine wood. Fine wood? Nanshan was stunned, looking at his backpack. Fine wood can be used to upgrade a small wooden house instead of wood, can enhance the attributes of the small wooden house. Nanshan was delighted. This is a good thing. To upgrade the small wooden house to the next level requires wood asterisk 300. If he wants to replace all of them with fine wood, then Nanshan would need to hunt down 14 more jungle tree spirits. Provided that each jungle tree spirit can drop 20 units of fine wood. As long as I control the distance well, the jungle tree spirit poses little threat to me, I can hunt it down. Nanshan nodded and continued to search for the traces of the jungle tree spirit nearby. A jungle tree spirit can give Nanshan 105 experience points, which is already quite high. While obtaining materials, you can also level up, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not long after, Nanshan discovered a second jungle tree spirit. Kill! Nanshan drew the desert eagle and began shooting. 2 hours later, Nanshan had already killed 14 jungle tree spirits. Just one more kill, and Nanshan could go back to upgrade the small wooden house. Swish! Suddenly, 3 huge tree vines attacked, striking Nanshan heavily from 3 directions. Nanshan rolled on the spot, took out a stone dagger from his backpack, and cut off the vine in front of him. Insightful eye. Jungle Tree Demon, Level 8, Elite, HP, 4800/4800 MP, 2100/2100 Attack, 350 Defense, 790 Skills, Stab, Whip, Entangle. This is an elite fierce beast. Nanshan's face turned serious. The attributes of this jungle tree demon were too high for Nanshan to handle at the moment. The key is the 790 defense, which Nanshan can hardly break through. A wise man knows when to retreat, he'll come back to deal with it later. Nanshan made up his mind and quickly retreated. However, the jungle tree demon didn't intend to let Nanshan leave easily. Countless vines converged into a large net, surrounding Nanshan tightly. Oh no! Nanshan looked around and realized he was trapped, surrounded by impenetrable vines with no way out. Killing the jungle tree spirits earlier had made Nanshan relax his guard. He never expected that among these jungle tree spirits, there was also a jungle tree demon. The crucial point is that from the outside, Nanshan couldn't distinguish who was a tree spirit and who was a tree demon. Taking a deep breath, Nanshan calmed down, chose the weakest defense point, and ran wildly. Behind Nanshan, a large number of vines quickly attacked, trying to grab Nanshan's legs. Stab! 2 sharp tree trunks suddenly shot out of the ground, aiming straight at Nanshan. Startled, Nanshan quickly dodged the attack. That was close. But in doing so, Nanshan's speed slowed down, and the vines behind him had caught up. Unable to run away, he had to think of another way. At this critical moment, Nanshan glanced at his status bar. His HP and MP were still more than half full. There was still a chance to turn the tables. Nanshan looked at the jungle tree demon in the distance, suddenly had an idea, wielded his dagger to cut off several vines, and ran towards the jungle tree demon. Swish! The encircling circle formed by the vines was slowly shrinking. The jungle tree demon intended to strangle Nanshan here. At this moment, Nanshan had already reached the jungle tree demon and climbed up in one swift step. Standing on a tree trunk as thick as an arm, Nanshan took out a stone from his backpack. With the left hand holding the stone and the right hand holding the stone dagger, Nanshan continuously smashed and rubbed the 2 items together until sparks flew. The sparks fell on the leaves, slowly igniting. Humph, trying to kill me? I'll just set fire to you. If it weren't for the fear of burning down the entire forest, Nanshan would have tried using fire to kill the jungle tree spirits long ago. Now the jungle tree spirits weren't burning, but the jungle tree demon was. It's almost the same. A large number of vines slowly retracted, climbing up the tree trunk, trying to grab Nanshan. Seeing the situation was not good, Nanshan jumped directly from the tree trunk and began circling around the jungle tree demon. Whether it was a jungle tree spirit or a jungle tree demon, their main attack method was those long tree vines. As for their actual bodies, they posed little threat. Under the continuous dodging and circling of Nanshan, a large number of vines quickly entwined the jungle tree demon firmly. With the intelligence of the jungle tree demon, it was not easy to unravel. The branches and leaves of the jungle tree demon kept shaking, seeming very angry, but it had no way to deal with Nanshan, only able to quickly retract the surrounding vines to strangle Nanshan. As the vines tightened, Nanshan's space to move became smaller and smaller. Looking up at the place where he had just set fire, the flames had been extinguished at some point. It was estimated that the jungle tree demon controlled the vines to put out the fire. Pretty smart, knowing how to put out a fire. Nanshan sneered and lit the fire again. Since a large number of vines were entwined on the tree trunk, this time the jungle tree spirit could not control the vines to put out the fire. Nanshan sparked some flames, then found some flammable dry leaves to cover them. The flames rose, Nanshan blew a few breaths, and the fire instantly grew larger. Seeing this, Nanshan picked up a finger-thick branch from the ground, lit it, and spread the fire everywhere. The fire grew bigger and Nanshan found himself in the center of the flames. He quickly kicked away the dry leaves under his feet, clearing a clean area to avoid catching fire. This was a mutually damaging method. But Nanshan had no other choice, as the vines had sealed off all directions, leaving him no way out unless he could fly. As for whether the flames could harm the jungle tree demon, Nanshan didn't know, he could only take a gamble. Let's see who will be burned to death first. Swish! As the fire grew larger, the jungle tree demon couldn't bear it anymore. It tore down the vine net and mobilized a large number of vines to frantically beat out the flames, trying to extinguish them. Good opportunity. Nanshan saw a way out and without hesitation, rushed out. Swish! Several tree branches suddenly rose from the ground. If hit by these branches, Nanshan would be in big trouble. Fortunately, having experienced the first ambush, Nanshan was prepared for these rising branches and easily dodged them. But his left leg was grazed by a branch, causing bleeding. -171. It hurts. Just a graze and Nanshan lost nearly 200 health points. If he were hit by several branches at once, wouldn't he be done for? Fortunately, the jungle tree demon was too busy dealing with the flames to pay attention to Nanshan. Nanshan ran far away, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was temporarily safe. You little thing, daring to ambush me, just wait. After fighting with the jungle tree demon, Nanshan was not in good shape, with his health and mana points running low. As a precaution, Nanshan returned to his small wooden house for supplies, and half an hour later, he returned to the scene. Looking at the jungle tree demon 100 meters away, Nanshan decisively pulled out his 98k. I got too close to you earlier, that's why I suffered a loss. This time, I'll show you what range means. Standing outside the attack range of the jungle tree demon, Nanshan began to shoot one bullet at a time. -80, -80. One after another light red numbers floated out. The jungle tree demon moved slowly, like a sitting duck, and Nanshan killed it in less than 2 minutes. Ding! You have killed the level 8 elite beast, jungle tree demon, and gained 150 experience points. Easily done. The advantage of range is indeed significant, especially for these low intelligence beasts. Nanshan quickly approached the corpse of the jungle tree demon. A gray treasure chest lay quietly on the ground. Another equipment drop. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 30 pieces of high-quality wood. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 sandalwood ring. Sandalwood ring, grade, F superior type, ring attributes, agility +6. With the ring equipped, the agility attribute of Nanshan reached 63 points, with a slight increase in attack speed and movement speed. Nanshan now has enough 300 units of high-quality wood to upgrade the small wooden house, but he is not in a hurry to do so. Time is of the essence, and upgrading is the priority. In this forest, there are many jungle tree spirits and jungle tree demons, making it a very dangerous place for most chosen ones. However, Nanshan has the Desert Eagle and a 98k sniper rifle with a range of over 100 meters, enough to navigate the area. Let's go back to the small wooden house for supplies after reaching level 7. Nanshan is currently at level 6, 2678/4500, needing less than 2000 more experience points to reach level 7. With Nanshan's current efficiency, reaching level 7 before lunch is entirely feasible. Keep moving forward. Having learned from the previous lesson, Nanshan is now much more cautious, releasing his insightful eye every 2 steps to check for tree spirits and tree demons in the vicinity. 12:30 p.m. Nanshan once again killed a jungle tree spirit, finally reaching level 7. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 7. Ding! Your overall attributes +5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. Nanshan promptly allocated the 5 free attribute points to strength. Checking the attribute panel, Nanshan's current attributes are impressive. Name, Nanshan level, 7, 18/6200, health, 700/700, stamina *10, mana, 900/900, mental energy *10, attack, 815, strength *5, defense, 240, stamina plus mental energy, *1. 5. Strength, 163 agility, 68 stamina, 70 mental energy, 90 with an attack power exceeding 800, combined with power strike, penetrating shot, and the 98k rifle, even a level 10 ferocious beast would be no match. Alright, let's go back for supplies and upgrade the small wooden house. After a morning of battle, Nanshan's stamina was depleted, requiring some rest. Upon returning to the small wooden house, Nanshan received iron blocks from suzerain as a dividend from the morning mining. Without hesitation, Nanshan began upgrading the small wooden house. High-quality small wooden house, grade, D health, 100,000 defense, 1,000 features, plus 60 health/minute, plus 60 mana/minute skills. Demolition, you can move your small wooden house to another location, with a cooldown of 48 hours. Upgrade materials, stone blocks *800, iron blocks *200, quartz stone *100, sand *1000. Wow, the small wooden house has a skill? Nanshan rubbed his eyes and carefully examined the attributes of the small wooden house. Indeed, the small wooden house now had an additional skill, demolition. Can the small wooden house be moved to any location? When the beast tide arrives in 3 days, won't everyone be able to gather together to defend against the tide? Nanshan was not very worried about the upcoming beast tide in 3 days, as he was confident in his ability to survive. However, others were not as powerful as Nanshan. In the current 527 area, most people have not reached level 5 yet. The impending beast tide in 3 days is like a hanging sword over their heads, ready to take their lives at any moment. But now things have turned around. As long as the small wooden house can be upgraded to grade D, it can be moved, and gather with other chosen ones to jointly resist the beast tide. Moreover, the grade D small wooden house has up to 100,000 health points and 1,000 defense points. Even hiding in the small wooden house, one can survive for a long time. Nanshan opened the chat panel and sent the attributes of the small wooden house to the Handsome Guys group. Huang Yuan Ming, wow, the small wooden house has skills now? Nanshan, wow, your reaction is the same as mine. Suzerain, demolition? This is a divine skill. You ran, okay, I can level up without killing monsters now. I will go chop trees, then move, and stick with Nanshan. Nanshan, actually, if you come directly to my house, I won't refuse either. Wu Yuanqing, upgrading the small wooden house to grade D is not too difficult. The main thing is the lack of iron blocks. Suzerain, I suggest getting more people to mine, preferably before the beast tide arrives, so that all the chosen ones in our war zone can upgrade their small wooden houses to grade D, and then gather together to resist the beast tide. Su Ming, I know a place that is easy to defend and hard to attack, with a mountain at the back and a cliff on the left. We only need to defend 2 directions. Suzerain, at Su Ming, take me to the place you mentioned this afternoon for inspection. Su Ming, no problem. The handsome guys group enthusiastically discussed and prepared for the beast tide 3 days later. Nanshan ate roast chicken while diving, without expressing any opinions. Nanshan is not good at this kind of thing, so he left it to Suzerain and the others. After eating and drinking enough, Nanshan went out again to continue leveling up. The beast tide 3 days later, the final boss is a level 15 fierce beast. If nothing unexpected happens, only Nanshan can deal with this boss. Nanshan cannot waste a minute now and must upgrade quickly. In the handsome guys group, the discussion ended, and Suzerain immediately forwarded the attributes of the small wooden house to the chat channel. In the chat channel, Bao Jian, wow, the small wooden house upgraded to grade D actually has skills. Xiao Fei Hong, stop chatting, I'm going to chop trees now. Lu Daxiang, selling wood fair prices, no deception. Ma Yom, what's the use of wood, we don't have iron blocks. Suzerain, everyone, the beast tide is approaching, I have a suggestion for everyone. Suzerain, chosen ones below level 5, prioritize leveling up to level 5. Suzerain, chosen ones above level 5, prioritize upgrading the small wooden house. I will produce a large number of iron blocks here every day, selling at a low price, to ensure that everyone can upgrade their small wooden houses to grade D. Suzerain, the top 50 chosen ones on the level leaderboard are the main force to resist the beast tide, make sure to prioritize improving your own strength. Suzerain, I hope that on the day the beast tide arrives, all the chosen ones in our 527 war zone can gather together and work together to resist the beast tide. Suzerain, finally, I am recruiting a large number of miners here. You can get iron blocks, first, send me a private message. Nanshan is unaware of what is happening in the chat channel, as he is currently on his way to level up. After reaching level 7, the experience given by the jungle tree spirit is only 70 points. Nanshan needs to kill at least 90 tree spirits to level up. Nanshan can find a jungle tree spirit approximately every 3 to 5 minutes. Calculated, it would take about 4 to 6 hours to reach level 8, without considering the time to return to the small wooden house for supplies. Too slow. Catherine Vina from Zone 1 has already reached level 10 this morning. Although I am from Zone 527, I can't be slower than her, right? That's decided, let's go hunt higher level fierce beasts in more advanced areas. It would be best to find a group of fierce beasts, for higher efficiency. With a gun in hand, the world is mine. Nanshan walked enthusiastically deeper into the jungle. Of course, if he encountered some foolish beasts on the way, Nanshan would not hesitate to send them on their way. Soon, Nanshan discovered the first level 8 ferocious beast. Raging Boar, level 8, HP, 3500/3500, MP, 360/360, attack, 410, defense, 390, skill, boar charge. This Raging Boar was about 2.5 meters long, taller than Nanshan, a true behemoth. Especially with its sharp spikes on its back, it looked quite painful. 410 attack power, still can't take me down. Nanshan's HP was already at 700, enough to withstand 2 attacks from the Raging Boar. Moreover, the Raging Boar was too large and not agile enough, making it easy to kite. Thinking this, Nanshan no longer hesitated and fired directly. 98k plus, armor-piercing bullet. Weakness attack, minus 630. Nanshan's shot hit the eye of the Raging Boar, triggering a weakness attack. Grunt. The Raging Boar was not to be trifled with, instantly locking onto Nanshan's position and charging at full speed. Nanshan put away the 98k, switched to the Desert Eagle, and began firing in bursts. Minus 380. Minus 380. A shot of 380 damage, not bad. By the time the Raging Boar was within 10 meters of Nanshan, its HP was less than 500. Roar! The Raging Boar suddenly roared, curling up into a ball, and all the spikes on its back shot out. Damn, I thought the spikes on the boar's back wouldn't shoot out? Nanshan cursed and rolled on the spot, dodging most of the attacks. But he was still hit in the thigh by a spike. Minus 310. Ouch! Nanshan broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been hit by several more spikes, wouldn't he have been killed instantly? Fortunately, this was the Raging Boar's final attack, and Nanshan quickly fired 2 shots, ending the Raging Boar's life. Unfair, too unfair. Why should a boar be able to kill me instantly? Am I that fragile? After eating 2 pieces of roasted meat, Nanshan quietly waited for his HP to recover. Nanshan didn't want to provoke the Raging Boar anymore. Who knows, one wrong move and he might end up dead at the hands of a pig. How embarrassing would that be? It's better to level up in another place. Find some easy-to-bully beasts. Nanshan cautiously continued forward, the surrounding trees getting smaller, and the scenery gradually brightening. Splash! The sound of flowing water. Unconsciously, Nanshan arrived at the edge of a stream. Nanshan filled 2 buckets of water and then walked upstream along the stream. Soon, Nanshan arrived at a large waterfall. Standing at the bottom of the waterfall and looking up, there were many birds soaring in the sky. Insightful eyes. Tricolor bird, level 9. Red Dan bird, level 8. BB bird, level 10. There were countless ferocious birds in the sky. Wow, so many beasts. If I kill them all, I might level up to 10? Nanshan was a bit eager to try, wanting to shoot, but afraid of attracting too much attention from the beasts all at once. At this moment, the ferocious birds in the sky also noticed Nanshan. A tricolor bird swooped down, trying to peck Nanshan's eyes with its sharp beak. Hey, I didn't make a move. Why did you attack first? Can I let you off? Nanshan raised his hand and fired 2 shots, one of which hit the wing of the tricolor bird, causing it to lose balance and fall into the pool below the waterfall. Ding! You have killed a level 9 common ferocious bird, tricolor bird, gaining 108 experience points? Nanshan was stunned. I killed this level 9 fierce beast with just 2 shots? If I remember correctly, this tricolor bird has over 2,000 health points, right? Although it's not as tough as the Raging Boar, it shouldn't have been killed by Nanshan with just 2 shots. Could it be? Nanshan glanced at the water pool, lost in thought. Could this fierce beast have been drowned in the water? Before Nanshan could verify, another large group of flying beasts swooped down from the sky. This is bad. Nanshan's face changed. There was nowhere to hide around. This time Nanshan became a sitting duck. Luckily, I was prepared. Demolition skill, activate. At a critical moment, Nanshan directly activated the skill of the small wooden house, demolition. Whoosh! In less than a second, the small wooden house was teleported over, completely shielding Nanshan. Thud! 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 The outside flying beasts clearly did not anticipate this situation, one after another crashing into the small wooden house, seeing stars. -0. Weakness attack, -1. -0. The D-grade small wooden house had a defense of 1,000 points, completely blocking the attacks of these birds. Only occasionally triggered, weakness attacks, could force the small wooden house to deduct 1 health point. Very good, very safe. Inside the small wooden house, Nanshan nodded in satisfaction. The good news is that Nanshan is now safe. The bad news is that the sky is densely packed with fierce beasts, and Nanshan can't get out. But it's okay, Nanshan has no intention of leaving. This place is simply a treasure trove for leveling up. With so many big birds, Nanshan can level up to 10 by killing them all. Activate leveling mode. Nanshan opened the window and aimed the 98K outside. Shooting birds swish, swish, swish. The sound of gunfire continued, one flying beast after another falling from the sky. The whole afternoon, Nanshan maintained the same posture without moving. At the beginning, he was shooting moving targets in the sky, with an accuracy rate of less than 30%. But by dusk, his accuracy rate had reached over 80%. Progress was rapid. Not only that, he killed many fierce beasts this afternoon. Although Nanshan couldn't kill these beasts with 1 shot, he could shoot them into the water pool to drown them. The leveling efficiency was extremely terrifying. Finally, before it got dark, Nanshan successfully leveled up to level 8. In the Handsome Guys group, Xiaoluo, this is so exaggerated, I've been grinding all day today, my hands are shaking from killing fierce beasts, but not only did I not catch up to Nanshan in level, the gap is getting bigger. Shinpan, what efficiency is this, leveling up twice in a day? Wooly, I guess he found a good place to grind monsters, so envious. The people in the group didn't chat much, taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't dark yet, they continued to grind levels. On the other side, Nanshan put down the 98K, just about to take a break, when he suddenly noticed something strange in the water pool not far away. A huge black shadow swam from below the water pool. There's something in the water. There might be a monster fish in this water pool. Nanshan took another look. The black shadow had already dived into the water and disappeared. Inside the small wooden house, Nanshan wasn't very worried about what was in the water. At this stage, there shouldn't be any fierce beasts that can blow up my small wooden house. Throughout the afternoon, thousands of flying beasts kept attacking the small wooden house. But the small wooden house could recover 60 health points per minute, so it was still at full health, feeling extremely safe. As the sky gradually darkened, the flying beasts circling in the sky also slowly dispersed and returned home. Nanshin observed for a while, took advantage of the absence of fierce beasts outside, and quickly went out to clean up the battlefield. Ding! You obtained, bird meat, *10, ding. You obtained, bird meat, *8. Nanshin picked up a pile of bird meat and also found a white treasure chest. Swift feather boots, grade, peak F type, shoes attribute, agility plus 10 skill, swift increases agility by 20 when activated, lasts for 15 seconds, cooldown time of 5 minutes. Nanshin glanced at the attributes of the swift feather boots, his eyes lit up. This is a good item, and it even comes with a skill. For every point of agility increased, it can add 1% attack speed and 1% movement speed. With the self-attributes of these shoes plus the skill, it provides a total of 30% attack speed and movement speed. Definitely a good item. Nanshin took off his old sneakers and put on the swift feather boots. Now he also belongs to the Shoe clan. As night fell, he made a fire, cooked, and chatted in the group. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the roar of ferocious beasts rang outside the cabin again. Roars continued one after another. It started again. Nanshin walked to the window and looked outside through the crack. By the moonlight, Nanshin noticed that the nearby pond was churning, as if a huge creature was rolling at the bottom of the water. A monster fish in the water? Unfortunately, the sky was too dark for Nanshin to see clearly what was in the water. This made Nanshin a bit curious, wanting to drain the pond to see what was inside. Unfortunately, it was living water and couldn't be drained. He closed the window, lay on the bed, and stretched lazily. After the cabin reached grade D, it not only increased in size but also added a bed, a large pot, and a chamber pot. The chamber pot was not very useful because Nanshin usually urinated outside, which also helped nourish the plants and flowers, allowing them to grow vigorously. But the bed and pot were very useful. For example, tonight Nanshin stewed a pot of bird meat soup. After stocking up on some clean fresh water and various foods, Nanshin closed the panel and prepared to rest. After a whole day of intense battles, Nanshin was exhausted, and he quickly fell asleep on the bed. In the deep night, the cabin made creaking sounds. The violent shaking woke Nanshin up. -10, -10, -10. The cabin's health was rapidly decreasing, losing 10 health points per second on average. What the hell is going on? Nanshin quickly got out of bed and looked out the window. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. No, something was blocking his window. Nanshin was shocked and immediately lit a torch. The exquisite scales outside the window made Nanshin break out in a cold sweat. Insightful eye. Immortal giant snake, level 10, emperor level, attack power, defense power. A level 10 emperor level ferocious beast. This was the first time Nanshin encountered such a high level beast. Is my little cabin being entwined by a giant snake? It was well known that once a snake entwined its prey, it would tighten its grip until the prey died. Nanshin could already feel that the cabin was being deformed by the pressure, losing 10 health points per second. It's fine, my little cabin can withstand a few more hours. Nanshin breathed a sigh of relief. 2 to 3 hours, huh? Wasn't that enough to kill a level 10 ferocious beast? At such a close distance, Nanshin didn't even need to consider accuracy. He raised his hand and fired a shot. -0. Nanshin's shot didn't break through the defense. Damn, is it not that exaggerated? Nanshin quickly switched to the 98K, aimed, and fired. -0. Still not breaking through the defense. Nanshin was getting anxious. The 98K was his most powerful weapon, yet it couldn't break through the defense? Armor-piercing bullet. -16. With the armor-piercing bullet, Nanshin's shot finally broke through the defense. But the damage was still not optimistic. I wonder how much health this giant snake has. The results seen by the Eye of Insight were all question marks, which made Nanshin a little annoyed. Penetrating bullets consume too much and have a cooldown time. I feel like I won't be able to kill this giant snake within 3 hours. Wait, penetrate? Nanshin looked at the scales outside the window, lost in thought. The previous 2 shots all hit the scales, so they didn't break through. The reason why penetrating bullets can cause damage is not because of its high damage, but because penetrating bullets can penetrate the scales and directly hit the body of the immortal giant snake. I have to pry off a scale first. With this thought, Nanshin took out a stone dagger and began to pry off the scale. Although the stone dagger was made of stone, it was very sharp. Nanshin inserted the dagger into the gap of the scale, and a light red number immediately appeared. -6. Indeed, as long as he avoided the scales, Nanchan's attacks were enough to break through. Although the damage was not high, there was hope. I will grind you to death in 3 hours. Nanchan kept attacking with the stone dagger, and soon snake blood flowed out. 10 minutes later, Nanchan finally pried off the first scale. Ding! You obtained Immortal Snake Scale, *1. Nanchan put the scale into his backpack without paying attention to it. This scale was about the size of Nanchan's palm, indicating how huge the immortal giant snake was. Looking at the bloody hole stabbed by the stone dagger in front of him, Nanchan switched to the Desert Eagle, aimed at the snake's body, and fired a shot. -21. This shot was not bad, exceeding 20. While staying in the small cabin, he could restore 60 mana points per minute, and the Desert Eagle shot consumed 3 mana points. This meant Nanchan could shoot 20 times per minute. 400 damage in 1 minute, 24,000 damage in 1 hour, and 72,000 damage in 3 hours. 72,000 damage, and I still can't take you down? Nanchan estimated that the giant snake probably had only 10,000 health points. It was more than enough to take it down in 3 hours. And Nanchan still had plenty of mana potions, so he could keep fighting. With this in mind, Nanchan resumed the tedious shooting practice. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. For the immortal giant snake, a wound the size of a scale was like being pricked by a needle, neither painful nor itchy. But as time passed, the wound grew larger and deeper. Half an hour later, Nanchan had turned the original small wound into a big hole. -24. Weak point attack, -36. Bleeding, -8. Now, Nanchan triggered a weak point attack every 5 shots on average. The small cabin still had over 80,000 health points, very healthy. Is this the first Emperor-level fierce beast? I wonder what rewards the first kill will bring. Just as Nanchan was fantasizing, the immortal giant snake suddenly let go of the small cabin and swiftly dove into the water pool. It ran away. Damn, the duck that was about to reach my mouth flew away? I wanted to eat snake meat tomorrow. Before today, the fierce beasts Nanchan encountered were the kind that would fight to the death with you. This immortal giant snake ran away when it couldn't win, which caught Nanchan off guard. Nanchan glanced at the time. It was past 4 o'clock, but it was still dark outside. However, there were no more roars of fierce beasts outside. Is it safe to go out now? Looking at the moonlight outside, Nanchan was still a bit unsure. To be safe, he decided to ask others. Chat channel, Nanchan, hello, is anyone there? Nanchan, is it safe to leave the small cabin at this time? Shaluo, it's safe. Shaluo, I got up an hour ago to level up. Nanchan, damn, you're so hardcore? Nanchan, then I'll go out to level up too. Shinpan, oh, there are still people chatting at this hour. Nanchan, you're up early too? Shinpan, I haven't slept at all. Shinpan, there's really no one to challenge me. I declare myself the champion of staying up late tonight. Nanchan, you're amazing. Be careful tomorrow, don't end up in the belly of a fierce beast. Shinpan, don't worry, before I crossed over, I stayed up for 3 to 5 days in a row without any problems. Shinpan, staying up all night, just a drop in the bucket Shinpan. As they say, why sleep for long in life, you'll have plenty of rest after death. Nanchan rolled his eyes and closed the chat channel. Opening the door, Nanchan carefully observed outside. Good, there really are no fierce beasts. That big snake should be seriously injured. Should I go finish it off? A king-level fierce beast, Nanchan really didn't want to give up. But without the protection of the small wooden house, Nanchan was afraid of being whipped to death by the immortal giant snake. In the end, he was just too fragile. Nanchan walked slowly to the edge of the pond. The originally clear pond now dyed red with snake blood. In the depths of the pond, a light red number would occasionally appear. Bleeding, -8. Bleeding, -9. Bleeding, -6. The water is deep, can I reach it? Nanchan, with a trial attitude, aimed his 98K rifle into the water. But obviously, the magical bullets were not that powerful. Even if he hit the immortal giant snake at the bottom of the water, it would not cause any harm. Should he dive down? Nanchan quickly shook his head, denying the idea. Diving down, wouldn't that be feeding the immortal giant snake? After studying for a while, Nanchan ultimately chose to give up. He couldn't kill it, really couldn't. As long as the immortal giant snake hid underwater, Nanchan had no way to deal with it. I'll come back to deal with it after reaching level 10. I'll play for another day tomorrow. I feel like I can reach level 10. This place is full of flying fierce beasts, a holy land for leveling up. Leveling up 2 levels in a day is really easy. Nanchan took a look at the level rankings, still leading in first place. The second place was Xiao Luo, who was already at level 7, not much slower than Nanchan. Probably also found a leveling treasure land and was madly leveling up. It was still early. Nanchan went back and slept for another 2 hours to ensure his energy. By early morning at around 6 o'clock, Nanshan was awakened by the chirping of birds. A large group of various flying fierce beasts circled in the sky. Nanshan raised his 98k and began the bird hunting activity of the new day. Tedious and boring. But watching the experience points continuously increase, Nanshan felt very satisfied. If there's no experience decay mechanism, I really want to level up to the max here before leaving. I want that feeling of I'm already level 1000, while the highest outside is only level 30. Nanshan daydreamed for a while, then continued bird hunting. In the late morning, Suzerain initiated a trade. Suzerain, 200 units of iron blocks, 20 units of copper blocks, take them to upgrade your main divine weapon first. Nanshan, so soon? Suzerain, you're the top priority. You're the absolute main player in the beast tide the day after tomorrow. If you can't handle the final boss, we'll all die. Suzerain, hurry up and level up, leave the logistics to me. Nanshan, got it, just wait and watch my performance the day after tomorrow. It must be said that having someone like Suzerain in the war zone is truly fortunate. Nanshan accepted the trade. Ding. You received iron blocks, asterisk 200, ding. You received copper blocks asterisk 20. To upgrade the main divine weapon to E-grade medium, you need wood asterisk 300, stone blocks asterisk 500, iron blocks asterisk 200, and copper blocks asterisk 20. There is still plenty of wood and stone blocks, and now there are enough iron blocks and copper blocks too, so the main divine weapon can be upgraded again. Main divine weapon, weapon name, ordinary arsenal current grade, E-grade medium type, backpack attribute, backpack slots plus 100 upgrade materials, wood asterisk 300, stone blocks asterisk 500, iron blocks asterisk 300, copper blocks asterisk 50, obsidian asterisk 5 unlocked equipment in arsenal, desert eagle, stone dagger, 98k sniper rifle, red dot sight, 2x optical scope, hand grenade. As the main divine weapon's grade increases, more equipment will be unlocked. Ding! You have unlocked a new weapon, hand grenade. Ding! You have unlocked a new attachment, 2x optical scope. A series of system prompts made Nanshan very happy. More equipment and attachments unlocked. Hand grenade, type, consumable attribute, deals 500% attack damage in a range, can obtain 1 hand grenade per hour, with a maximum storage of 3 hand grenades. 2x optical scope, type, attachment attribute, mounted on firearms, effectively aims at enemies at longer distances. Nanshan carefully examined the 2 newly unlocked equipment. The damage of this hand grenade is quite high, 5 times the attack power. Unfortunately, only 1 hand grenade can be obtained per hour, with a maximum storage of 3. But it can be used as a special move. I'll find an ant nest when I have time, throw a hand grenade in, and the experience will skyrocket, right? Just thinking about it made Nanshan excited. There is also an attachment, the 2x optical scope. There's nothing much to say about this, it's a 2x scope, those who understand, understand. Nanshan attached the red dot sight to the Desert Eagle and replaced the 98k with the 2x scope. Okay, accuracy increased by another 10%. In addition, the basic attributes of the Desert Eagle, 98k, and Stone Dagger have also been enhanced. Especially the 98k, the strength bonus provided has reached an astonishing 70 points. Just this one weapon has brought Nanshan a bonus of 350 attack power. This has increased Nanshan's attack power to 915 points. Let's push harder, level up twice today, and strive to break through the 1000 attack power mark. Nanshan clenched his fist, ready to continue bird hunting. Just then, a system announcement came. Announcement. The Chosen One Shaoluo successfully killed a level 7 Lord-level beast, the Golden Leopard. As the first Chosen One in this area to kill a level 7 Lord-level beast, rewards, Prestige +1, Strength +14. Nanshan raised an eyebrow. Shaoluo actually killed a level 7 Lord-level beast? This kid is quite strong. He even received a reward of +14 strength, so envious. The attribute Nanshan most wanted was strength. Shaking his head, Nanshan picked up the 98k, ready to hunt birds, when a series of beeps sounded again. Someone mentioned Nanshan in the Handsome Guys group. Nanshan opened the group chat and smiled. Shaoluo, at Nanshan, bro, I got a cross-region challenge token, want to raid the little Sakura ghosts? Nanshan, of course. The cross-region challenge token is a good item. With this, Nanshan can challenge other battle zones and plunder their resources. The more resources, the greater the enhancement for the chosen ones in this battle zone. Not to mention, at the very least, the number of beasts has been upgraded, and leveling up is faster than in other battle zones. Shaoluo, only the highest ranked chosen one in the battle zone can use this challenge token. I can't use it, so I'll trade it to you. Nanshan, okay. Nanshan, now there is a question, should we be more stable, challenge a weaker zone, or go directly to Ganyingwa Jin? Suzerain, I suggest being more stable. Plundering resources is the most important. Gani Ingawa Ijian is not weak. If we lose, it will be a big loss. Yuran, what do you mean? Don't you trust my Nanchan's strength? Do you think he can't beat Gani Ingawa Ijian? Suzerain, it's not that, I just seek stability. Why you watching? Suzerain's point makes sense. Shuming, Xiaoyi Ingwa has several zones. We don't necessarily have to challenge Gani Ingawa Ijian. Shuming, isn't there also Xiaoyang from Zone 132? He's not that good, let's take him down. Huang Yuanming, Xiaoyang has lost more than 10 consecutive battles in his zone, almost been stripped bare. I heard that now it takes half an hour to find a tree to cut down. It's really miserable. Why you watching? Zone 632 is also a zone of Manhwa country. They haven't been plundered yet. Should we take them down? Nanchan, the challenge order was issued by Shaluo. Who do you want to challenge? At Shaluo, definitely take down Gani Ingawa Ijian. He's so arrogant. Why not show him who's boss? Shaluo, of course, if you're not confident, then forget it. Nanchan recalled the scene of the previous battle with Gani Ingawa Ijian. That sword strike from a distance still makes Nanchan somewhat uneasy. If it were to happen again, without the perfect terrain from last time, Nanchan might not necessarily win. Nanchan, I still have some confidence, maybe it's a 50-50 chance, but if I lose, please don't criticize me. Suyin, maybe we should just forget about it? It's better to be cautious. The group started to debate because of this matter. Some wanted to be cautious, while others wanted excitement. Challenging Gani Ingawa Ijian would be thrilling, slapping him in the face, making him less arrogant in front of the Dragon Country Zone in the future. But the risk is also high, as Gani Ingawa Ijian is the leader of Zone 39, his strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, it has been 2 days since the last challenge. Gani Ingawa Ijian's level is at least 9, and it might even have reached level 10. Nanchan realizes that winning won't be easy. Nanchan, let's hold off on using the challenge order for now, let me level up to 10 first. Nanchan, I should be able to reach level 10 by tonight. Shaoluo, alright, I'll level up too. Suzerain, let's discuss it tonight after leveling up. Nanchan closed the chat panel and continued his boring bird hunting life. The leveling efficiency was faster than Nanchan expected. With a 2x scope, Nanchan's accuracy was over 90%, coupled with increased attack power, he could take down a bird with 2 shots. By early afternoon, Nanchan reached level 9. But a problem arose, there were no birds in the sky. Didn't consider this issue. No matter how many birds and beasts there are here, they can't withstand my indiscriminate killing. Looking at the sparse few birds in the sky, Nanchan was puzzled. It was time to find a new location. But finding such a good leveling spot wasn't easy. Forget it, let's eat something first, we'll think about leveling up after we're full. Nanchan set up a pot, started stewing bird meat, and checked the panel for any new messages. The chat in the handsome guy group was as lively as ever. Shin Pan, we have to take down Gani Ingawa Ijian, we can't let Xiaoyi Ingwa develop. Suzerain, at least 24 days after the large-scale beast tide ends with the merger of the entire zone, whether they can survive is still unknown, there's no need to confront them now. Shaluo, after the merger of the entire zone, Gani Ingawa Ijian will definitely unite with other country zones to bully our Dragon Country Zone, we must nip this possibility in the bud. Shaoluo, if we win District 39 again, they will have 3 consecutive losses, and all attributes will decrease by 10 points. Even if we can survive the small-scale beast tide the day after tomorrow, we won't be able to withstand the large-scale beast tide that follows. Wu Yuanshan, merge. We have so many war zones in Dragon Country, are we afraid of a little cherry blossom? Nanchan looked at these chat messages a bit confused. Merge the entire district? What is this new thing again? Nanchan, what is the entire district merger? Did I spend the whole morning leveling up just to fall behind the times? Yuran, someone in the cross-district chat channel said that after the large-scale beast tide in 24 days, our 1,000 war zones will merge into one large region. Yuran, Cherry Blossom Sword has spoken. After the merger, Dragon Country's chosen ones will be targeted one by one. Nanchan, so arrogant? Nanchan smiled. This Cherry Blossom Sword is really arrogant. Right now, everyone is in different war zones and can't meet up, but Cherry Blossom Sword can still boast for a while. When the war zones merge in the future, won't Nanchan find a good spot to send him off with a bang? Shaoluo, the stronger Cherry Blossom Sword becomes, the more dangerous our Dragon Country's chosen ones will be. Shaoluo, I think we need to defeat Cherry Blossom Sword and make their District 39 suffer 3 consecutive losses. Suzerain, let's start a vote. How many people support challenging Cherry Blossom Sword? The result was obvious. Everyone is young and passionate. If a little cherry blossom dares to talk big, shouldn't we shut him up? In the Handsome Guys group chat, out of 19 members, 14 agreed to challenge Cherry Blossom Sword, while the remaining 5 remained neutral. Nan Chen, let's do it. It's just Cherry Blossom Sword, right? Nan, will win easily. Xiao Luo, that's the spirit. Whoever hesitates is a coward. Here, I'll give you the challenge token. Xiao Luo immediately handed over the challenge token to Nan Chen. Nan Chen, let me prepare first. Wait for my good news, everyone. Nan Chen quickly had lunch, took out a grenade from his backpack, and walked out of the small wooden house. Promote virtue and kindness. Nan Chen threw the grenade into the pond with force. 5 seconds later, the pond exploded with a bang, splashing water several meters high. Hiss! The immortal giant snake resting at the bottom of the pond roared angrily, rushed out of the water, and glared fiercely at Nan Chen. Oh, did I disturb your sleep? Nan Chen took 2 steps back, then retreated to the safety of the small wooden house. Hey, come and fight me! The immortal giant snake hissed, spat out a snake signal, glared at Nan Chen in dissatisfaction, and then dived back into the water. Nan Chen was somewhat disappointed. This big snake still had some intelligence, although not much. After pulling the ring, it will explode in about 5 seconds. And it won't harm me. Nan Chen silently noted this information, then opened the cross-district chat channel. District 527, Nan Chen, at Cherry Blossom Sword, little brat, dare to have a 1v1 real man battle with me? Pure hand-to-hand combat. District 527, Nan Chen, at Cherry Blossom Sword, little brat, dare to have a 1v1 real man battle with me? Pure hand-to-hand combat. As soon as Nan Chen sent this message, many lurking people immediately responded. District 39, Cherry Blossom Sword, you're the little brat. District 527, Nan Chen, I'm your dad's dad, dare you insult your dad? District 39, Cherry Blossom Sword. Add hashtag you and at. Cherry Blossom Sword's words were highly offensive. District 527, Nan Chen, stop beating around the bush. Do you dare or not? I already have the cross-district challenge token. If you don't dare to fight, I'll challenge Cherry Blossom Jr. District 132, Cherry Blossom Jr., your mom. District 39, Cherry Blossom Sword. What do you mean by a 1v1 real man battle? District 527, Nan Chen, I won't use a gun, and you shouldn't use your long-range attack skills. Let's fight in close combat. Are you coming or not? District 39, Sakura Sword, you must be crazy to engage in close combat with me? Are you here to deliver supplies to me? District 68, Chang Mo, brother Nanchen, be cautious. District 17, Xiaowang Ran, brother, Sakura Sword's swordsmanship is not weak, it's not easy to defeat him in close combat. District 527, Nanchen, I like to challenge the limits. District 39, Sakura Sword, challenging the limits, Fine, I accept your challenge. District 527, Nanchen, let's make it clear, if you dare to cheat and use skills, I will go beat Sakura Kojiro again. I have 2 challenge tokens in my hand. District 113, Yi Piaoling, 2 cross-district challenge tokens? Why do we only have 1 in our war zone? District 17, Xiaowang Ran, I've killed all the lord-level beasts below level 10, only got 1 token, could it be dropped by beasts above level 10? District 68, Chang Mo, this is good news, once I get another token, I will also challenge Sakura's war zone. Nanchen shrugged, without explaining. He only has 1 cross-district challenge token, he said that way just to make Sakura sword wary and not use skills. Without the long-distance move Sky Slash, Nanchen is confident he can defeat Sakura Sword. Cross-district challenge token, activate. Nanchen chose District 39 as the opponent. Announcement, District 527 of the Primitive World has initiated a cross-district challenge against District 39 of the Primitive World. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes, please prepare the selected warriors from both sides. With 10 minutes left before the challenge starts, Nanchen closes the panel, sits in a small wooden house, and simulates the battle in his mind. If Sakura Sword keeps his promise and engages in close combat with me, then I will win. But if he starts with a Sky Slash, my chances of winning are a bit low. The power of Sky Slash is great, but Nanchen now has 800 health points, so he should be able to withstand a hit. Then Nanchen distances himself, kites Sakura Sword with the 98k in Desert Eagle, giving him a chance to win. The terrain is crucial. 10 minutes pass quickly, and a silver-white array lights up under Nanchen's feet. Whoosh! In an instant, Nanchen is teleported out and onto an icy surface. So cold! The sudden cold wind makes Nanchen shiver involuntarily. Is this the South Pole? Nanchen looks around, confirming the terrain, continuous icebergs, a land of extreme cold. Sakura Sword stands 50 meters away, looking cautiously at Nanchen, afraid he will pull out a gun and shoot. Seeing this, Nanchen raises the dagger in his hand. Sakura Sword sneers, "Huh, you really want to fight me in close combat? Who gave you the courage?" Nanchan smiles and walks slowly towards Sakura Sword. Sakura Sword also approaches. The distance between the two gets closer, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Nanchan slowly puts his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Sakura Sword's mouth slightly curls up. At this close distance, even if Nanchan pulls out a gun, Sakura Sword is confident he can win this challenge. Too close, at this distance, it is already within Sakura Sword's attack range. Instant slash. Sakura Sword suddenly turns into a shadow and instantly appears next to Nanchan. A slash. Nanchan is hit in the abdomen, losing 2/3 of his health instantly. You cheat. Nanchan blares angrily at Sakura Sword. What about close combat? Sakura Sword sneers repeatedly, 7 to 8 meters, isn't that close enough? It's already within my attack range. Sakura Sword draws his katana, ready to strike Nanchan again and end this challenge. But Nanchan's fierce expression suddenly changed, revealing a sunny smile. You're right, this distance is indeed close enough. I'll reward you with 2 hand grenades. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. With Nanchan as the center, a small mushroom cloud rose up. -1344. -0. Nanchan was afraid that one hand grenade wouldn't kill Sakura One Sword, so he directly detonated the remaining 2 together. But obviously, the hand grenades with 5 times the attack damage were too much for Sakura One Sword to withstand. The first hand grenade blasted Sakura One Sword down to 1 HP, and the second hand grenade didn't even deal any damage. Sakura One Sword was blasted into a bloody mess, unable to speak as he collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for the buff bonus of Indomitable Will during the challenge, he would have been dead by now. Ding! Congratulations on defeating opponent Sakura One Sword and becoming the winner of this cross-regional challenge. Ding! All resources in your area, Primitive World Zone 527, increased by 10%. With the sound of the system prompt, a silver-white teleportation array lit up under Nanchan's feet again. 1 second later, Nanchan returned to the small wooden house. On the other side, Sakura One Sword was also teleported back, his wounds healing at an extremely fast pace. In just a few seconds, he was back on his feet, full of vigor. Unfortunately, while his physical wounds healed quickly, the psychological wounds were not so easily repaired. Who? Sakura One Sword gasped heavily, still not fully recovered from the blow just now. He truly felt the breath of death just now. Death was so close to him. Announcement: Primitive World Zone 39 has failed 3 consecutive cross-regional challenges, and all chosen ones in Zone 39 have their attributes reduced by 10 points. Ding! Due to your consecutive failures in 3 cross-regional challenges, your overall attributes are additionally reduced by 10 points. The 2 consecutive system prompts brought Sakura One Sword back to reality. 3 consecutive defeats. 2 were lost to Nanchan, and 1 was lost to Xiaowang Ran of Zone 17, also in the Dragon Country War Zone. Sakura One Sword's face darkened. The cross-regional chat channel exploded. Zone 68, Cheng Mo, hey, you won? Not bad, not bad. Zone 8, Mike, TSK, this Sakura One Sword is really trash, is this the Sword Master of Sakura Country? Zone 288, Emilia, Sakura Country and Dragon Country are at odds. Fight, keep fighting, the harder the better. Zone 162, Martin, dogs biting dogs, full of fur. Zone 527, Nanchan, hey, you upstairs, why are you barking like a dog? Asking for a beating, huh? Martin immediately fell silent. Nanchan, seeing no one praising him, felt a bit bored and switched to the chat channel of his own war zone. Bao Jian, Nanchan is awesome. Zhou Feihong, damn, won again. This is a complete crushing with pure strength. Lu Dashan, hey, our war zone's resources have increased again, there are many more trees near my little wooden house. Thanks a lot, Nanchan. Su Ming, there are more fierce beasts now, leveling up efficiency has improved. I really want to kowtow to Nanchan. Wu Yuansheng, for consecutive victories, resources have reached 146. 41% of the base value, taking off directly. Wooly, Nanchan, my god. Yuran, +1 upstairs. Ling Qi, is there a pigeon to come and save me? I'm about to starve to death. Nanchan was speechless, wondering why this girl named Ling Qi was still whining here. It had been how many days already? Logically, since she hadn't died, she should have the ability to survive. At least she could kill a level 1 or 2 red-eyed rabbit, right? Shaking his head, Nanchan ignored Ling Qi. This girl was probably just fishing here. Close the panel, Nanchan looked outside the small wooden house, and the birds in the sky increased again. This is the benefit brought by the upgrade in resources. But the quantity is still not enough to let Nanchan reach level 10. I still need to find another place to level up. Walking out of the small wooden house, Nanshan cautiously looked in the direction of the water pool. In the deepest part of the water pool, the undying giant snake stared at Nanshan with its 2 basketball-sized eyes, firmly locking onto him. Being targeted. Nanshan felt a bit difficult. If I leave the small wooden house now, will this big snake tear down my house? This is very likely to happen. Without the small wooden house, Nanshan definitely won't survive tonight. The beasts at night are extremely ferocious, and Nanshan dare not confront them head-on. No, I can't leave, otherwise this big snake will ransack my house. I can only leave after my demolition skill is good enough. Nanshan somewhat helplessly retreated back into the small wooden house, continuing the dull bird-hunting life. Although there are not many fierce beasts in the sky, there are still some. These are all experience, not to be wasted. By dusk, all the flying beasts in this area were killed clean by Nanshan. Even the nest on the crooked neck tree at the top of the waterfall, with a little bird that hadn't grown all its feathers, was shot down by Nanshan. Nanshan's marksmanship became more precise. Nanshan opened the panel and checked the level 9, 3654/10,000. There is still over 6,000 experience points left to reach level 10. The day after tomorrow is the small-scale beast tide, and Nanshan should have no problem reaching level 10 before the beast tide. Tomorrow morning, the demolition skill of the small wooden house can be used. In the afternoon tomorrow, I must work harder to reach level 10 before the beast tide. Nanshan opened the small wooden house, ready to go out and clean up the battlefield. Because the undying giant snake was watching closely nearby, Nanshan didn't dare to stray too far from the small wooden house, so he cleaned up the surroundings and obtained a lot of bird meat. There's a gray treasure chest over there, but it's too far, I dare not go. Nanshan looked longingly at the distant treasure chest, but in the end, shook his head and gave up. The treasure chest could pop out at any time, but life is precious, and once lost, it's gone. In the evening, after dinner, Nanshan began discussing tactics to deal with the beast tide with the people in the handsome guy group. Suzerain, yesterday and today, I mobilized 100 chosen ones to mine iron ore, and distributed the mined iron blocks according to quantity, ensuring that everyone can prioritize upgrading the small wooden house to D level. Suzerain, as of now, there are already 163 chosen ones who have upgraded the small wooden house to D level. They have all moved the small wooden house to the Crow Valley, and have started building defenses to resist the beast tide. The Crow Valley is the place Su Ming found before, backed by a mountain, with a cliff on the left, easy to defend and hard to attack. Nanshan, if nothing unexpected happens, I will also move the small wooden house there tomorrow morning. Su Ming, okay, with Senior Nanshan there, my sense of security is through the roof. Nanshan, I alone can't withstand the beast tide, the key is having more people. Suzerain, now the chosen ones in our war zone are working hard to cut trees, pick up stones, and mine, waiting to upgrade the small wooden house to D level and move to Crow Valley. Suzerain, I estimate that by tomorrow night, Crow Valley should be able to gather over 300 chosen ones. Nanshan looked at the number of people in his war zone, 531/1000. Nanshan, we still have over 500 people in our war zone, what about the remaining 200 or so? Wu Yuansheng, we can only rely on ourselves. The supply of iron blocks is not enough, so we can't make everyone upgrade the small wooden house to D level. Suihan, in fact, there are many iron blocks in that mine. The reason for the shortage of supply is that there are too few people mining. Nanshan, let those who haven't upgraded their small wooden houses come quickly to mine. Suzerain, some chosen ones are only at level 2 or 3 now, and the mine is far away. They simply dare not come, afraid of dying on the way. Nanshan, only level 2 or 3? It's been almost a week since they crossed over, are they just fooling around? Wooly, some people have a live for today attitude, staying in their small wooden houses and not going out. Wooly, there are also some people who truly lack combat talent, are timid and weak, making it too difficult for them to hunt and kill fierce beasts. Wu Yuansheng, people have different physical constitutions. In this world of survival of the fittest, they are indeed not suitable to survive. Nanshan remains silent, knowing that what they said was true. Suzerain, our war zone is already very good. Most chosen ones are very united, you level up and I mine, you chop trees and I pick stones, helping each other, which is why more than 300 people's small wooden houses have been upgraded to D level in just 2 days. Suzerain, in many other war zones, chosen ones are fighting on their own, not knowing how many will survive after this beast tide. This small-scale beast tide is a huge test for all war zones. Nanshan, let's go, tomorrow is the last day, everyone work hard to level up, strive to meet the beast tide in the best condition. Xiaoluo, didn't you say you could reach level 10 tonight? How much experience do you lack? Nanshan, encountered a small problem, I will definitely reach level 10 tomorrow. Xiaoluo, if you don't level up quickly, I will catch up to you. Nanshan glanced at the level rankings and was surprised. Xiao Luo had quietly reached level 9. Hiss, this big snake tricked me, wasted my afternoon. One day I will stew and eat you. Nanshan, feeling very annoyed, closed the panel and went to bed. In the middle of the night, a violent shake woke Nanshan up again. Nanshan sat up abruptly from the bed and looked towards the window. Those dark scales, weren't they the scales of the indestructible giant snake? Coming again? Do they really think I, Nanshan, can't kill you? Nanshan got off the bed and suddenly realized something was wrong. The small wooden house was losing health too quickly. -30, -27, -31, about 30 damage per second. Damn, did this snake take steroids? Haven't seen it for a day, why is the damage so high? Nanshan quickly checked the status of the small wooden house and found a debuff, corrosion. Corrosion, your attacks will ignore a portion of defense. Nanshan suddenly realized why the damage from the indestructible giant snake had increased. The small wooden house has 100,000 health points, it can only last about an hour. I need to hurry. Nanshan took a few steps to the window, took out a stone dagger, and began to pry off the scales. Compared to yesterday, Nanshan's attack power had also increased a lot. With the experience from yesterday, prying off the scales became easier, and it took less than 5 minutes to pry off a piece of indestructible snake scale. Afterwards, Nanshan drank clean fresh water, held the Desert Eagle, and started shooting. The reason for using the Desert Eagle was that it had a faster attack speed and consumed less mana. In comparison, the Desert Eagle's piercing ability was significantly stronger. And Nanshan had an ace up his sleeve. Let me blast a big hole in your belly first, then throw in 3 grenades. I don't believe I can't take you down this time? A tug-of-war began between Nanshan and the indestructible giant snake. There is nothing fancy, it's all about who has more blood, who has higher attack power, and who can last longer. The indestructible giant snake tightly entwined around the small wooden house, making creaking sounds, feeling like it could burst at any moment. Nanshan didn't idle either, he quickly used up 1,000 points of mana, then drank a mana potion and started stabbing wildly with a stone dagger. Using a dagger for attacks does not consume mana. That's the advantage of melee weapons. Nanshan had already dug a huge hole in the body of the indestructible giant snake, with blood and flesh blurred, and internal organs vaguely visible. Nanshan didn't rush to throw a grenade, fearing the snake might escape. While the snake was still there, he decided to inflict more damage. The life points of the small wooden house were rapidly decreasing, with only over 30,000 left, but Nanshan believed that he could kill the indestructible giant snake before the house collapsed. Boom! With some mana restored, Nanshan picked up the 98K rifle and took a shot at the distant internal organs. Hiss in pain, the indestructible giant snake let out a deafening roar. Its muscles contracted even more violently, and several wooden beams in the house had already broken, on the verge of collapse. Ding! Your small wooden house is severely damaged, defense reduced by 20%. The sudden system prompt almost startled Nanshan. -81, -72, -88. With the house's defense lowered, the rate of damage increased several times. Can't wait any longer. Take this ultimate move. Nanshan took out a grenade from his backpack, pulled the pin, and threw it into the snake's body. Boom! The huge blast made Nanshan's hair fly. Weakness attack, -3,673. The grenade triggered a weakness attack, dealing a 4-digit damage directly. For the indestructible giant snake, this blow was too fatal. Some of its internal organs were blown to pieces, mixed with blood, flowing out noisily. Bleeding, -138. Bleeding, -152. The snake's health continued to drop. It fell into a weakened state, its massive body softened, unable to continue entangling the small wooden house. Hiss! The snake let out a pitiful cry, dragging its exhausted body towards the water pool. Do you think you can escape? Nanshan pursued and threw another grenade into the snake's body. Boom! Another explosion, almost splitting the snake's body into two, with only some muscles still connected. The snake collapsed, convulsing continuously, its mouth oozing various colored liquids, a mix of shattered organs and snake blood. 2 minutes later, the indestructible giant snake fell silent, completely motionless. Nanshan sneered, "Ha, playing dead?" He didn't receive a kill notification from the system, indicating that the snake was not dead yet. Planning to ambush me when I leave? Nice try. Nanshan stayed inside, shooting with the 98K rifle from the window. The snake was puzzled. How did this insignificant creature on 2 legs see through its act? Realizing its trick was exposed, the snake gave up pretending and swiftly crawled towards the water pool. If it continued, Nanshan would really kill it. You can run so fast? Your blood is really thick. Nanshan quickly threw the last grenade. Boom! Under the bombardment of 3 grenades, the snake was blown into 2 pieces, but it was still alive. Its rear half was struggling wildly, while the front half was still crawling towards the water pool. But with half of its body missing, the speed of the immortal giant snake was as slow as a turtle. It had to move for half a day to cover this short distance of just over 10 meters. Nanchen aimed the 98K at the wound of the immortal giant snake. 98K plus, power shot, plus, penetrating bullet. This was Nanchen's strongest attack besides the grenade. Swish! The magic bullet flew out of the barrel and hit the target. Weakness attack, minus 312. The area of the immortal giant snake without scales had low defense. With this shot, Nanchen took away the last bit of life from the immortal giant snake. Ding! You have killed the level 10 Emperor level beast, immortal giant snake, and gained 880 experience points. Announcement. The chosen one Nanchen successfully killed the level 10 Emperor level beast, immortal giant snake. As the first chosen one in this area to kill a level 10 Emperor level beast, rewards, reputation plus 4, strength plus 40. Upon hearing the announcement, Nanchen almost fainted with happiness. What kind of reward was this? Strength plus 40. This directly increased his attack power by 200 points. It was too exaggerated. Too cool. Glancing at the control panel, Nanchen's strength had now reached an astonishing 243 points. His attack power was equal to strength asterisk 5, which was 1,215 points. Absolutely terrifying. And it wasn't over yet. The immortal giant snake dropped 3 whole treasure chests, 2 white chests and 1 green chest. I'm going to be rich. Nanchen quickly left the small wooden house and cleaned up the battlefield. Ding! You obtained, immortal snake scales, asterisk 500. Ding! You obtained, snake meat, asterisk 100. Ding! You obtained 3 treasure chests. After tidying up the battlefield, Nanchen hurried back to the small wooden house to prepare to open the chests. Let's open the white chests first. Nanchen rubbed his hands together, excitedly opening the 2 white treasure chests. Immortal battle armor, grade, E grade superior. Type, upper garment. Attributes, stamina plus 30, strength plus 20 made from the scales of the immortal giant snake, can be upgraded using, immortal snake scales. Immortal leg guards, grade, E grade superior. Type, pants. Attributes, energy plus 30, strength plus 20 made from the scales of the immortal giant snake, can be upgraded using, immortal snake scales. A set. Nanchen was overjoyed. These 2 pieces of equipment were 100 times better than the 2-piece beast skin set he was wearing. Putting on the immortal 2-piece set, Nanchen looked imposing in his black scale armor, exuding a cool and stylish vibe. His own attributes skyrocketed, becoming even more terrifying. The immortal giant snake is so generous. I'll burn incense for you tomorrow morning. Nanchen looked happily at his new clothes, growing more fond of them as he looked. After opening the white chests, there was still 1 green chest left. The green chest was a higher tier than the white chests, so the items inside were bound to be even better. Nanchen washed his face deliberately, trying to increase his luck through mystical means. Open the chest. Nanchen slowly opened the green treasure chest. As the green chest opened, a palm-sized token lay quietly inside. What is this? Nanchen picked up the token and used, insightful eye, to take a look. Level 1 village token. Using this token, you can designate an area to create a village and become the village chief. A level 1 village can recruit 50 villagers. Villagers can gain a buff of plus 10 to all attributes, and the village chief can receive double benefits. Within the village's territory, villagers can get a 10% damage reduction, while the village chief can get double damage reduction. Wow, this thing is awesome. With this village token, the threat of the upcoming small-scale beast tide would be greatly reduced. Nanchen immediately shared the properties of the village token in the Handsome Guys group. It was now past 4 a.m. and most people were still sleeping and resting, except for the leveling maniac Xiao Luo and the night champion Xin Pan. Xiao Luo, village token? This is a good thing. Xin Pan, I just heard the announcement. Nanchen boss killed a level 10 emperor level fierce beast, so powerful. Nanchen, just a so-so, mainly good luck. Xin Pan, boss, I want to join your village, save a spot for me. Nanchen, that's a must. Xiao Luo, recruit the top 50 on the leaderboard, should be no problem dealing with this wave of beasts. Joining the village can get a buff of plus 10 to all attributes. This attribute is quite a lot, equivalent to leveling up by 2, who wouldn't love that? Nanchen, let's talk about the village tomorrow, I need to rest for a bit, too tired. Nanchen closed the panel and fell asleep. Just halfway through his nap, he was awakened by the immortal python and had another fight with it, leaving Nanchen somewhat exhausted. He slept until after 7 o'clock, before waking up. The messages in the handsome guy group have already exceeded 999 plus. Nanshan was too lazy to scroll through, so he asked directly. Nanshan, what's the situation now? Any thoughts on the village token? Suzerain, my suggestion is to directly establish a village in the Crow Valley. After all, most of the chosen ones have moved here. When recruiting villagers, try to recruit those with higher levels. It will make defense easier. What do you think? Nanshan, I'm fine with that. I'll just be a laid-back village chief. You guys decide the rest. Nanshan is not good at management. He would rather spend time hunting fierce beasts to level up. If it weren't for the village chief getting double buff benefits, Nanshan wouldn't even want to be the chief. Suzerain, alright, when will you come to Crow Valley? Let's use the village token first. Suzerain, I have a feeling, the first person to establish a village might get additional rewards. What, rewards? Nanshan perked up at the mention of rewards. Nanshan, send me the coordinates, I'll come right now. After a hasty breakfast, Nanshan walked out of the small wooden house. There were still 2 or 3 birds circling in the sky. Nanshan casually shot them down, not letting a single one escape. It took him over 2 hours to reach Crow Valley. Unfortunately, Nanshan had gone too far in his pursuit of leveling up earlier. Huang Yuanming saw Nanshan from a distance and walked over excitedly, waving his hand. Brother, you're amazing, killing emperor-level fierce beasts? Nanshan waved his hand modestly. Keep it low-key, it's all luck. Huang Yuanming, is this armor also from the immortal python? Wow, it looks awesome. Nanshan, the armor is just average. The main thing is that the person wearing it is handsome. Clothes make the man. Huang Yuanming. Su Ming, carrying a large shield, also approached. Boss, you're finally here. I feel safer with you than in my small wooden house. Where, with your big shield, I feel completely safe. Su Ming's large shield had been upgraded to a lower E level, from the original decayed wooden shield to sturdy ebony shield, with extremely high defense. Which DPS wouldn't want a big neat shield in front of them to block damage? Su Ming patted his heavy wooden shield. Boss, rest assured, tomorrow I will stick by your side and block anyone who comes. It will be useless. On the side, Wu Yuansheng looked at Su Ming somewhat resentfully. Aren't you my exclusive tank? You've turned traitor so quickly? Su Ming, you? It's not that I look down on you, but is your output half as high as Nanshan's? Wu Yuansheng, fine, don't ask me to level up with you in the future. Su Ming, bro. I admit I was a bit loud just now. As they chatted, they walked into the temporary camp in Crow Valley. Over 300 small wooden houses were neatly arranged in Crow Valley, forming 5 defensive lines. Beyond the outermost small wooden houses were rows of traps, anti-cavalry stakes, and more. Nanshan was a little surprised. It's only been 2 or 3 days, and the defense line is already set up so well? Wooly nodded. It's all thanks to Suzerain. He hasn't leveled up in the past 2 days and has been directing everyone to build the defense line. Su Ming, to be honest, these defense lines look very secure. Nanshan was speechless. Su Ming always feels everything is very secure. At this moment, Suzerain also noticed Nanshan's arrival. Suzerain, what are you chatting about over there? Hurry up and come over to build the village. Suzerain, I just heard that Catherine Vina from Zone 1 also killed a level 10 Emperor-level beast. She probably also obtained the village token. Nanshan was surprised. Catherine Vina is so powerful? Nanshan knew how difficult it was to kill the undying giant snake, almost blowing up Nanshan's 100,000 HP wooden house. Catherine Vina couldn't have killed it relying on the wooden house, right? If she killed it alone with her strength, that would be a bit scary. Nanshan shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. It's important to establish the village first. Taking out the level 1 village token, Nanshan used it directly. Ding! Please select the village location. A huge map appeared in front of Nanshan. A level 1 village occupies an area of only 500 square meters, and Nanshan barely enclosed the Crow Valley. Ding! Please name your village. Name it? This is a bit difficult for Nanshan. He is terrible at naming things. Let's just call it Nan Village. Keep it simple, a simple name with Nanshan's surname. Ding! Village established successfully. You can now recruit villagers. Announcement. The chosen one Nanshan has successfully established Nan Village, all attributes plus 20 as a reward. Server-wide announcement. The chosen one Nanshan in Zone 527 of the primitive world has successfully established a village, detected as the first chosen one to establish a village in this world, reputation plus 100, green treasure chest *1. The server-wide announcement was made 3 times in a row, and all war zones in the primitive world knew about Nanshan establishing the village. And it wasn't over yet. 5 seconds after Nanshan successfully established the village, another server-wide announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement. The chosen one Catherine Vina in Zone 1 of the primitive world has successfully established a village, reputation plus 50, green treasure chest *1. Catherine Vina also successfully established a village. That was close, she almost took the first place from me. Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief. The difference in reputation between first and second place was 50 points, although Nanshan didn't know the significance of reputation yet, having it was better than not having it. In the cross-region chat channel, things were already heating up. Zone 132, Sakura Zayajiro, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why is Nanshan the first one to establish a village? He's even faster than Catherine Vina. This can't be. Zone 1, Edward, oh my god, the village token in our war zone was obtained by Catherine Vina killing a level 10 Emperor level beast. Where did the village token in Zone 527 come from? Zone 68, Chang Mo, is there a possibility that they also killed a level 10 Emperor level beast? Zone 39, Sakura Ajin, nonsense. This Nanshan from Zone 527 must have cheated. He brought Blue Star's weapons into this world. Zone 162, Martin, I testify, damn it, Nanshan actually has a sniper rifle, is that reasonable? Zone 132, Sakura Zayajiro, he also has a handgun. Zone 39, Sakura Ajin, he even has a handheld grenade. Zone 288, Emilia, is it true? Where did he get so many weapons? Zone 527, Nanshan, you may not believe it when I say this, but I also have a tank and 2 fighter jets. District 527 Wu Yuanxing, I testify, everything Nanshan said is true, I am that tank. District 527, Huang Yuan Ming, then I am a fighter jet. In the cross-district chat channel, there was a frenzy of discussion about whether Nanshan was cheating. As the party involved, Nanshan began to study the functions of the village. A new option appeared on Nanshan's panel, Village. Village, Nan Village. Village Chief, Nanshan. Level 1. Villagers, 0/50. Contribution points, 0 points. Every 100 contribution points increase all attributes by +1, with a maximum of +10 to all attributes. Village Warehouse, opened. Village upgrade conditions, unknown. Nanshan carefully studied the two things, contribution points and village warehouse. Village warehouse, all villagers, including the village chief, can donate any materials to the village warehouse to earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for existing items in this warehouse. In simple terms, this village warehouse is a trading market, but only for the villagers of Nan village to use. Nanshan tentatively donated a unit of wood, and the contribution points immediately became 2 points. 1 unit of wood equals 2 contribution points. Nanshan nodded and continued to donate some other materials. Stones equals 1 contribution point, iron blocks equals 10 contribution points, copper blocks equals 20 contribution points. The amount of contribution points obtained from food varies depending on the quantity. Equipment yields different contribution points based on quality and attributes. Nanshan donated all the previously exchanged tattered beastskin shirt and tattered beastskin leggings, earning 60 contribution points. For every 100 contribution points, you can gain +1 to all attributes, with a maximum of +10 to all attributes. This forces the villagers to donate materials. After all, 10 attribute points are not insignificant. The more you donate, the more materials there will be, the more buyers there will be, and the market economy will start circulating. Moreover, every time the villagers donate, Nanshan will deduct 1% of the contribution points as a handling fee. This is the benefit of being the village chief. So I don't have to do anything, and the contribution points will just keep increasing? Nanshan was delighted, as this was like getting an extra 10 attribute points for free. With this in mind, Nanshan quickly began recruiting villagers. Nanshan, brothers, if you want to join the village, come sign up quickly. You ran, brothers? Does that mean us girls can't join? So unfair. When will us girls be able to stand up? Nanshan, how many years of skill do you have in that punch? Nanshan helplessly sent you ran an invitation to join the village. You ran, yay, I'm the first villager. Nanshan also brought in Su Zurin, Wu Yuanshan, Xiaoluo, and others into the village. The number of people in Nan village gradually increased, and everyone started donating materials to the village warehouse. Huang Yuan Ming, donating 50 units of wood can earn you 100 contribution points, +1 to all attributes. Such a good deal. Su Zurin, you didn't calculate the handling fee. 50 pieces of wood can only get you 99 contribution points. Wu Yuanshang, so wood is so valuable. Where is Master Louis Daxiang, the lumberjack? I want to buy some wood. Su Ming, the contribution points for iron blocks and copper blocks are even higher. Everyone hurry to mine. Try to gather 1,000 contribution points before nightfall. Wu Li, the mine is a bit far. Bao Jian, oh my, there are still 2 pieces of equipment in this warehouse? 30 contribution points each? I'll take them all. Xiao Feihong, damn, I was just about to exchange, and you little guy beat me to it. Everyone donated all the unwanted items from their backpacks to the village warehouse. As the village chief, Nanshan kept deducting handling fees, and the contribution points quickly reached over 180 points. It seems that before tonight, Nanshan's contribution points are likely to reach 1,000 points, gaining the effect of +10 to all attributes. Comfortable. 50 villagers were quickly recruited, and as for the remaining people, Nanshan had no choice. After all, a level 1 village can only accommodate 50 villagers. Nanshan looked at the time, it was only a little past 10 o'clock, it was time to level up. Nanshan, Su Zuran, I'll leave it to you here, I'll go level up to level 10 first. Su Zuran nodded, go ahead, if you don't hurry, Xiaoluo's level will surpass yours. Nanshan looked around and asked, where are there more fierce beasts around here? On the mountain, Xiaoluo went up the mountain. The big bear girl Suihan pointed coldly to the mountain behind her. Okay. Nanshan nodded and turned to go up the mountain. When he reached halfway up the mountain, Nanshan stood on a huge rock and looked down. Below were neatly arranged small wooden houses, with well-planned roads. Further away, there were many chosen ones building defenses, constructing wooden fences, anti-horse stakes, and digging traps. Everyone was preparing for the beast tide coming tomorrow. Finally, a bit of civilized atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Nanshan, who had been living among wild people for so many days, smiled. People, indeed, are social animals. In the camp below, he faintly saw Nanshan halfway up the mountain, happily waving his hand. But Nanshan didn't see it, he turned and walked away. Primitive World Zone 1. Catherine Vina, with a sword in hand, covered in blood, like a female war god. Around her lay the bodies of numerous fierce beasts, their blood dyeing the land red. She single-handedly slaughtered a blood wolf tribe. Hundreds of blood wolves, all fell under her sword. Catherine Vina stood still, breathing slightly, her chest heaving, clearly the battle just now had taken a toll on her. Level 13. After some thought, Catherine Vina opened the panel and sent a message to Edward, gather all the chosen ones who have D-grade small wooden houses to face the beast tide together tomorrow. Edward, okay, what about the other chosen ones? Catherine Vina, doesn't matter. Edward, understood. Primitive World Zone 68. Chang Yamo walked through the camp, listening to the girl beside him reporting the situation. Xin Shinshin, there are still 183 chosen ones, the small wooden houses have not been upgraded to D-grade, so they can't move here. Chang Yamo, why? Shouldn't there be enough iron blocks? Xin Shinshin, no, they don't have enough resources to exchange for iron blocks. In simple terms, these remaining 183 chosen ones are too poor. Chang Yamo, after a moment of thought, came up with a solution. Go, give them a loan, lend them the iron blocks first, 9 out of 13, and they can return them after the beast tide is over. Xin Shinshin, what if they don't return them? Chang Yamo, what else can we do? Fight. Xin Shinshin, understood. Each war zone is preparing for tomorrow's small beast tide. Compared to other countries' war zones, the Dragon Country war zone appears to be more united. Perhaps some things are just ingrained. Primitive World Zone 527. While Nanshan was searching for fierce beasts on the mountain, he happened to encounter Xiaoluo, who was hunting a long-armed monkey. Following the principle of unity, love, and mutual assistance, Nanshan raised his hand and shot, instantly killing the long-armed monkey with little health left. Xiaoluo turned around in confusion, saw Nanshan, and angrily cursed, "You damn thief, stealing my kill." Nanshan laughed and ran away. The mountain behind the Crow Valley was called the 8th Mountain Range by other chosen ones, because this mountain is home to many level 8 long-armed monkeys. These long-armed monkeys are high-level, intelligent, and social animals, not easy to deal with. Only Xiaoluo, the leveling maniac, dares to come here to level up. Of course, now there is also a Nanshan. Nanshan did not choose to level up with Xiaoluo, as that would split the experience points in half, making the leveling efficiency too low. He continued to walk deeper into the mountains, passing through the territory of the long-armed monkeys, and arrived at the domain of the long-armed apes. There is only one letter's difference between long-armed apes and long-armed monkeys, but their strength differs greatly. Long-armed apes, level, 9 life points, 3300 attack, 530 defense, 390 skills, extended fist. Monkey stealing peaches. Seeing the skills of the long-armed apes, Nanshan couldn't help but tighten his legs, feeling a chill between them. This thing can also steal peaches like a monkey? Is it the peach I'm thinking of? Nanshan crawled on the ground, propped up his 98K, and aimed at the long-armed ape 50 meters away. The long-armed ape had strong perception abilities and instantly sensed the danger, vigilantly looking around. Nanshan didn't hesitate either, pulled the trigger, and hit the long-armed ape in the back of the head with one shot. Click. Even from 50 meters away, Nanshan could still hear the sound of the long-armed ape's skull shattering. Weakness attack, minus 2280. A 4-digit damage shot. Nanshan's current attack power is 1515 points, but this shot dealt over 2000 damage. My evaluation is that this shot is terrifying. Nanshan took another shot, killing the dazed long-armed ape and gaining 90 experience points. Nanshan still needed 6150 experience points to reach level 10. Just need to hunt down 70 more, let's go. Nanshan continued forward, searching for traces of ferocious beasts. Compared to the group living long-armed monkeys, the number of long-armed apes was much smaller. Nanshan took an average of about 3 minutes to find one. He hunted until 3:30 in the afternoon. After killing another long-armed ape, Nanshan finally reached level 10. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10. Ding! Your overall attributes plus 5. You gain 5 free attribute points. Announcement: the chosen one Nanshan is the first to reach level 10 in this area, gaining plus 2 reputation. Huh, the reward for being the first to reach level 10 is so little? What's the use of this reputation? Nanshan now had 110 reputation points, with 100 points obtained from establishing a village. But so far, Nanshan didn't know the purpose of reputation. However, Nanshan didn't bother thinking about it too much, as he would naturally find out later. Looking at his attribute panel, Nanshan nodded in satisfaction, feeling terrified, too terrifying. But to avoid suspicion of padding the word count, Nanshan decided not to show his attribute panel to everyone. Task completed, let's go home. Beep beep beep. On the way back, Xiao Luo sent a message. Xiao Luo, found an 8th level Lord level ferocious beast, I can't defeat it. Nanshan, send me the coordinates, I'm coming. Killing a Lord level ferocious beast can reward attribute points, which is a good thing. Nanshan ran all the way and found Xiao Luo half an hour later. There's a long-armed monkey king over there, a bit far, can you see it? Xiao Luo pointed ahead. Nanshan removed the 2x scope from the 98K and observed slowly. Xiao Luo? 2x scope? Is this something that should exist in this primitive world? Ridiculous. Hiss. Beside him, Nanshan also spotted the long-armed monkey king and couldn't help but gasp. There are over a dozen female monkeys serving it? This monkey king's life is quite luxurious. Xiao Luo nodded. It's because there are too many small monsters around, otherwise, I could take on this monkey king alone. I have a suggestion, let's lure the surrounding female monkeys over to kill them first, then we can take down the monkey king. Nanshan, I also have a suggestion, I get the kill reward for the monkey king, and you get any equipment drops. Xiao Luo had not yet understood Nanshan's meaning, but Nanshan had already quietly approached and pulled out a hand grenade, throwing it out. Feiang Dahon. The hand grenade traced a perfect parabola in the air and landed among the group of monkeys. The long-armed monkeys had obviously never seen this thing before and curiously gathered around, examining the hand grenade. Boom! The hand grenade exploded with a bang. Dozens of female monkeys instantly perished, not even having a chance to scream before meeting their end. The long-armed monkey king had more health points, so the hand grenade did not kill it, but left it severely injured. Armor-piercing bullet. Nanshan aimed the 98K at the dazed monkey king's head and fired. Fatal blow, minus 8000. The already weakened monkey king was shot in the head by Nanshan, triggering a fatal blow, and died instantly. Announcement. The chosen one Nanshan successfully killed the level 8 Lord level beast, the long-armed monkey king, reward, reputation plus 1, agility plus 16. Xiao Luo was dumbfounded, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Nanshan put away the 98K and turned to Xiao Luo. How was that? Give me your evaluation. Xiao Luo took a while to respond, you're damn cheating. Nanshan. Xiao Luo continued to stay in the mountains to level up, while Nanshan chose to return to the Crow Valley camp first. As for the equipment dropped by the long-armed monkey king, Nanshan did not take it and left it all for Xiao Luo. The monkey king dropped a white treasure chest, and the equipment inside should be decent. However, for Nanshan, the kill reward was already satisfying enough, so he decided to leave some for others. Around 5 p.m., Nanshan returned to the camp. During this half-day, the defenses outside the Crow Valley camp had been upgraded again, with traps dug up to 200 meters away. There was no choice, everyone's physical strength and endurance were now several times higher than when they were on Blue Star, making them work vigorously. If they could return to Blue Star before the crossover, just by moving bricks, they could build a set of Tang Dynasty furniture. Nanshan found an empty spot in the camp and moved his small wooden house over. Earlier this morning, the small wooden house had almost been destroyed by the immortal giant snake, with only over 10,000 health points left. But fortunately, the small wooden house could regenerate health, recovering 60 health points per minute, so it should be fully restored by tomorrow. Next to Nan Chan's small wooden house was the turbulent little nanny Suihan's. Suihan walked over and glanced at Nan Chan's small wooden house. Why does your small wooden house recover 60 health points per minute, while mine can only recover 30 points? Nan Chen pondered for a moment. Maybe because I'm more handsome. Suihan, tisk Nan Chan's small wooden house was upgraded with fine wood, so its attributes were better. At 6 p.m., the chosen ones outside the camp gradually returned, and a grand bonfire party was held in the central open space of the camp. They continued to feast until 8 p.m., and everyone returned to their small wooden houses. Roar! 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 As usual, the terrifying howls arrived on time in the late night. But with so many chosen ones gathered together tonight, everyone was not as scared as usual and could even open their windows to chat with their neighbors. Nan Chen, bro, the moon is pretty round tonight. Suihan, yeah, sis. Nan Chen, girl, let me ask you a question, do you like me? Suihan, no. Nan Chen, I don't like you either, I prefer Confucius. Suihan, I don't like Laozi, Confucius, Mencius, or you. Nan Chen, damn, why is she still after me? This is too much. Annoyed, Nan Chen closed the window and prepared to go to bed to rest. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a green treasure chest that he hadn't opened yet. It was a reward given by the creation god system when he established the village today. Darn it, I almost forgot about such an important thing. I should quickly get up and wash my face. Nan Chen washed his face and changed his luck, then opened the green treasure chest. Inside the small wooden house, Nan Chen opened the green treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Crystal Necklace, *1, Crystal Necklace, Grade, D grade lower, Attributes, Stamina plus 40, Energy plus 40, Skill, Crystal Shield releases a crystal shield around you, reducing the next damage you receive by 50%, cooldown time 10 minutes. Indeed, the green treasure chest always gives good things. This is Nan Chen's first D-grade quality equipment. The Immortal Serpent's two-piece set that came out was only E-grade upper. Looking at the crystal necklace, Nan Chen liked it more and more. This skill feels pretty awesome too. A 50% damage reduction, although it can only withstand 1 damage, is enough to save Nan Chen's life at a critical moment. If he had the crystal necklace before, wouldn't it have been easy to deal with the cherry blossom sword? Putting on the crystal necklace, Nan Chen threw the discarded spider necklace into the village warehouse. The spider necklace provided a 6-point strength bonus, which was a pretty good piece of equipment and was quickly exchanged by other chosen ones. Losing 6 points of strength, but gaining 40 points of stamina and 40 points of energy, plus a skill, Crystal Shield, was very cost-effective. After opening the treasure chest, Nan Chen lay back on the bed to rest. The voices chatting outside gradually decreased, and most of the chosen ones began to sleep to replenish their energy. Midnight. Ding! A small beast tide is about to strike, lasting 24 hours. Please prepare yourselves, chosen ones. Chosen ones who successfully withstand the small beast tide will receive generous rewards. With the announcement, all the chosen ones at the Crow Valley camp got up one after another. Chat channel, Huang Yuan Ming, brothers, can we go out now? What's the situation outside? Bao Jian, let me see. It's pitch black outside, no ferocious beasts. Su Zurin, I reckon the ferocious beasts haven't arrived so quickly yet. Everyone, wake up, have something to eat, and get ready to fight. Xiao Luo, I'll go out first and take a look. Xiao Luo, ranked second on the leaderboard, led the way out of the small wooden house. The other chosen ones followed suit, coming to their designated positions according to the rehearsal requirements. Nan Chen was not idle either. He quickly climbed onto the roof of the small wooden house and observed the surroundings with a 2x magnifying glass. This 2x magnifying glass isn't night vision, it's not very clear. Nan Chen reluctantly put away the 2x magnifying glass. In order to resist the incoming beast tide, the ferocious beasts around the camp had already been cleared out. It would indeed take some time for ferocious beasts from other areas to attack here. Nan Chen jumped off the roof and arrived at the first line of defense, where it was already crowded with people. Over 400 chosen ones were each defending their positions. The beast tide lasts for 24 hours, which is different from what I expected. I thought the beast tide would end after one wave of attacks. Su Zurin looked at the defense line and pondered for a moment. Wu Yuansheng, Wuli, Huang Yuan Ming, each of you select 100 brothers, go back to rest first. Then rotate the defense line every 4 hours. Wu Yuansheng, alright, make sure you guys hold on. Su Zurin waved his hand, if we can't hold on, I'll call you guys in advance. Wu Yuansheng and the others went to select their team members and retreated to rest in the rear. Su Zurin saw Nan Chen approaching and said, Nan Chen, try to conserve your strength, don't consume too much magic power. When you encounter ferocious beasts that you can't handle, then you can make your move. Nanchen nodded in agreement, no problem. Suzerain continued, in theory, the initial beast tide shouldn't be too difficult. Why don't you go back and rest first, conserve your energy? Nanchen, I'll take a look first. If the beast tide isn't too strong, I'll go back to rest. Suzerain, okay. Time passed by second, and half an hour later, everyone finally discovered the traces of the ferocious beasts. Bao Jian, brothers, a ferocious beast is coming. Xiu Fei Hong, let me see. Oh, it's a level 1 red-eyed rabbit? So many. The massive army of red-eyed rabbits charged towards the Crow Valley camp, looking somewhat comical. It felt like a group of kindergarten kids running towards you with lollipops in hand. Nanshan, the previous waves of ferocious beasts were probably here to give us experience, but I feel like they can't even get past the traps. The defense line of the Crow Valley camp held up well, with traps dug up to 200 meters away. How could these short-legged red-eyed rabbits possibly break through? As expected, as Nanshan spoke, a large group of red-eyed rabbits fell into the first trap. Fortunately, these red-eyed rabbits had some intelligence. They realized the danger and started to go around the traps. But there were just too many traps. To the red-eyed rabbits, the 200-meter distance might as well have been the difference between heaven and earth. Soon, the first wave of the beast tide ended. Nearly 10,000 red-eyed rabbits fell into the traps, with a small number being killed by the wooden spikes in the traps, while most were just trapped. Suzerain, while the second wave of the beast tide hasn't arrived yet, let's have a few brothers go clean up the battlefield. This battle would surely consume a lot of food, and this red-eyed rabbit meat couldn't be wasted. To be safe, 3 teams of 10 people each left the defense line to finish off the trapped red-eyed rabbits, harvesting a large amount of meat and clearing out some traps. 5 minutes later, the second wave of the beast tide arrived. It was a level 1 ferocious beast, Iron Claw Rat. Nanshan used a magnifying glass to observe and found that this group of Iron Claw Rats also had some level 2 ones mixed in. It seems like each wave of the beast tide is stronger than the last. I think I'll go back and get some rest before the next one. At least until a level 5 ferocious beast arrives, Nanshan didn't need to worry. With over 400 chosen ones in the camp, averaging a strength of level 6, and with such a long defense line, Nanshan estimated that they could easily withstand the level 7 wave of attacks. But beyond that, Nanshan would have to take action. Level 8 ferocious beasts would be somewhat challenging for the chosen ones at this stage, except for the top 50 on the ranking list. Nanshan bid farewell to Suzerain, preparing to go back to the small wooden house to rest for a while before returning. Suzerain nodded, his expression somewhat serious. There's a big problem now. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Nanshan was puzzled. What problem? Suzerain, the boss of this small beast tide, is a level 15 Lord-level ferocious beast. Do you think it's possible that the final wave will consist entirely of level 15 ferocious beasts? A level 15 Lord leading a large group of level 15 minions. How can we possibly hold them off? Not to mention a level 15 beast tide, we wouldn't even be able to withstand a level 10 one. Hearing Suzerain's words, Nanshan's expression also turned serious. I don't think it will be that difficult. I estimate the final wave will peak at level 10 intensity. A level 15 boss, plus a group of level 10 minions. Damn, thinking about it, it does seem quite challenging. The intensity of this beast tide might be more challenging than imagined. Nanshan shook his head, pushing aside these thoughts, and went back to the small wooden house to sleep. He needed to rest up to face the upcoming waves of the beast tide. The second wave of Iron Claw Rats quickly approached. But similar to the red-eyed rabbit, the traps in front of the camp caused the Iron Claw Rats to lose more than half of their numbers. The few Iron Claw Rats that managed to escape the trap area were also killed by people. The second wave of attacks ended quickly, and Suzerain commanded 30 chosen ones to clean up the battlefield. Bao Jian arrived at the trap area and saw a dense group of Iron Claw Rats digging holes in the traps. Bao Jian, damn, these little rats are digging holes, and they're digging fast. Xiu Fei Hong, they're digging here too, not good, this trap is going to collapse. One of the traps directly collapsed from being dug. Suzerain frowned, these Iron Claw Rats are destroying our traps, kill them. A figure in a black robe, Yuran, walked out. I'm good at this. Yuran waved the wand in his hand, sending out 3 fireballs that smashed into the trap. The Iron Claw Rats inside screamed as they were burned, quickly turning into experience points. Bao Jian, use fire to burn them? Then I can do that too. Bao Jian took out a fire starter and a lot of wood from his backpack, lit it, and threw it into the trap. Excellent effect. These level 1 or 2 Iron Claw Rats couldn't withstand the flames and were burned to ashes in minutes. You ran. Suddenly, I feel like my fireball spell isn't that great. Bao Jian, why don't I get experience points for the Iron Claw Rats I burned to death? You ran, huh? My fireball spell is still pretty good. Just as they finished clearing out the iron claw rats, the third wave of beasts came rushing in. It's level 2 ferocious beast arrow bee. Not just arrow bees, there are also 5 color snakes. Okay, should the ground forces and air forces move together? The traps on the ground were completely useless against the arrow bees, so the chosen ones needed to take action this time. Suzerain, everyone, attack freely, prioritize taking down the arrow bees, and watch your health. Understood. Finally able to take action, the eager chosen ones unleashed their skills and began attacking the incoming arrow bees. On the ground, the 5 color snakes were not afraid of the traps. Even if they fell in, they could climb out easily and quickly rushed past the trap area. The wooden fences and anti-cavalry stakes were also unable to stop this agile group of snakes. The 5 color snakes quickly reached the first line of defense and engaged with the chosen ones. Suzerain stood high and commanded in a deep voice, "Pay attention to the eastern defense line, don't let the 5 color snakes slip into the camp. Ding Hao, move back a bit, you're covered in bites. And Ma Yong, are you drunk? Why are you doing Tai Chi? Ma Yong, no. I feel dizzy, everything is blurry in front of me. You ran, the 5 color snakes are poisonous, be careful not to get bitten." You ran waved his wand and cast a firewall, separating the 5 color snakes in front of him. Suzerain, brothers who are poisoned, step back, the venom of the 5 color snakes is not strong, you'll be fine in 3 to 5 seconds. This was the first time they cooperated in battle, inevitably with many flaws, but fortunately, this third wave of beasts was not strong and was quickly wiped out. Suzerain, brothers with no health or mana left, hurry back home to recover, the fourth wave of beasts should be coming soon. Some of the chosen ones returned to their small wooden houses to rest, while the rest began cleaning up the battlefield. Bao Jian, damn, I found a grey treasure chest. Do these little monsters also drop treasure chests? Ma Yong, really? I don't believe it, unless you show me the treasure chest. Bao Jian, get lost. Bao Jian happily put the treasure chest in his bag and continued cleaning up the battlefield. Half an hour later, the fourth wave of beasts arrived as scheduled. This wave consists of level 3 ferocious beasts, heavy armor beetles. The traps are not effective against them, so everyone, prepare for battle. The overwhelming heavy armor beetles descended, their heavy shells exuding a strong sense of oppression. But they were facing chosen ones with an average level of 6, these heavy armor beetles were not enough to pose a threat. Kill. Charge. Although there is a big difference in strength between the two sides, the advantage of the heavy armor beetles lies in their large numbers. There are tens of thousands of them. Just standing still, the chosen ones have to kill them for half a day. On average, each chosen one has to kill hundreds of heavy armor beetles. 1 hour later, the vast army of heavy armor beetles was almost completely wiped out. However, some heavy armor beetles managed to fly into the camp and hide due to their size advantage. But their numbers are too few to pose a threat to everyone. The chosen ones also had a hard time, as a few of them were almost beaten to death by the heavy armor beetles. Fortunately, Suzerain was always observing the battle from a high place and promptly dispatched other chosen ones to rescue them, saving their lives. Suzerain's face was solemn. These beasts in this wave are only level 3, and they are already so difficult to deal with. What's next? Suzerain glanced at the time, 4 a.m. Time to change shifts. Suzerain, Bao Jian, go wake up the team led by Wu Yuansheng. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield and then go back to rest. Wu Yuansheng quickly led 100 chosen ones to the defense line. Wu Yuansheng, what's the situation now? Suzerain, we have defended against 4 waves of beast tides, with the 4th wave being level 3 ferocious beasts, and the next wave of beast tides is likely to be a mix of level 3 and level 4 ferocious beasts attacking. Wu Yuanqing nodded, level 3 to level 4 ferocious beasts are nothing to fear. Suzerain, don't be careless, although their levels are not high, there are many of them, like ants biting an elephant. Wu Yuansheng, alright, I will be careful. Suzerain rubbed his temples and went back to rest. The threats posed by the previous waves of beast tides were not significant, so Suzerain did not need to stay here all the time. At exactly 6 a.m., Nanchen opened his eyes. He didn't sleep well last night, partly because it was too noisy outside, and partly because he was afraid that others might not be able to hold on, so he would occasionally get up to check. It's 6 o'clock, I wonder which wave of beast tide it is now. Nanchen washed his face, walked out of the small wooden house, and arrived at the defense line. It seemed that the last wave of attacks had just ended, and everyone was now cleaning up the battlefield. Wu Yuansheng, how is the situation now? Nanchen approached Wu Yuansheng and asked, are there any casualties among the brothers? Wu Yuansheng replied, only injuries, no deaths, we can hold on for now. And the beast tides come every half an hour, giving the brothers enough time to recover, so it's not a big problem. That's good. Nanchen nodded and looked at the battlefield. Huh? This wave of beast tide consists of level 4 ferocious beasts, the iron armor beetles? Wu Yuanshang, yes, these iron armor beetles have high defense, and there are many of them. It's tough to kill them. We've been fighting since 4:30, and we just managed to finish them off. Nanchen remembered that he had an item, a low-quality disassembler. This thing could break down the shells of the iron armor beetles into iron sand, which could then be synthesized into iron blocks. With the bodies of thousands of iron armor beetles here, he could make quite a few iron blocks, right? Nanchen, how many brothers' main weapons have not been upgraded to level E yet? Wu Yuansheng, there are many. We discovered the iron mine in our war zone relatively late, so we lacked iron blocks. In addition, everyone prioritized upgrading the small wooden house, so most of the brothers' main weapons are stuck at the peak of level F. Nanchen didn't waste any time and went back to the small wooden house to take out the low-quality disassembler. Brothers, bring the bodies of the iron armor beetles over here, and then come here to collect the iron blocks. During the beast tide, there was no time to mine. Nanchen's disassembler could provide a large number of iron blocks, helping some chosen ones upgrade their main weapons to level E, greatly increasing their strength. Wu Yuansheng was delighted. With the iron blocks, our defensive strength will be even stronger. Upgrading the main weapons from peak level F to lower level E was a significant improvement. In addition to providing a large number of basic attributes, it is also possible to comprehend skills. Nanchen comprehended the skill Power Strike when he was at the E rank lower level. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a message came in. Nanchen opened the panel and saw that someone in the handsome guy group had mentioned him. Xiaoluo, at Nanchen, are you awake? I found a level 9 Lord level Fierce Beast gathering followers. Want to take action? Level 9 Lord level Fierce Beast? Gathering followers? Nanchen immediately understood that this should also be a beast tide, but he didn't know which wave it was for now. If all level 9 Fierce Beasts attacked the camp, Nanchen felt terrified just thinking about it. They must be taken down early. At the very least, that level 9 Lord must be eliminated. With this in mind, Nanchen quickly replied to Xiaoluo, send me the coordinates. In the early hours of today, when the first wave of the beast tide struck, Xiaoluo left the camp. He was planning to find out where the beast tide was coming from. After several hours of investigation, Xiaoluo discovered that the fierce beasts were converging from all directions and heading towards the direction of the Crow Valley. No, it should be said that they were heading towards where the Chosen One was. Xiaoluo was also surrounded by fierce beasts several times, but he had a stealth cloak that could make him invisible for 15 seconds, allowing him to escape each time. During this time, Xiaoluo also encountered other Chosen Ones. One of them was trapped in a small cabin, besieged by hundreds of iron claw rats, and the cabin's health was constantly decreasing. The cabin of that Chosen One was only E rank and could not withstand the attacks of so many fierce beasts. Xiaoluo did not intervene to help him because it would be futile. He wouldn't be able to withstand the subsequent waves of fierce beasts. Acting rashly would only expose Xiaoluo's whereabouts. His stealth cloak was still on cooldown, and if he was surrounded by fierce beasts, he would be forced into a bloody battle. The more Chosen Ones gather together, the more fierce beasts will attack. There are too many people at the Crow Valley camp, which may backfire. More people mean stronger defense, but correspondingly, the attacks of the fierce beasts will be more ferocious. Xiaoluo informed Su Zuran of the information he had deduced and prepared to return to the camp. On his way back, Xiaoluo encountered a level 9 Lord level fierce beast, the Wild Boar King. This was a giant boar with a body length of 8 meters, walking like a moving tank that shook the ground as it moved. It stood in the forest, emitting boar calls, attracting the surrounding raging boars to gather around. A level 9 lord had summoned a group of level 8 minions. Xiaoluo tightened the dagger in his hand, pondering whether he could approach and take down this fierce beast to relieve the pressure on the Crow Valley camp. But when he used Insightful Eye to look at the attributes of the Wild Boar King, he immediately dismissed the idea. 10,000 health points. A pure tank. This overly exaggerated fat pig, coupled with a large group of piglets around it, Xiaoluo believed he couldn't handle it and quickly opened the panel to summon Nanchen over. Nanchen arrived half an hour later. Nanchen, you're really brave, daring to run to such a distant place alone. Xiaoluo, it's not that far, just half an hour's journey. Why are you so slow? Nanchen, don't mention it, I was attacked by fierce beasts several times on the way. Luckily, I'm more skilled, otherwise I would have died outside. Nanchen chewed on roasted meat, slowly regaining his health. Along the way, groups of fierce beasts would occasionally approach Nanchen for a fight. It wasn't particularly dangerous, as they were low-level fierce beasts whose attacks couldn't break through Nanchen's defenses, but it was troublesome. This also caused Nanchen to spend a lot of time clearing out those fierce beasts. Xiao Luo crawled on a small hill and pointed to a small forest. Do you see it? That big guy is the level 9 lord. Nan Shen nodded. With such a large body, it's hard not to see it. Xiao Luo, with its physique, the anti-horse stakes in our camp couldn't stop it at all, it just charged in. Nan Shen counted briefly and found that there were about 50 furious boars around the wild boar king, and this number was still increasing, with one boar being attracted every 2 minutes on average. Nan Shen, how many minions do you think it needs to gather to attack the Crow Valley? Xiao Luo, I estimate at least 500 or more. Nan Shen, that's too conservative, I think it's at least 5,000 or more. Xiao Luo was surprised, so many? Isn't that an exaggeration? Nan Shen explained, the D-grade small wooden house has 1,000 defense points, these level 8 fierce beasts can't break through the defense, at most forcing a drop of blood. If everyone hides in the small wooden house and doesn't fight back, then this beast tide becomes meaningless. So there will definitely be a lot of fierce beasts, enough to destroy a small wooden house with 100,000 health points. Xiao Luo thought for a moment and agreed with Nan Shen's statement, since we found it, we can't let it continue to gather minions. Nan Shen nodded, let's kill it first. Without further ado, Nan Shen and Xiao Luo quickly formulated a strategy and launched an attack on the wild boar king. Grenade! Nan Shen climbed a small hill, and from a high vantage point, threw a grenade. With the support of 307 strength, Nan Shen's grenade flew over 100 meters and landed right at the feet of the wild boar king. Snort! The wild boar king lowered its head and sniffed the grenade that suddenly flew over. Boom! Roar! The wild boar king let out a miserable cry, half of its face smashed. Minus 2,988. This grenade caused nearly 3,000 points of damage. Nan Shen was secretly surprised. Is this fat pig's defense so high? Nan Shen's current attack power is as high as 1535 points, and the grenade can cause 5 times the attack power in damage, making it Nan Shen's biggest trump card. According to Nan Shen's estimate, this grenade should have caused at least 5,000 plus damage, but it only caused less than 3,000 damage. Nan Shen used the insightful eye to check the attributes of the wild boar king and suddenly realized, in addition to its terrifying defense, the wild boar king also has a passive skill, pigskin. Pigskin, before the pigskin is damaged, the damage received is reduced by 20%. This is a divine skill, but it's useless now. The grenade just now had blown the pigskin on the wild boar king's face to pieces, rendering this passive skill ineffective. Snort in the distance, the wild boar king roared in anger. It had already spotted Nan Shen and was now commanding its minions to charge over, ready to kill Nan Shen. Boom boom boom. A large group of furious boars rushed over, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the foot of the hill, Xiao Luo held a short knife, entering a battle state. Brother, I can hold on for 3 minutes, as long as the boar king doesn't come over. Nan Shen lay on the hill, aiming at the wild boar king with a 98K sniper rifle. Don't worry, it won't get past me. Swish! A magic bullet hit the wild boar king's left eye precisely. Swish! 0. 5 seconds later, the second magic bullet hit the wild boar king's right eye accurately. 2 shots, 2 eyes. The wild boar king was directly blinded. The pig sister turned into a blind monk in seconds. So accurate, can't help but give myself a thumbs up. A few days ago, Nan Shen's marksmanship was definitely not this accurate. But the days spent bird hunting by the pond really improved Nan Shen's marksmanship, coupled with the assistance of a 2x scope. Now he could hit wherever he aimed within 100 meters. Below, Xiao Luo was surrounded by furious boars, feeling a bit embarrassed from the beating. Damn, its eyes are so big, what's there to be proud of hitting them? Hurry up and kill it and come help me. Nan Shen, okay, hold on a little longer. Closing his left eye, Nan Shen aimed again at the wild boar king. The wild boar king, who had lost its eyes, let out a pitiful cry and ran around aimlessly in the small forest. One person hugged a thick tree, looking like a toy in front of the wild boar king, falling down with just one touch. It's too big, it feels like I can hit it easily. Nan Shen fired several shots in a row, each shot hitting accurately. Minus 638. Minus 699. Minus 682. Each shot from Nan Shen could bring over 600 damage. The 10,000 HP wild boar king couldn't withstand it at all, and was blown up by Nan Shen in less than 30 seconds. Announcement. The chosen one Nan Shen successfully killed the level 9 lord level beast wild boar king. Reward, reputation +1, agility +18. Oh, agility again. Can't it be changed to strength? Nan Shen pursed his lips, aimed the 98K at the furious boar below. Brother, I'll help you. Bang! 2 shots, 1 kill. Xiao Luo was stunned. You killed the 10,000 HP wild boar king in minutes. This furious boar with 3,500 HP, you killed it with 2 shots? How high is your attack power? Xiaoluo, at level 10, only had over 800 attack power, but Nanshan had over 1,500 attack power. Full strength points, 3 consecutive wins in cross-regional challenge matches, the indestructible 2-piece set, rewards for village construction, rewards for killing various lord-level beasts first, and various herbal attribute bonuses. It can be said that most of the resources in Area 527 have been consumed by Nanshan, so it's normal that Xiaoluo can't compare to him. But Xiaoluo's strength is not bad, dealing with this group of level 8 furious boars is no problem at all. And his defense and HP are very high, able to withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 boars and kill them. Nanshan, on the other hand, is fragile, one touch and he shatters. But now he's wearing the indestructible 2-piece set, plus the crystal necklace, so he's not so easy to kill. Over 50 furious boars were quickly killed by the 2 of them. Xiaoluo looked into the distance, frowning slightly. The boar king is dead, but there are still waves of boars gathering. It seems that this beast tide is unavoidable. Nanshan nodded, indeed, but without the boar king, our defense should be much easier. Xiaoluo, you say that, how many shots can the boar king withstand from you? As long as you're here, it doesn't make much difference whether it's there or not. Nanshan put away the 98k and switched to the desert eagle. Let's go back to the camp. There are too many beasts outside, I'm scared. Xiaoluo pursed his lips, you're afraid of a bunch of pigs. Nanshan and Xiaoluo quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The wild boar king dropped a white treasure chest. Opening it revealed a pigskin coat, which Nanshan didn't want and gave directly to Xiaoluo. A pigskin coat? Can it compare to Nanshan's indestructible armor? The difference in appearance is already worlds apart. Xiaoluo put on the pigskin coat and transformed into a pig slaughterer. After clearing the battlefield, the 2 walked towards the camp. About 2 kilometers from the Crow Valley camp, they encountered another wave of beasts. Nanshan raised an eyebrow. Look, old friends are here. Xiaoluo, the Spider King of the Abyss? Is it bringing a group of little spiders to cause trouble? Previously, it was Nanshan who killed the Abyss Spider King in the mine. At this moment, the Abyss Spider King also saw Nanshan. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra red eyes. The Abyss Spider King commanded a dense swarm of little spiders to rush towards Nanshan, ready to kill him. Xiaoluo, so many little spiders. Nanshan, this is all experience, although not much. Nanshan took out a grenade and threw it. Boom! This grenade killed at least hundreds of little spiders. And it wasn't over. Nanshan raised the 98k and aimed a shot at the abdomen of the Abyss Spider King. Fatal blow, minus 2,800. The Abyssal Spider King was only level 6, under the level suppression and terrifying attack power. Nanshan killed it in one shot. Unfortunately, this was the second time killing the Abyssal Spider King, no rewards. Nanshan, killing 2 Zhu Kings in one trip, such a sin. Abyssal Spider King, I am the Spider King. Wild Boar King, I am just a Boar King. The Abyssal Spider King died, but there were still a large number of small spiders alive, rushing towards the 2 of them with bared teeth and claws. Xiaoluo, there are quite a lot of them, probably over 10,000. If one bites me, I'll be done for. Nanshan, you have a point, so why aren't you running? Nanshan had 1 grenade left. To save his life, it would be a waste to use it to kill this group of small spiders. Swift. Nanshan activated the skill from the Swift Feather Boots. His speed increased significantly, and he ran off. I'm out, see you. Nanshan ran, and the small spiders immediately turned towards Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo sneered and activated the stealth skill, disappearing in an instant. The small spiders couldn't see Xiaoluo and all turned to chase Nanshan. Nanshan exclaimed, damn, invisibility spell, I want to learn that too. The 2 quickly escaped from the spider swarm and arrived at the camp area. Outside the camp was already filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts, blood flowing like a river, flies and mosquitoes buzzing around, making it nauseating. There were also a large number of level 5 bloodthirsty wolves attacking the first line of defense. The chosen ones in the camp were fighting desperately, covered in blood. This wave of beasts is already level 5 ferocious beasts. Nanshan frowned, glanced at the time. It was only 8:30 in the morning. It's only 8:30 and we're already facing level 5 ferocious beasts. What will it be like at night? Isn't this difficulty too high? Xiaoluo wielded a short knife and plunged into the midst of the ferocious beasts. Stop lamenting, quickly hold off this wave of beasts and let our brothers rest. Nanshan nodded, switched to the Desert Eagle and started shooting. The Desert Eagle's damage wasn't as high as the 98k, but its rate of fire was fast, effective against these low-level ferocious beasts. With Nanshan and Xiaoluo joining the fight, this group of level 5 bloodthirsty wolves couldn't put up much of a fight and were soon killed off. Huang Yuan Ming, brothers, we've held off this wave, quickly go out and clean up the battlefield. If traps can be cleared, clear them. If not, forget it. Repair the wooden fences that were smashed on the east side, and collect all the wolf meat on the ground. Where's the logistics team? Hurry up and cook the meat, our brothers need to replenish their strength. This defense wave was very difficult, but the rewards were also plentiful. The experience provided by the level 5 bloodthirsty wolves was already considerable, and many chosen ones had leveled up during the battle. Xiao Feihong, damn, it's only past 8 o'clock, and we have to defend for another 15 hours. Who can handle this? Huang Yuanming, it's tough, I reckon the final wave will truly be a group of level 15 ferocious beasts. Lu Daxiang, wah, I'm only level 5, I'm enduring the pressure that I shouldn't be facing at this level. I just want to chop some trees, what did I do wrong? Nanshan, you're not being environmentally friendly. Lu Daxiang. In the camp, everyone was doing their part, cleaning up the battlefield, fortifying the defenses, and restoring their condition. The atmosphere here was relatively relaxed, with everyone chatting and laughing, waiting for the next wave of beast attacks. So far, there had been no deaths among the chosen ones in the camp, but as the level of the beast waves increased, death was inevitable. Perhaps some people, after today, would never be seen again. The next wave of beasts should be the abyssal spiders. Xiao Luo went out for a walk and came back. They should arrive at the camp in about 20 minutes. Nanshan, I've already killed the abyssal spider king, this wave shouldn't be too difficult. Huang Yuanming, the cave spiders? We can use fire against them. Come, build 3 lines of defense with wood, and when the spiders come, ignite them, let them also experience crossing the line of fire. Lu Daxiang, I have plenty of wood in my backpack, I'll contribute all of it. While the cave spiders had not arrived yet, everyone quickly built 3 lines of defense with wood. Nanshan also didn't idle, climbing onto the roof of a small wooden house, observing all around with a 2x scope. To the north of the Crow Valley camp was a nearly 90-degree cliff, and to the west was a precipice. The group only needed to defend the southeast in 2 directions. Nanshan looked at the cliff to the north, where many long-armed monkeys were watching the camp, but if they jumped down directly, they would die, so they had to take a big detour to come down, not a big concern for now. As for the cliff to the west, to prevent anyone from accidentally falling, wooden fences were also erected here. Nanshan climbed over the wooden fence and looked down the cliff, and was suddenly shocked. Ants! Ants the size of basketballs were climbing up the cliff. Darn, there are fierce beasts here too. At the same time, a vast army of spiders was also approaching. Tens of thousands of spiders plus tens of thousands of ants. The 7th wave of beast tide doubled the difficulty. In the 7th wave of the beast tide, the Crow Valley camp had to face attacks from the east, southeast, and west simultaneously. The spider army from the east and south, and the ant army below the cliff to the west. Nanshan stood at the edge of the cliff, took out the desert eagle and started shooting. Call another team of chosen ones to come and defend, I can't hold them off alone. The level of these hill ants ranged from level 4 to 5, and Nanshan could take them down with one shot. But there were too many of them, and Nanshan alone couldn't stop this fierce beast tide. Soon, with 100 chosen ones, led by Wooly, rushed over. Wooly, wow, there's a beast tide below the cliff too? What a trouble. Nanshan, it's not too bad, this cliff has already blocked most of the fierce beasts, only some special ones can climb up, not a large number to defend against. With the addition of these 100 chosen ones, the pressure from the west was greatly reduced. Wooly, a level 8 warrior, wielded a large stone chopper, cutting the hill ants in half with one strike. Wooly, we can hold this side. Nanshan, go help the other 2 defense lines. Nanshan nodded, okay, call me if you can't hold it. Nanshan put away the desert eagle and went to the east and southeast. 3 lines of fiercely burning flame defenses separated the spider army and the Crow Valley camp. The spider army charged fearlessly, but only a very small number of spiders could cross the 3 lines of fire. Huang Yuanming, using fire attack indeed has a miraculous effect, I do have foresight. Xiao Luo, don't be too happy too soon, these spiders are using their bodies to put out the fire. Countless cave spiders rushed into the bonfire, one after another, and there were signs that the fire was being extinguished. Huang Yuanming, it doesn't matter, even if they put out the fire, there won't be many left, no big deal. Although the number of this 7th wave of fierce beasts was large, their levels were still too low, only level 4 to 5. Moreover, without the leadership of the cave spider king, the spider army couldn't stir up much trouble. Xiao Luo saw that there was no danger on this defense line, so he relaxed and looked at Nanshan. How's the situation on the cliff to the west? Nanshan, no problem, just a group of hill ants, not high level. Xiao Luo, that's good, this wave shouldn't be a big problem, I'll go back and take a nap first. Nanshan, go ahead. Xiao Luo left the camp early in the morning, hasn't slept until now, feeling a bit tired, hurried back to the small wooden house to recharge. While Huang Yuanming was commanding, he chatted with Nanshan. This wave of beast tide doesn't feel right, it's not as strong as the previous one. Nan Chen, was the previous one very strong? Huang Yuanming, impressive. The bloodthirsty Wolf King led the team in a surprise attack, charging through the trap area and killing their way through. One of our brothers died under the wolf's claws, but luckily the healer was there and managed to keep our brothers alive with an astonishing amount of healing. Nanchen, bloodthirsty Wolf King? Did the previous wave also have a Lord-level beast? Huang Yuanming, yes, it was fierce. It took 7 or 8 of our brothers 10 minutes to kill it. After a pause, Huang Yuanming continued, this wave also had a Lord-level beast, the Abyssal Spider King. Wasn't it supposed to be taken care of by you? Nanchen nodded, yes, I took care of it on my way back. Huang Yuanming, you can take down a level 6 lord just like that. Why is there such a big difference between people? Nanchen furrowed his brow, seeming to realize something. Nanchen, the bloodthirsty wolf pack has the bloodthirsty wolf king leading, the spider army has the abyssal spider king leading, then the ant army. Huang Yuanming, oh no, could there also be a lord-level beast on that side? Nanchen hurriedly ran towards the cliff to the west. However, the situation there was normal, and no lord-level beast appeared. Wooly, lord-level beast? I haven't seen any, there are only hill ants here. Nanchen looked down the cliff and pondered, it's possible that they are below and haven't climbed up yet. If there are any discoveries later, remember to call me. Wooly, no problem. The leader of the ant army is at most level 6, Nanchen can take them down with 1 or 2 shots, not a big threat, nothing to worry about. 1 hour later, to the east and south, due to the preparation of 3 long fire lines, there was no pressure in defense, and the spider army was quickly wiped out. However, there were some issues on the cliff to the west. Under the cliff, there were countless ants climbing up, a dense mass that seemed endless. Wooly was sweating profusely, panting heavily, oh my, why can't we kill these ants? The more we kill, the more there are, my sword is about to break. Mayong was also exhausted, there are too many, did we stumble into an ant empire? Even the brothers from the east and south rushed to the west to help. Huang Yuanming, what's going on? In just an hour, we've killed tens of thousands, why are there still so many? I think we can find some big rocks to throw down, it might kill a lot of them. Pour some water to wash them down, isn't that a good idea? Are we flushing a toilet? I think we should pour oil, then set it on fire, let's see how they climb up then. Good idea, but where do we get the oil? If only this world had a gas station. The chosen one strategized while killing ants. Nanchen pondered for a moment and probably guessed the reason. I think there is a queen ant below the cliff, and it's frantically giving birth to more ants. Huang Yuanming, it can produce so many? Aren't there tens of thousands already? Wooly, we have to go down and kill the queen ant, or else it will keep birthing, and we'll be worn out here. Mayong, how do we go down? We can't just jump, can we? Nanchen looked at the grenades in his backpack and came up with a plan. Does anyone know how deep this cliff is? Huang Yuanming thought for a moment. I estimate it's about 200 to 300 meters. 200 to 300 meters, according to the free fall formula. What was the formula again? Nanchen's mind was in chaos, he couldn't remember the formula. Does anyone good at math help me calculate how many seconds it would take for a stone to fall from here to the ground? What does that have to do with math? Isn't that a physics problem? Then aren't you going to calculate it? Isn't calculation a part of math? Don't push it, who remembers what the formula is? What's h equal to? After many years since graduation, Nanchen had long returned these knowledge to his teachers, but there were still people who remembered. Suihan walked slowly, with 2 large white rabbits in front of him, attracting a lot of attention. Wow, it's huge, was the common thought among all the chosen ones. Suihan said coldly, h equals 1/2 gt superscript 2, assuming g equals 9.8 meters per second. If we calculate the cliff as 300 meters, it would take about 7 to 8 seconds for the rock to hit the ground. What are you asking for? Nanchen smirked, nothing, I just want to test my luck. Nanchen took out a hand grenade from his backpack, pulled the pin, and threw it heavily towards the cliff below. He thought to himself, I'm providing an initial force, so it should hit the ground in about 5 seconds, right? This cliff might not even be 300 meters deep. The surrounding chosen ones were stunned. Wow, he has a hand grenade. So Cherry Blossom's sword was telling the truth, he really has a hand grenade. No wonder Nanchen is a boss, look at his equipment, both a pistol and a hand grenade, we with our cold weapons can't compare. 5 seconds later. Boom! A loud explosion came from below the cliff. Nanchen quickly checked the system panel and found that the grenade killed many hill ants, but the ant queen was still alive. Wooly asked anxiously, how is it? Did you kill the ant queen? Nanchen shook his head, no, the grenade might have exploded in the air, or it landed but didn't hit, or it hit but didn't kill. Everyone was in the dark about what was happening below the cliff and could only guess. No one knew the exact situation below. Nanshan pondered for a moment. Maybe I should find a way to go down. Dragging on like this is not a solution. If the ant queen is not dealt with, there will be a continuous stream of hill ants climbing up. These ants may not pose a big threat, but someone needs to defend against them, otherwise, the defense forces in the other two directions will weaken. The ant queen must be killed. And it must be done quickly. Before Nanshan could move, he heard a chosen one from the east shouting, "The 8th wave of beasts is coming, brothers, come help. The 8th wave of beasts is coming." Huang Yuanming immediately took some chosen ones to reinforce the southeast defense line. Nanshan followed. "Let me see how strong this 8th wave of beasts is. If it's not a big threat, I'll go kill the ant queen below the cliff." Huang Yuanming said, "Let me see." "Wow, it's a group of chickens." Ma Yang added, "They are level 6 ferocious beasts, flame chickens, they can flap their wings and shoot fireballs, very fierce." Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Oh, they can also attack from a distance?" As they arrived at the southeast defense line, the flame chickens began their first round of simultaneous attacks before they were ready. Fist-sized fireballs flew in a perfect arc through the air, heading towards the Crow Valley camp. Huang Yuanming shouted, "Quick, take cover. Get into the small wooden houses." Nanshan remarked, "They are attacking simultaneously, there must be a chicken king commanding this group of flame chickens." Everyone hurried into the small wooden houses. Some couldn't dodge in time and lost hundreds of health points instantly when hit by the fireballs. The flame chicken's attack power was terrifying. Huang Yuanming also took cover in a small wooden house and shouted, "Don't come out, use the small wooden houses as cover, long-range attackers, counterattack freely." The first line of defense at the Crow Valley camp was not traps, nor stakes, nor wooden fences. It was a row of D-grade small wooden houses. Each small wooden house had 100,000 health points and 1,000 defense points, providing a strong sense of security. It can be said that beasts below level 10 cannot destroy the small wooden houses. Currently, as long as everyone stays inside the small wooden houses, they are safe. Huang Yuanming looked at the neatly arranged flame chickens 50 meters away and frowned. "What should we do? The number of chosen ones in the remote department is not many to begin with. Are we going to kill so many chickens by tomorrow?" "Ma Yongdao, these flame chickens are very cunning, they don't come close at all, they just stand far away and throw fireballs." Nanshan took a deep breath and said, "We can't delay. The ant swarm in the west has not been resolved yet, and now the defense line in the southeast direction is being suppressed by the flame chickens. When the next wave of beasts attacks, it will be even harder for us to defend. Huang Yuanming, if it's really not possible, I'll lead a team of brothers out to fight them." Nanshan shook his head, opened the panel, and shook people in the handsome guys group. "Nanshan, at everyone, wake up, the level 15 boss is coming." "Xiao Luo, so soon? I just lay down." "Shen Pan, what's going on? I'm on the front line, I didn't see the boss." "Su Zurin, I'll be there soon." Soon, everyone in the handsome guys group arrived at the first defense line. The 19 chosen ones in the handsome guys group are all elites of Zone 527, with strong strength, high intelligence, good equipment, and good looks. Nanshan alone accounts for 3 of them. Su Zurin quickly understood the current situation and frowned. "The ants are coming continuously, the flame chickens can attack from a distance, this is indeed a bit troublesome." Wu Yuancheng bent his bow and shot 3 arrows to kill a flame chicken. "The next wave of beasts will arrive in at most 2 hours. The time is too short, I estimate that we won't be able to kill so many flame chickens." "Yuran, the main problem is that there are too few long-range chosen ones, and the flame chickens are not afraid of fire, so fire attacks are ineffective." Xiao Luo stared at the battlefield for a moment and said, "This group of flame chickens is well organized, there should be a chicken king commanding them, right?" Nanshan nodded. "Great minds think alike, I also think so, but I can't find the chicken king's location." With that, Nanshan turned to the meat shield Su Ming. "Brother, how many hits of these fireballs can you withstand?" At this moment, another round of simultaneous shooting by the flame chickens, countless fireballs fell from the sky. Everyone quickly took shelter in the small wooden house, leaving only Su Ming holding a stone shield, standing under the rain of fire like a reborn war god. "Damn, there are so many, I can't hold on. Healers, save me." Su Ming showed off for less than 3 seconds, then couldn't hold on and quickly rushed into the small wooden house, with only half of his health left. Rapid healing. Suihan waved her wand, and strands of green light surrounded Su Ming, instantly restoring most of his health. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, I can probably withstand about 50 fireballs. If there's a healer, I should be able to withstand 70. Nanshan was delighted. "You can withstand that many? That's completely enough. You take the lead, I'll follow you straight into the chicken group, as long as we can find the chicken king's location." Flame chickens are level 6 fierce beasts, so the Chicken King is at most level 7. Nanshan is confident that he can take it down within 2 shots. Xiao Luo, why are you, a squishy, charging into battle? I'll follow Su Ming to help you find the Chicken King's location, you stay here and snipe it. Huang Yuan Ming, can I join the charge too? The more eyes, the better. Su Ming, how about I give you the shield, and you two go charge? Everyone ignored Su Ming's words. Suihan said coldly, my rapid healing spell has a range of 50 meters, I can heal you remotely. I also have a slow healing spell, which can restore 60 health points per minute for 10 minutes, which is also a backup plan. Wu Yuancheng, the fireballs thrown by these flame chickens follow a parabolic trajectory. In theory, the danger is minimal when you charge into battle, because the fireballs fly over your heads. Su Zurin, I think we can try it. If the Chicken King doesn't die, we'll be too passive. Su Ming, we're counting on you to turn the tide this time. Su Ming cried with a sad face, it's easy for you to say, but it's not your emotions that are being sent off. That's what he said, but Su Ming still patted his shield and prepared to charge. Slow healing. Suihan waved his staff and gave Su Ming a healing buff. Nanshan, I'll help you clear the way. Listen to my command, charge in 3 seconds. Nanshan took out a grenade and threw it into the group of flame chickens. 3, 2, 1, charge. Charge, charge, charge. Su Ming gritted his teeth and charged out of the small wooden house with his heavy stone shield. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming followed closely behind, exerting all their strength to charge forward. The first line of defense was only about 50 meters away from the group of flame chickens, so they could reach it in just a few seconds. Just as they charged out for 2 seconds, an explosion sounded in front of them, creating a gap in the group of flame chickens, causing many flame chickens to perish, and the group went into a brief chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming and the others quickened their pace and charged into the group of chickens in one breath. Kill! Xiao Luo drew his dagger and killed several mountain chickens with a crescent moon slash, while Huang Yuanming wielded his wooden stick, using the chicken beating technique to make the flame chickens squawk in chaos. Whether it's a man or a ghost showing off, only I'm the one getting beaten. Su Ming raised his heavy shield and continued to push forward. Inside the camp, Nanshan climbed onto the roof of the small wooden house, holding a 98K rifle to relieve the pressure on Su Ming and the others. Swish! Penetrating bullet. A magical bullet flew out rapidly, piercing through 7 or 8 flame chickens in succession. Swish, swish, swish. Bullet after bullet was fired, each one taking the life of a flame. Other long-range chosen ones were also busy, shooting arrows and firing crossbows. Suddenly, there was a cry from Su Ming in front, as a magical arrow was pulled out from his buttocks. Who's the bastard attacking me? Ding Hao scratched his head apologetically. Oops, this arrow was a bit off target. Fortunately, this Ding Hao was only level 6, so his attack power wasn't too high, and he didn't cause too much damage to Su Ming. Cover me, I'll go heal them. Suihan walked out of the small wooden house, accompanied by a large group of melee chosen ones providing cover. Within a range of 50 meters, Suihan once again cast swift healing on Su Ming, and also applied slow healing to Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming. The three charging forward advanced more than 10 meters, when Huang Yuanming suddenly excitedly shouted, I found the Chicken King. It's on my right. On the roof, Nanshan immediately aimed his rifle at where Huang Yuanming indicated. Chicken King! Chicken King! Chicken King! Soon, Nanshan's eyes lit up as a very colorful feathered flame chicken appeared in his 2x scope. The feathers are so dazzling, quite beautiful, so gorgeous. In the Crow Valley camp, Nanshan stood on the roof, aiming with the 98K at the Flame Chicken King. Brothers, just watch my performance, one shot will take its life. Cluck cluck. Sensing danger, the Flame Chicken King flapped its wings and squeezed into the group of chickens to hide itself. The surrounding ordinary flame chickens also gathered around, providing solid protection for the Chicken King. Nanshan chuckled lightly, hiding behind other chickens? Would that work? Penetrating bullet. Swish! The gun roared. The magical bullet pierced through several flame chickens, successfully hitting the Chicken King. Minus 2,180. A light red number appeared above the Flame Chicken King's head. The more fierce beasts the penetrating bullet pierced through, the less powerful it would be. Otherwise, Nanshan's shot could have instantly killed the Flame Chicken King. Xiao Luo, you said you'd kill it with one shot? Nanshan smiled awkwardly, no problem, one more shot will do. With all the flame chickens that were blocking the Chicken King now dead, there was no cover between Nanshan and the Chicken King. The second shot, and the Chicken King would be dead. Cluck cluck. The Flame Chicken King flapped its wings, and a shield made of condensed fire elements appeared on its body. Swish! The second magic bullet was shot, shattering the flame shield and hitting the Flame Chicken King again. Minus 1855. Wow, this skill is quite resistant. Nanshan couldn't hold back his laughter. What's the matter with this fat chicken of yours? Can't it just die obediently? Do I have to fire a third shot? Nanshan pulled the trigger and fired the third magic bullet. This time, the Flame Chicken King was completely powerless to struggle, hit in the head by a shot and killed instantly. With the death of the Flame Chicken King, the entire flock of flame chickens lost their leader, causing chaos as they scattered in all directions. Suzerain, without the Chicken King commanding them to fire in unison, this group of flame chickens is not to be feared. Wayuanqing, melee chosen ones, charged straight ahead. The melee chosen one who had been hiding in the small wooden house couldn't hold back any longer and, upon receiving the command, rushed out with a loud roar. Brothers, let's kill some chickens. Tonight, we feast on chicken necks. Everyone, watch your health, don't get taken out in one hit. The fireball damage from the flame chickens is high, but with long cooldown times and no Chicken King to command them, they randomly shoot fireballs everywhere, unable to kill the chosen ones on this side. From the rooftop, Nanshan surveyed the situation and, seeing no immediate danger, jumped down. Nanshan was still over 10,000 experience points away from level 11, and even if he killed this group of chickens, he wouldn't level up, so he left them for others. Nanshan, the crisis here is temporarily resolved, but we need to quickly find a way to deal with the Ant Queen under the cliff to the west. Suzerain, do you have any ideas? Nanshan made a throat-slitting gesture. I'll go down and take care of it. The group exchanged glances, hesitating a bit. Wayuanqing, are you going down alone? I think it's risky. If you get surrounded by the ant swarm, you might be powerful, but you'll still die down there. Yuran, why not take Shuming with you? He's more sturdy, can withstand attacks, and isn't very agile, so if there's real danger, you can sell him off. Shuming had just returned to replenish his health with a stone shield on his back, and upon hearing Yuran's words, tears welled up in his eyes. Why is it always me getting injured? I shouldn't have chosen this lousy shield in the first place. Who wants to swap their main weapon with me? I want to be a damage dealer. Unfortunately, the main weapon cannot be exchanged or discarded, and Shuming was destined to carry this large shield for life. Nanshan, I can handle it alone. The Ant Queen is only around level 6 to 7 in strength, no big deal. Nanshan had high agility and a skill called Swift, which he could use to escape. The hill ants couldn't catch up to him, so the danger was almost zero. Suzerain, since you're confident, go ahead, but come back soon. Nanshan didn't say much and went straight to the western defense line. The hill ants continued to climb up in a steady stream, and the chosen ones on this side were starting to tire. If it weren't for a sufficient number of chosen ones in the camp to rotate in defense, this defense line was likely to be breached by the hill ants. Wooly leaned against a small wooden house, panting, and looked at Nanshan. You're going down to the cliff below? That's a bit tricky. I don't know how to get down from there. Nanshan nodded. It's okay, I'll follow along the edge of the cliff until I find a relatively gentle slope to descend. With that said, Nanshan, holding the Desert Eagle, left the camp from the northwest direction. The cliff to the west was very steep, and jumping down directly would most likely result in death or severe injury. Nanshan had to find a relatively gentle slope to descend. By the way, I still have several buckets of water in my backpack. If I jump down, at the moment of impact, I could throw the buckets on the ground and fall into them. Nanshan mused to himself as he searched for a way down. Just like this, walking along the edge of the cliff for more than 20 minutes, Nanshan finally found a relatively gentle slope. The main reason is that there are many protruding trees on the cliffs here, which Nanshan can use as springboards to slowly descend to the bottom of the cliff. Okay, let's stop here. Nanshan put away the Desert Eagle and slowly slid down from the edge of the cliff. Crow Valley Camp. With the Flame Chicken King dead, the remaining flame chickens couldn't stir up any waves and were quickly killed by more than 200 chosen ones. After more than 10 hours of battle, the chosen ones in the camp cooperated more tacitly, killing flame chickens as easily as killing chickens. They held off the 8th wave of beasts. Huang Yuan Ming, good news, our Crow Valley camp has 431 chosen ones, and so far, none of them have died. Huang Yuan Ming, bad news, except for the Crow Valley camp, all the chosen ones in other areas of our war zone have been wiped out. Suzerain opened the panel and glanced at the information in the chat channel. Remaining number of people in the war zone, for 31/1000. Suzerain murmured, more than 100 people died in just over 10 hours. The people in the Crow Valley camp are all the people in this war zone. Shin Pan shrugged, our war zone is considered good. I just went to the cross-regional chat channel and saw that the casualties in other war zones were even worse. Wu Yuansheng, I also took a look. It seems that all the war zones have the same beast waves. The 7th and 8th waves consist of a large army of spiders, ants, and flame chickens, purely overwhelming in numbers, making it unbearable for the defenders in other war zones. Su Ming, that's right, the cave spider king and the hill ant queen are crazily giving birth to offspring, going into a mode of endless spawning, impossible to kill them all. Then, when the flame chicken army of the 8th wave arrives, after 2 rounds of fireballs, the chosen ones suffer heavy casualties, and now they can only huddle in small wooden houses waiting to die. Huang Yuan Ming, fortunately, we have Nanshan, who came up and instantly killed the cave spider king and the flame chicken king, greatly reducing our pressure. Compared to other war zones, Zone 527 is indeed much easier. Suzerain, I estimate that after today, there will be only a few people left in the war zones ranked below 700, and it's even possible that they will all be wiped out. Just as Suzerain finished speaking, a system-wide announcement sounded. Ding! All chosen ones in Zone 998 of the primitive world have been wiped out, and the remaining resources of all war zones have increased by 10%. Everyone looked at each other. Unexpectedly, just after Suzerain spoke, one war zone was wiped out. Zone 998 is gone, and the remaining resources of all war zones have increased by 10%? Suzerain looked at the announcement and realized something. Next, the confrontations between war zones may become even more intense. Below the cliff, Nanshan stumbled and fell all the way to the bottom of the cliff. Not bad, only lost more than 300 health points. Taking out some grilled meat from his backpack, Nanshan ate while walking towards the camp. Nanshan also heard the system announcement just now and felt somewhat surprised. The first war zone to be wiped out is not Zone 132 led by Sakura Shinkiro? Zone 132 has lost 13 consecutive matches in the cross-regional challenge. The entire war zone has been stripped bare. It takes half an hour just to find a tree. They can't upgrade their small wooden houses, can't upgrade their main divine weapons, and can't hunt fierce beasts to level up. How did Zone 132 withstand the beast waves? Nanshan was somewhat puzzled, but didn't think too much about it. Maybe in a few minutes, he would hear the news of Zone 132 being wiped out? The most urgent task now is to deal with the Hill Ant Queen first. If it continues to give birth to offspring, the Crow Valley camp will be doomed sooner or later. Moving forward, Nanshan soon saw scattered hill ants ahead. Whoosh! Nanshan used the Desert Eagle to kill it and continued to advance. The number of hill ants around gradually increased, and Nanshan was getting closer to the location of the Ant Queen. After 5 minutes, Nanshan was blocked by a dense crowd of hill ants. Countless ants were climbing up the cliff in front of him, a dark mass that would give anyone with a fear of crowds goosebumps. Above the cliff was the Crow Valley camp. This is it. Nanshan licked his lips, his eyes searching for the location of the Hill Ant Queen. Swish swish swish. Humans were approaching near the nest, making the hill ants very uneasy, and some ants immediately rushed towards Nanshan. Nanshan retreated while shooting. 1 shot, 1 kill, sometimes even 2 kills in a row. These level 4 to 5 ferocious beasts only had a little over 500 health points and defense less than 100. How could they withstand Nanshan's 1500 plus attack power in 1 shot? If it weren't for their overwhelming numbers, these beasts would be easy experience points. 3 minutes passed, and Nanshan still hadn't found the Ant Queen's location. But a basketball-sized cave on the edge of the cliff caught Nanshan's attention. He had seen clearly that a hill ant had crawled out of this cave. Could the Ant Queen be in the cave? Nanshan killed towards the cave, and the surrounding hill ants immediately went into a frenzy, swarming around and blocking Nanshan's path. Seeing the ants' reaction, Nanshan felt he was probably right about the Ant Queen's location. Armor-piercing bullet. A shot pierced through, clearing the beasts in front of Nanshan. Swift. Nanshan activated the Swift skill, quickly running to the cave's edge, throwing a grenade inside, and then quickly retreating. 5 seconds later. Boom! The grenade exploded, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Rocks kept rolling down the cliff, causing tremors. Nanshan was surprised. Did it collapse? Isn't it sturdy? The grenade caused a small-scale landslide, shaking off most of the hill ants climbing up the cliff. This also relieved the pressure on the Crow Valley camp above. When the dust settled, Nanshan saw the scene clearly and suddenly realized. It wasn't that his grenade was too powerful, but that the place had been hollowed out by the ants, causing the landslide. A dam of 1,000 li collapses because of an ant hole. Isn't that the situation here? At the same time, Nanshan also found the Hill Ant Queen. Looks like a bloated tumor. The size of the Hill Ant Queen was also huge. How else could it give birth to basketball-sized hill ants? With the target found, Nanshan used the insightful eye to check, and the Hill Ant Queen was only level 6, with a total of 3,000 health points. 2 shots would do it. Switching to the 98K, Nanshan, in front of tens of thousands of hill ants, shot the queen's head. Swish swish swish. With the queen dead, the tens of thousands of hill ants went crazy, emitting a faint red light and rushing towards Nanshan as if they were out of their minds. Nanshan was shocked. Rampage? The death of the queen actually provided all the hill ants with a rampage buff. Rampage, your defense is halved, attack power doubled, and movement speed doubled. Seeing the effect of this buff on the sharp mouthparts of the hill ants, Nanshan took a sharp breath. For Nanshan, the doubled attack power was not the scariest part. The scariest part was the doubled movement speed effect. This means that this group of ants can catch up to Nanshan. Slip away. Seeing that the ants had already surrounded him, Nanshan quickly slipped away. Swish swish swish. The hill ants would not easily let Nanshan go, their eyes red with madness as they chased after him. Nanshan took out a hand grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it at his feet. 5 seconds later, Nanshan had already run dozens of meters away, and the area around the hand grenade was full of hill ants. Boom! A large number of hill ants were killed by the explosion, buying Nanshan some time to escape. But it was not significant, as more hill ants were coming up from behind. They were not attacking the Crow Valley camp, they were out to kill Nanshan. Are you crazy? Do I need to dig up your ancestors' graves? Is it necessary to chase me like this? Nanshan ran wildly, not daring to stop. He ran all the way back to where he had come down from earlier, hesitated, and dared not climb back up. The steep slope made it very difficult for Nanshan to climb, but for the ants, it was like a walk in the park. Going up now would be like sending themselves to him. I have to find a way to shake off this group of ants first. Even if their speed doubled, the hill ants could not catch up to Nanshan. But the terrain here was too complex, and Nanshan couldn't shake them off. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Nanshan ran wildly for over an hour, and the hill ants' frenzy finally subsided. Phew! Almost exhausted me to death. Nanshan leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. He could still vaguely see a few hill ants behind him, but they were no longer a threat, as Nanshan shot them down with 2 bullets. After resting for a few minutes, Nanshan found a gentle slope and climbed up the cliff, heading back to the Crow Valley camp. I wonder what the situation is at the camp. It should be the 10th wave of beast tide by now, right? Nanshan glanced at the chat channel, where no one was talking, indicating that the beast tide's attack was fierce. In the top left corner of the chat channel, there was a line of small text remaining players in the war zone, for 25/1000. Nanshan remembered that there should be 431 chosen ones at the Crow Valley camp. 6 chosen ones had already sacrificed themselves. It's really cruel. Nanshan took a deep breath and quickened his pace. As time passed, the level of the beast tide would surely increase, and the number of deaths would also rise. It was now exactly noon. They still had to defend for another 12 hours. Even a small beast tide is this difficult. How terrifying will the large beast tide after 21 days be? At 2:10 p.m., Nanshan, who had been wandering outside, finally returned to the Crow Valley camp. From noon to 2 p.m., the system announcements kept ringing out, with an average of 1 war zone being wiped out every 3 to 5 minutes. All of them were war zones ranked 900 and below. More than 30 war zones have been completely wiped out. Nanshan murmured as he returned to the camp. The atmosphere at the Crow Valley camp was heavy, with the chosen ones all injured, sitting on the ground, recuperating. Nanshan first went to the cliff on the west side and found that there were no more hill ants climbing up. Then he came to the southeast defense line. Suzerain, you're back? That's good. Shaluo, it took me 3 to 4 hours to deal with one ant queen. I thought you were dead outside. Nanshan, get lost, don't jinx me. In fact, Nanshan had killed the hill ant queen long ago. If he hadn't been chased by a large group of ants, he would have returned much earlier. How many waves of beasts are there now? What level are they? How are the casualties in the camp? Nanshan asked 3 questions in a row. Suzerain replied, the 13th wave just ended, a level 9 beast appeared just now, and 27 brothers have died so far. A level 9 beast is already here now? Damn, we still have 10 hours of defense to go. Nanshan cursed and found a place to sit down. Is this level of difficulty meant to kill us all before it ends? Huang Yuan Ming, not necessarily, I just went to the cross-district channel and heard that they said the beast tide only has 15 waves. Suzerain raised an eyebrow. Who said that? Is the information reliable? Huang Yuan Ming, it was said by the chosen one from District 1, Edward. He mentioned that after Catherine Vina killed the boss of the 14th wave, there hasn't been a new beast tide for 2 hours. Huang Yuan Ming, so he estimates that there are only 15 waves of the beast tide, and the boss of the final wave is a level 15 lord, which may only arrive in the evening. Nanshan licked his lips, digesting the information from Huang Yuan Ming's words. They cleared it so quickly in District 1? We just defended the 13th wave, and they've already finished the 14th wave 2 hours ago? Is the difference that big? Shinpan, I heard Catherine Vina's attack power is extremely high. She charges into the group of fierce beasts and slashes wildly, unstoppable like a god. Huang Yuan Ming, I also heard her defense is very high. She can withstand and kill dozens of fierce beasts alone. Shinpan, I also heard her agility is very high. Nanshan, in other war zones, they say I have airplanes and tanks. Since none of them are chosen ones from District 1, they have not witnessed Catherine Venus' true prowess and can only listen to the nonsense of other chosen ones from District 1, unable to verify the truth. Suzerain, it doesn't matter how Catherine Vina is, what matters is if the beast tide really only has 15 waves, then we are very close to victory. Xiao Luo, that's not certain. The boss of the final wave is level 15, our attacks might not break through its defense, and we might have to slowly wear it down, drop by drop. Huang Yuan Ming, TSK. How many people will have to die then? You ran, this final wave, it depends on my strategy. Nan Chen. After a brief rest, the 14th wave of the beast tide arrived as scheduled. Rampaging boar. Nan Chen and Xiao Luo exchanged a glance, relieved. The Lord-level fierce beast of this wave, the Wild Boar King, was killed by Nan Chen earlier this morning. Without the Lord-level fierce beast leading them, these low-intelligence boars were not to be feared. Oink oink. Over 200 meters away, thousands of rampaging boars charged forward. After the attacks of the previous 13 waves of the beast tide, the trap area was mostly destroyed and could not stop the charge of the rampaging boars. The anti-cavalry stakes behind the trap area were still intact, but in front of the rampaging boars with a body length of over 3 meters, they were like toys and were instantly crushed. Suzerain, retreat. Fall back to the small wooden house. The momentum of the rampaging boars' charge was too fierce, and no one could withstand it, not even Su Ming. Everyone had to retreat to the small wooden house for defense. Thud thud thud. The dull sound of impacts rang out one after another, as the rampaging boars at the front had already crashed into the first line of defense, the small wooden house. Clatter clatter. The first row of small wooden houses began to sway slightly, but with a defense of 1,000 points, the small wooden house was not to be underestimated, easily blocking the charge of the rampaging boars. Huang Yuanming's small wooden house was on the front line, where Nanshan and the others were stationed. Huang Yuanming, damn it, these boars have such high damage? They can break through the defense of my villa? Nanshan was puzzled, really? These boars have 1,000 points of attack? Are you kidding me? Insightful eye. Nanshan activated his skill and checked the attributes of the rampaging boars. Oh damn, it has a passive skill, Earthquake, which can deal double damage to buildings. Huang Yuanming panicked, this won't work, with so many rampaging boars charging at my villa, who can withstand that? Xiao Luo, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and kill. This wave of beasts is specifically here to break through the small wooden house. Xiao Luo opened the door, pulled out a short knife, and slashed wildly. The other chosen ones in the small wooden houses also began to fight back. With the small wooden houses as a natural barrier, everyone was still relatively safe for the time being, but soon, everyone discovered a problem. The raging boars had charged too quickly, and most of the chosen ones had taken refuge in the small wooden houses of the first line of defense, with about 10 people crammed into each small wooden house. Now the outside of the door was filled with boars, and they couldn't get out, so they could only stay inside the house. The door is too small, only 2 people can stand side by side, and the others in the house can't attack. Go to the window, ranged chosen ones stand behind and attack. No, there are still many brothers who can only stand and do nothing, this efficiency is too low. This situation also appeared in Huang Yuanming's small wooden house. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming stood at the door, Wooly stood by the window, Nanshan, Yuan, and Yuanqing attacked from behind. But there were still 7 or 8 people in the room who could only stand and do nothing. Nanshan frowned, no, this efficiency is too low, we must break out and free everyone in the room. Xiao Luo, mad, the outside is full of boars, there is no gap at all, how do we get out? Nanshan, we kill our way out. Nanshan went to the window and threw 2 grenades directly. Boom! Boom! After 2 loud noises, most of the raging boars outside the small wooden house were killed or injured. Huang Yuanming wailed, damn, my villa, you've bombed my villa for over 3,000 health points. Nanshan was a bit embarrassed, I originally wanted to throw them further away, but who knew they bounced back, it was an accident, an accident. After speaking, Nanshan rushed out of the small wooden house and climbed onto the roof. This was where a sniper should be. Suzerain, 3 people in 1 small wooden house, the most efficient way to kill monsters. Nanshan, help free the people in the other small wooden houses first. Nanshan had originally thought the same way, but he subconsciously looked up at the sky and his face changed drastically. Not good, this wave of beasts also has an air force. Above the Crow Valley camp, a huge area of dark clouds slowly drifted over. Upon closer inspection, it was not just dark clouds, but densely packed flying beasts. Tricolored birds, comparison birds. Aren't these all old friends? A few days ago, Nanshan had killed over 1,000 flying beasts under the waterfall, gaining a wave of experience. He didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Yuran, quick, hide in the small wooden house, don't stay outside. Nanchen, everyone, take cover. Nanchen quickly jumped down from the roof and hid back in his own small wooden house. With the enemy having aerial units, standing on the roof was a very foolish move, as one dive from this group of flying beasts could send Nanchen to the underworld. Be careful, these big birds are starting to dive. In the sky, the dark flying beast swooped down and began a near-suicidal attack on the small wooden houses. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp beaks of the flying beasts pecked at the small wooden houses, making a dull sound. One of the chosen ones didn't make it back to the small wooden house in time and was torn to pieces by the group of flying beasts. Another brother sacrificed himself. Before the people could mourn, they discovered a terrifying thing. Bao Jian, damn. This round of dives took over 1,800 health points from my small wooden house. Why is the damage from these beasts so high? Wooly, there are woodpeckers among them, which can cause armor-piercing effects on wooden structures. My small wooden house now only has 800 defense points left. Nanchen quickly glanced at his own small wooden house, and indeed, the defense points had dropped to 800, with an additional debuff effect. Woodpecker can cause armor-piercing effects on wooden structures, lasting for 10 seconds. At this moment, the group of flying beasts and fierce animals once again took to the sky, hovering in the air, ready to dive for the second time. Wu Yuancheng looked at the sky with some despair. Yale, there are so many, how can we hold on? Huang Yuanming said, what should we do? There are too many fierce beasts, the small wooden house can't withstand it. Xiao Luo waved his short sword, with a round moon slash, splitting a raging boar in half. What else can we do? We can only kill one at a time, and drag it out as long as we can. Su Zurin said, don't give up, as long as the small wooden house hasn't exploded, we are safe. Nanchen said, that's right, the small wooden house has 100,000 health points, and it will regenerate every minute. It can hold on for 2 to 3 hours at least. Nanchen didn't know if they could kill all these fierce beasts in 2 to 3 hours, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope. Nanchen stood by the window, aiming his 98K rifle at the sky. There aren't many woodpeckers, long-range marksmen, prioritize killing the woodpeckers among the flying beasts. Yunfei said, what are you talking about? These big birds are flying so high, if I can hit one, that would be lucky. Do you expect me to accurately hit a woodpecker among them? Nanchen replied, it's okay if you can't hit the woodpecker, as long as you can hit a bird. Nanchen locked onto a woodpecker and calmly pulled the trigger. Swish! Minus 1870. The magic bullet tore through the sky, accurately hitting a level 9 woodpecker. The woodpecker's wing was pierced, unable to maintain balance, and swayed and fell from the sky. This shot didn't hit the vital spot, so it didn't kill the woodpecker in one shot. Swish! A magic stone flew over and killed the woodpecker. Yunfei shook his slingshot and gave a thumbs up. Nanchen, you're really awesome, you can shoot down a bird 70 to 80 meters high in one shot. Nanchen continued to search for the woodpeckers traced through the 2x scope. Fierce beasts are awesome, woodpeckers can fly so high too. Swish! Nanchen pulled the trigger again and shot down another woodpecker. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, wow, Nanchen is amazing. Wu Yuanqing said, there's hope, brothers, as long as we kill the woodpeckers, our small wooden house can hold on for at least another hour or two. Wu Yuanqing bent his bow and shot an arrow at the fierce beasts in the sky. A comparison bird was shot down. Brother, you're shooting so off target, will your girlfriend mind? Nanchen calmly fired a third shot and brought down the third woodpecker. Precise. Nanchen's 3 shots gave everyone great confidence. With such a pro in the camp, who's afraid of not holding on? Roar! In the sky, the gathered flying beasts and fierce animals launched a second dive. Su Zurin said in a deep voice, they're diving down, all long-range brothers, prepare to counterattack. As the flying beasts and fierce animals dived down, the chosen ones inside the small wooden house also began to counterattack. Wu Yuancheng said, you say I'm shooting off target? Watch my triple shot, shooting 3 at once. Wu Yuancheng drew his longbow to the fullest and shot 3 magic arrows at once. Yunfei said, 3 at once? That won't do, watch my heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Yunfei condensed a bunch of magic stones and shot them all out at once. For a moment, all long-range chosen ones used all their skills without reservation, throwing them out in a flurry. In this wave of dives, the flying beasts and fierce animals left behind dozens of bodies. Once again, everyone saw hope. Su Zurin said, keep it up like this. Melee brothers, attack the raging boars on the ground, leave the birds in the sky to the long-range brothers. Nanchen, Wu Yuanshang, you two have long range, prioritize killing the woodpeckers. Su Ming, take a team of brothers and, during the interval of the flying beasts dive, go free the brothers in the other small wooden houses. A large number of chosen ones were piled up in the small wooden house of the first defense line, unable to join the battle. All this combat power must be unleashed. Su Ming patted his large shield and said, I'll take the damage up front. Those of you with higher levels, charge with me. Seizing the opportunity while the flying beasts in the sky were not organized for the next dive, Su Ming rushed out of the small wooden house. Savage charge! Su Ming roared, using his shield to push back the surrounding rampaging wild boars. Behind him, Xiao Luo, Wuli, Huang Yuanming, and others released their skills, killing the surrounding beasts. They quickly reached the entrance of the neighboring small wooden house. Brothers inside, come out quickly. Leave 2 or 3 people to defend this small wooden house. Dozens of chosen ones rushed out and, under Su Ming's lead, dispersed into other small wooden houses. The rampaging boars also began to scatter, spreading out to various defensive lines, relieving the pressure on the first line of small wooden houses. The small wooden house of Nanshan was in the center of the camp, and for the time being, no rampaging boars could reach there. Nanshan could focus on hunting birds without worry. For a moment, Nanshan felt like he was back living by the waterfall. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Nanshan focused solely on his task, entering an extremely concentrated state. In this state, Nanshan's hit rate reached over 99%. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 11. Ding! Your overall attributes +5. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. Ha! Leveled up? The system prompt brought Nanshan out of his focused state. These flying beasts were level 8 to 9 ferocious beasts with considerable experience. Nanshan unexpectedly leveled up while hunting them. He allocated all his free attribute points to strength and continued hunting birds. Not far away, Wooly suddenly shouted, Nanshan, we have a problem. Ants are crawling up from the west again. Hill ants? Nanshan was momentarily stunned, then understood, don't panic. The ant queen is dead. These are the ants that were chasing me earlier. Their numbers are small, so no need to panic. On the first defensive line, Ma Yong shouted, help! My small wooden house has over 10,000 health left. It's about to be destroyed. Bao Jian said, there are too many rampaging boars around Ma Yong. We need some help. Nanshan glanced at the sky. There were few woodpeckers left. He immediately put away his 98K rifle and prepared to support Ma Yong with a grenade. Before Nanshan could leave, Wei Yuanqing's voice came again, Nanshan, there's a boss in the sky. Hurry up and take it down. Nanshan, feeling helpless, looked up and indeed saw a huge boss, the tricolor Kuan. Damn, I'm too busy today. The clouds above the Crow Valley camp slowly dispersed, revealing the massive tricolor Kuan. Tricolor Kuan, a mutant among the tricolor birds, with a huge body that can float in the air and travel long distances, but lacks strong attack capabilities. The tricolor Kuan floated quietly in mid-air, with tired flying beasts landing on it to rest. Wooly exclaimed, damn, it's an aircraft carrier. Wei Yuanqing added, indeed, those beasts are eating parasites off the tricolor Kuan. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Through the 2x scope, Nanshan could see more clearly, those parasites can heal the big bird. It's like a mobile spring. Most long-range chosen ones did not have high attack power, so they couldn't one-shot kill like Nanshan. Therefore, many flying beasts in the sky were left with low health. Now, with the appearance of the tricolor Kuan, it was like a mobile spring, healing these injured beasts. Yunfei said, unbelievable. I just aimed at a comparison bird, hit it 3 times in a row, and it was about to die, but now its health is full again. Su Ziren, Nanshan, Wu Yuanshang, hurry up and take down the 3-color Kuan. Xiao Luo, you take a few brothers to help Ma Yong. Nanshan, don't worry, I'll support Ma Yong with a hand grenade first. This wave of beasts lasted for more than 2 hours, and Nanshan's hand grenades were full again. It would be a waste not to use them. Boom! A loud noise came from outside Ma Yong's small wooden house. The furious boar around the hand grenade was directly blown to pieces, dead through and through. The boars further away were also shattered by the shockwave generated by the hand grenade explosion, their life points dropping rapidly. Ma Yong, bro, you're awesome. From now on, you're my bro. Nanshan, why not your dad? Ma Yong, get lost, being a bro is enough, you want to be my dad? I have some dignity too. Nanshan never thought of adopting a son. Seeing the crisis temporarily resolved on Ma Yong's side, he quickly returned to his own small wooden house, preparing to hunt down the 3-color Kuan in the sky. The 3-color Kuan is a level 10 Lord-level fierce beast, with a high life value of up to 18,000 points and an outrageously high defense of 1,400 points, which ordinary people cannot break through. Nanshan fired a shot at the abdomen of the 3-color Kuan, causing only over 150 damage. Nanshan, bad news, my damage is a bit weak. Nanshan, good news, its size is too big, it's just a live target, I can take it down in 10 minutes at most. Su Ziren, Wu Yuanshang, can your attack break through its defense? Go help Nan Chen hunt down the three-color koan and speed up the progress. Wu Yuansheng, my one arrow does over 30. Better than nothing, I guess. Su Zuran, other long-range brothers, first kill the boars and ants on the ground, and then shoot the birds after the three-color koan dies. Roger. On the other side, Xiao Luo led a group of high-level chosen ones to form a guerrilla team to support everywhere there was danger. But there were still too many fierce beasts. 5 minutes later, Ma Yong's roar came again. It's not working, my little wooden house is about to explode. Xiao Luo immediately turned around and rushed over. Then don't defend it. We're coming to support you now. Get out quickly. Ma Yong looked around his small wooden house, his eyes turning red. Damn it, I've been a wage slave for so many years, and I couldn't even buy a house on Blue Star. Now that I finally have a small wooden house, it's not even warm yet, and it's going to be destroyed by these beasts. Despite his words, Ma Yong also didn't intend to coexist or perish with his small wooden house. When Xiao Luo arrived, Ma Yong jumped out of the window with a swish and left the dangerous place with the rest of the team. Ma Yong, bro Bao Jian, can I live at your place in the future? Bao Jian, you can, but you have to pay rent. Ma Yong, rent is not a problem, can I sleep on the bed? Bao Jian, get lost, you want to mess with me? Sleep on the floor by yourself. Less than 30 seconds after Ma Yong left, his small wooden house collapsed with a bang, wood scattered all over the ground. Oh, my mansion, forget the mansion, let's go quickly. The flying fierce beasts in the sky kept diving down, and the furious boars on the ground would occasionally explode the spikes on their backs, launching suicidal attacks, while the hill ants kept climbing up from the west cliff. The camp was in chaos, with dangers everywhere. Nanshin didn't have time to deal with these, he had to bring down the three-color koan in the sky first. The fierce beasts on the ground would be handled by Xiao Luo and the others, but the flying birds in the sky could only be left to Nanshen. 8 minutes passed, and a large hole was blasted out of the abdomen of the three-color koan by the 98K. Its remaining blood was not much. Wu Yuansheng, bro, this big koan seems to want to run. Nanshan, it's dreaming, put in more effort to bring it down, tonight we'll have dinner settled. Nanshan released penetrating bullet, triggering weak point attack, causing over 300 damage. This shot seems to have pierced the internal organs of the tricolor koan, and the tricolor koan's health points have dropped to 0. It let out a miserable cry, unable to continue floating in the air, and fell directly down. Nanshan's face changed. Damn, this brat, it wants to crash into the camp. Before its death, the tricolor koan's powerful wings flapped twice, changing the direction of its descent, heading straight for the Crow Valley camp. Its huge size was enough to cover the entire camp. Nanshan felt a sense of despair. No, it's too big, we can't change its direction. Wu Yuan took a deep breath. There's no way, we can only hope that our little wooden house can withstand it. The sky suddenly darkened as the tricolor koan descended from the sky. For the chosen ones in the camp, it was as if the sky had collapsed. The chosen ones all stopped what they were doing, standing by the window watching the arrival of this disaster. If the little wooden house couldn't withstand the blow from the tricolor koan, everyone would die. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, the wooden house trembled, and dust filled the air. This heavy blow left all the chosen ones briefly deafened. But soon everyone came to their senses. Their little wooden house had not collapsed. Damn, my little wooden house still has over 8,000 health points left. It held up. The little wooden house is awesome. What kind of little wooden house is this? It's clearly a bunker. Nanshan glanced at his own little wooden house, which still had over 60,000 health points, very safe. Of course, this was also related to his little wooden house being in the center of the camp, where the rampaging boars and hill ants had not attacked, so the health of the little wooden house had always been healthy. At the same time, there was good news from Su Zuran at the first line of defense. Relieved. The tricolor koan killed many rampaging boars, reducing our pressure greatly. Wooly said, many ants have also died, now the biggest threat is the flying birds in the sky. Nanshan said, let's deal with the tricolor koan on the roof first, otherwise we won't be able to see anything in the dark. The body of the tricolor koan fell directly on the camp, blocking out all the sunlight, leaving the camp in darkness. Nanshan walked out and gently touched the tricolor koan above his head. Ding! You obtained, koan meat, * 200. 200 units of koan meat were not enough to dispose of the tricolor koan's body. Other chosen ones also came out one after another to pick up the koan meat. By the time the tricolor koan's body was completely disposed of, Nanshan's backpack already had 2,300 portions of koan meat. We won't have to worry about food for the next few months, just don't know if we'll get tired of it. The flying beasts in the sky began to dive again. Nanshan retreated back into the little wooden house, ready to continue bird hunting. But he suddenly noticed something was off. In front of his little wooden house, there was originally the body of a rampaging boar lying there. It was a boar that had accidentally wandered into the center of the camp, and Nanshan had killed it in passing, and the body had been lying there quietly. But now, the body of the boar was gone. Was it cleaned up by other chosen ones? Nanshan frowned. But he didn't see any other chosen ones come over just now. Forget it, it's not a big deal, let's focus on bird hunting first. 5:50 p.m. The fierce beasts attacking the Crow Valley camp were finally cleared out. After an afternoon of fighting, more than 20 chosen ones in the Crow Valley camp had died. Most of them were crushed by the tricolor Koan, directly killing them by smashing their little wooden houses. The chosen ones who were still alive now were all above level 7, many had already reached level 8 or even 9, entering the ranks of the elite. The 14th wave of the beast tide, they held their ground. Suzerain, brothers, let's not rush to clean up the battlefield, hurry back to the little wooden house to replenish our status. Next, there will be another wave of fierce beasts, and the final boss of level 15 is estimated to be coming soon. Wooly, oh my, I'm already exhausted from defending this wave, can I handle the level 15 boss? Xiaoluo, don't be afraid, just do it. Huang Yuanming, isn't it just a level 15 lord? With big brother Nanshan here, I can even kill a level 20 lord for you. Nanshan, brother, can you brag without involving me? Nanshan's magic power has been depleted for several rounds, he has been drinking clean fresh water without stopping. His belly is bulging from drinking, and he is in urgent need to urinate. No, I need to find a place to pee first. Nanshan went to the cliff edge to the west and found a secluded corner. Shu feels better. After taking care of his physiological needs, Nanshan felt relaxed all over. He was about to return to the small wooden house to replenish his health and magic points when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a mountain ant corpse in the corner of his eye, which flashed and disappeared. Nanshan turned his head to look at that corner. The bloodstains on the ground and the ant's severed limbs all told the story of a mountain ant that had died here. But now, that ant was gone. Strange. Did the monsters respawn? Nanshan scratched his head, feeling puzzled, but he didn't think it was a big issue. Deep down in Nanshan's heart, he still believed that this world was a game world. Killing monsters would increase experience points and even drop equipment, isn't that just playing a game? Therefore, when a mountain ant suddenly disappeared, Nanshan didn't think it was a big deal. The respawn of a corpse is just basic operation in an online game. Back in the small wooden house, Nanshan lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. A whole day of intense battles had left Nanshan extremely exhausted. The physical fatigue was manageable, after all, Nanshan didn't need to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the fierce beasts. The main issue was the prolonged focus, which had consumed a lot of mental energy, leaving Nanshan with a headache and a desire to just rest on the bed. Suzerain and the others also returned to their respective small wooden houses, discussing the upcoming battle in the chat channel. Huang Yuanming, there's news from Zone 1, their 15th wave of beasts hasn't arrived yet, I think we'll have to wait until it's dark for the boss to come over. Xinpan, new battle report, there are a total of 1,000 battle zones in the primitive world, and 241 battle zones have already been completely wiped out. Theoretically, the resources in the remaining battle zones should increase by 1 to the power of 24 times, but so far, it seems like our battle zone hasn't changed much. Xiaoluo, there haven't been significant changes in other battle zones either. In Zone 132, Sakura Kojiru has been asking in the cross-zone channel for half a day, their battle zone is still bare. Suzerain, maybe resources will increase after we get through today. Nanshan, why can Zone 132 hold on until now? Their resources are almost zero, they can't level up, and the small wooden house is at most a C grade. How did they manage to defend against today's beast tide? Yuran, do you know why the chosen one in Zone 132 can't level up? Nanshan, yes, their battle zone is poor, with few fierce beasts, where would they get experience to level up? Yuran, exactly, their battle zone doesn't even have fierce beasts, so where did the beast tide come from? Nanshan, damn, how is this even possible? Nanshan suddenly realized, perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. Although the chosen one in Zone 132 cannot level up, they also don't need to face the beast tide, which is quite nice. Suzerain, there's still half an hour until dark, everyone can rest for a while, those who want to sleep can take a nap and recharge. Nanshan, indeed, I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. Power, snore soon, the camp was filled with the sound of snoring. Of course, for safety reasons, more than 100 chosen ones did not rest but took on the role of sentinels, guarding against the sudden attack of ferocious beasts on the camp. As the sun set in the west, the last rays of sunlight slowly dissipated. It was dark. Potato, calling Sweet Potato, over. This is Sweet Potato, please speak, over. No traces of ferocious beasts found in the East Zone, how about you? Over. None in the South Zone. None in the West Zone either. Every 30 seconds, chosen ones from 3 directions would report to each other. It was now 6:40, and it had been dark for 10 minutes, but the imagined 15th wave of beasts had not arrived. Huang Yuanming looked into the distance, muttering to himself, if you're coming, come earlier, why keep us hanging? Just let us die quickly if we have to die. Shen Panguan, having just finished drinking water, heard Huang Yuanming's words and raised his head. No sign of them in other battle zones, everyone is waiting. Power, had a good nap, feeling refreshed. Nanchen, brother, your snoring is too terrifying, I can hear it even 20 meters away from your house, couldn't sleep for a second. Power, a big guy weighing over 200 pounds, snored like a wild buffalo beatboxing, shaking the earth with full force. Nanchen didn't sleep a wink. Power felt a bit embarrassed, can't help it, too tired, sorry bro. Nanchen waved his hand, indicating Power not to worry. Whether the last wave of beasts would come or not, people sat in groups of 2 or 3, eating barbecue and chatting. What kind of ferocious beast do you think this level 15 lord will be? Tiger? Lion? I guess it must be a very fierce beast. Krakens came out in the afternoon, I think the level 15 lord should be a dragon. What? Are we going to be dragon slayers tonight? Nanchen quietly ate to replenish his strength. He felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what, making him very uncomfortable. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the distance, a charming girl walked over with cat-like steps, which handsome guy cleaned up all the ferocious beast corpses in the camp. It's so warm, the stench of those corpses almost knocked me out, but now I feel much better. Everyone looked at each other, shaking their heads. Not me, I didn't clean up. I'm exhausted, how could I have time to clean up corpses? Maybe someone needed food and took them away. Nanchen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He finally realized what was wrong. It was the mysteriously disappearing ferocious beast corpses. 1 or 2 missing corpses didn't seem strange to Nanchen, but with most of the ferocious beast corpses gone from the camp, it could only mean one thing. The level 15 boss lord is already in the camp. Nanchen suddenly said this inexplicable sentence. As the words fell, Nanchen took a quick step back to his little wooden house. It was too dangerous outside. It was important to protect his own life first in the little wooden house. The level 15 Lord Ferocious Beast has arrived. Nanchen took a quick step back into his little wooden house. The others were stunned for 2 seconds, then looked at each other and quickly retreated as well. The once lively camp instantly became empty. Suzerain, Nanchen, where is the boss? Nanchen, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Suzerain, guessing? What's the reason? Nanchen, all the ferocious beast corpses in the camp are gone, did you notice? I suspect that boss is stealing the corpses. Wu Yuansheng, stealing corpses? What kind of boss is this? Huang Yuanming, dung beetle. Bao Jian, damn dung beetle, this is clearly a grave robber. Huang Yuanming's small wooden house was located on the first line of defense. He glanced outside and suddenly was shocked. Huang Yuanming, oh, Nanchen was right, there really is something stealing corpses. Wooly, I saw it too, the corpses of the fierce beasts in the trap area outside are disappearing bit by bit. Shin Pan, I just went to the Crosszone chat channel to take a look. Similar situations are also happening in other war zones, but the boss hasn't shown up yet. Nanchen's small wooden house was in the center of the camp, with limited visibility, so it was not clear what was happening outside. Nanchen, besides the corpses mysteriously disappearing, have you found anything else? Huang Yuanming looked outside and said, no, I didn't see any fierce beasts. Suzerain, everyone, be prepared for battle, the boss could arrive at any moment. A few minutes later, the corpses of the fierce beasts near the Crow Valley camp had all disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on the ground, proving that they had been there and had died. The unknown waiting was the most anxious. Nanchen stretched his head out the window, looking around, but found nothing. After a few minutes, Bao Jian's puzzled voice came over, It looks like someone is coming over there? It's a bit dark, so I can't see clearly. Ma Yang patted Bao Jian's but, you're stupid, how could someone come over? It must be a humanoid fierce beast. Bao Jian, damn it, why did you pat my butt while talking? Hearing that a humanoid fierce beast was approaching the camp, everyone was curious to take a look. Nanchen couldn't resist and quickly ran to the first line of defense, entering Huang Yuanming's small wooden house. Huang Yuanming frowned, the first line of defense is very dangerous, why did a fragile long-range player like you come up front? Nanchen disdainfully glanced at him, I have 1800 health and 570 defense, who's the fragile one? Huang Yuanming, damn, that high? Sorry for the disturbance. Nanchen, get out of the way, shrimp. Nanchen pushed Huang Yuanming aside and went to the window, taking out a binoculars to observe the situation outside. In the distance, under the night sky, a person limped towards the Crow Valley camp. With the help of the binoculars, Nanchen could see more clearly. Nanchen, it's a woman. Huang Yuanming shouted to relay Nanshan's words, spread the word, Nanshan says it's a woman. Bao Jian, spread the word, Nanshan wants a woman. Zhou Feihong, spread the word, Nanshan is a woman. Nanchun, a bunch of idiots. The woman was getting closer to the camp. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a full moon. In the moonlight, Nanshan could barely make out the woman's appearance. Damn, this woman. Why does she look familiar? Nanshan tilted his head, pondered for a while, then suddenly exclaimed, Ling Qi? This woman seems to be Ling Qi. Huang Yuanming was stunned. Who is Ling Qi? Do we have this person in our camp? Nanshan, that one, the girl who kept calling for help in the chat group. Huang Yuanming suddenly realized, oh. In the chat channel, each chosen one had an avatar, which was the chosen one themselves. Ling Qi often asked for help in the chat channel, so Nanshan remembered her. Wait, this girl didn't enter the Crow Valley camp, how did she survive? Huang Yuanming suddenly realized something was wrong, and if I remember correctly, all the chosen ones in other areas of our war zone have died, leaving only us with survivors in the camp. Nanshan shook his head. I'm not sure, I'll take another look. Before the beast tide arrived, someone had suggested whether to bring Ling Qi over, but later it was learned that Ling Qi's small wooden house was only F grade, and she herself was only level 2, so everyone gave up on the idea. Those who can survive until now are not saints. While some may lend a helping hand with ease, no one is willing to carry a burden like her, even if she is a girl. When they saw that Ling Qi was still alive, everyone was somewhat surprised. How did she, a level 2 weakling, survive such a terrifying beast tide? As Ling Qi approached, Nanshan could already see many details on her. Fair skin, disheveled clothes, parts that should be covered were not, and parts that shouldn't be covered were all clothes. Nanshan touched his nose, luckily, no nosebleed. Huang Yuanming leaned in, wanting to take a closer look with a 2x scope, but was firmly rejected by Nanshan. Kids, don't look around, be careful of getting a needle in your eye. With that, Nanshan took out a 98K from his backpack and attached the 2x scope. Huang Yuanming, why are you pulling out a gun? Nanshan, she's trying to seduce us with her looks, of course I have to kill her. In fact, through his observation just now, Nanshan had already determined that Ling Qi was a dead person. She had a terrified expression, stiff posture, even spat out half of her tongue, and with her bent inward leg and limping gait, she looked like a zombie no matter how you looked at her. Are you the final boss? Nanshan murmured, aiming at Ling Qi's head and pulling the trigger. Swish! Headshot! The powerful impact knocked Ling Qi down, but soon she got up again and continued limping towards the camp. What the F***K? A big question mark appeared over Nanshan's head. Huang Yuanming, what's wrong? Isn't it normal if one shot doesn't kill? Shoot again. Nanshan, it's not a problem that one shot didn't kill, the problem is this. She doesn't have a health bar. After Nanshan shot just now, there were no faint red numbers floating up. This was the first time Nanshan had encountered such a situation. Huang Yuanming looked puzzled. What the heck? No health bar? How do we kill her then? Nanshan furrowed his brow and used the skill, insightful gaze. Ling Qi chosen 1 turned undead, level 2, health points, none, mana points, none, attack power, 65, defense power, 27, introduction, this is a chosen 1 resurrected by the undead wizard. As long as the undead wizard is alive, she will never die. Undead wizard. Nanshan nodded in understanding. This should be the final boss, a level 15 lord level fierce beast. The undead Ling Qi would not die, the only way to kill her was to kill the undead wizard. But the problem now was, where was the undead wizard? Someone posted Ling Qi's attributes in the chat channel. The chat channel immediately became lively. Ling Qi? Is this the Ling Qi who always calls herself Dove? Is it true that she has turned into a zombie? Where is the undead wizard? Has anyone found him? This undead Ling Qi only has an attack power of over 60, not much of a threat. Nanshan looked at the big hole on Ling Qi's forehead, pondered for a moment, and aimed the gun at Ling Qi's knee. I'll break your legs, let's see how you come over. Swish! 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 Nanshan fired 4 shots in a row, hitting Ling Qi's left and right knees twice each. Ling Qi's knees were shattered, but it did not affect her movement. She still limped towards the camp. In the neighboring small wooden house, Wu Yuanqing shot a magic arrow, nailing it to Ling Qi's soul. She is no longer human, you can't apply common sense to her, she can walk without knees. You should nail her feet to the ground like I did. Wu Yuanqing shot a few more arrows, and the magic arrows drew a parabolic curve in the air, accurately hitting Ling Qi's small foot 35 yards away. Ling Qi pulled hard, pulling the magic arrow out of the mud, and continued to hobble forward. Wu Yuanqing shrugged, forget I said anything. Nanshan chuckled, fired several shots in a row, smashing Ling Qi's left knee to pieces, and her lower leg fell to the ground. Nan Shan, you should do as I did, shatter her knees. Let's see how she walks without feet. Wu Yuansheng, you make a good point. The two launched a simultaneous attack, shattering Ling Qi's right leg knee as well. At that moment, Ling Qi had lost both her lower legs, leaving only her thighs, but she continued to advance resolutely towards the camp's defense line. Wu Yuansheng, but not many good points. Nan Shan, then forget I said anything. After being zombified, Ling Qi had become a walking corpse, knowing nothing but to move forward. What should we do? Looking at the current situation, we need to smash all her limbs. Nan Shan was somewhat troubled. Killing and smashing are two different concepts. If Ling Qi had a health bar, Nan Shan could kill her with one shot. But to smash her body, it would require many shots. Because the magic bullets did not have an explosive effect, they would directly penetrate Ling Qi's body. Of course, the powerful impact of the magic bullets would still leave a big hole in Ling Qi's body. However, a big hole did not affect Ling Qi's movement. Nan Shan needed at least 5 to 8 shots to break one of her legs or one of her hands. Wu Yuansheng, at least one shot equals one hole. My magic arrows lack penetration power. Even if I shoot her like a hedgehog, it won't stop her from moving forward. While the two were talking, Ling Qi had already crawled to Huang Yuanming's small wooden house and reached out with sharp nails. Squeak! A piercing sound rang out, like scratching a blackboard with fingernails in childhood. Nan Shan's body was instantly covered in goosebumps. This was a mental attack. Beside Nan Shan, Huang Yuanming smiled, -0. This noob can't break through the defense, no need to panic, everyone. Nan Shan, indeed, one Ling Qi is not a problem, but what if there were 100? Huang Yuanming, what do you mean? With the help of a 2x scope, Nan Shan saw shadows flickering in the distance. They were the zombified dungeon spider, zombified flame chicken, zombified rampaging boar. Nan Shan took a sharp breath. Now, he finally knew where those disappeared bodies had gone. Nan Shan entered the chat channel and informed everyone of the situation. Brothers, we have a big problem now. The beasts we killed during the day are coming back for revenge. The chat channel fell into a brief silence. No one spoke, everyone was digesting this information. After a moment, Suzerain spoke to reassure them. Don't worry, most of the beasts we killed during the day have been cleaned up, and their bodies have turned into food stored in our backpacks. Suzerain, there shouldn't be too many at night. Zhou Feihong, the key is the 14th wave of rampaging boars and various flying beasts. After we killed them, we basically didn't clean up. Those are level 8 to 9 beasts. Bao Jian, we can just defend again if needed, what's there to fear? Wu Li, damn, isn't this scary enough? These are zombified boars that we can't kill. Xiao Luo, just cut off all their limbs, and there won't be a problem. Sui Han, not everyone here has the same level as you. Most people here might not even be able to beat a rampaging boar in a 1v1. Ma Yong, damn, are you talking about me? That hit close to home. Nan Shan, alright, all of you are talking nonsense. My suggestion is to find the necromancer and kill him, to deal with it directly. Wu Yuansheng, the key is that we haven't found the necromancer. The crowd was brainstorming ideas. On the other side, the undead army had already approached, getting closer to the camp. Most of these ferocious beasts had broken limbs, with some intestines and organs hanging outside. But this didn't stop them from charging. Huang Yuanming, damn it, isn't that Fan Xiaodan? Nan Shen turned to ask, who is Fan Xiaodan? Huang Yuanming explained, she is the chosen one of our camp, who was killed by a rampaging boar in the afternoon, and I personally dug a grave to bury her. What? The necromancer is grave robbing? Nan Shen felt uneasy. Doesn't this mean that other deceased chosen ones in the camp could also be turned into undead by the necromancer? Indeed, the crowd soon found several figures among the ferocious beast army. They were brothers who had been defending against the beast tied together during the day, but within a few hours, they had become enemies. Zhou Feihong, damn, that person is Yu Xing. What should we do? I really can't bring myself to do it. Ma Yong, it's already this late, and you still have such tender feelings? Brothers, they are already dead. Zhou Feihong, you don't understand a thing, just talking nonsense over there. If it weren't for Yu Xing pushing me, it would have been me dead, not him. How can you expect me to do it? Ma Yong pursed his lips and remained silent. Nanshan quickly intervened, the ferocious beasts are almost at our doorstep, everyone stop arguing and prepare for battle. While defending, everyone must pay attention to their surroundings and inform me immediately if the necromancer is spotted. As Nanshan's words fell, the ferocious beasts had already reached the front of the small wooden house. These undead beasts, with their attack and defense capabilities intact from when they were alive, still had no health bars. A large group of rampaging boars surrounded the small wooden house, wildly attacking it, causing its health to drop rapidly. This won't work, these disgusting creatures can't be killed, and their damage is too high, our small wooden house can't hold on. Cut their claws, cut their legs, delay as long as possible. Has anyone found the necromancer? Time passed by second, but the necromancer still hadn't appeared. The health of the small wooden house on the first line of defense quickly dropped below half. Where could the necromancer be? Nan Chen's brain raced, contemplating the possible locations of the necromancer. As the final boss, he must have already arrived and is quietly watching us from the shadows. There are ferocious beasts to the east and south. He could be hiding behind these undead beasts. But that's not a good position because the visibility is limited. The place with the best visibility must be the mountain to the north. Standing on the mountainside, overlooking the camp below, the entire camp can be seen. Nan Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, took out a grenade, and threw it out the window. Boom! The powerful shockwave pushed back the surrounding ferocious beasts, and Nan Chen took the opportunity to climb onto the roof. Inside the small wooden house, Huang Yuanming cursed, "Damn it, you blew up my house with a grenade again." On the roof, Nan Chen aimed his 98K rifle at the mountain to the north. On the mountainside, there stood a figure shrouded in a black robe, holding a skeletal staff, the necromancer. Found him. Through the scope, Nan Chen could clearly see the necromancer waving the skeletal staff in his hand. He was greeting Nan Chen. Unfortunately, the necromancer's face was completely covered by a black hood, and Nan Chen couldn't see his expression. A cunning beast, Nan Chen thought to himself. No, he should not be called a fierce beast, he is an undead creature, not a beast. Nan Chen tried to pull the trigger, aiming a shot at the undead wizard's head, but the undead wizard easily dodged it. Quite agile, Nan Chen licked his lips, feeling a bit difficult. There was at least a distance of 300 meters between the two sides. At this distance, Nan Chen's hit rate would not exceed 40%, and the undead wizard could also hide behind cover. It was impossible to kill the undead wizard halfway up the mountain in the camp. At least Nan Chen couldn't do it. In the afternoon cabin, Huang Yuanming's voice came, "Nan Chen, fierce beasts are also coming from the sky, come down quickly." Nan Chen looked up and saw many flying fierce beasts that had been turned into corpses flying in the distance. "I found the undead wizard, come with me to kill him." Nan Chen jumped agilely on the roof and quickly arrived at his cabin, putting a large amount of clean fresh water into his backpack. "Xiao Luo, where?" "I'll go with you," Nan Chen replied, "on the mountain to the north, about halfway up. The two of us are not enough, should we bring some brothers with us? It's better to have someone with more strength." "Su Ming, just scan my ID directly." "Wooly, I'll go with you too, the more people, the more strength." "Huang Yuanming, how can I be missing from killing the boss? Maybe this first kill will be mine." "Nan Chen, how much attack power do you have? Just want to snatch the first kill from me?" Soon, more than 20 chosen ones gathered in front of Nan Chen's cabin. They were all top 30 strong players on the leaderboard. Nan Chen also saw Sui Han in the crowd. "Little Nanny, are you going too? It's very dangerous." Sui Han replied coldly, "I'll stay a bit further away, with me here, I can reduce your casualties." Yuran stretched lazily, revealing her abs. "Nan Chen Pigeon, I want to go too, why don't you care if I encounter danger?" "Nan Chen, you sly girl, 800 tricks in one move, do you still need me to worry about you?" Yuran pouted unhappily. "What do you mean by sly girl? I'm clearly your considerate little cotton jacket." Everyone rolled their eyes. "Yuran, what do you mean? Look down on me, Nan Chen Pigeon? Don't eat the eggs laid by my pigeon in the future." "Nan Chen, you talk too much, be careful I make you lay eggs." Seeing that everyone was ready, Nan Chen led the way up the mountain. As for the Crow Valley camp, with Su Ziren in command, everyone was not worried. "Nan Chen, everyone be careful, there may be undead fierce beasts on the mountain too." Xiao Luo, Su Ming takes the lead, long-range chosen ones in the middle, make sure to protect Nan Chen. "Nan Chen, don't worry about me, my defense and health are not low, just pay attention to the nanny." Yuran, send a few fireballs to scout ahead. Yuran pouted, "Am I just a tool to you?" Yuran waved her wand, sending 3 fireballs flying into the distance. Swish! Nan Chen, by the faint light of the fire, spotted a long-armed monkey and shot it in the head. This is a real fierce beast, not yet turned into a corpse. As soon as Nan Chen spoke, the long-armed monkey he had killed got up from the ground. Huang Yuanming, oh no, it's turned into a corpse now. Nan Chen raised a middle finger, damn it, how big is the range of the undead wizard's skills? Wasn't he halfway up the mountain? Xiao Luo drew his dagger and approached the undead long-armed monkey. You guys keep moving forward, I'll go cut off its limbs. Be careful, don't kill other fierce beasts. Nan Chen and the others advanced along the rugged mountain road, encountering many fierce beasts along the way. They would avoid them if possible, but if not, they would cut off their limbs without killing them, to prevent the necromancer from turning them into undead. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. Surprisingly, the necromancer in a black robe did not leave and had been waiting for them here. Huang Yuanming, he didn't run away? It seems he doesn't take me seriously. Wooly, he's level 15, why should he take you seriously? Seeing the necromancer still there, Nanshan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the necromancer would hide somewhere and command the undead beasts below to continue attacking. In that case, their small wooden house would not last for the next few hours. What awaited them would be a one-sided slaughter. Yuran, this boss has given us a chance, everyone needs to seize it. Nanshan, get ready to freeze his hands. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Crow Valley camp below. Without hesitation, Nanshan directly opened fire and shot. This time, the distance between the two sides was no more than 30 meters, and the necromancer could not dodge Nanshan's attack. Shoo! Minus 55. A 2-digit damage floated out, and Nanshan's face immediately darkened. This necromancer's defense was quite high. With the inside of the eye, all the attributes of the necromancer were question marks, and Nanshan had no idea how much health this boss actually had, making him feel uncertain. Charge! Kill him! Take my sword! Xiao Luo took the lead in charging, and the melee chosen ones roared and rushed towards the necromancer. Su Ming held up his stone shield in front of him, his speed instantly reaching its peak as he collided with the necromancer. Barbaric charge! The necromancer was pushed back several steps, his frail body making creaking sounds as if it was about to fall apart. Su Ming turned back and shouted to everyone, "This thing is a skeleton frame. Forget what it is, let's just attack it a few times." Xiao Luo took a step past Su Ming and slashed the necromancer's shoulder with his dagger. After one strike, Xiao Luo was shocked. I only did 8 points of damage? Can it get any lower? The level difference is too big, the damage reduction is too severe, we can only slowly wear him down. Wei Yuanqing bent his bow and shot 3 arrows in a beautiful sequence, piercing 3 small holes in the necromancer's black robe. Through these holes, everyone could clearly see the skeleton frame beneath the black robe. He he he. The necromancer let out a villainous laugh, waving his skeletal staff and instantly shooting a row of bone spikes. Su Ming roared, "Everyone, stand behind me." Su Ming stood at the front with his stone shield, which instantly enlarged several times, blocking all the bone spikes. However, Su Ming's shield could only greatly reduce the damage, not completely block it. Damn, I almost got one shot with over 3,000 health. Healers, save me. Rapid healing. Su Ming's health quickly rose, but he still felt a bit uneasy. I can't hold on, brothers, this thing's attack power is too high. Even the tank Su Ming was almost one shot, let alone the others. Retreat, retreat, let's fall back and rethink our strategy. The melee chosen ones scrambled back, keeping their distance from the necromancer. Among those present, besides Su Ming, no one could withstand a single blow from the necromancer. No wonder he didn't run away. High attack, high defense, high health, I wouldn't run either. This is a complete mismatch, I can't think of a way to win. Just one round, and everyone's hearts were filled with despair. Even Nanshan was lost in confusion, unable to think of a way to win. At this moment, a system announcement sounded. Ding! Primitive World Zone 1, defense successful, as the first zone to successfully defend, rewards all attributes of Zone 1 Chosen 1 plus 20. Ding! Primitive World Zone 1, Chosen 1 Catherine Venus successfully killed the undead wizard, rewards all attributes plus 10, prestige plus 10. 2 announcements rang out, leaving everyone stunned. Catherine Vena killed the undead wizard? Damn, is she that terrifying? She killed a level 15 boss so quickly? So there's such a big gap between us and Zone 1? How could she kill the undead wizard so quickly? Nanshan furrowed his brow. Has Catherine Vena's strength reached such an absurd level? No, no. If the undead wizard is really that strong, Nanshan believes that the zones capable of killing him won't exceed 5. Nanshan doesn't know why they crossed over to this world, but he knows that the mastermind behind the scenes won't let them die so easily. This is just a small-scale beast tide. In 21 days, there will be a large-scale beast tide. That's the real feast. This small-scale beast tide is just an appetizer. Nanshan took a deep breath, vaguely guessing something. The undead wizard must have a weakness, otherwise Catherine couldn't have killed him so quickly. Yuran, burn his clothes, let's find his weakness first. Yuran nodded solemnly, understood. 3 fireballs flew towards the undead wizard, who agilely dodged to the left, avoiding the fireballs. But his robe was grazed by the fireballs, slowly catching fire. Swish! The black robe was quickly burned to ashes, revealing a thin skeleton in front of everyone. In his 2 dark eye sockets, green flames were burning. That's the soul fire of the undead wizard. That's his weakness. Everyone, attack his eyes. Nanchen licked his lips excitedly, pulling the trigger. Swish! The magic bullet hit the soul fire accurately. Weakness attack, minus 800. One shot, 800. A smile appeared on Nanchen's lips. This is indeed the weakness of the undead wizard. He. Discovered his weakness, the undead wizard remained calm and let out a strange laugh. He lightly waved his skeletal staff, and skeletons crawled out of the soil one by one. He's summoning minions. Indeed, every lord has the ability to summon minions. Everyone, gather together, protect the ranged attackers. The melee chosen ones formed a circle, protecting Nanchen and other ranged chosen ones in the middle. Xiao Luo, just focus on attacking the undead wizard, leave these little skeletons to us. Nanchen, please. Nanchen, Wu Yuanshang, Yunfei, Yuran, and other ranged chosen ones all exerted their full strength, aiming to quickly kill the undead wizard. For a moment, magic bullets, magic arrows, and magic stones were fired as if they were free. The undead wizard dodged around, but still got hit. Nanchen noticed that Wu Yuanshang's arrows were extremely accurate, hitting the soul fire almost every 3 arrows. Nanchen gave a thumbs up. Brother, your accuracy is impressive. Wu Yuansheng smirked, kidding, my ex-girlfriend used to say I was accurate. Nanchen? On the other side, Xiao Luo and the others fought against the small skeletons. These summoned skeletons were only level 10, relatively less threatening. Plus, with Suihan constantly healing on the side, Xiao Luo and the others were not under much threat. The situation seemed to be improving. Huang Yuanming used the dog beating stick technique to hit the skeletons while sighing, what a difficult day, when this day ends, I must. Su Ming hurriedly interrupted, brother, don't jinx it. Huang Yuanming quickly shut his mouth. The 200-gene fat warrior didn't care. After killing this boss, I must eat a pound to mourn the fat I lost today. The fat on the warrior's body trembled, leaving everyone speechless. He still wanted to eat a pound, no wonder he was so fat. Nanchen, be careful, the boss is about to use a skill. The undead wizard waved his skeletal staff and released 5 bone spurs flying towards everyone. Su Ming stepped forward, planted his stone shield in the mud, and shouted, stand behind me. The stone shield instantly grew several times larger, blocking all the bone spurs. Huang Yuanming, good brother, what's the name of this skill? It's awesome. Su Ming, it's called stand behind me, I shouted so loudly, couldn't you hear me? Huang Yuanming, damn, what a lousy name. Under the continuous attacks of Nanchen and others, the soul fire of the undead wizard grew dimmer. His health was running low. He. Sensing death approaching, the undead wizard laughed 3 times, raising his skeletal staff high with both hands. The surrounding small skeletons stopped attacking and turned towards the undead wizard. Nanchen became anxious, he's preparing a big move, hurry up and kill him. The undead wizard was casting a spell, standing still in place, becoming an easy target. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Penetrating shot. Charged strike. Nanchen no longer held back his skills, going all out. Minus 1,380. The others also unleashed all their magical skills, but their damage was still a bit lacking. The first small skeleton arrived next to the undead wizard, instantly scattering into a pile of bones. These bones floated up and stuck tightly to the undead wizard's body. More and more small skeletons arrived, more and more bones gathered on the undead wizard's body. This is skeleton armor fusion? Not good, there are bones on his face too. The soul fire is being blocked by these bones. Nanchen's eyes narrowed, taking out a grenade and throwing it. The grenade accurately entered the undead wizard's mouth and exploded inside him. Boom! Minus 220. Failing to hit the soul fire, the grenade only caused over 200 damage. What disappointed Nanchen the most was that the skeleton armor on the undead wizard's body was not blown up. He. The undead wizard completed his final transformation, covered from head to toe in skeleton armor with protruding bone spikes, looking very intimidating. As for the undead wizard's soul fire, it was completely blocked by the skull helmet. Look, his skeletal staff is also changing. Nanchen hurriedly looked over. Indeed, his skeletal staff had turned into a dried bone sword. The undead wizard had switched from ranged to melee combat. No, he was no longer an undead wizard. Nanchen used insightful eye to obtain information about this monster in front of him. Undead Grand General, health, mana, undead Grand General. A sense of foreboding enveloped everyone. The next moment, the undead Grand General leaped over 30 meters and struck down with a sword. A chosen one was directly cut in half. Everyone was shocked. With just one move, the undead Grand General instantly killed someone. Tang En. Huang Yuanming wanted to go and save the person, but Nanchen stopped him. He's been cut in half. What are you going to do over there? Nanshan glanced at the fallen chosen one, his expression unreadable, but he could imagine the fear and unwillingness before his death. Nanshan had some impression of Tangen, a quiet and introverted young man. Back off! Back off! Keep your distance from the boss! Xiao Luo shouted as he charged forward with a short knife. You guys retreat quickly. Seeing Xiao Luo already rushing in, Nanshan quickly raised his gun to cover him. Watch his eyes. Xiao Luo jumped up and swung his knife, striking heavily on the face of the undead general. A gap was cut in the skull helmet of the undead general. Nanshan could vaguely see the flickering soul fire within it. Swish! Nanshan pulled the trigger, and the magic bullet shot out rapidly, hitting the gap directly. But the gap was still too small, and the magic bullet got stuck in the middle, unable to hit the soul fire in the eye socket. -41. With the skull armor, this boss's defense became even higher. Nanshan, no, the gap is not big enough. Xiao Luo, alright. Xiao Luo took a deep breath, preparing to strike again, but the undead general's bone sword was already thrusting towards him. Lazy donkey roll. Stealth. Xiao Luo rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding the sword, then immediately used the stealth skill, his figure slowly fading until disappearing in front of everyone. He. With Xiao Luo out of sight, the undead general turned towards Nanshan and the others. Scatter and run for your lives. Ranged chosen ones, output freely, see if you can kite him. The undead general's movement speed was fast, and he quickly approached. Swift. Nanshan activated the skill from his swift boots, quickly creating distance from the undead general, then switched to the Desert Eagle and fired a burst at him. At such a close range, the Desert Eagle was more effective than the 98K. He. The undead general sneered several times, focusing on Nanshan without chasing the others. He knew Nanshan posed the greatest threat to him. As long as he killed Nanshan, the others were like lambs to the slaughter. But his movement speed was not as fast as Nanshan's, so he could only be kite continuously. Undead sword. Suddenly, the undead general slightly bent his legs, preparing to leap. This was the skill that had just killed Tangen in an instant. Nanshan's heart skipped a beat as a strong sense of death enveloped him. This strike from the undead general could instantly leap over 30 meters, an extremely powerful charge skill that Nanshan had almost no chance of dodging. Just then, Xiao Luo, who had been stealthed for a while, reappeared. He struck the undead general's leg, causing him to lose balance and kneel directly on the ground. The undead general's skill was interrupted. Good brother, awesome. Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to continuously pull the trigger at the undead general, unleashing his magical power. Clang clang. Every shot from Nanshan hit the undead general's helmet. The cracks on his helmet grew larger, and the soul fire in the eye sockets became more apparent. Arg! The undead general roared angrily, raising his hands and swinging the bone sword horizontally. Swish! Sword energy swept through, a great sword slash. Get down! Where the sword energy passed, trees collapsed, and a few chosen ones who hadn't reacted in time were directly cut in half by the sword energy. Nanshan had quickly gotten down earlier, so the sword energy didn't harm him. But the undead general took advantage of this opportunity and strode forward. The distance between the two sides was less than 2 meters. Nanshan, quickly dodge. Protect Nanshan. Damn it, let's all go together, kill this boss. But they were too far from Nanshan, unable to reach him in time. The undead general smirked and slashed towards Nanshan. Crystal shield. At a critical moment, Nanshan activated the skill from his crystal necklace. A shimmering translucent shield appeared around Nanshan. The skeletal sword of the undead general slashed down, instantly breaking through the shield and severing one of Nanshan's left legs. -1386. Ah! Nanshan screamed in agony, the intense pain almost making him pass out. But protected by the crystal shield, Nanshan did not die. Rapid healing. Slow healing. In the distance, Suihan softly chanted a spell, raising Nanshan's health. The undead general was about to strike again, but Xiao Luo rushed up and grabbed the undead general's right hand. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth and struggled with the undead general. Nanshan, are you dead? If not, get out of here, I can't hold on much longer. Nanshan weakly nodded, missing a left leg. He could no longer stand and could only crawl slowly away with his hands. Brutal charge. Other chosen ones also rushed over, with Su Ming charging with a stone shield, making the undead general dizzy. Seeing this, Xiao Luo released his right hand and once again swung his sword at the undead general's helmet. Xiao Luo looked anxious. Find a way to pry open his helmet, or we can't kill him. Let me do it. A 200-pound strongman ran over, causing the ground to tremble like a humanoid tank. The strongman pounced on the undead general from behind, one thick arm locking around his neck, the other hand grabbing the skull helmet, trying to break it directly. Ha! Veins bulged all over the strongman's body, his face fierce. Crack! The skull helmet was forcibly broken by him. The undead general's soulfire was once again exposed to everyone's view. Ah, too easy. Ah, swish swish swish. The strongman's smile froze on his face. Suddenly, a large number of bone spurs protruded from the undead general's back, poking out a dozen different-sized holes in the strongman's body. The strongman's health instantly dropped to 0, and Suihan didn't even have time to use a skill. His eyes slowly lost their color. Strong man. Damn it, this F** king boss. Die. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger as they roared towards the undead general. And in front of the undead general, Nanshan sat on the ground, already holding a 98k in his hands. The strongman's death made Nanshan's eyes turn red. You, go accompany him in death. The strongman's arm was still tightly locked around the undead general's neck, directing his soul fire towards Nanshan. Nanshan calmly pulled the trigger. Charged shot, fully charged. 200% damage bonus. With this shot, I want you dead.